Chui Hejia came out of the office and only saw Gu Yuehuai's back. He wanted to call her back, but thought better of it. They had only met a few times, so they weren't close. However, for Lan Zhang's sake, he could still look at her a little. Gu Yuehuai didn't know what Chui Hejia was thinking. She returned to the office of the third editing team. Wan Qinglan hurried over and asked, Yuehuai, did the chief editor call you? Did they assign you the work on the classical poetry picture book? The classical poetry picture book was very popular at the masses daily now. Many wanted to get involved, especially Lu Chong with her background and Gu Yuehuai with her strength. Gu Yuehuai shook her head. I'm going to rural areas to interview for the youth knowledge program. Wan Qinglan's eyes lit up. Interviews in rural areas? What kind of youth program? Is it important? Having worked at the Masses Daily for a long time, she knew the ins and outs. In the past, interviews with rural youths were usually just thrown into corners, as those people found it hard to return to the city later. Why was it so special this time? They even specifically sent people to interview? Gu Yuehuai smiled. From Beijing. She understood well that Chui Hejia and the others were just trying to praise Song Jinan, the son of the provincial governor, which would bring them a lot of attention if published. As for Yan Xiaoyu, a fallen high-ranking official's son, he was just a pitiful bystander. But no matter what, she would see him early tomorrow. Gu Yuehuai's lips curved into a gentle smile, and her eyes and brows were full of happiness. In an instant, she looked like spring flowers blooming, no longer the cold and distant appearance she used to have. Both Wan Qinglan and Huang Binbin stared at her in surprise. Wan Qinglan swallowed hard and said, Yuehuai, you seem in a good mood. Gu Yuehuai didn't hide her feelings and nodded, saying, yes. Wan Qinglan wanted to ask more, but Gu Yuehuai was already focused on her work. A day quickly passed. Gu Yuehuai didn't stay late at work. She needed to go home and prepare herself. Tomorrow was her first time meeting Yan Xiaoyu, and she wanted to leave a good impression. Wan Qinglan originally wanted to chat with Gu Yuehuai a bit longer, but she turned around and saw her leave quickly. She muttered to herself, running so fast, rushing to see her sweetheart. When Gu Yuehuai got home, she started making clothes that night. Since her rebirth, she hadn't bought new clothes. She thought it wasn't necessary, and wanted to save money. She used old, bulky jackets from before, which weren't perfect but kept her warm. As the saying goes, women dress to please themselves. Although Yan Xiaoyu in this life wasn't exactly her pleaser, she still wanted to look good in front of someone she liked. She wanted to do her best, which made her feel very complicated, something she had never experienced before. In the past, she liked Chen Yusheng because she thought he was the best in the production team, and marrying him would be the most glorious. Later, she accepted Ren Tianxiang, who had carefully courted her, and she convinced herself it was fate. She had never felt the joy of thinking about someone, like the happiness of cherry blossoms blooming. After finishing her clothes, Gu Yuehuai entered her summary space. She completed her daily planting work, then washed her body and hair with space well water until she smelled faintly of fruit. Only then did she leave. Lying on her bed, she thought about Yan Xiaoyu from her past life and looked forward to meeting him in this life. She slowly closed her eyes and fell asleep. The next morning, Gu Tinghuai knocked on Gu Yuehuai's door. Little girl, are you awake? Little girl? When he called again, the door opened. Seeing Gu Yuehuai come out of her room, Gu Tinghuai was a bit stunned. Only after she went to heat the buns did he come back to himself and say, Little girl, you seem a bit different today. Gu Tinghuai scratched his head and awkwardly said, It's hard to say exactly, but it looks different from before. Probably because he's wearing new clothes. Yes, very nice, it suits you. Gu Yuehuai smiled, finished breakfast with Gu Tinghuai, and then went to the commune. On the way past the breeding station, Secretary Wang Fu and Director Wang Peisheng were already busy arranging the area. Red silk, red flowers, brand new basins, sickles, and baskets. These were all gifts for the educated youths coming to the countryside. These items were subsidized by the commune, worried that the city-raised youths might be unhappy. Gu Tinghuai asked curiously, Are the educated youths leaving for the countryside today? Gu Yuehuai nodded. Yes. Early in the morning, there weren't many people at the commune gate. After seeing him off, Gu Tinghui turned back. Gu Yuehui returned to the Masses Daily office to pick up her work materials, then, along with Pei Yi and Huang Binbin, waited at the commune gate. On the way, Gu Yuehui kept attracting glances from others, but she didn't mind. After grabbing her things from the office, she went to Wei Luo's office. Sure enough, Pei Yi and Huang Binbin were already waiting. As soon as she entered, their eyes lit up. It's not exactly that they liked her, but it's a common reaction when people see something beautiful. Don't look, Lu Chong, standing beside Pei Yi, lowered her voice and said angrily through clenched teeth. She originally didn't want to go and refused, but her good father made her. To stand on the same side as Pei Yi and to prevent Gu Yuehui from having any thoughts about Pei Yi, Lu Chong used her father's influence to get an interview spot. Pei Yi pursed his lips, showing some impatience. Wei Luo looked at Gu Yuehui, stood up, and said, "Since everyone's here, let's go." She led the group toward the commune gate. Gu Yuehui walked at the back. After stopping, she quietly held her drawing board, waiting for the educated youths to arrive. Lu Chong glared fiercely at Gu Yuehui and said, "Dressed up so fancy, who are you trying to impress?" Gu Yuehui wasn't angry. She glanced at her and smiled faintly, her lips curling into a half-smile. "Anyway, not for you." Lu Chong's mouth twitched, feeling her blood rush up and her face turn red. "You." While they were talking, a pickup truck roared from afar. A military green pickup truck was carrying young people heading to the countryside. Each of them wore a large red flower on their chest, which looked a bit funny. The truck stopped beside Wei Luo. Cui Hejia poked his head out and said, "Chief Wei, your people are here. Get on the truck." Wei Luo responded and helped Gu Yuehui and others get on. Gu Yuehui took a deep breath, using Wei Luo's hand to climb onto the truck. She looked around. The young people on the truck were familiar faces from her past, but now they looked a bit younger and less experienced. Finally, her eyes settled on a man sitting in the corner. He lowered his head, with messy hair covering his face, only revealing a deep outline of his features. The truck wasn't very wide. His long legs stretched out in the aisle, looking a little awkward. His black leather boots were muddy, adding a rough touch. His hand rested on his knee, wrapped in thick bandages that looked bloody. The smell of blood seemed to fill the air. Gu Yuehui bit her lip softly, wanting to go over to him. But thinking about Yan Xiaoyu's suspicious nature, she steadied herself and sat down beside Wei Luo. Still, her eyes kept drifting to the man in the corner. Yan Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu. Gu Yuehui's heart was only with Yan Xiaoyu. She ignored the other young people on the truck. But she didn't forget her work and mission. After sitting down beside Wei Luo, she took out her drawing board, pinched her pencil, and started sketching quickly, comparing the young people on the truck. Wei Luo glanced at Gu Yuehui and felt satisfied. Lu Chong was very uncomfortable with the powerful young people from Beijing. She sat close to Pei Yi, with her head down, unwilling to speak. As for Pei Yi and Huang Binbin, they felt the atmosphere on the truck was a bit awkward. They didn't know how to start a conversation. Cui Hejia looked around and finally smiled as he introduced everyone to ease the tension. "Everyone, these are staff from the commune's Masses Daily, here to interview you. This is Editor Wei from Masses Daily. This is Photo Editor Pei Yi, Text Editor Huang Binbin, and these two beautiful comrades, Gu Yuehui and Lu Chong." Cui Hejia spoke kindly. As a young guide, he had just met these powerful young people this morning. His attitude was a bit proud and distant, not very friendly. Of course, he had expected that. After all, they are children from the imperial city and all come from noble families. How could they not have pride? But there is one. Cui Hejia turned his gaze to the young man sitting in the center, surrounded by others like the moon among stars. He had a gentle demeanor, a clear and handsome face, and soft brown eyes that showed a hint of kindness. His whole appearance exuded the elegance of a scholarly family. This young man was the biggest gain from acting as a guide, son of the governor of H province, Song Jinan. Song Jinan was kind and gentle, completely different from what Cui Hejia had imagined. Such a person seemed simple and honest. Cui Hejia thought he just needed to stay close and be a loyal little follower. With time, He believed he would rise quickly. Thinking this, Cui Hejia smiled and said to Song Jinan, Song Jiqing, since you're new here, you might not know much about the Dalhousie production team. We have a local team member on the bus. Although Cui Hejia wanted to flatter Song Jinan, they had just met, so he didn't seem overly servile. Song Jinan was feeling a bit down. His eyes kept drifting to Yen Xiaoyu, who was closing his eyes and resting. When Cui Hejia spoke, he didn't want to embarrass him, so he forced a smile and asked, Really? Who is it? Cui Hejia pointed to Gu Yuehui and asked, Is it that editor Gu, the editor Gu? Gu Yuehui was impatient inside, but pretended not to hear. She was sketching on a clean sheet of paper, drawing scenes of young people on a truck wearing red flowers, waving to the team members. This drawing was her imagination, but the faces were of the people on the truck. Seeing Gu Yuehui didn't react, Cui Hejia awkwardly smiled. He moved closer in the bumpy truck bed, patted her shoulder, and said with some embarrassment, Editor Gu, this is an interview. You need to talk to the young people. Gu Yuehui didn't even lift her eyelids and replied in a pleasant voice, I'm a fine arts editor, not responsible for interviews. Her task was to observe and draw the appearance and spirit of the young people, adding some suitable details from her imagination. She didn't know how to interview, nor did she want to talk to these people. In her previous life, these people often made things difficult for her because of Tianjing. Song Jinan was slightly stunned and looked at Gu Yuehui. This young woman sat in a corner, wearing a fresh light blue jacket. Her shiny black hair was styled into a braid that draped over her left shoulder, highlighting her clear, white skin. She looked very different from the girls raised in small towns. She lowered her head, focused on her drawing board, her concentration very attractive to onlookers. From this angle, only her beautiful jawline and bright red lips, like peach blossoms, could be seen. In the courtyard, there were many girls. They had grown up together, and he had never felt anything special for them. But watching the woman sitting in the corner, whose face was partly hidden, he suddenly felt a faint flutter in his heart. If he had to describe this feeling, it might be a sense of fate. Song Jinan's eyes momentarily showed confusion. He didn't understand where the word fate came from, but deep down, he felt that he and this girl were meant to be, though he couldn't explain why. Cui Hejia listened to Gu Yuehui and felt a bit annoyed. His look at her was like looking at something hopeless and useless. He had hoped to take care of this country girl for Gao Lanzhang's sake. If she caught the eye of someone important, she might have a future, and marrying Gao Lanzhang could even be possible. But she didn't cooperate. At this moment, a young man with a crew cut sitting next to Song Jinan called out to him several times, but got no response. Looking in his direction, he teased, Fifth brother? Fifth brother? What are you looking at? Are you so captivated by the girl? He wasn't surprised. His fifth brother was gentle and treated all women the same. Hearing this, Song Jinan felt a rush of blood, and his cheeks turned slightly red. Stop talking nonsense. He had fair skin, and when he was shy, it was very obvious. Now, not only the young man with the crew cut saw it clearly, but others nearby also started to gather around, some even walking over to Gu Yuehui. They had previously ignored this rural newspaper called Masses Daily, which was nothing like the one in the capital, completely different. They hadn't paid much attention to these people before. But now, seeing Gu Yuehui catch Song Jinan's eye, they began to tease. Girl, what's your name? Look up and see our fifth brother. He's quite handsome. Yes. Girl, put down your pen and look up so everyone can see. What's going on with you? Are you looking down on us? This group of once unruly young masters was upset about being sent to the countryside for work. They had been holding back their anger, and Gu Yuehui's cold, proud attitude clearly annoyed them, making the atmosphere tense. Wei Luo frowned and was about to speak to smooth things over, but Song Jinan also frowned and said in a slightly unhappy tone, Everyone, stop talking. This is Editor Gu's work. Why are you bothering her? Sit back down. Hearing this, everyone reluctantly sat back, but their eyes still stayed on Gu Yuehui. At this moment, a woman sitting on the other side of Song Jinan slightly curled her lips. She sneered and said, Country girls are definitely different from those in the capital. Some are still very naive, like women from old times, and men shouldn't see their faces or feet. Why are you all making a fuss? Hearing this somewhat harsh comment, Song Jinan looked up and said firmly, "Enough." Pan Ruoyin, noticing Song Jinan's displeasure in her tone, shrugged and said, "I won't say anything more." "Why are you so anxious?" When she heard the name, Ruoyin, Guyuehui, who had been focused on her drawing, suddenly stopped. She looked up at Pan Ruoyin, a strange glint flashing in her eyes. Song Jinan also looked up and saw Guyuehui's delicate, beautiful face, which was even prettier than he had imagined. He thought Guyuehui was looking at him, and his handsome face suddenly turned bright red. He hesitated, unable to speak. Pan Ruoyin noticed Song Jinan's strange behavior and looked in the same direction. When she saw Guyuehui's bright, dark eyes, her heart skipped a beat, and her expression clearly showed some displeasure. Guyuehui caught the look of dislike in her eyes and felt a bit amused. In her past life, she and Pan Ruoyin disliked each other, and in this life, it was the same. She glanced at Song Jinan again. Yes, he still looked like in her past life, neither overly proud nor hypocritical. Song Jinan was genuinely a good person inside and out, but unfortunately, he was not good at judging people. Tianjing was completely bad. Before she was with Song Jinan, she was just a petty villain with a cruel heart. Later, with her husband's influence, she became worse, causing her family to fall apart. There is a phrase in the Book of Jin that fits Song Jinan perfectly. "I did not kill Bo Ren, but Bo Ren died because of me." If Song Jinan never gets together with Tianjing in this life, she will see him as a stranger. Otherwise, she will see him as an enemy. A relentless enemy. Although she knows that Song Jinan has complex backing, as someone who has lived through 2 lives, what can't she imagine? As long as a person is alive, there is always hope. Guyuehui withdraws her gaze and focuses again on her drawing paper. Song Jinan looks at her with a bit of disappointment. For the first time, he clearly feels what it means to be defeated. He sees indifference, even coldness, in Guyuehui's eyes. It seems she has no good feelings toward him. Pan Ruoyin chuckles softly and whispers, "Cousin, he's not someone easy to deal with." Song Jinan frowns. "Ruoyin, don't always judge others so freely. That's not good." He finds his younger cousin a bit troublesome. Before leaving Beijing, his aunt and mother repeatedly told him to take good care of her. But this girl has a bad temper and causes trouble wherever she goes. He really doesn't know how to handle her. She used to listen best to Xiaoyu. If only Xiaoyu. Thinking of Xiaoyu, Song Jinan can't help but glance toward the narrow corner. Xiaoyu still maintains his original posture, one long leg stretched out, the other slightly bent. His sitting posture is rebellious. His blood drips from his fingers, looking a bit eerie. Song Jinan's brows furrow. After thinking for a moment, he moves closer. He reaches out and shakes Xiaoyu's shoulder softly. Xiaoyu, your injury can't wait any longer." Ruoyin brought the medicine box. "Can you let her stop the bleeding first? We've already left Beijing." "Don't be stubborn." Xiaoyu seems not to be asleep. He raises his injured hand and pushes away Song Jinan. Song Jinan falls onto the truck seat, while Xiaoyu instantly draws the angry gazes of several young people. "Xiaoyu, do you still think you're the proud 3rd brother who used to be mighty in the compound? 5th brother is willing to treat you well, but we don't want to. Stop pretending. I think he's just looking for a fight." The young people instantly split into 3 groups, one with 6 people led by Song Jinan, another with Xiaoyu alone, and a neutral girl hiding in the corner, burying her head in her knees, pretending not to see the chaos. The atmosphere is tense and ready to explode. Guyuehui tightly grips her pen, raising her head to look at the scene before her, a shadow of gloom flickering in her eyes. In her past life, she had seen scenes like this many times, but back then she didn't like Yan Xiaoyu and felt nothing. Now, re-experiencing such moments, she only felt her heart fill with anger and a strong desire to fight back and teach these people a lesson. Wei Luo frowned as she watched this group of hot-tempered young people, feeling quite worried. Lu Chong was originally jealous that Gu Yuehai had become the focus of attention, but seeing this group of privileged young men about to start a fight, her face turned pale. The space in the car was small. What if she got hurt? She quickly hid behind Pei Yi, trembling as she grabbed his sleeve. She thought, I shouldn't have come. Pei Yi and Huang Binbin exchanged a look, both with a bitter smile. They were men and should step in to stop the fight, but these young people were hot-headed. Who knew if they would ignore advice and cause trouble for everyone? As for Guide Chui and Jia, he only wanted to please these wealthy young men, not offend them. Since he couldn't see the full situation or the factions involved, he could only sit quietly and wait until he understood more. Besides, he was just a small guide. Even if he wanted to intervene, would they listen to him? Pan Ruayin helped Song Jinan up, her tone a bit resentful. Cousin, what are you doing? He's very capable. The Yen family has fallen on hard times, yet he still dares to show off to the instructor. His wound is splitting open. Serves him right, but her eyes kept fixed on Yan Xiaoyu's hand. A young man with a crew cut named Huang Sheng looked at the bloodstains on Song Jinan's white shirt, his face full of anger. He clenched his fist, ready to punch Yan Xiaoyu. Gu Yuehai's expression suddenly disappeared. He exhaled heavily, then raised his hand. His drawing board, like a swift gust of wind, accurately struck Huang Sheng on the back of the head. The board was heavy, with a metal frame embedded around it. After hitting Huang Sheng, it even bounced and flew out. Ow! Huang Sheng yelped, clutching the back of his head, making a pig-like squeal. His face twisted in pain. He suddenly turned around and shouted angrily, Who's looking for trouble? Song Jinan watched the drawing board fall to his feet. The clean, simple lines on it made his eyes sparkle. Although it was just some basic sketches, they clearly captured each person's expression. He seemed to have seen this style somewhere before. Gu Yuehai was about to stand up, but Wei Luo quickly grabbed her arm, trying to step forward and calm the situation. That is my drawing board. However, Gu Yuehai dismissed her kindness, stood up, and walked straight to Yan Xiaoyu. The car jolted, making her steps unsteady, and she quickly supported herself on the car pole above Yan Xiaoyu's head. Yan Xiaoyu, with his eyes lowered, suddenly caught a faint, pleasant fruity scent. It wasn't strong or overwhelming, just nice. He moved his fingers, lifted his chin, and his cat-like eyes, shining like stars, met his deep, dark eyes. Her eyes had a beautiful curve, with the corners slightly lifted, giving her a lively look that made him pause for a moment. But it was just a brief moment, gone in an instant. Are you trying to get hurt? Huang Sheng rubbed the large bump on the back of his head, his fist clenched tightly. Gu Yuehai's breathing was still uneven because of her gaze with Yan Xiaoyu. Her heart was stirring like a restless sea. She closed her eyes briefly, then deliberately looked away, turned around, and stood in front of Yan Xiaoyu, showing an apologetic expression. I'm really sorry. It was windy on the car and my drawing board slipped. Are you okay? Wind on the car? The drawing board slipped? No one would believe such words. But seeing her bright, lively eyes like stars and her gentle apology, even Huang Sheng, who was furious, felt a bit stunned and didn't want to scold her anymore. Suddenly, the car jolted again. Gu Yuehai staggered. When Song Jinan reached out to help her, she avoided his hand. She bent slightly to pick up her drawing board at Song Jinan's feet, then straightened up and looked at Huang Sheng, speaking insincerely. I'm really sorry.
I didn't mean to.
If it hurts, you can see a doctor when we get to the team. After saying that, Gu Yuehai sat down beside Yan Xiaoyu naturally, without avoiding anyone. Huang Sheng, who had already calmed down, frowned when he saw this. If he still didn't understand that Gu Yuehai was doing it on purpose, he would be a fool. But when did Yan Xiaoyu meet this country girl? Why was she defending him so fiercely? Pan Rua, with a cold look of anger on her face, sneered. So, it wasn't intentional? Do you think we're fools? Gu Yuehai slightly raised her eyes, leaning against the car, her apology gone. I've already apologized. What more do you want? The educated youth from Beijing had not yet settled down in our countryside when they started to become unreasonable. I heard you all come from important families. You're generous, so why bother arguing with me? I already said it wasn't on purpose. The wind blew my hand on the bus and I got hurt. If it hurts, go see a doctor. I will pay for the medical expenses. If you refuse to accept this, do you want to hit me? Listening to these sharp words, Pan Ruoyin frowned, a hint of anger appearing on her pretty face. Yan Xiaoyu narrowed her charming eyes slightly, tilting her head with interest as she looked at Gu Yuhuai. Her cold, beautiful face showed a strange and rare expression. Early in the morning, her gloomy mood from her sister-in-law being assigned to another team had improved a little. Song Jin and also looked at Gu Yuhuai in surprise. He never expected that the calm and peaceful girl with gentle features could have such a strong personality. He had never seen anyone get a good deal from Ruoyin before. Cui He jested behind them, watching for a long time. Seeing that the Dalhousie production team was about to arrive, he finally smiled and stepped forward to mediate. Everyone, we're about to reach the Dalhousie production team. They had been arguing and shouting all the way, not paying attention to the interview. At this moment, Song Jin and came back to himself. He reached out and held Huang Sheng's arm gently, speaking softly. All right, let's stop here. Huang Sheng, I'll go with you to see a doctor later. He wasn't surprised why Gu Yuhuai helped Yan Xiaoyu. To him, she didn't understand the relationships among them. Seeing someone being bullied, she would definitely step in to help. That just shows she's a brave comrade who doesn't fear authority. As a backbone of the youth team, Song Jin and's words made Huang Sheng dare not ignore him. The group sat back down. Wei Luo, worried about more trouble, gave Huang Binbin a look and asked him to go forward and ask some questions. Pei Yi used his camera to capture the expressions of the youth, but unfortunately, he wasted a lot of film. Most of the cameras at this time were large and heavy, mounted on tripods. Pei Yi's new camera, which he treasured, was around his neck. But when facing uncooperative models, he found it a bit difficult. Gu Yuhuai continued to work on her painting, even though her mind was entirely on Yan Xiaoyu sitting beside her. Suddenly, she heard a playful, slightly teasing voice that was both and clear. Gu. She tightened her grip on her brush, then looked up and met Yan Xiaoyu's gaze. He heard her voice, slightly nervous, speaking softly. Gu Yuhuai. My name is Gu Yuhuai. Yan Xiaoyu paused for a moment, showing no anger or happiness, lost in thought. Taking the chance to speak, Gu Yuhuai gently traced his features with her eyes. Compared to her vivid memories from the past life, Yan Xiaoyu still looked a bit inexperienced now. He was undoubtedly handsome, but unlike Song Jinan's refined beauty, his was bold and sharp. The morning light shone through the gaps in the truck's railing, casting a slanting glow on his handsome face, making his features look even deeper. His eyebrows were sharp, his eyes dark and bright like black wood, his nose high and straight, and his lips thin. However, his handsome face was now injured, with some bloodstains and scratches on his fair skin, adding a touch of wild beauty. Gu Yuhuai composed herself, her eyes flickering as she asked, And you? What's your name? Yan Xiaoyu looked up at her with his eyes. The early sunlight touched his deep eyebrows and eyes, but strangely, it also seemed to bring a cool feeling. He turned his head away, ignoring Gu Yuhuai and not planning to answer her question. Gu Yuhuai pressed her lips lightly, but didn't get discouraged. If the cold, proud Yan Xiaoyu could easily lower his guard, he wouldn't be Yan Xiaoyu. After all, he didn't reject her sitting beside him, which was a good start, wasn't it? She quieted down and turned back to her drawing. Listening to the sound of her pen scratching softly, Yan Xiaoyu crossed his arms and slightly closed his eyes. Blood from his hand dripped down his jacket, spreading a strong smell that reached Gu Yuhuai's nose. She frowned, trying to ignore Yan Xiaoyu and hoping to reach the team quickly to see Uncle Lu and get his wound bandaged. Huang Sheng rubbed the back of his head, looking upset, and said with some blame, Fifth brother, why didn't you let me hit him? Song Jinan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Xiaoyu is your third brother. We traveled so far to come here. We should stick together. Why are we fighting among ourselves? Huang Sheng pouted and muttered softly. Who would call him third brother? Yan Xiaoyu was impressive. Even at a young age, he dared to carry a gun and act as the leader among the kids in the yard. But did he consider these neighbors, who grew up in the same yard, as friends? In his heart, only those rough kids from the army were truly recognized. In his mind, they were probably just kids who used to have runny noses, played bare-bottomed, and hadn't grown up yet. When the Yen family fell from grace, his pride did not diminish at all. However, he did not realize that some things can turn against you. That is the outcome. Huang Sheng thought fiercely to himself. After finally leaving the Beijing circle and losing those troublesome people, Yan Xiaoyu was still letting them manipulate him? Did he really think he was still the son of a former military commander? Pan Ruoyin looked up at Yan Xiaoyu and Gu Yuehui and whispered, "Cousin, do you think this country girl has a crush on Yan Xiaoyu?" Hearing this, Huang Sheng sneered coldly. Song Jinan also frowned and looked at Pan Ruoyin with displeasure. "Ruoyin, you're no longer a 3-year-old child. You should know what words are okay to say and what aren't. This is the first time Gu editor and Xiaoyu have seen her." Pan Ruoyin bit her lip. "I think Yan Xiaoyu feels differently about her. If this were in the big courtyard, which girl would dare to sit so calmly beside him? Not just them. Even Yan Xiaoyu's own sister, Yan Xiaoli, respects her big brother and would never dare to get too close or show affection." Song Jinan raised her hand to her forehead, about to speak, when Cui Hejia shouted, "The Dalhousie production team has arrived." A group of young people, each with their own thoughts, stood up and looked toward the faintly visible village. They would be living here for years to come. For a moment, they didn't know whether to look forward to the future or feel nostalgic about the past. Huang Sheng also stood up, tiptoeing to look in that direction. It doesn't look too bad. The Dalhousie production team wasn't very remote, and the environment was quite good. It wasn't a poor, isolated place. Although it might not satisfy these high-born young men, it was at least better than they had expected, which was enough. The vehicle soon stopped. Secretary Wang Fu led a group of villagers, holding a banner to welcome the young visitors. "Warmly welcome the Beijing youth to the Dalhousie production team." Gu Yuehui looked up at the banner with a cold expression. The commune, and even the county, treated this group of second-generation rich kids like royalty. Naturally, the orders given to the Dalhousie production team were to treat them well. Wang Fu, Wang Peisheng, and others, being rural officials, showed their humility. Cui Hejia was the first to jump down from the pickup truck, holding a small national flag high, and loudly said, "Dear young visitors, we've arrived. Please get out of the car. The local villagers will lead us to the youth station so we can settle in." Song Jinan was surrounded and supported like the moon among stars as she got out of the car, followed by Pan Ruoyin and Huang Sheng. After everyone got out, the girl who had been quietly sitting with her head on her knees and looked very shy finally slowly stood up. Gu Yuehui glanced at her briefly, then looked away. This life was different from the last. In her previous life, there were 9 young people sent to the countryside, including Song Jinan, Yan Xiaoyu, Yan Xiaoyang, and Yan Xiaoli, the 3 siblings. There was no shy girl, who spoke little. This time, for some reason, Xiaoyang and Xiaoli were not there. She thought that Yan Xiaoyu's injury might be related to them, but now was not the time to ask. "I'll get off first," Gu Yuehui said to Yan Xiaoyu, then followed Wei Luo out of the car. Yan Xiaoyu lazily looked at her, and only after everyone had gotten out did she stand up. She took a few steps to the car, jumped lightly, and landed steadily on the ground without kicking up any dust. Cui Hejia led everyone to Wang Fu and introduced each side. Wang Fu's face was full of smiles. He shook hands with Song Jinan and others and said, "The team has prepared a welcome ceremony for you young people, right at the youth station. Shall we go now?" Song Jinan nodded politely and said, "Thank you, Secretary, for leading the way." In the crowd, Tianjing looked at the tall, straight figure standing beside Wang Fu. Her heart was pounding, not because she was excited, but because she was thrilled. After being in this rough place for so long, she finally saw the hero from the novel. The story in the novel begins with the hero, as a young person sent to the countryside, arriving at the Dalhousie production brigade. Of course, Song Jinan, the hero, was not much different from the description in the novel: handsome, gentle, refined, clearly from a well-educated family, well-mannered, and very different from the local farmers. Originally, Chun Yuesheng was already considered outstanding in the Dalhousie Brigade, but compared to Song Jinan, he was like a firefly next to the bright moon. Only someone like him could be her lifelong support. As long as she attached herself to Song Jinan, she could change her social class and completely crush Gu Yuehui. Tianjing's heart was full of ambition, but the next moment, when she saw Gu Yuehui following closely behind the crowd, her excitement was suddenly cooled like a splash of cold water. Her enthusiasm was instantly extinguished, leaving only cold indifference. She tightly clenched her hand at her side, feeling a bit surprised. Why did Gu Yuehui meet Song Jinan so early? Their first encounter was clearly on the back mountain. At that time, the team was short of food. The educated youths carried baskets and searched with the villagers for something to eat. During a heavy rain, a landslide occurred, and Song Jinan was in danger. Gu Yuehui stepped in to save her. This scene of a beautiful girl rescuing a hero set the stage for their lifelong love story. Why did they meet so early? Will there still be a scene where they encounter danger on the back mountain? If not, how can she replace Gu Yuehui and save Song Jinan? How can she create a chance meeting that quietly touches his heart? Tianjing's heart felt like it was being clawed by a cat, and she grew more resentful toward Gu Yuehui. She didn't know when it started, but Gu Yuehui always seemed to do things that upset her. Gu Yuehui didn't realize Tianjing's feelings. She handed her drawing board to Wei Luo and softly said, "Editor, you guys go to the educated youth point first. I have something to do. I'll be back soon." Wei Luo looked at the finished drawing clipped to the board, then at Lu Chong, who was tiptoeing, afraid that dust and chicken droppings on the ground would stick to her shoes. She felt even more fond and satisfied with Gu Yuehui. She nodded and said, "Go ahead." Gu Yuehui bypassed the crowd and, not seeing Uncle Six, headed to his residence. After the directive that educated youths should go to the countryside to accept re-education from the poor and lower-middle peasants, large-scale movements of educated youths going to the mountains and countryside took place nationwide. The youth points became their living places, with each brigade having one. The educated youths followed Wang Fu into the youth point, while their luggage was carried by a pickup truck behind them. The youth point had been cleaned thoroughly. Though a bit old, it was still livable. Colorful flags fluttered everywhere, and banners welcoming the educated youths hung up, creating a lively, welcoming atmosphere. The villagers helped the youths carry their luggage inside. The rooms were large and shared, with several men sleeping on one side and 2 women on the other. Soon after, enthusiastic villagers invited Song Jinan and others into the yard. Wang Fu, Wang Peisheng, and others stepped forward one by one to give speeches, mostly welcoming words. When Gu Yuehui called Uncle Six over, the brief welcoming ceremony just ended. Her gaze immediately fixed on Yan Xiaoyu, who sat alone on a wooden stool, looking somewhat lonely. He seemed uninterested in the outside world, as if he was deep in thought. "Sixth uncle, hurry up." Gu Yuehui tugged at Sixth uncle's arm, pushed through the crowd, and stood in front of Yan Xiaoyu. He pointed to Yan Xiaoyu's still bleeding hand and scratches, saying, "Sixth uncle, it's him. He's hurt. Please help him bandage his wounds." Yan Xiaoyu slowly looked up, revealing a beautiful face with a light sheen of sweat. She frowned and spoke to the middle-aged man beside her, paying attention to his injuries. Yan Xiaoyu was a bit confused and momentarily distracted, his proud and stubborn expression softening for a brief moment. His eyes flickered with emotion, and various thoughts crossed his mind, but eventually, he calmed down again. "Oh dear, he's bleeding quite a lot," Sixth uncle said, shaking his head. He took some medicine from his box, cleaned Yan Xiaoyu's wound, and applied a bandage. Throughout this process, Yan Xiaoyu neither cried out in pain nor struggled. After the welcoming ceremony, Wang Fu began talking about the tasks that young people should do after going to the countryside, then called others to come up and receive daily supplies. Pan Ruoyan, feeling bored listening to the rural official's speech, casually looked back and saw Gu Yuehui showing affection in front of Yan Xiaoyu. Her face darkened. She squinted and watched for a moment before suddenly reaching out and shaking Huang Sheng, who was dozing off beside her. What are you doing? Huang Sheng waved away Pan Ruoyan's hand, pouted, and looked a bit annoyed. Pan Ruoyan sarcastically said, "Your head hurts again? That rural woman hit your head, but now you're fawning over Yan Xiaoyu. If you don't get up, the doctor will leave." Hearing this, Huang Sheng's face changed. He looked in her direction and couldn't help but twitch his lips. Song Jinan also saw this. He said, "Huang Sheng, since the doctor is here, you should go and take a look." Huang Sheng rolled up his sleeve, looking fierce, ready to go over. Song Jinan felt a headache and glanced at Wang Fu, who was still passionately speaking, then quietly got up and followed Huang Sheng. Huang Sheng had a quick temper. Since they had just arrived, they shouldn't cause trouble. Gu Yuehui watched Yan Xiaoyu's wound being treated, feeling a little relieved. When he heard the noise, he turned around and saw Huang Sheng's almost furious eyes. He calmly said, "Sixth uncle, there's also someone injured here." Sixth uncle wiped the sweat from his forehead, not from exhaustion, but from nervousness. He usually shows minor injuries and small pains to the team members. These educated youths came from the capital. They are important people who have seen a lot of the world. Not to mention, their presence is quite impressive and intimidating, which makes others feel a lot of pressure. Huang Sheng was a bit annoyed. "Gu Yuehui, I was the one who hit my head." Gu Yuehui nodded calmly, with little apology. "Yes, sorry about that. You." Huang Sheng was about to get angry, but Song Jinan said, "All right, let the doctor take a look." Uncle Lu didn't dare ask more. He reached out and patted Huang Sheng's head, then asked a few questions. "It's nothing serious, just a bit red and swollen. Applying some medicine and massaging it will help." Gu Yuehui said, "Uncle Lu, please prepare the medicine." After Uncle Lu finished preparing the medicine, Gu Yuehui paid, and he didn't stay to attract attention in front of young Master Yan. He returned to Wei Luo's side and sat down. She took a drawing board from Wei Luo and quickly sketched a picture of Wang Fu and others welcoming Song Jinan. Compared to the few quick strokes and uncertain start of Lu Chong nearby, Gu Yuehui's work was very efficient. Pei Yi also set up his camera, making sure every photo was perfect. At noon, the team members brought in 2 large round wooden tables and placed them in the yard. Since it was a welcome feast, there was no shortage of good food. Despite the team's tight budget, they prepared a rich meal. There was fish, chicken, meat, and scrambled eggs. Of course, most of the dishes were simple rural fare. Not every educated youth from the capital could enjoy such a feast every day. Seeing the abundant dishes, their tired faces looked much better. Wang Fu and Wang Peixing felt a little relieved. "Everyone, eat well and drink happily. We'll leave now. Someone will come to clear the tables later. Finish eating and rest early. Tomorrow morning, gather at the village entrance, then distribute work and start working." Wang Fu politely told everyone to sit down, then led the team members away in a grand procession. Once the workers from the Dalhousie production brigade left, the atmosphere noticeably improved. Wei Luo led Gu Yuehui and a few others to sit at one table. The educated youths from the capital naturally sat together. Cui Hejia looked around and finally, with a bit of shamelessness, sat at the youth table. "Xiaoyu, come over and sit." Song Jinan smiled and waved at Yan Xiaoyu, also patting the empty seat beside him. Yan Xiaoyu said nothing. After a moment, he moved his hand wrapped in gauze and sat directly next to Huang Binbin. Song Jinan's eyelashes trembled and drooped, and he forced a sad smile. A group of Song Jinan's close followers, led by Huang Sheng, all glared angrily at Yan Xiaoyu, feeling he was ungrateful. They thought that although the Yan family was struggling, only the Song family still remembered past kindness. How dare he act so arrogantly? Yan Xiaoyu ignored everyone's gazes and sat down, picking up his chopsticks to eat. He was handsome, quiet, and not very social, standing out among the young workers. For a moment, the two sides' relationships were clearly divided. It's worth noting that Tian Jing did not leave. She had just spoken with Wang Fu and decided to stay and clear the table. Gu Yuehui glanced at Tian Jing sitting in the corner. The girl, who had become very thin from her labor camp experience, had a pointed chin that could be dangerous. Although her appearance was not very attractive now, her gentle aura made her seem fragile and pitiable, like a delicate vine flower. Not only Gu Yuehui, but also Song Jinan noticed her. Song Jinan was undeniably a kind person. Seeing everyone eating happily while Tianjing could only sit in the corner waiting to clean up, a sense of guilt rose in his heart. He stood up and walked over to Tianjing softly. "Hello, comrade. Would you like to sit with us and eat together?" Tianjing was surprised and looked up at Song Jinan. It really was Song Jinan. His light brown eyes reflected her face. Just one glance revealed his clear, innocent, and kind eyes, evidence of someone inexperienced in the world, trusting easily. Tianjing's mind was filled with thoughts, and after a moment, she shyly smiled and shook her head to refuse. She clasped her fingers together and whispered, "No. Thank you, comrade. I'm not hungry." She knew her reputation in the team was not good now, but first impressions mattered. As long as she appeared weak and in need of sympathy in Song Jinan's eyes, it would be easy to get close to him later. Song Jinan was a kind person, she knew that. "Not hungry? Come sit with us and chat. We're new here and still getting to know the production team," he said gently. Then, without waiting, he grabbed her wrist and led her to the table. His assertive action caused the others at the young workers' table to tease him exaggeratedly. "Stop joking." Song Jinan glanced at everyone and then let Tianjing sit in the seat just reserved for Yan Xiaoyu. He also picked some meat with chopsticks and put it into her bowl. "Eat more." He looked at Tianjing with a hint of pity. Life in the countryside was hard, and even eating enough was a luxury. Tianjing looked at the meat in her bowl and then at Song Jinan, who was gentle and kind to her. Her tense feelings of hatred had eased a little, and warmth appeared in her eyes. Why does such a good person like Song Jinan belong to Gu Yuehui? No, he is hers. He can only be hers. Tianjing timidly raised her eyes and softly said, "Thank you, Song Jinan." "Hello, Song Jinan." Gu Yuehui watched Tianjing and Song Jinan whispering and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. These two had already been hiding something from the start. Song Jinan was really someone who cherished and protected those he cared about. After dinner, the interview continued. Before the interview, Tianjing tidied up the table. The educated youths packed their luggage, and a few people from the masses daily gathered to review the morning's progress. Wei Luo listened to Gu Yuehui and Pei Yi talk confidently. She looked at Huang Binbin writing the report and felt relieved. With these materials, they could produce a good newspaper. As for Lu Chong, she decided not to mention her. After the review, Wei Luo said, "You all know that these educated youths from Beijing have an impressive background. Our newspaper has decided to send 2 people here for close contact, so we can gather information anytime. Who's willing?" Hearing this, Lu Chong looked surprised. "An assignment abroad? Does that mean we have to live here?" Although it's not far from the commune, the countryside is still the countryside. It's nowhere near the city. Moreover, the living conditions are tough, and these youths often argued and fought. What if she gets accidentally hurt? Wei Luo looked serious and nodded. "Yes, we will live and eat with the educated youths." As a state-run organization, the Masses Daily is a vital part of the country. They must always stay updated with the latest news and developments. Although these youths may not be very capable individually, each one represents an official force, and they cannot handle this lightly. Lu Chong was unhappy with the organization's decision, and her expression showed it. She reached out and tugged Pei Yi's sleeve, signaling him to refuse. Pei Yi hadn't spoken yet when Gu Yuehui immediately agreed, saying, "Editor, I am willing to stay." The Dalhousie production team was originally her family's, and now Yan Xiaoyu had also come. She wanted to find a chance for him to meet Xiaodong, so naturally she needed to get close to him. Moreover, Song Jinan and Tianjing were also there, and it was better to keep these two under her watch. Since there was this opportunity, she would naturally try her best. Of course, even if she didn't try, no one else would compete with her. In the same position, only Lu Chong and she could compete, but unfortunately, she had no interest in this job. She only disliked it. Wei Luo looked at Gu Yuehui with satisfaction and nodded, saying, "All right, little Gu," and her gaze swept over Huang Binbin and Pei Yi. She hadn't decided who should stay. Just as she was about to speak, Pei Yi said, "Editor, I also want to stay. I am a photography editor and can provide some photos for the unit every week." Wei Luo thought for a moment. She actually preferred Huang Binbin to stay because each had their own skills. Huang Binbin was a text editor who could describe the daily scenes of the educated youths after work. From another perspective, a photography editor somewhat overlaps with an art editor. Seeing Wei Luo hesitate and waver, Pei Yi added seriously, "Rest assured, editor. After working at our newspaper for a long time, I also have some writing skills. I won't let you down." He had already found out that these educated youths had limitless potential. Moreover, the unit valued them so much. Making friends with them would only bring benefits, not harm. Only Lu Chong couldn't see this clearly. Lu Chong, who was already shocked, was stunned upon hearing this. She couldn't believe it and said, "Pei Yi." Pei Yi pressed his lips together and said seriously, "Lu Chong, work is important." Wei Luo listened to him and saw no reason to refuse further. She nodded and said, "All right, then you and little Gu will stay. Your salaries will remain the same, but every week, you must provide the latest materials about the educated youths to the newspaper." Gu Yuehui nodded, "Yes, editor." Pei Yi also looked energized and replied, "I understand, editor." Meanwhile, Xiaoyu Yan carried his luggage into the house. The inside was very clean. As he entered, there was a large stove, and below the stove, a pile of wood was stacked. Next to the stove is the sleeping area. Song Jinan and the others have already tidied up the beds. The large shared space is very spacious, enough for 10 people to sleep comfortably. Yan Xiaoyu walked to an empty spot, staying far away from everyone else, showing clearly that he didn't fit in. His finger was wrapped tightly, making movement difficult, but he surprisingly made his bed very smoothly. It looked like he often did this, and his bedding was folded neatly like a tofu block. "Humph." Huang Sheng glanced over with displeasure, snorted, and left the room. Song Jinan sighed, walked over to Yan Xiaoyu, and softly said, "Xiaoyu, it was unexpected that Xiao Yang and Xiao Li were assigned to another team. It probably has nothing to do with the instructor. Don't worry, see if you can find another chance." Yan Xiaoyu's hand paused slightly, and he looked back at Song Jinan. His eyes were dark and deep, like bottomless ravines. His voice carried a hint of teasing and mockery. "Another chance? What chance? Are you trying to help again?" Song Jinan remained silent. He had promised to find Xiao Tang last time, but so much time had passed, and there was no news at all. Yan Xiaoyu sneered, lying on the kong, a traditional bed, not even taking off his boots, closing his eyes to rest. At this moment, outside, Pan Ruoyin's voice was heard. Cousin, I'm coming," Song Jinan responded, got up and stepped out of the room. Seeing Pan Ruoyin, who looked angry, he frowned and said, "Ruoyin, this isn't home. Don't be stubborn." Pan Ruoyin, a young lady with a strong temper, rarely went out alone. He had expected her to get upset about staying in this kind of room.
"No.
Cousin, it's that Gu Yuehui from the Masses Daily. She actually wants to live with us," Pan Ruoyin said, almost losing her mind. She had just reluctantly tidied up her bedding when Gu Yuehui entered and took a spot, insisting on staying with them. Originally, Lan Tian, who came from Beijing with them, was already annoying enough, like a dull gourd. Now there's Gu Yuehui too. Gu Yuehui, from the first moment she saw her, made her dislike her intensely. It was clear they were incompatible. Song Jinan was also a bit surprised. She also wants to stay at the youth station. Pan Ruoyin stomped her foot, looking unhappy. "Yes, cousin. You should go talk to that editor-in-chief or ask that guide what's going on. I don't want to share a room with strangers." Song Jinan frowned and looked at Pan Ruoyin with disapproval. "Ruoyin, how can you be so selfish? This isn't your home. When you're outside, the most important thing is to be generous and tolerant. Otherwise, how can you get along peacefully with others?" Hearing this common sense, Pan Ruoyin's face darkened even more. At that moment, Pei Yi approached, and looked at Song Jinan with a kind smile. Song Jiching, from now on, we will eat and live together.
Please take care of me.
I hope we can work well together and become good partners and comrades. He explained the newspaper's decision. Song Jinan understood and also smiled as he shook hands with him. When he looked up, he precisely caught sight of Gu Yuehui standing beside Wei Luo. Suddenly, he felt a strange sensation, hard to describe. He only knew that spending every day and night together from now on made him feel a strange, unexplainable happiness. In the afternoon, as the interview was nearing its end, Wei Luo and Lu Chong and others returned. Pei Yi also went back to the commune to get his luggage and bedding, planning to stay at the youth station long term. Only Gu Yuehui didn't go back. He had finished his shift. She packed up her drawing board, looked into the house, and decided not to say goodbye to Yan Xiaoyu, feeling it might be too much for a first meeting. She turned and left the youth station directly. Song Jinan thought for a moment and chased after her. Pan Ruoyin half closed her eyes, watching this scene with a cold smile. She hadn't expected that on her first day in the countryside, she would meet such a tough opponent. Not only did she confuse her gentle and refined cousin, but even Yan Xiaoyu seemed to treat her differently. A despicable rural woman. She wanted to see how many tricks she had. Meanwhile, Tianjing, hiding in a corner, watched helplessly as Song Jinan caught up with Gu Yuehui and walked side by side with her. The gentle smile on her face was just like when he cared for her earlier. Tianjing clenched her silver teeth tightly, her pupils sharp as knives. Over there, Song Jinan caught up with Gu Yuehui. Editor Gu, wait a moment. Gu Yuehui looked very calm and turned to him. Jiqing Song, is there something you need? I need to go home and pack my things. I don't have time to chat with you. Her attitude was a bit cold, which made Song Jinan feel a little hurt. He bit his lip and awkwardly asked, Editor Gu, do you dislike me? Song Jinan sighed and said, I have something to ask. Since your newspaper, the People's Daily, is a state-run paper, you should have connections with the local leadership, right? Could you help me introduce me to the local party secretary? The party secretary? Gu Yuehui looked puzzled and a bit amused. You still need me to introduce you. Song Jinan trembled slightly, with a hint of complex emotion in his eyes. This time, when we went to the countryside, there were more young people than just these. 2 of them are my neighbor's younger relatives, assigned to a different team. I want the local secretary to help us out and transfer them back here. His tone was very sincere, and Gu Yuehui knew exactly who he was talking about. She looked at Song Jinan, paused for a moment, then said, You should talk to Cui Hajir about this. He's the county's youth work officer and has more influence. Maybe he can help. Song Jinan smiled bitterly and shook his head. The county youth officer is specifically watching us. My family won't let me use special privileges. If I go through Cui Hajie to talk to the leaders, this will quickly reach my parents. This time, I want to help my friends through my own efforts, not because of my parents' pressure. I know what I said might be a bit complicated, and you might not understand. Forget it. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Editor Gu, you can go back now. I'll think of another way. As he spoke, Song Jinan turned to leave. He shook his head while walking, with a look of self-mockery on his face. He really was crazy. Watching Gu Yuehui leave, he didn't hesitate and chased after her. Actually, he wasn't interested in introducing the party secretary. He just wanted to say a few words to her. Gu Yuehui watched Song Jinan's back with a serious look. After he walked away, she also turned and went home. She had always known that the Song family and the Yan family were close, but after Yan's parents fell into hardship, that closeness became a joke. Song Jinan still treated Yan Xiaoyu as a good friend in difficult times, which was a pity. The issues between Yan Xiaoan and Yan Xiaoli were already obvious. In the previous life, this didn't happen. But in this life, they were assigned to different teams. She didn't believe there was no secret behind it. What exactly had gone wrong? Gu Yuehui was confused. When she got home, she saw Yan shouting sitting on the Kong, eating steamed eggs. The young girl now has soft, delicate skin and looks adorable like snow. She wears new clothes and has neat braids. Her appearance doesn't match the simple bed and stove nearby, but she shows no dislike. She happily eats steamed eggs. When she sees Gu Yuehua return, her eyes shine like stars. Big sister, Xiaodang. Gu Yuehua walks to the bed, and Yan Xiaodang opens her arms to hug her. The girl has gained weight and is no longer as light as when she first arrived. Big sister. Yan Xiaodang smiles happily, with her charming eyes slightly tilted, just like Yan Xiaoyu. You're back? Are the young workers settled in? Gu Shihui comes out of the inner room and asks Gu Yuehua. Although he didn't go out just now, he heard from others while sitting in the yard that Gu Yuehua now works for the Masses Daily newspaper, responsible for interviewing the young workers who went to the countryside. Gu Yuehua nods, pats Yan Xiaodong's small head, and tells her to sit back and continue eating steamed eggs. She says, yes, I was assigned by my unit to stay with the young workers and record their daily life. Gu Shihui is surprised. So, you don't need to go to the commune? Just stay at our brigade's youth station. Yes, I came back to get my bedding. I'll move in tonight, Gu Yuehua replies. The youth station isn't far from her home. Although she can't enter the Sumer space at night, she can go home during the day. Now that Yan Xiaodang is more awake and less naive, living with her in the Sumer space is risky. No matter where she stays, it won't delay the progress of planting and harvesting in the space. Gu Shihui nods, then seems to think of something and asks, are you going to eat? What about meals? Do you need to give grain to the brigade? Gu Yuehua pauses, then shakes her head. The team didn't say. The youth station has a stove, so the young workers probably cook for themselves. The brigade is short of grain and is overwhelmed. They can't manage the young workers who went to the countryside. It's best if they eat separately, but since the young workers are earning work points, if they can't produce enough grain later, it will still be troublesome. Recently, the team has been under a cloud of tension. The commune isn't doing much better. This isn't just a matter for one large production team, but involves many nearby teams, making it hard to solve. After the busy farming season ends, work in the fields is almost finished. The elderly, women, and children in the commune will soon have a holiday. Only some strong workers will stay to continue digging the river channels. The team won't assign such hard work to the young educated youths. They will probably help out on the farm instead. The farm is mainly a breeding station where they feed chickens, take care of pigs, and herd ducks. Light, easy work. The elderly, women, and children on holiday also stay busy. As the new year approaches, the team begins distributing grain, vegetables, and various benefits. Many of these foods need to be processed or preserved as cured meats or snacks. Besides that, during the new year, people clean the dust, buy couplets, purchase wine and cigarettes, host guests, and give gifts. It's a lively time. Unfortunately, this year seems destined to be less joyful for many, as the production team's notices will soon arrive and many families will be heartbroken. Cooking for yourself? I heard these young educated youths are from Beijing, with quite a background. Do they know how to cook? Gu Shihui looked suspicious. He wasn't a bookworm, but someone who kept up with the times and paid close attention to the team's affairs. Gu Yuehua's eyes twitched, and he replied irritably, whether they can cook or not, they won't starve. Gu Shihui shook his head. You're living at the youth station. Be careful and stay out of trouble with those people. Don't get taken advantage of. If anything happens, come find me, understand? Hearing this, Gu Yuehua felt a little warm inside. His two older brothers were still quite reliable. At that moment, Yan Xiaodang lifted her head from her bowl, with egg residue around her mouth. She puffed out her little face, pouting as if she was about to cry. Sister, where are you going? Gu Yuehua looked at her lively expression and felt happy. He reached out to wipe the egg residue from her mouth and softly said, Sister is busy with work, but I will come back every day to see you. You must eat well and sleep well, do you understand? Looking at Yan Xiaodang, Gu Yuehua started to worry about how to tell Yan Xiaoyu about this matter. If she handled Yan Xiaodong's affairs well, it could help improve her relationship with Yan Xiaoyu quickly. But if she didn't, Yan Xiaoyu might become suspicious. He was very cunning, like a hornet's nest, and it wouldn't be easy to deal with. Yan Xiaodang sniffed and looked at Gu Yuehua with reluctance. Although she was young and had a late start in her education, she was very obedient and sensible. She nodded her little head and said, Xiaodang will be good. Sister comes back every day to see shouting. Gu Shihue watched from the side, feeling a bit emotional. As her older brother, he always took care of the young girl, but she didn't seem very attached to him. Instead, she was always close to Yu Huai, whether she was silly before or now that she's recovered. All right, I'll pack my things and go now, Gu Yuehui said, gently rubbing Yan Xiaodong's head before entering the house. She packed away the unused bedding in her box, then entered her space to work a bit, casually bringing out some eggs. Holding her things, Gu Yuehui came out and Gu Shihue quickly stepped forward to help. You're carrying so much. I'll take it for you. You watch shouting. The stove at the other place is cold at night, so you should stay home and have a warm meal before going. Without waiting for her to reply, Gu Shihue carried the bedding and left for the workers' commune. Gu Yuehui thought for a moment and agreed. The group of young workers, like Song Jinan and others, were either well cared for by their aunts at home or spoiled by their parents, so they probably couldn't cook. They might even be arranged to eat at other families' homes in the evening. Since they just arrived and the workers' commune wasn't fully functional yet, it was better to stay home and prepare food to take with them. Gu Yuehui returned to her room and brought out a chicken. Over the past month, she had been bringing home a chicken or a rabbit every now and then to improve their life. The family was used to it and didn't ask questions. A hearty dinner of chicken soup with old hen, some greens, and a few vegetables was nourishing. Gu Yuehui's cooking skills were good, and she made many dishes. The white noodles floated in the golden, slightly oily chicken soup, with tender green vegetables like jade sprinkled among the noodles, making it very tempting. It was getting late. Gu Jifeng and Gu Tinghuai were about to finish work, and she had prepared quite a bit. Yan Shouting finished his steamed egg and drank another bowl of chicken soup, smacking his lips happily. Sister, it's delicious. Just as her meal was ready, Gu Shihue returned, but he looked a bit upset. Seeing his strange expression, Gu Yuehui asked, What's wrong? Gu Shihue frowned. The girl worker you're living with isn't a good person. Living with her might cause you trouble. Maybe you should talk to the leader and stay at home instead? He had just gone to deliver the bedding and was scolded a bit for it. Gu Yuehui raised an eyebrow. Did Pan Ruoyin give you a hard time? Gu Shihue shook his head and said, A good man doesn't argue with a woman. That woman looks like a troublemaker. Let's eat. Gu Yuehui said nothing more, scooping a bowl of noodles for Gu Shihue. The delicious smell wafted into his nose, making his originally gloomy mood feel much better. When he tasted the noodles, the aroma was so good it made his tongue want to swallow. Gu Shihue ate the noodles slowly, still reminding, remember to talk nicely with the leader. Don't stay at the youth camp. Stay at home instead. Not only will you avoid trouble, but I can also eat the meals you cook every day. Gu Yuehui chuckled softly, finished his meal quickly, then took out his lunchbox. Carefully, he filled it with chicken soup and noodles, added plenty of chicken, then closed the lid. He put it in a mesh bag and left the house. Before leaving, he reminded, Third brother, I won't be here tonight. Keep an ear out for Xiaotong's movements. When Gu Yuehui returned, a group of young workers, led by Song Jinan, was chattering about going to see the party secretary. Fifth brother, we can't just sit here with cold food. We need to talk to the secretary and ask for someone to cook for us. Working during the day is fine, but we shouldn't have to cook after work, right? Exactly, and who among us knows how to cook? Come on, let's go together. With more people, we'll have more power. We should fight for better benefits. They traveled a long way to the Dalhousie production brigade. Living conditions were already poor, and if they had to cook for themselves, it would be really tough. Usually, the young men ate out at restaurants who knew how to cook. As for the female young workers, Pan Ruoyin and Lan Tian, neither was suited for cooking. Song Jinan frowned deeply. Besides wanting to stay close to Yan Xiaoyu, he also saw this as a chance to gain experience. He didn't want to rely on his status to trouble others. Other young workers could support themselves, so why couldn't they? But cooking was a real problem. He thought for a moment. Not wanting to trouble the brigade leaders but needing to solve the current issue, he suggested, How about this? Each of us pays some money to the brigade, and the secretary arranges for 2 workers to cook for us. Paying money was no problem for these young men of wealth. Huang Xing crossed his arms and sneered. Paying isn't a problem, but Yan Xiaoyu and Lan Tian's families are poor. Can they afford to pay? If they can't, does that mean they can't share the same kitchen with us? As soon as he said this, the atmosphere grew cold. Originally, Pan Rua's shoulders shrank slightly under the blue sky behind her, and she bit her lip as she turned back into the room. Her parents were also once high-ranking officials who fell on hard times. Naturally, they had little to say to the children from the still glamorous big courtyard families. Chui Hejia stood beside Song Jinan, trying to smooth things over. Maybe we should ask first who is willing to pay, then decide? He had now seen the situation clearly. After spending a day with the educated youth, he had learned about everyone's background. The most worth flattering was naturally Song Jinan, who was beside him, while Yan Xiaoyu was an outsider. However, Song Jinan clearly wanted to give this outsider face, so Chui Hejia had to act as a peacemaker. If the Yan family hadn't fallen on hard times, Yan Xiaoyu would be the shining star among the educated youth. Before their decline, the Yan family was very prestigious and influential, even surpassing the Song family. In Beijing, the Yan family was one of the most prominent families before the new society. Yan Xiaoyu's grandfather experienced the periods of old democracy, new democracy, socialism, and construction, and he had stood shoulder to shoulder with many important figures, making him a giant who kept pace with the times. Yan Xiaoyu's father, Yan Shouji, was also a very powerful man, serving as a military commander with great influence. The Yan family had many children over generations. Besides Yan Xiaoyu, his uncles, aunts, and cousins were all remarkable, making the family deeply rooted and as vast as a giant. But even such a splendid family could fall into decline. Chui Hejia felt a mix of emotion and pity, and he couldn't help but feel a bit of sympathy and a faint sense of superiority toward Yan Xiaoyu. Coming from a small place, his greatest wish was to turn into a dragon at the first sign of opportunity. Now, the path to soaring was within reach, but the once high and mighty top official's son could only waste time here, possibly for his whole life, unable to return to Beijing. This difference truly stirred people's hearts, making them wish they could step on him a few more times. Chui Hejia chuckled and quickly suppressed his thoughts. Song Jinan pursed his lips and said, "No need to ask. I already paid for Xiaoyu." He and Yan Xiaoyu were brothers, so he naturally knew what the Yan family was like after their decline. Going there openly to ask if he would pay for meals was a kind of hidden shame. Huang Sheng didn't understand, but he did. Song Jinan finished speaking, and Huang Sheng looked unhappy as he said, "Fifth brother." Pan Ruoyin raised his eyelids and glanced at Huang Sheng. "Anyway, my cousin is generous. Why do you care so much? All right, let's do it this way. Director Chui, please talk to the party secretary and ask him to help find 2 people to cook." Chui Hejia nodded with a smile, clearly acting as the nice guy. At this moment, someone asked, "What about Lan Tian?" Pan Ruoyin looked a bit annoyed.
She's already gone.
"What can we do? Just forget about her." Lan Tian's family was also struggling. Compared to the once wealthy Yan family, they were much worse off. Even if she didn't spend much on food for a month, she couldn't afford it. No one here was willing to pay for her. Song Jinan sighed with a bitter smile. "Fine, I'll pay for her too. Whether it's 1 share or 2, I'll cover Lan Tian's part." Pan Ruoyin looked at Song Jinan with mixed feelings and muttered, "Cousin, you really are a kind-hearted fool." Maybe it was more accurate to call him a big-hearted fool who always paid for others. Song Jinan said seriously, "We're all friends who came from Beijing. No matter what happens now, we grew up together. This place isn't Beijing. I hope everyone stays united and doesn't cause division." When he finished, the surroundings fell into an unusually quiet silence. Gu Yuehui listened from start to finish, slightly curling his lips, unsure what to think. But he knew that Song Jinan's good intentions probably wouldn't be accepted by Yan Xiaoyu. Thinking this, he looked up at the young man leaning against the door behind the educated youth. The young man had been standing there for a long time. Yan Xiaoyu raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly. "Song Jinan, you don't need to pay for my part." His deep eyes showed no displeasure or mockery, but anyone could see he didn't care. Clearly, Song Jinan's so-called kindness was unnecessary for Yan Xiaoyu. "Xiaoyu, Song Jinan's lips moved slightly, showing a complicated expression. He understood Yan Xiaoyu well, otherwise, he wouldn't have secretly decided to pay for him. He stepped forward, approaching Yan Xiaoyu, and lowered his voice. Xiangyang and Xiaoli are probably having a hard time too. We grew up together, and I'll always support you. Why are you so distant from me? Mentioning his younger siblings, Yan Xiaoyu's smile slightly faded, and his gaze became deep, making people feel uneasy. Huang Sheng now couldn't stand Yan Xiaoyu. Seeing him pretend to refuse, he sneered, "Haha, no money, no money. Why pretend to be a big shot? Fifth brother is kind-hearted, but you really don't appreciate it." Yan Xiaoyu turned back with a sharp look, making Huang Sheng shiver and straighten his back quickly. He was quite frightened. After calming down, he felt angry and itchy with frustration. Just as he was about to speak and regain some control of the situation, he suddenly heard a clear, beautiful female voice. "Yan Jiqing, Uncle Six said you are injured and should rest well. Here, chicken soup noodles, don't be polite." Everyone fell silent, watching Gu Yuehui, a slender and graceful woman, weave through the crowd and hand a mesh bag and a lunchbox to Yan Xiaoyu. As she passed by, they could even smell a faint chicken soup aroma. Yan Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment, looking at Gu Yuehui walking straight toward him through the crowd. She had delicate features, and her eyes were dark and shiny, as if only reflecting him. At that moment, Yan Xiaoyu's heart suddenly beat faster. He couldn't find the words to describe how he felt. All he knew was that when her bright, lively eyes looked at him, he wanted to cover her eyes with his hands, thinking that only then could his heartbeat slow down. It wasn't until he was handed the heavy mesh bag that he snapped back to reality. His eyelids drooped slightly, unsure how to respond to the current situation. Song Jinan also woke up from his surprise. He looked at Gu Yuehui with complicated eyes. She wasn't small, but standing next to the tall and straight Yan Xiaoyu, she looked delicate and charming, an almost perfect match. Suddenly, he felt a bit annoyed, as if someone was coveting his belongings. The other educated youths also came back to their senses and looked at Gu Yuehui as if she were crazy. If they didn't understand her feelings before, now they saw her openly giving her prepared food to Yan Xiaoyu. Her blatant favoritism was truly bold. Huang Sheng was furious. Grinding his teeth, he said, "I say, this rural woman, why are you targeting me for no reason? So, you like Yan Xiaoyu? Haha, you have good taste. But too bad. If you think you can use him to get back to Beijing, I advise you to forget it. He probably will never leave this place in his life. You don't know yet? Besides good looks and a family burden, Yan Xiaoyu has nothing left. His family has fallen on hard times. He is not the proud young official's son you think he is. Gu Yuehui, your plan is wrong. You chose the wrong person. Haha, fool." Huang Sheng's voice was loud, and everyone heard the teasing laughter. Pan Ruo, who was tense before, relaxed a little at the laughter. She looked coldly at Gu Yuehui, thinking that soon her face would change dramatically and she would regret her actions. Cui Hejia was also surprised. He thought Gu Yuehui wanted to be with He Lanzhang, but he didn't expect her to be so ambitious, targeting this group of young people from Beijing. But as Huang Sheng said, she was too naive. She didn't even check these people's backgrounds before acting, and now she had messed up. No one there believed Gu Yuehui truly liked Yan Xiaoyu. They had just met for the first time. She probably thought Yan Xiaoyu was handsome and impressive, but the reality was different from her expectations. She had made a wrong choice. Cui Hejia felt a bit sympathetic toward Gu Yuehui. She was bold and straightforward like him. It's a pity. With her looks and figure and the support of the masses daily, she easily got close to these young people. If she could stay calm and work hard, she might have gained something in a month or two, maybe even won over Song Jinan, the most promising one. Women naturally have an advantage when it comes to leveraging situations. Cui Hejia shook his head secretly. Gu Yuehui's judgment wasn't bad. If the Yan family hadn't fallen, Yan Xiaoyu would have been a perfect son-in-law, destined for success. But luck was not on his side. The Yan family was already declining. Now, Yan Xiaoyu was just a good-looking young man from Beijing. The city had many powerful factions, and many were watching the Yen family. No one wanted him to go back. It seemed unlikely he would return to the city in his lifetime. In his view, choosing Yan Xiaoyu was not as good as choosing He Lanzhong. At least the He family in Qing'an County was influential, and life wouldn't be too bad. At this moment, Gu Yuehui looked back at Huang Sheng. She looked a bit strange and said, "You young people from Beijing, didn't you grow up without brushing your teeth?" Huang Sheng was stunned. Brush your teeth? What do you mean by brushing? Gu Yuehui's face turned cold as she looked at him calmly. Your breath is so bad. Her subtle sarcasm pushed the atmosphere to a new high. Huang Sheng's face darkened. He opened his mouth to curse. Stinky brat, still feeling angry, he rolled up his sleeves and charged at Gu Yuehui. Song Jinan frowned and stepped forward to stop him. Pan Ruoyin sneered, happy to see Gu Yuehui get into trouble. Cui Hejia hesitated, but decided not to get involved.
He was just a small guide.
Huang Sheng was not as powerful as Song Jinan, but he was not someone to be taken lightly. Plus, he was narrow-minded and not worth making enemies. He and Gu Yuehui were only acquaintances, so he wouldn't offend Huang Sheng just for her. Gu Yuehui looked at Huang Sheng, full of anger, but completely unafraid. She was no longer the person she was in her past life, bullied and helpless. This life, she would take revenge and settle scores. Huang Sheng was just a minor character. She didn't even see him as a threat. Watch me beat you to death. Huang Sheng's eyes blazed with rage. He raised his fist and swung it toward Gu Yuehui's face. Huang Sheng, stop, Song Jinan frowned. Just as he reached out to stop Huang Sheng, a hand wrapped in gauze suddenly reached out and grabbed Huang Sheng's fist. His fingers showed only halfway, seemingly not using much strength, but Huang Sheng's face turned pale with anger. He felt pain so sharp his face went white, and his back hunched. Let go. Let go. Yan Xiaoyu sighed softly. Under his black hair, his peach blossom eyes half closed, a dangerous curve spreading across his face. Huang Sheng, it seems I've been slack lately. I haven't properly disciplined you, and now you've forgotten who your little brother is. As he spoke, Yan Xiaoyu lifted his long leg and kicked him in the waist. Huang Sheng screamed painfully, bending over like a shrimp and collapsing to the ground. He was in so much pain, he couldn't speak for a while. Yes, he had forgotten. Yan Xiaoyu had always been Yan Xiaoyu. He wouldn't just tolerate the fall of the Yen family. His brief silence was because he had more important things to do, not because he was afraid of these second-generation rich kids. The fear of being controlled by Yan Xiaoyu since childhood overwhelmed Huang Sheng, making him tremble like autumn leaves. Song Jinan looked at Yan Xiaoyu with a proud expression. His face was a bit dazed. Since the Yen family's troubles, he hadn't seen that kind of expression on him for a long time. Tonight, was her restrained emotion showing because of her? Gu Yuehui? Song Jinan said he couldn't quite understand how he felt inside, but it definitely wasn't good. Pan Ruoyin also looked at Yan Xiaoyu, a hint of obsession in her eyes. She moved her lips slightly, as if softly calling out, "Third brother," but the evening breeze came and woke her from her brief daze. Pan Ruoyin's heart sank a little, her eyes full of complex emotions. She knew that the Yen family was gone, and the once proud, confident Yan Xiaoyu was no longer the same. His reputation had already been greatly diminished, and he was no longer the respected third brother everyone used to fear. If only the Yen family hadn't fallen apart, how wonderful that would be. Gu Yuehui looked at the broad back blocking her way, lips pressed together, feeling a flood of mixed emotions. Seeing Yan Xiaoyu protect her behind him, her nose felt a little sore. In her past life, he also protected her like this, preventing her from being harmed by Tianjing. In this life, they had just met, and she knew her small favors weren't enough to make him lower his guard. She also understood that when he first arrived, his goal was to stay low and not stand out. But he still chose to act for her. This intertwined fate from two lives made her eyes water. She quickly looked away, afraid someone might notice. After hitting someone, Yan Xiaoyu seemed unaffected. He glanced at Gu Yuehui and was the first to walk out of the youth camp. Gu Yuehui took a deep breath and followed. As soon as the main characters left, Huang Xing started wailing in pain. Song Jinan sighed and shook his head, reaching out to help them up. When will you change your temper? Hitting a female comrade, really, you can't do that. Huang Sheng's face turned pale from the pain. See a doctor. I need to see a doctor first. Song Jinan looked up at Yan Xiaoyu and Gu Yuehui disappearing into the night, hiding his feelings. He helped Huang Sheng into the house and said to Cui Hejia, Guide Cui, please find a doctor to check on Huang Sheng. Thank you. Cui Hejia nodded repeatedly. No problem, no problem. After agreeing, he hurried out of the youth camp, but he sighed inwardly. It was only the first day, and there had already been many incidents. In the coming years, this youth camp would surely be lively. He wondered if he could finally achieve his goal. The other youths, after watching the commotion, also came inside to check on Huang Sheng. Of course, some were also thinking about Yan Xiaoyu and Gu Yuehui. Although Gu Yuehui is a woman from the countryside, she looks even more beautiful than the girls from our capital city. Young master, Yan is truly lucky. Even when working in the countryside, he can meet such a fortunate girl. In the coming years, having this beautiful and eloquent flower by his side will be quite satisfying. Exactly. You're making me jealous. Pan Ruo clenched her teeth as she listened, her pretty face twisting with envy. Outside the youth station there was a sloping hill. Yan Xiaoyu stood tall and straight, surrounded by an icy aura that made it hard for others to approach. Gu Yuehui watched his lonely, bleak figure, biting her lip. She was burdened by worries from her past life, and he, whether in his past or present life, carried many burdens too. As she approached, she softly said, Yan Jiqing, do you have something to tell me? Yan Xiaoyu turned around and handed her the net bag, his voice firm and cold. Thank you, but I refuse. His brows were furrowed tightly, and his narrow eyes were filled with gloom and indifference. Gu Yuehui was momentarily stunned, then she smiled gently. She had expected Yan Xiaoyu's reaction. If he easily accepted someone's kindness, he wouldn't be Yan Xiaoyu. Don't waste your time on me. Yan Xiaoyu's brow was cold, and his clear, sharp voice was like a sword. Gu Yuehui raised the corner of her eyes, showing no understanding of romance. If she were a countryside girl who had fallen for him, she might have been driven to shame and anger by his cold attitude, and then she would ignore him forever. Fortunately, she was not. Just as Yan Xiaoyu was about to walk away, she called out to him. Her voice was lively and spirited. Yan Jiqing, aren't you curious why I treat you so well? Yan Xiaoyu smirked arrogantly, full of malice. Who cares? Gu Yuehui didn't care about his coldness. She stepped forward and blocked his way, smiling. Because you look a lot like my little sister, even your names are similar. Don't you think we're very destined to meet? Yan Xiaoyu frowned and looked at Gu Yuehui. When she smiled mischievously, she looked like a clever cat. He shook his head, not wanting to argue further. With long strides, he headed quickly toward the youth station. Gu Yuehui sighed. He was really difficult. He had no curiosity at all, cold, aloof, and stubborn. She clenched her teeth and chased after him, firmly handing the mesh bag with the lunchbox to Yan Xiaoyu. She spoke clearly and firmly. Yan Xiaoyu, I cook very well, not expensive, only 2 yuan a month. Think about it. Would you like to try? If you're satisfied, we can talk more. Yan Xiaoyu's eyebrows furrowed even deeper. He wanted to return the mesh bag, but saw Gu Yuehui crossing his arms behind his back, puffing out his chest and looking proud. He looked away and sneered. Shameless. Gu Yuehui's mouth twitched. He looked down at his own actions and closed his eyes. Anyway, this chicken soup noodles are also a good way to get in the door. Try it first. If you're happy, we can have a proper talk tomorrow. After saying this, Gu Yuehui didn't argue further. He returned to the youth commune and went inside. Yan Xiaoyu looked at the mesh bag in his hand, lowered his eyes, and then walked into the youth commune. When he entered, everyone's eyes immediately turned to him. Huang Sheng was lying on the bed, looking at him with a mix of hatred and fear, and finally turned his gaze away. Song Jinan saw him return, and his brown eyes flickered slightly. He stepped closer and said, Guide Shui has gone to find the party secretary. I think the secretary won't refuse our request. Xiaoyu, what do you think? Oh, I won't get involved. Yan Xiaoyu shrugged. He sat down at the table and opened the aluminum lunchbox inside the mesh bag. No matter what Gu Yuehuai's intentions were, food was innocent. He wouldn't waste it just because of stubborn pride. Song Jinan glanced at him. Inside the lunchbox was golden chicken soup with white noodles and green vegetables, looking very appetizing. As the lid was opened, the aroma of chicken soup filled the air. Yan Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised that the chicken soup noodles exceeded his expectations. The chicken soup was still hot, with a thin layer of oil on top. He blew away the light film of oil, took a sip, and found it delicious and refreshing. It wasn't greasy at all. With each bite, he felt his whole body relax, very comfortable. The noodles were as thin as cicada wings, chewy, and full of flavor and aroma. Yan Xiaoyu ate without any worries, making the hungry youth in the camp stare with wide eyes, hoping for a meal. Song Jinan pursed his lips and asked, Will Editor Gu bring you food in the future? Yan Xiaoyu paused, turned to look at Song Jinan. His face was calm and clear, showing little emotion. But when he mentioned Gu Yuehuai, his tone was slightly heavier and Song Jinan caught the subtle change. That was unusual. Just the first day they met, and Song Jinan already took a liking to Gu Yuehuai? Yan Xiaoyu calmly said, Take care of yourself first. Song Jinan was stunned. Then he smiled bitterly and shook his head. At this moment, Cui Hejie returned. The young workers' stomachs had been growling for a while. Someone asked eagerly, Guide Cui, how did it go? What did the secretary say? Cui Hejie wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled. The secretary agreed. The team will have a big holiday soon. Women and the elderly are free, and they're planning to find a couple of women to come and cook for us. Huang Sheng patted the bed and said unhappily, What about the food? How's the quality? Won't it be just coarse grains every day? He was full of frustration and wanted to vent. When he saw Cui Hejie, his tone was naturally not very friendly. Cui Hejie sighed inwardly, but kept smiling. We decide the food ourselves. It depends on what everyone wants, coarse or fine grains, meat at every meal, or just once a week, Song Jinan added. Having meat at every meal is enough. Mix coarse and fine grains. The food in the past was okay, no need to be too good. We're not here to enjoy ourselves. Let's set the food budget at 5 yuan per person each month. 5 yuan wasn't a lot, but it wasn't little either.
Kuyeji nodded.
The decision was made, and he felt relieved. Luckily, Song Jinan was easy to talk to. Otherwise, life would be tough later. Huang Sheng was somewhat dissatisfied, but didn't want to offend Song Jinan. He smelled the aroma of chicken soup and grumbled unhappily. What are we eating tonight? Just the north wind. Cui Hejie hurriedly said. Comrade Huang, you're joking. The secretary said everyone will go to a member's house for dinner tonight. Tomorrow morning, arrangements will be made for someone to come and cook. Pack up, and we'll head over now. As he spoke, Cui Hejie glanced at Yan Xiaoyu, who was sitting peacefully at the table. He finished his noodles without caring about others, drinking all the chicken soup, then got up to fetch water from the well outside and washed the lunchbox clean. His movements were smooth and natural, as if they didn't notice him at all. Song Jinan sighed and said, All right, let's go. Eat quickly and rest early. As soon as he finished speaking, the young workers hurriedly left in a group. Yan Xiaoyu lay on his bed, glancing at the cleaned lunchbox on the table. He frowned slightly, then quickly turned over, back to the table, choosing not to see it anymore. He was too lazy to think about Gu Yuehuai's feelings. To him, instead of wasting time on that, he preferred to think about how to bring his sister-in-law over. Yan Xiaoyang and Yan Xiaoli were assigned to a more remote team under the Huanging commune. Luckily, they were together, or he wouldn't be able to relax at all. The three siblings all came from Beijing, so logically, they should have been assigned to the same team. Yan Xiaoyu's eyes darkened with a frightening coldness. He didn't believe that the people from Beijing had nothing to do with this matter. Meanwhile, Gu Yuehuai entered the female youth's quarters. Pan Ruoyin and Lan Tian were both inside. One sat at the table, the other curled up on the bed. When they saw Gu Yuehuai, They looked at her. The former showed disgust, while the latter looked scared and dared not look too much. They were not from the same group, and Gu Yuehua was too lazy to greet them. She just glanced around the room. The rooms for male and female youth were similar, both with large shared beds. But since there were only 3 women, the beds were spread out, clearly divided like a river and a sea. Her bedding was neatly placed on the outermost bed. Gu Yuehua didn't care about where she sat. She knew the youth camp would collapse soon, and they would have to go back eventually. After she made her bed, Song Jinan's voice came from outside. Ruain Lan Tian, dinner is ready. Pan Ruain coldly shot Gu Yuehua a glance. Without waiting for Lan Tian to put on her shoes, she left the room first. Lan Tian bit her lip and silently got up, put on her shoes, and followed. Gu Yuehua lay on the bed, her delicate features showing a calm indifference, as if she didn't care. She originally wanted to say more, hoping he would ask about shouting, but he didn't think about that at all. She missed the chance for her siblings to reunite. Gu Yuehua covered her eyes with her hand and sighed softly. Yan Xiaoyu. She thought for a moment and decided to go home again. Her father and elder brother should be back too, and she needed to inform them. As soon as Gu Yuehua stepped out, she saw Yan Xiaoyu sitting on the doorstep. He raised his eyelids slightly, his gaze curious for a moment, then went inside to pick up a net bag and a cleaned lunchbox. Gu Yuehua took the lunchbox and smiled. Have you thought it over? Yan Xiaoyu nodded and said in a formal tone, Yes, but I don't have much money. I can only eat coarse grains. He then handed Gu Yuehua 2 yuan. Gu Yuehua's smile deepened at the corner of her lips. She took the money and said seriously, Deal. Yan Xiaoyu watched Gu Yuehua happily leave the youth commune, his eyebrows slightly furrowed as he discreetly coughed to hide his feelings. He had never met a woman who was so unrestrained with her emotions. No matter what Yan Xiaoyu thought, Gu Yuehua believed that to win a man's heart, you must first win his stomach. Does she count as halfway successful now? When she returned home, Gu Jifeng and Gu Tinghua had also come back. They had just finished eating. Gu Tinghua smiled and said, Nan, I was about to go see you at the youth commune, and you came back already. Gu Yuehua's eyes curved into a smile. Yes, big brother. I'll pack a few things when I return. Gu Tinghua looked at Gu Yuehua with surprise and said strangely, Nan seems to be in a very good mood. Yes, we're shouting. Gu Yuehua smiled and, as she entered the room, saw Gu Shihua gently rocking Yan shouting to sleep. The little girl was already asleep with her eyes closed. Sure, Gu Shihua whispered softly, gently closing the door. Wait. Gu Yuehua pushed the door open, packed up the cotton and cloth on the bed, and prepared to take them to the youth commune. She figured she might as well do some extra work after work, making cotton clothes in her free time. Gu Yuehua took the cotton and also grabbed a wash basin for washing up. All right, I'll take my things and head back first. From now on, I'll cook all 3 meals at home. Hearing this, Gu Shihua was the happiest. That's good. I thought you'd stay at the youth commune and not come back. If I have to take care of shouting with my cooking skills, she'd be really put out. Gu Yuehua shook her head and left for the youth commune with her things. On the way back, she met a group of young workers returning after dinner. That evening, they dispersed to the homes of Wang Fu, Wang Peisheng, Huang Fengying, and Chen Yusheng. Coincidentally, Pan Ruoyin and Song Jinan went to Chen Yusheng's house. Li Chaoying, having a rough time, wanted to say a few words to everyone she met. Pan Ruoyin, already interested in Gu Yuehua's affairs, quickly hit it off with Li Chaoying when they met. Editor Gu, I didn't expect you to have such a good reputation in the Dazatsi production brigade, Pan Ruoyin said, walking quickly to Gu Yuehua's side, with a half-smile that was full of mockery. Gu Yuehua raised an eyebrow. You just found out? I thought you should have realized when you saw me. You. Pan Ruoyin's mouth twitched fiercely. She truly admired Gu Yuehua's shamelessness. Her words clearly implied that her own beauty made her the most famous in the group. Song Jinan followed behind, looking at Gu Yuehua with a very complicated expression. A woman weighing 200 pounds, selfish, vain, greedy. He couldn't believe this was the Gu Yuehua he knew. Yet, the villagers spoke confidently about her, treating it as gossip, and it didn't seem like falsehood. So, is she really like that? Pan Royin crossed her arms and sneered. Haha, do you really think losing weight will hide everything you've done before? You better not, or else Yan Xiaoyu will find out, and he might think differently of you. Gu Yuehui smiled calmly. Then please go tell him about it. She never intended to hide anything, nor was she afraid that Yan Xiaoyu would dislike her after knowing. He was never someone to follow others blindly. He only looked at the present. Pan Ruoyin snorted. Dead duck, stubborn as ever. Gu Yuehui ignored her and quickly returned to the youth station with her things. It was still early, so she could do some sewing. The weather was getting colder, and finishing new clothes before the new year seemed difficult. Luckily, the holiday was coming soon, and she could find some capable women to help with the work for a fee. The group of young workers was tired after a day's work and didn't continue talking. They each went back to their rooms. Gu Yuehui sat on the kong, a traditional bed, sewing, while Lantian boiled a pot of hot water for washing at night. Pan Ruoyin didn't bother to cause trouble for Gu Yuehui. She sat leisurely at the table, munching sunflower seeds, scattering shells everywhere. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Lantian shivered and instinctively looked at Pan Ruoyin. Why are you looking at me? Just open the door. Maybe it's your cousin. Pan Ruoyin rolled her eyes and looked down on the slow-witted Lantian. With her, even as a follower, she found her dull. Lantian hurriedly replied, "Oh, okay." When she opened the door, she saw a face as white as a flower, and she was surprised. "Is it you?" Tianjing curled her lips into a gentle smile and said kindly to Lantian, "Hello, the party secretary asked me to come here to cook for the young workers. It starts tomorrow. To make things easier, I was specially asked to stay here." She had a pale face, and her eyes were bright red like a rabbit's, clearly having just cried a lot. When she heard Tianjing's voice, Gu Yuehui paused, her eyes darkening slightly. Tianjing really doesn't miss any chance to get close to Song Jinan. Just after Cui Hejia told Wang Fu about cooking for the educated youth, she quickly took over the task and smoothly moved into the youth camp. This small youth camp gathered all the people from her past life who had deep connections, all in just one day. Lan Tian glanced at Pan Ruoyin again. Seeing she said nothing, she quietly said, "Come in." Tianjing nodded, holding a thin quilt as she entered. She bowed slightly to Pan Ruoyin and Lan Tian, saying, "My name is Tianjing. From now on, I will live with everyone at the youth camp." Pan Ruoyin fiddled with her fingers and asked, "Are you the only one cooking?" Her tone was not respectful and carried a slight mockery. Tianjing simply ignored her, politely smiling and saying, "No. The team arranged 3 people. I am just helping out. There are 2 older women with good skills, so you shouldn't be disappointed." Pan Ruoyin sneered and, feeling too lazy to bother with her, took a basin of water to wash up. Tianjing didn't mind and nodded politely at Lan Tian. She found a corner on her bed and spread out the thin quilt. This was the only warm thing she could find after Tian Dio and Tian moved away. She caught a glimpse of Gu Yuehui sitting on the kong, making a jacket, and bit her soft inner cheek. Tianjing fought to suppress her rising emotions and softly said, "Yuehui, we." Gu Yuehui smiled and cut her off directly. "I thought with our relationship, you wouldn't shame yourself by coming to talk to me." She put down her sewing and looked at Tianjing. "Look at your eyes, swollen like walnuts. You must have been crying a lot in front of the secretary, right? Otherwise, with your past mistake of forced labor, how could you get into the youth camp?" Gu Yuehui's voice was calm and flat, almost without any emotion. But when these words reached Tianjing's ears, it felt like her last bit of self-respect was being stripped away. She felt Lan Tian's gaze on her was full of contempt. Lan Tian was indeed a little surprised, but in the next moment, she quickly hid her expression and continued to act as an indifferent person. Tianjing tightly clenched her fists, her bright red eyes showing a bit of stubbornness. "I just want to say sorry to you." Gu Yuehui looked at her silently for a moment. "Oh, I don't accept that." Pan Ruoyin, carrying water, saw the 2 arguing when she entered. Her eyes flickered slightly, and she showed an interested expression. She didn't know that Gu Yuehui and this person named Tianjing had old grudges. She had been focusing on her own reputation and had forgotten about this. An enemy's enemy is a friend, after all. Pan Ruoyin looked thoughtfully at Tianjing. She hadn't paid much attention to her at first, but now she thought she could ask more questions. Tianjing froze for 2 seconds, looking very aggrieved. Gu Yuehui smiled coldly, put away what she was holding, and went to wash up. The rural school camp didn't have electricity, so they could only use kerosene lamps at night. There weren't many entertainment options, and by around 7 or 8 in the evening, everyone was supposed to go to bed. The next morning, the team would assign work to the young people. Her job was to draw 2 more pictures of the young people going to the mountains and participating in collective labor. After washing up, Gu Yuehui went to bed early and covered herself with a quilt to sleep. She had to get up early the next day to go home and prepare breakfast. What should she make? When Gu Yuehui woke up, it was still dark outside. She folded her quilt and quietly left the camp. Tianjing was awakened by the noise outside. Recently, the weather had turned cold, and she hadn't slept well because she kept getting cold at night. She was also worried about Run Tianxiang sneaking into her room again at midnight. Now that she was at the camp, she finally had a good sleep, but she clearly overslept. Tianjing hurriedly washed her face with cold water and ran to the back kitchen. 2 women had been sent to cook for the young people. One was Granny Lu, and the other was Granny Wang. Though they were older, they were quick and efficient. Granny Lu was chopping vegetables. When she saw Tianjing, she rolled her eyes and sneered. "Why aren't you asleep?" Granny Wang was in charge of stir-frying. She didn't say anything unpleasant. I'm sorry. I overslept," Tianjing said, biting her lip with an apologetic look. "If you get up a little later, our food will be ready," Granny Lu said, tossing some green vegetables into Tianjing's arms. "Go wash them clean. Always sneaking around, stealing little things, you're not a good person." Uffed. Wang Posey looked at Tianjing and urged, "Come on, hurry up." Tianjing was someone who had been through reform camp, so people naturally didn't like her. Moreover, cooking for the educated youth was a simple and profitable job. If Tianjing hadn't taken a spot, her daughter-in-law could have come instead. Tianjing took a deep breath, dipped her hand into the icy well water, and washed the vegetables. The weather was getting colder, and the well water was sharp and cold. Her hand turned red from the cold as she washed the greens. "Ma'am, I'm done washing the vegetables," Tianjing whispered, placing the cleaned greens beside the chopping board. Lu Posey rolled her eyes again and impatiently said, "Once you're done washing, go cut the vegetables." Doing work like this is so slow. Anger rose in Tianjing's heart. She wanted to slap the old woman unconscious, but she couldn't. Even if she was criticized and felt wrong now, she had to endure until she could get Song Jinan. As long as she could achieve her goal later, a little temporary suffering was nothing. Wang Posey glanced at Tianjing with some helplessness and said to Lu Posey, "Why are you bothering with her?" Lu Posey snorted loudly and said, "Tianjing is not a good person. She's just a helper, and she's lazy. She even compares herself to Gu Yuehui. Gu Yuehui is an employee of the masses daily, and she's honorable." Tianjing's hand paused slightly. She lowered her head and continued to cut the vegetables on the board numbly. She clenched her jaw tightly, her eyes showing some frustration. Gu Yuehui, why is this person everywhere?" As soon as breakfast was ready, the educated youth started to get up. Yan Xiaoyu was the first to wake up. He ran around the large labor team and, upon returning, saw the breakfast set out in the room. Huang Sheng looked displeased and said, "What is this?" "Coarse rice porridge, stir-fried greens, and steamed buns." Song Jinan shook her head and said, "Don't be picky. We're here to work in the countryside, not to enjoy ourselves." Huang Sheng was a bit unhappy at first, but when he saw Yan Xiaoyu coming back from exercise, he suddenly smiled and took a bite of the greens, saying, "Well, it's better than some people who can't even afford to pay for meals and can't have a hot breakfast." Song Jinan frowned and looked at him, then turned to Yan Xiaoyu and said, "Xiaoyu, come eat." Yan Xiaoyu wiped his damp hair with a towel. Before he could speak, Gu Yuehuai's clear voice came from outside, like a spring water. "Yen, educated youth, I'm here to bring you breakfast." Her voice was soft, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. When Tianjing came to deliver the pickled vegetables, she saw Gu Yuehuai carrying a net bag. Just by looking at her back, she almost couldn't believe this was the same Gu Yuehuai she saw when she first arrived. Once strong and broad-shouldered, she now had a slender waist. She was tall and not fragile or delicate, but with a slim waist and long legs. Her size was just right, big where it should be, small where it should be, making men envious and women jealous. Tianjing's eyes darkened slightly. She tightened her grip on the pickled vegetables. She had never understood whether the treasure behind the Gu family yard had already fallen into Gu Yuehuai's hands. If so, what was the special advantage in the story? Why hadn't Gu Yuehuai shown any signs of it? The Gu family wasn't doing well. If she had the treasure, why didn't she sell it to improve the family's life? Lost in thought, a man stepped over the doorframe. He was tall and handsome, with a commanding presence, more like the hero of the story than the gentle and refined Song Jinan. Tianjing was stunned. Yan Xiaoyu? She knew this person well. In the story, he was a minor male character briefly mentioned. The author didn't spend much time describing him. The family was once prominent, but had fallen on hard times. "Here's breakfast." Gu Yuehuai handed the net bag to Yan Xiaoyu, said nothing more, and turned to leave. Yan Xiaoyu looked calm. He glanced at Tianjing standing in the corner and then went back inside. Gu Yuehuai came to bring breakfast to Yan Xiaoyu. Tianjing was a bit stunned, feeling like she was still half asleep. Gu Yuehuai and Yan Xiaoyu? What a strange development. Her eyes showed surprise. In the story, these two hardly interacted. What had happened yesterday? What had she missed? Was there something she didn't know? Why was Gu Yuehuai involved with Yan Xiaoyu, the minor character, instead of the main male lead, Song Jinan? The story had really changed. Did her proud, all-seeing perspective still matter? Tianjing looked upset, her hands clenched tightly on the edge of the bowl, her knuckles turning white. At that moment, Granny Lu brought over the last dish. Seeing Tianjing standing there in a daze, she scolded impatiently. "What are you doing? Hurry up and take the pickled vegetables inside. If you delay the young worker's meal, you'll have a bad time." When Tianjing came to her senses, she lowered her head and went inside. The group of educated youths was complaining. For breakfast, there were 4 vegetable dishes, a small plate of salted vegetables, a basket of mixed flour cornbread, which was quite rough in texture, and porridge made from coarse rice. They had never eaten these things in the city. Yan Xiaoyu didn't sit with them. He sat aside with a net bag, opened an aluminum lunchbox, which contained egg batter pancakes topped with a little chopped green onion. As soon as he opened it, a strong aroma wafted out. He frowned. 2 yuan wasn't enough to buy egg batter pancakes every day. If every meal was like this, he'd have to start planning. He couldn't afford to eat the meal Gu Yuehuai had. Yan Xiaoyu took out the pancake, and the bottom of the box still held steaming coarse rice porridge. He pursed his lips, feeling a bit comforted that the porridge was made from coarse grains. But when he lifted it to drink, his long eyebrows furrowed again. The porridge was cooked very well, with rice popping out, and it tasted sweet, as if sugar had been added. Yan Xiaoyu shook his head and started eating the pancakes heartily, with the rice porridge. The aroma of the egg pancakes spread out, making the mouths of the other educated youths water. When Pan Ruoyin and Lan Tian arrived, they saw the youths peeking over to look at Yan Xiaoyu. "What are you looking at?" Pan Ruoyin frowned and examined them carefully. She also noticed that Yan Xiaoyu's food looked different from theirs, more fragrant. After a moment's thought, she guessed it was related to Gu Yuehuai. She clenched her teeth and dragged a chair over loudly, making a harsh screech. Seeing Huang Sheng and the others still looking over, Pan Ruoyin said irritably, "Eat quickly. The assembly is about to start." Song Jinan echoed, "Eat quickly." Yan Xiaoyu ate quickly and finished his meal. After washing his lunchbox, he went straight outside the female educated youth's house. He called out Comrade Gu. Gu Yuehuai packed up his drawing board, paper, and pens, then stepped out. He took the lunchbox from Yan Xiaoyu and asked, "Is it to your taste? If you want anything else to eat, just tell me." Yan Xiaoyu pressed his lips tightly and looked at Gu Yuehui with his dark, peach blossom eyes. After a moment, he spoke in a low voice, "You don't need to bring me food anymore. I'll find my own way. Rather than taking advantage of a girl, it's better to buy food and cook for myself." Gu Yuehui's smile faded from her face. She looked up at Yan Xiaoyu calmly and said, "I cook every day, not just for you, but also for my family. I can't just make a meal for you and upset my dad and brother, right?" Yan Xiaoyu frowned, suddenly feeling that her words made some sense. At first, he thought Gu Yuehui was good at cooking and the 2 yuan meal fee was much cheaper. But now, after thinking carefully, he realized it was a bit inconvenient. In the future, he shouldn't trouble her anymore. Yan Xiaoyu said, "I was careless. From now on, Gu Tongji doesn't need to bring me meals." Gu Yuehui's eyebrows furrowed. She thought he was quite stubborn. She suddenly smiled gently and said, "All right, if you don't want me to bring you food, then you can come to my house to eat." Yan Xiaoyu looked at her coldly, not finding her words particularly funny. He had already said what needed to be said. The meal fee had been paid, and if he cancelled suddenly, he wouldn't ask for it back. Gu Yuehui watched Yan Xiaoyu leave quickly, feeling a strange, hard-to-explain feeling in her heart. In her past life, she was the one who always followed him with her back. Now, it seemed the situation had turned. Well, she didn't believe that after seeing Xiaodang, this guy would still be so stubborn. Gu Yuehui pursed her lips and turned around, noticing Tianjing hiding in the corner, secretly watching her. Her eyes darkened. She suddenly pulled her lips into a faint smile. She was smiling, but her smile lacked warmth. Tianjing looked like she had been pricked by a needle, quickly hiding to the side, her heart pounding wildly. Once her emotions settled, Tianjing peeked again. Gu Yuehui had already left. Her face looked a little pale. She couldn't help biting her lip. Since she had been repeatedly defeated by Gu Yuehui, she had unconsciously developed some fear of her. She, a woman from another world with a divine perspective, was being completely controlled by a local girl. What a joke. She really lost face as a woman from another world. But she clearly saw that Gu Yuehui seemed to like Yan Xiaoyu. As a heroine, she didn't like the male lead, Song Jinan, but instead liked an unknown supporting character. This would cause a huge change in the story. For her, it was hard to tell if it was good or bad. However, from another perspective, if Gu Yuehui didn't like Song Jinan, then her strongest competitor was gone. Winning over Song Jinan would just be a matter of time. In that case, it didn't seem so bad. Tian Jingxin's mind was full of swirling thoughts, and her eyes flickered for a long time. At that moment, the bell for collective work at the village sounded. Tian Jingxin composed herself and prepared to go to the village square to join the group labor. She was officially a helper in the kitchen, with plenty of free time. She specifically asked Wang Fu to let her work with the educated youths, not missing any chance to get close to Song Jinan. Every day, she strategized, hoping for a breakthrough. As for Gu Yuehui, does she like Yan Xiaoyu? The more she wanted something, the more she refused to let her have it. Gu Yuehui carried her drawing board and followed the educated youths to the village square. It was their first day of work, and the team paid close attention. Leaders like Wang Fu, Wang Peisheng, and Huang Fengying were all there. When they arrived, Pei Yi also rode over on his bicycle, with bedding and luggage tied to the back. He greeted Gu Yuehui and Song Jinan, then hurriedly took his things back to the youth station. Soon after, he returned to the village square with his camera. By then, the party's secretary had started assigning tasks. Now, this season, the busy farming period is over, and the team is quite free. So, the educated youths will help at our livestock station, feeding chickens, walking pigs, tending cattle. After the Lunar New Year, when we plant spring wheat, we'll assign tasks again. Wang Fu had been worried sick lately, and he wasn't paying much attention to the arrangements for the youths. Food shortages were spreading. The commune could manage one household but not another, so they simply stopped overseeing nearby production teams. This caused a big fuss. The officials didn't know how to explain this to the ordinary members. Tomorrow, The team would have a long holiday, followed by work points exchange for grain. He felt like an ant on a hot pan. He wanted to arrange for the youths to repair the river dikes, but the higher-ups said these were delicate students from the capital, from wealthy families, capable and skilled, unable to do hard, tiring work. The team had brought in a bunch of spoiled kids. What could he do? After speaking, Wang Fu called Wang Peixing and Huang Fengying for a quick meeting. Gu Yuehui looked at them and sighed inwardly. It seemed the grain shortage was becoming urgent. She pressed her lips together, withdrew her gaze, and continued to focus on her drawing board. The scene of the youths working together the day before was quite a notable event, and she naturally couldn't miss it. Cui Hejia looked at Wang Fu and the others with a strange expression. He didn't know about the food shortage. However, he had already learned about the Dalhousie production team and knew where the breeding station was. He immediately called out to Song Jinan and others, "Come on, everyone, follow me. Let's go to the breeding station." The group went to the breeding station. Song Jinan looked at the detailed wall paintings on the wall and was a bit surprised. These wall paintings had meaningful symbols and a fresh style. He had never seen such art in the capital. Yan Xiaoyu also looked at the wall paintings. He squinted his eyes, feeling a subtle emotion he couldn't quite explain. He was quite skilled in painting himself. The brushwork on these murals was smooth and practiced, something that couldn't be done without years of experience. Did this small rural team really have such talented artists? Cui Hejia saw that the young workers' steps slowed down as they looked at the murals. He chuckled and said, "What a coincidence." These murals were all created by editor Gu. Thanks to her skill, she was able to get a position at the Masses Daily. Gu Yuehui was someone close to He Lanjiang's heart, so he had also inquired about her. Hearing this, Yan Xiaoyu's deep eyes darkened. Under his high nose, his thin lips pressed together lightly. Gu Yuehui? Again Gu Yuehui. Since coming here, that name seemed to be very close to him. Song Jinan's eyes flickered slightly. He turned to look at Gu Yuehui behind the crowd. He had been thinking yesterday whether the Gu Yuehui he knew was the same person the villagers talked about. But after seeing these paintings, he suddenly realized that maybe what he thought before wasn't so important. What's important now is the present. At least, the Gu Yuehui he knew wasn't the person everyone was describing. However, she seemed to have some unusual feelings toward Xiaoyu.
Why?
Because of sympathy? Song Jinan pondered silently. From the first time they met until now, if he had to say what was different about Yan Xiaoyu and them, it was that he had been excluded by Huang Sheng and others. She had helped out at that time because she couldn't stand Huang Sheng's bullying. Bullying the weak? Huang Sheng was strong, and Xiaoyu was weak? This idea made Song Jinan's expression look a bit strange. He had never been the weak type growing up. Huang Sheng and the others also looked at Gu Yuehui in surprise. No matter the era, talented people always drew more attention. Plus, Gu Yuehui was beautiful, more looks wouldn't hurt. Tian Jing stood in the corner. While everyone looked at Gu Yuehui, she turned her gaze towards Song Jinan. When she saw Song Jinan also looking at Gu Yuehui with a strange expression, she lowered her head, lost in thought. Pan Rua was especially jealous of Gu Yuehui. Seeing her attention being stolen, she snorted coldly. "Humph, it's work time. Are you still hiding and being lazy? Hurry up and get moving." Cui Hejia smiled reluctantly and walked into the animal enclosure. Gu Yuehui stayed focused on her work, while Pei followed beside her, occasionally raising his camera to take a few good photos. When they arrived at the animal enclosure, a strong smell of animals hit them. Pei covered his nose and looked at Gu Yuehui, who remained unaffected. He felt a bit awkward and lowered his hand. "Yuehui, your team's animal enclosure looks quite big." He thought it was normal to call her by her name since they were colleagues. Gu Yuehui didn't mind the name. She simply responded calmly after hearing Pei. She had been here many times before, so the smell didn't bother her much. When she came to paint murals, she often brought Xiaodang here to see the animals. Cui Hejia, as a young guide, took the lead at this moment. But these young masters and misses were hard to manage. After thinking for a moment, he tentatively suggested to Song Jinan, "There are many animals here: chickens, sheep, pigs, rabbits, and cows. Let's split into groups of 2, each responsible for one area. First, clean up. Is that okay? Song Jinan, inexperienced in this, nodded and said, I'll follow the guide's lead. Yan Xiaoyu walked on one side of the crowd, listening to the ba-ba and sounds. He frowned impatiently. He would rather repair dikes and canals than waste time taking care of chickens, sheep, and cattle. Cui Hejia quickly divided the teams. The 8 young workers, plus himself and Tianjing, were split into 5 groups. Gu Yuehui and Pei Yi didn't join the group work. They only recorded the young workers' efforts. Tianjing was excited at first, hoping to be in the same group as Song Jinan. But unfortunately, she was assigned to an unremarkable young man. Pan Rua was used to being bossy and clearly stated she wanted to be in the same group as her cousin, Song Jinan.
Cui ege d'identidare argue.
After thinking for a moment, he assigned himself and Yan Xiaoyu to one group. For these pampered young masters and misses, cleaning sheep and pig pens was no easy task. Soon, chaos broke out in the animal enclosure, with screams everywhere as people stepped on landmines. Gu Yuehui slightly smiled and vividly drew the scene of the young intellectuals stomping in anger. She used simple lines and a humorous style, depicting chaos with lively animals and people, creating a unique look. Perhaps seeing Gu Yuehui smile, Pei Yi couldn't help but lean over and look at her drawing board. When he saw the picture of Pan Rua screaming loudly after stepping on rabbit droppings, his mouth twitched. Although her style was unique, her ability to capture the spirit was very accurate, leaving no room for criticism. He cleared his throat and praised, Yuehui is really good at drawing portraits. Gu Yuehui remained silent, took out new paper, and looked at Yan Xiaoyu. He was cleaning the cattle pen. The 2 cows in the herd had gentle temperaments, munching on grass. Compared to rabbit droppings, cow manure was harder to clean, but he showed no disgust, only impatience. Gu Yuehui occasionally looked up, then focused on her drawing. As she sketched, a faint smile appeared at the corners of her eyes and brows. She always liked him. Even when she was drawing, she put more effort than others. When Cui Hejia looked up, he saw Gu Yuehui's gentle smile. He squinted, thinking how rare such lively expressions were. He had never seen her like that when he was with He Lanzong. He glanced at Yan Xiaoyu and asked, Has Yan the young intellectual met Gu the editor before? After saying that, he shook his head with a smile. It was obvious nonsense. Gu Yuehui was from the Dalhousie Production Brigade, a rural area. She'd never been to the capital, so how could she know Yan Xiaoyu? But her attitude toward Yan Xiaoyu was strange, almost too close. Thinking this, Cui Hejia's gaze toward Yan Xiaoyu carried a bit of scrutiny. Although he had schemed about He Lanzhong's marriage, he still recognized this friend and felt some guilt over Zhu Rungrung's matter. If he could be with Gu Yuehui, that would be good. So, he naturally didn't want to see Gu Yuehui set aside her lute and fall for someone else. Hearing Cui Hejia's words, Yan Xiaoyu gave a perfunctory glance at Gu Yuehui. But in that glance, he saw her smiling softly at him, her eyes full of gentle warmth. Her expression made him feel a bit uncomfortable. He looked away, his face turning cold, and he was too lazy to respond to Cui Hejia. Cui Hejia didn't know what was wrong with him. His attitude suddenly turned cold, and he looked at people sideways. However, he was secretly calculating that Gu Yuehui was a shallow woman who only looked at appearances when it came to men. This Yan Xiaoyu, although his family had fallen on hard times, still had a very good appearance. TSK, Cui Hejia thought, feeling a bit sour. Some people are born better than others. Yan Xiaoyu was lucky in his birth. Even though things went wrong now, he had enjoyed 20 years of respect and glory. Now, he had lost everything, but still had a beautiful woman like Gu Yuehui liking him. He really was lucky. Thinking of this, Cui Hejia couldn't help but smile coldly. In the breeding office, the room was filled with smoke. Wang Fu squatted on the ground, smoking a dry pipe, silent for a long time. Party secretary, what should we do now? We can't just keep delaying, right? Huang Fengming sat on the Kong bed, her eyes red. She was usually a strong woman, but she was starving. The days when she didn't have enough food still scared her. Wang Fu was a bit annoyed. He tapped the pipe and said, "Why are you crying? Stop crying. What's the use?" After saying that, he looked at Wang Peisheng with a serious tone. "Peisheng, the commune is determined not to help us anymore. We need to think of a way. Otherwise, how will the villagers get through this year? We can't just sit here." Wang Peisheng was one of the earliest young workers to arrive, and he wasn't too panicked when things happened. His voice was a little hoarse. "We should have told the villagers earlier, stored grain early, and used the family's money and tickets to buy food. There are some wild fruits and vegetables on the hills, and if not, we can trap rabbits or wild boars. We're alive, so can we really starve to death? The earlier we planned, the better. The longer we wait, the more complicated it gets." Wang Fu hesitated a bit. Huang Fengying whispered, "But how do we say it? If we tell them, won't everything fall apart?" Basically, they were afraid of causing chaos in the production team. After all, food shortage was a big problem. For rural folks, they could go without money, but they couldn't go without food. No food meant death. Everyone had been scared of hunger before. During the famine years, farmers even ate tree bark. Wang Peisheng was silent for a moment and then delivered a heavy, "Don't forget, it's not just our Dalhousie production team that is short of food. Several nearby teams are also lacking. The commune has already prepared. How long can the grain in the granary last?" Upon hearing this, Wang Fu's body stiffened. Recently, he had been putting all his hope in the commune leaders, rushing there every day. He also met with several other team secretaries, but unfortunately, he couldn't find a way out. Now, with no options left, he had to think of other methods. If they had planned earlier, they might have stored some food. But now, it's too late. The food on the hilltop has probably been picked clean by others. That would only make everyone more hopeless. Thinking this, Wang Fu stood up, leaned against the wall, and smoked a dry tobacco pipe. After a while, he made a decision. "Let's talk. Tonight, right now. No need to wait until tomorrow. When the workers come to record their work points after work, we'll say it then." Wang Peisheng sighed in relief, while Huang Fengying remained silent. The chaos at the breeding station lasted all morning. The manure was cleaned up and set aside to fertilize the spring wheat. Just as they started work, the energetic young workers looked dejected. Their bright clothes now carried a faint smell, and Pan Ruo, smelling herself, kept gagging. Cui Hajia saw the unhappy young workers and didn't dare to provoke them. He found Song Jinan and whispered, "Comrade Song, let's go back and have lunch." Song Jinan also looked pale. Though he had little appetite, he nodded. Gu Yuehui packed up his drawing board, glanced at Yin Xiaoyu, who was looking down shyly, but didn't say anything and turned to go home. Tianjing watched Gu Yuehui leave with cold eyes and was about to return to the workers' dorm to help cook, but as she stepped out of the breeding station, she saw Ren Tianxiang peeking around, acting a bit suspicious. Seeing him, Tianjing's nerves tightened like a sharp string. She quickly looked back at Song Jinan and others. Seeing no one paying attention to her, she hurriedly ran toward Ren Tianxiang. Before he could speak, she grabbed his arm and slipped into a nearby dense forest. Ren Tianxiang was about to make a teasing remark when Tianjing impatiently said, "What are you here for?" His face darkened. He reached out and pinched her chin. "What do you think? Why are you here?" Tianjing stared fiercely at Ren Tianxiang, filled with anger. After a moment, she composed herself and coldly said, "If you have time to bother me, you might as well think about how to win Gu Yuehui's favor." Listening to Tianjing's sarcastic words, Ren Tianxiang's face darkened. Tianjing suddenly pulled away from Ren Tianxiang's hand, her thin face flushed with a sickly red. She said, "Don't you know? When the educated youth went to the countryside, a person named Yin Xiaoyu arrived. Gu Yuehui liked him very much. She, working at the masses daily, moved to the youth settlement to be close to Yin Xiaoyu every day. What does that have to do with you? Ren Tianxiang, your only chance to rise again is Gu Yuehui. She holds treasures left by the Gu family, worth a fortune. You must make her like you and date you to get this huge wealth." Tianjing's voice carried a hint of temptation, but her eyes showed deep hatred when she looked at Ren Tianxiang. If Gu Yuehui was once the person she hated most, since returning from the labor camp, Ren Tianxiang had replaced her as her most hated person. If she could, she would love to cut him into pieces. But simply wishing for Ren Tianxiang's death wouldn't solve her deep hatred. Gu Yuehui was not the kind to be bullied easily. She was sure that Ren Tianxiang wouldn't end well in her hands. However, seeing two people she despised together was the best outcome now. Watching from afar was the safest choice. Ren Tianxiang's eyes flickered, and he stood silently, clearly moved by Tianjing's words. Since returning from the labor camp, even eating had become difficult. Recently, he had been relying on money borrowed from Tianjing. The debt collectors hadn't given up. They heard he was released and were now watching him again. Although Tianjing had bad intentions, her words were true. The only person who could help him now was Gu Yuehui. A dark cloud gathered over Ren Tianxiang's brow. He said coldly, "You said Gu Yuehui moved to the youth settlement. There are many people there, and she doesn't have a good impression of me. How can I pursue her?" Tianjing paused, then sneered slightly. "Pursue?"
Ha!
Ren Tianxiang, you're so naive. She forced herself to stay calm as she approached him, gently patting his chest with her finger. Her voice was low and soft, but filled with intense malice. Ren Tianxiang, a person who wants to do great things doesn't care about small details. You can use the same trick again. Hearing this, Ren Tianxiang's eyebrows twitched, and his eyes showed a complex expression. He had told Tianjing that he had already tried the same method on Gu Yuehui at first, but unfortunately it failed. Now, using old tricks on Gu Yuehui, he felt a bit guilty. He remembered how he was beaten badly by Gu Yuehui before, and that pain still lingered. This feeling made him uncomfortable, like a lingering after-effect of failure. Gu Yuehui went home and prepared a simple lunch, fried rice with eggs and green onions. When she returned, Gu Shihui was not at home. She didn't know if he had gone up the mountain again, with Yan shouting. While no one was around, Gu Yuehui went into her room, locked the door, and entered the sumer space. The space was still lively, filled with the smell of grains and fruits. She had bought many seeds from the supply and marketing cooperative last time, so the storage inside the space was much richer now. After finishing her chores, collecting eggs from the chicken coop, the eggs in the thatched barn had piled up into a small hill. Gu Yuehui also poured some water from the space well before leaving. She had stored a lot of food in her room, all brought back over the past month. The family thought she bought it from the supply and marketing cooperative. Even if she no longer took food out from the sumer space, it was enough for the family to survive through the winter. Gu Yuehui took out the cooked rice, then fried the eggs in oil. The aroma spread through the room. Golden eggs wrapped around white rice, garnished with fresh green onions, delicious and appealing. When Gu Shihui and Yan Shouting returned, they immediately smelled the fragrant egg-fried rice. Yan Shouting licked his lips and said, "It's so nice to have a hot meal when we come back every day." "Big sister." Yan Shouting pushed aside the curtain and entered, handing Gu Yuehui a small bright red fruit. "Hawthorn?" Gu Yuehui played with the hawthorn in her hand. The weather was cold now, and most of the mountain fruits had fallen. Finding these was not easy, but hawthorns were very sour, making her hungrier the more she ate. Gu Shihui was washing Yan Xiaotong's hands. Thinking of the people on the mountain, he frowned and asked, "Recently, more people have been on the mountain. Yuehui, is something really happening in the brigade?" Gu Yuehui looked at him. Her third brother was always clever. Wang Fu and Wang Peixing had been worried lately. Even Gu Jifeng and Gu Tinghui noticed. She remained silent for a moment and said, "You know I've been drawing murals in the brigade. I've heard some things." Gu Shihui's expression grew serious. Seeing the food piled in Gu Yuehui's room, he had a bad feeling. His throat moved and he tentatively asked, "Is the brigade short of food?" Gu Yuehui nodded calmly and said, "Yes, this year's harvest was poor. Grain production is down a lot. After paying the public grain, the family's grain is not enough to share with the team members." "Wow," Gu Shihui gasped in surprise. "A shortage of grain is a serious problem for everyone," he muttered, Everyone knows this year's harvest is bad, but is it really that serious? Gu Yuehui scooped out some rice and shrugged, saying, people are used to cheating during collective work, so the members don't care much. Grain output has been decreasing every year. No matter how many measures the leaders try, it hasn't helped. This year, we're feeling the consequences. Gu Shihui sat on the Kong, his brows tightly furrowed. Gu Yuehui handed him a full bowl of fried rice and said, don't think too much. Our family isn't short of grain. This situation isn't something that can be changed by human effort alone. If it weren't for the Sumer space, a special tool that helps us, our family would still be starving like in the past, skin and bones. At least, no one died, and we just endured it. Gu Shihui nodded, looking at Gu Yuehui with complicated eyes. Thanks to you. Most of the grain in the house was earned by Gu Yuehui through her salary and subsidies, enough for them to eat well. Gu Yuehui could tell what Gu Shihui was thinking. Her salary wasn't enough to save so much grain, so she smiled and said, you should thank Grandma. If she hadn't sold jewelry in Jolan City to get money, we wouldn't have so much stored. Hearing this, Gu Shihui was silent. That was also left to you by Grandma. We're just benefiting from you. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel that if Gu Yuehui hadn't changed and still looked the same as before, she probably wouldn't care about them. Now, looking back, life really is full of ups and downs, unpredictable and ever-changing. Gu Shihui watched Gu Yuehui put fried rice into an aluminum lunchbox and said strangely, aren't you full? She finished one bowl and still needed to fill a whole lunchbox? That's more than she used to eat when she was fat. Gu Yuehui smiled but didn't answer. She only said, Xiao Tang, eat more. If you're still hungry after, ask brother to serve you more, okay? Yan Xiaoteng nodded, stuffing his cheeks with egg-fried rice, his mouth full. When Gu Yuehui left the house, Gu Shihui earnestly said, Yuehui, listen to your third brother's advice. Eat less. You look good now. Don't get fat again or you won't be able to get married. Gu Yuehui's mouth twitched, but she didn't bother to respond. She carried her net bag and went to find Yan Xiaoyu. When Gu Yuehui returned with the food, the educated youths had just sat down for their meal. She entered the house, looked around and frowned. Where is Yan Xiaoyu? Pei Yi was momentarily stunned, unsure when Gu Yuehui and Yan Xiaoyu had become so close. He shook his head and said, he just came back from the breeding farm and borrowed a bicycle from me. I don't know where he went. Borrowed a bicycle. Gu Yuehui raised her eyebrows. Song Jinan looked at Gu Yuehui and said, Xiaoyu probably went to find his younger brother and sister. Gu Yuehui's eyes flickered slightly. She asked, Song Jiqing, do you know which team his siblings were assigned to? Just as Song Jinan was about to speak, Pan Ruoyin, who was peeling a steamed bun, sneered. Humph, you've only known each other for a day, and you're so clingy. Don't you have any shame? Gu Yuehui slightly curled her lips and glanced at Pan Ruoyin. Yan Xiaoyu doesn't care if I cling to him, but you're more concerned about him. You. Pan Ruoyin slammed her hand on the table, clutching the yellowed steamed bun tightly. She wished she could throw it right at Gu Yuehui's annoying face. Such a despicable woman, clinging tightly to Yan Xiaoyu. Song Jinan's tone was displeased as he shouted, Ruoyin. Pan Ruoyin bit her lip, glared at Gu Yuehui, then grabbed her steamed bun and ran out of the educated youth camp. Gu Yuehui didn't care about Pan Ruoyin's words. Instead, she looked at Song Jinan. Zijing. She also wanted to know which team Yan Xiaoyu and Yan Xiaoling had been assigned to after the deviation in this life and the previous one. Was there any way to transfer them to the Great Labor Production Team? She knew very well Yan Xiaoyu's feelings for his family. If she didn't find a way, he might leave the Great Labor Production Team. Song Jinan thought for a moment, then shook his head with some regret. When the assignment was just made, Yan Xiaoyu had already argued with the instructor. He didn't hear clearly where he was assigned. Gu Yuehui frowned, but said nothing. She nodded at Song Jinan and turned to leave. At this moment, Song Jinan looked at Cui Hejie and said, Maybe you can ask Guide Cui. He knows more about it. Gu Yuehui's eyes moved slightly as she looked at Cui Hejie. She has never had a good impression of this person because he is eager to please others. In his past life, He insulted Yan Xiaoyu to flatter Huang Sheng and others, wanting to step on him to show his loyalty. This person is willing to do anything to climb higher. Cui Hejia was happily eating when he heard Song Jinin's words. He paused, chewed his food, then awkwardly smiled. After thinking for a moment, he swallowed and said, I remember Yan Jiqing's younger sister was assigned to the Lu Ji Brigade. Gu Yuehui frowned. Lu Ji Brigade. That brigade was not close to the Dalhousie Production Brigade. Although both were under Qing'an County, it was a remote area. It was near the Wang labor camp, both in the mountains with tough living conditions. Why were they assigned there?
Kuyeje nodded.
Yes, the Lu Ji Brigade. He originally didn't want to get involved in this matter. After all, Gu Yuehui was doing it for Yan Xiaoyu. He really wanted to split them apart and didn't want to help. But since he couldn't refuse Song Jinin's face, he decided it was better to say something, hoping to earn a favor. Gu Yuehui nodded, thanked Song Jinin and Cui Hejia, then carried his net and left. Huang Sheng glanced at Gu Yuehui's back, then looked at the silent Song Jinin. He nudged him with his shoulder and lowered his voice. Fifth brother, do you think you like this village girl? Song Jinin seemed to come back to himself, confused. What village girl? Huang Sheng clicked his tongue, disappointed. Well, Gu Yuehui. Who else could it be? After saying that, he licked his lips. Gu Yuehui may not have the best eyesight, but she's pretty. It's normal for fifth brother to like her. Anyway, we're going to stay here a long time, so… Ha ha ha. Hearing Huang Sheng's lecherous laugh, Song Jinin's eyelids twitched. He sternly said, Shut up. Don't talk nonsense. Huang Sheng rolled his eyes. Who's talking nonsense? This countryside is so boring. Having a woman to pass the time isn't bad. I think Gu Yuehui and you look quite compatible. I'm talking about appearance. His idea of passing the time didn't mean for Song Jinin and her to have any entanglement. It was just for fun. A rural woman, no matter how much he liked her, could never be taken back to the capital. She wasn't suitable. Cui Hejia and Pei Yi sat nearby, listening to Huang Sheng talk about the many benefits of rural women passing the time. They felt mixed emotions, unable to describe exactly what they felt, and they also felt a bit sorry for Gu Yuehui. Song Jinin couldn't stand it anymore. She slammed her chopsticks on the table and said, Stop talking. Huang Sheng saw that Song Jinin was truly angry, so he quickly shut his mouth. After a while, he awkwardly smiled and said, Eat your meal. We have to work later this afternoon. The lunch was dull and tasteless. Gu Yuehui sat on a blue stone at the entrance of the youth station, holding a fishing net, deep in thought. The assignment and transfer of the youth depend on the youth officer. Usually, Yan Xiaoyu and his siblings who rely on each other should be assigned to the same team.
But why?
Why has there been a change this time? Did something happen in the capital city? In her memory, the only change in her life should have been herself. But she had never been to the capital city, so how could she have changed the fate of Yan Xiaoyu and others? That shouldn't be. Gu Yuehui frowned slightly and suddenly thought of a question. Her only contact with the capital city in this life was Yan Xiaodong. Did she find Yan Xiaodong? While thinking, a bicycle passed over the leaf-covered dirt road in the countryside. Gu Yuehui looked up and saw Yan Xiaoyu riding back. His black hair was blown by the wind, and his handsome face showed no expression, only a hint of world-weariness in his eyes. She was surprised. The Liuji Brigade was not close by. How could he come back so quickly? Gu Yuehui stood up and stopped Yan Xiaoyu. Yan, the youth. She turned her gaze and saw the things on the back of the bike. Rice, flour, grains, coarse rice, mixed flour, and a small bunch of yellowing greens. It looked like a gift probably bought at the commune. So, he went to buy things and was planning to cook himself? Her smile slightly faded, and a trace of sadness flickered in her eyes. Yan Xiaoyu glanced at the fishing net in Gu Yuehui's hand and said coldly, I told you, no more delivering food. After saying that, he pushed his bike toward the youth station. Gu Yuehui quickly grabbed the handlebar of the bike and forcefully shoved the fishing net into Yan Xiaoyu's hand. I've already taken the money. The food must be delivered. If you don't want to eat it, just throw it away. Her tone was a bit sharp. After speaking, She turned and stormed back to the youth station dormitory. Gu Yuehui leaned against the door, her brows furrowed. She was not usually a patient person, but her past experiences had made her suppress her feelings with guilt. Now, being provoked by Yan Xiaoyu, she showed a rare hint of stubbornness. What a stubborn mule. Maybe I should bring him home tonight? As soon as he sees Xiaodang, with her title of Sister's Savior, she feels more confident approaching him. Then, he won't have any excuse to reject her anymore. Yan Xiaoyu watched Gu Yuehui's stubborn back as she left. His eyes stayed thoughtful for a moment. He hung the mesh bag on his bike and pushed it into the youth commune. It was mealtime, and he easily carried the groceries into the house. Song Jinan looked a little surprised. Xiaoyu, are you cooking yourself? Yan Xiaoyu replied calmly with a nod, not saying much. He sat down on the other side with his bag and started eating. Since Gu Yuehui had already said so much, he wouldn't really throw away the food. He opened the aluminum lunchbox, and a strong aroma of rice filled the air. The white rice was mixed with eggs, and there were diced carrots, cucumbers, and mushrooms, all colorful and beautiful. Yan Xiaoyu was silent for a moment, then picked up his chopsticks and ate. The taste was just right, salty but not too much, fragrant and delicious. Huang Sheng sniffed the air and felt a strange taste in his mouth. At that moment, a youth sitting nearby looked at Yan Xiaoyu's back and suddenly said to Song Jinan, "Fifth brother, why don't we chip in some money? Maybe editor Gu can cook for us from now on. I think her cooking is really good, smells amazing." He, a young man with a crew cut named Yu Jiangwo, licked his lips as he spoke. Cui Hajie raised an eyebrow and looked at Song Jinan. He had heard from He Lanzhong that Gu Yuehui's cooking skills were better than those of professional chefs. If she really came to cook for the youth, he could enjoy some good food too. But with Gu Yuehui's stubborn temper, she probably wouldn't want to be a cook. Pei's expression was complicated. He felt that a lot had happened in just one night, things he didn't know about. When he first met Gu Yuehui at work, he sensed she was different. Her appearance was eye-catching, but what really made him look at her differently was her calm attitude toward everything. He didn't know how a young girl, not yet 20, could live like a middle-aged person. Yu Jiangwo, not getting a reply from Song Jinan, looked at him eagerly. "Fifth brother," Song Jinan smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Don't think about it. Editor Gu has her own work to do. How can she come to cook for so many of us? She's a woman. Doing too much would tire her out. Also, he faintly sensed that Gu Yuehui had a special attitude toward Yan Xiaoyu. If she truly only felt sympathy for Yan Xiaoyu, who was isolated, she wouldn't be so concerned, even asking about his family one by one. This attitude seemed strange. Does she really like Xiaoyu? This idea made Song Jinan feel a strange, sour feeling inside. It was unfamiliar and seemed wrong. However, he instinctively thought Gu Yuehui wasn't someone who fell in love at first sight. There must be some hidden reason he didn't know. Compared to the idea of liking someone, this thought convinced him more. Yu Jiangwo sighed and looked at Yan Xiaoyu again, still not giving up. He moved his lips but couldn't say a word for a long time. Yan Xiaoyu was a strange name to their group. Since they were young, they only called him third brother. Unfortunately, that title was no longer something he could bear now. Yu Jiangwo felt a bit disappointed, reached up and touched his short hair. The others heard the conversation but didn't say much. At that moment, Yan Xiaoyu only had one thought. Gu Yuehui's cooking really was very good. Just after the young workers finished eating, Lu Posey's voice rang out outside. "Yuehui. Gu Yuehui, someone is looking for you." Lu Posey's voice was loud, and Song Jinan and others heard it clearly. Gu Yuehui was sewing a quilt inside. Hearing the voice, she responded, "Oh, coming." When she came out, she saw Lu Posey pointing outside the young worker's point. "Yuehui, outside, there's a young man." While speaking, Lu Posey raised her eyebrows and teased a little. Gu Yuehui raised an eyebrow, stepped out of the young worker's point, and immediately saw He Lanzhong standing at the door. He was pushing a bicycle, wearing a clean white shirt collar tucked into a military coat, looking neat and sunny. "Comrade He? Why are you here?" Gu Yuehui was a bit surprised. She thought it would be Ren Tianxiang or Qin Yusheng. He Longjong looked at Gu Yuehui, who was becoming more slender and graceful, and smiled softly. Do you have free time? I want to talk to you about something. Gu Yuehui checked the time and nodded. Okay, wait for me a moment. She returned to the educated youth camp and ran to the boys' dormitory. She told Yan Xiaoyu at the door, Yan, after you finish your meal, just leave the lunchbox at our dorm door. I'll come back later to get it. Yan Xiaoyu hesitated, about to speak, but Gu Yuehui had already left. Huang Xing squinted and exchanged a glance with Yu Jiangwo. The two tiptoed and followed quietly. Where are you going? Song Jinan frowned. Before he finished speaking, they had already disappeared. 2 minutes later, Huang Sheng and Yu Jiangwo hurried back, their faces showing excitement. They panted and said, Big news. Major news. Fifth brother, guess what we saw? When they said this, Huang Xing shot a teasing look at Yan Xiaoyu.
Song Jinan was confused.
What did you see? Yu Jiangwo, catching his breath, said excitedly, Gu editor. Gu editor has a boyfriend. What? Song Jinan was very surprised. He had never heard that Gu Yuehui had a boyfriend. He knew she liked that squad leader Chen Yusheng before, but Chen Yusheng was already married. So, who is her boyfriend? Cui Hejia and Pei Yi also looked shocked. Pei Yi even argued, that can't be true. Gu editor goes to work every day. I haven't seen her close to any man. How could she have a boyfriend? Huang Xing rolled his eyes. How is that impossible? We saw it with our own eyes. Can it be fake? Song Jinan thought about how they had just followed Gu Yuehui and left, and frowned slightly, saying nothing. Cui Hejia asked suspiciously, You saw it with your own eyes. Yu Jiangwo nodded firmly. Yes, just outside. Did you hear? Someone came to see Gu editor. It was a young man, quite handsome, dressed well. He didn't look like an ordinary person. He was riding a bicycle and Gu was sitting on the back. They left together. It must be a date. He described everything vividly. The educated youth looked at each other, all showing expressions of understanding. Huang Sheng glanced at Yan Xiaoyu, who was sitting steadily and confidently. Some people don't get too carried away. The girl from the countryside has many admirers. I think she's just teasing you, huh? He couldn't stand Yan Xiaoyu's attitude. Knowing that Gu Yuehui liked him differently, he secretly looked down on this woman's taste. Now that he knew Gu Yuehui had a partner, he only felt like mocking Yan Xiaoyu. Indeed, he was not so lucky. Yan Xiaoyu finished the last bite of fried rice, gently lifted his eyelids, and looked at Huang Sheng. Are you talking about me? Huang Sheng's face twitched. Seeing Yan Xiaoyu's rebellious look, he wanted to say something but held it back.
He could only speak hoarsely. I
didn't name anyone specifically. Yan Xiaoyu looked at him calmly for a moment, then withdrew his gaze and went to wash his lunchbox. As he left, Huang Sheng let out a breath of relief, but soon felt annoyed again. Huang Sheng bit his cheek and muttered bitterly, I shouldn't have reminded him. I should have let that girl from the countryside trick him. Then he wouldn't be so proud anymore. Song Jinan couldn't stand this kind of talk, and also got up to leave with his bowl. Fifth brother, Huang Xing called out, but when he ignored him, he grew more irritated. Yu Jiangwo shrugged and looked at the leftover food on the plate. He sat down, brought the food to his mouth, and mumbled while eating, Don't leave any. We're not in the capital now, so we can't waste a single grain. Song Jinan chased after him and saw Yan Xiaoyu squatting by the well, washing his lunchbox. He hesitated for a moment, then walked over and squatted beside him. Don't take what Huang Sheng and Jiangwo said to heart. Yan Xiaoyu was slightly surprised. He looked up at Song Jinan, his eyes soft and slightly narrowed. You're overthinking. He didn't care who Gu Yuehui liked or whether he had a partner. Song Jinan was stunned. He looked at Yan Xiaoyu. Don't you like Editor Gu? Hearing this, Yan Xiaoyu looked at Song Jinan with cold eyes. Like? That's unnecessary for me. After saying that, he placed the water-dripping lunchbox back into the net bag and calmly left it at the door of the female youth's dormitory. Song Jinan sighed softly, a complex look in his brown eyes. He understood Yan Xiaoyu's words. His meaning was that he no longer wanted to waste time on liking someone. Instead, he should think about how to revive the Yan family, save his parents, and find his sister. Meanwhile, He Longjong took Gu Yuehui to a quiet, empty place. Gu Yuehui asked directly, "What's the matter?" He Longjong smiled bitterly and handed her a cloth bag hanging from the car's steering wheel.
Take this.
Don't refuse. Gu Yuehui hesitated slightly, took the bag and looked inside. She was surprised when she saw the grains inside. He Longjang's face turned serious. He said carefully, "I heard that this year's grain harvest is very low, and the reserves are small. The commune is already short of food. They haven't announced it yet, but some informed people have started buying grain early." Gu Yuehui paused. She didn't expect He Longjong to come all this way just to tell her this news. In her previous life, she only found out about the grain shortage when the team announced it. By then, it was too late. Her family was starving and thin as skin and bones. Many things happened in this life, and her fate changed as well. Seeing Gu Yuehui silent, He Longjong thought she didn't believe him. He added, "Take this grain. It might come in handy. Also, if possible, buy some grain in advance and store it." "I'm telling the truth." Gu Yuehui gently pressed her lips and looked up at He Longjong with sincere eyes. "Comrade, thank you. Thank you for telling me this. At first, I only saw him as a big fish." He Longjang's feelings were sincere and passionate. He offered her his true heart. Sadly, she knew she couldn't return such feelings. Some people and things always leave regrets. He Longjong was momentarily stunned. "No, you're welcome." Gu Yuehui weighed the grain bag in her hands and said thoughtfully, "I'll take this grain, but I will pay for it." She then took 5 yuan from her pocket and handed it to He Longjong. The grain in her hands weighed at least 30 jin, and at market prices, it was worth that much. He Longjong frowned, wanting to refuse. But seeing her serious face, he understood that if he didn't accept the money, she wouldn't want the grain either. For a moment, he felt very down. And the 5 yuan in his hand felt painfully hot. Gu Yuehui looked at the time and said, "Thank you. I have to work this afternoon, so I can't keep you company. I'll treat you to a meal when I have free time. No need to see me off. You should go back now." She waved to He Longjong and carried the grain back home. He Longjong stood in place for a long time until he couldn't see Gu Yuehui anymore. Then he moved his stiff legs, looked down at the 5 yuan in his hand, and laughed at himself. He got on his bicycle and left. The young man's sincere feelings were broken again and again, but he always felt a stubborn spirit inside him. Gu Yuehui delivered the grain home, then jogged back to the youth commune. The young people were preparing to go to work. She entered the dormitory, took her lunchbox, then grabbed her drawing board and brushes, and followed the young workers to the fields. They were at the animal care station. After cleaning up, it was time to feed the animals. These belonged to the collective and needed careful care. Even pig feed had to be chopped and boiled, which was a big task. Lu Error was in charge of herding cattle. Usually, he took care of the animals in the pen. Tasks like making pig feed, which required skill, weren't done just like that. So in the afternoon, Lu Error specially came to guide the new young workers. Gu Yuehui moved her brush, drawing scenes of the young workers working. She took a moment to glance at Lu Error. He clearly treated the mother cows much better and was very attentive. When he touched the pregnant cow's big belly, his eyes softened. He looked like he was gazing at a beloved lover, not just a cow. Gu Yuehui frowned, feeling a cold chill in her heart. Since suspecting Lu Error and Li Chaoying, she had no good impression of him. He cared so much about the mother cow. How could he have let the cow die in childbirth in his past life? Thinking this, Gu Yuehui approached Lu Error with her drawing board. She half closed her eyes and asked, "Uncle Lu, when will our big herd's cow give birth?" Lu Error shivered and looked up to see Gu Yuehui outside the cow pen. He forced a smile and said, "You gave me a scare." He felt a bit more cautious inside. Last time, when he led the cow home, he thought this girl was strange. Now, she suddenly came up to ask about the cow. What was she up to? He had been in the team for many years and had never seen her ask about anything like this before. Despite his thoughts, Lu Error still replied, "The cow should give birth in about 2 days. The shed is cold, and the secretary told me to bring her home." Gu Yuehui nodded thoughtfully and looked at Lu Error. Suddenly, she smiled and asked, Uncle Lu, I saw you talking with Li Chaoying a few days ago. Are you close? Hearing this, Lu Error felt a chill run from his feet to his hair. He looked at Gu Yuehui with a shocked face, feeling her beautiful face looked almost like a devil. Next to them, Yan Xiaoyu, who was brushing the cows, listened to Gu Yuehui's slow words. He also looked at Lu Error, whose body suddenly tensed up. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if he was thinking about something.
Gu Yuehua didn't tis Lu er further.
She took her drawing board and went to the side. The afternoon passed quickly, and soon the bell rang to signal the end of work. The educated youths groaned as they left the animal pens. Taking care of cows, sheep, and pigs that could pull manure at any time was not easy for them. Blue Sky and Pan Rua, two young women, felt so sick from the smell that they kept vomiting and rolling their eyes. Gu Yuehui packed up her drawing board and returned to the educated youth camp. Then she took her lunchbox and went home. When she arrived, Gu Jifeng and Gu Tinghui were already back. They had been doing hard, tiring work. Their patched jackets were soaked with sweat. She saw them wiping their sweaty necks with hot water. Gu Jifeng saw his daughter and smiled. Nuanwan is back. Gu Yuehui smiled and nodded. Dad, let's cook chicken hot pot tonight. She wanted to invite Yan Xiaoyu to eat at her house. Chicken hot pot was the best choice. But she wasn't sure if he still wanted to eat after seeing Xiaoding. Chicken hot pot. Gu Tinghui looked surprised. He had never tried it. In the village, hot pot wasn't common. Every family had little grain and vegetables. Just filling their stomachs was enough. Who would bother about good food? Plus, he had never seen chicken hot pot at a state-run restaurant. Gu Xiaohui looked at Gu Yuehui's room with some doubt. Do we still have chickens at home? Gu Yuehui looked calm. Of course. I know exactly how much grain and supplies we have. After saying that, she went into her room. When she came out, she was holding a plump, old hen, but it was already dead. Gu Tinghui stepped forward and took the hen from Gu Yuehui. He examined it and said with emotion, It's getting cold, but the meat in the house won't spoil. It still looks pretty fresh. Gu Yuehui interrupted, saying, Big brother, you should boil water and prepare the chicken. Gu Tinghui nodded, started boiling water, and during this time, Gu Yuehui looked at Gu Jifeng sitting by the bed, peeling walnuts. After thinking for a moment, she decided to repeat what He Lanzhong had said, so the family would understand the situation better. She said, Dad, today a friend from the commune came to visit me and told me something. Gu Jifeng was surprised and asked gently, What is it, Nanny? Gu Yuehui organized her words and softly said, He said that after paying the grain tax, several large teams under Huanging Commune have started to run out of food. Some people who know the situation are buying grain early. It looks like this winter will be very hard. Hearing this, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became tense. Gu Tinghui turned around, looking at Gu Yuehui with shock. After a moment, he said with a complicated voice, Food shortage? Our big team is also short of food? Is that true? Gu Jifeng also came back to himself. Having experienced hard times, he knew well how it felt not to have enough to eat or wear, and the memory made his scalp tingle. Yes, Nanny, we can't just say things like that without proof. Gu Xiaohui remained calm. He and Gu Yuehui had already discussed this topic, so now it felt more normal. He said, Dad, big brother, think carefully. Since the grain tax was paid, the party secretary and others haven't been seen much. When they do appear, they don't talk much. You can see they're worried, right? When he said this, Gu Jifeng and Gu Tinghui looked at each other, speechless. They had already suspected something strange, but they didn't expect the food shortage to be so serious. Gu Jifeng frowned tightly. Are the nearby teams also short of food? Gu Yuehui nodded. Yes, this year's harvest was poor.
Everyone knows that.
After paying the grain tax, the commune did a survey. Overall, the harvest was about 60% less than last year. The work points and grain don't match up. 60%. Gu Jifeng's voice changed, and his eyes looked shocked. Such a big reduction. Gu Tinghui also looked worried. Growing up in the countryside, the biggest fear was not enough food and not being full. During years of famine, many chain reactions happen, and it's the easiest time for trouble. Suddenly, Gu Jifeng thought about the food piled up in his daughter's room. He frowned and asked, Nan Nan, did you know about this earlier? Gu Yuehuai's eyes flickered slightly. She gently pressed her lips and said, not exactly early, just guessed. After all, I've been at the breeding station for a long time and made some preparations. The family's food is enough for us to eat for several months. Gu Jifeng relaxed after hearing this, but felt a bit sad when he thought about other families in the collective. At that moment, the bell ringing to record work points suddenly sounded. It's time to record work points. Let's go. Gu Jifeng got off the Kong bed, put on his shoes, and called Gu Tinghuai to go to the breeding station together. Gu Yuehuai thought for a moment and said to Gu Shihua, third brother, you watch the water. I need to go to the youth education point. She planned to call Yan Xiaoyu over so he wouldn't have to prepare the meals himself. You go ahead, Gu Shihua nodded, leaving Yan Xiaodeng in charge and adding firewood to the stove himself. As Gu Yuehuai left, the villagers were rushing toward the breeding station, all smiling and chatting happily, unaware of what was about to happen tonight. When Gu Yuehuai arrived at the youth education point, the meal wasn't ready yet. Yan Xiaoyu was washing rice, apparently preparing to cook coarse rice porridge. Gu Yuehuai called out from the door, Yan youth. Huang Sheng was sitting at the table, glancing at Gu Yuehuai with a cold smile. He didn't say anything sarcastic now. He was just thinking about how this country girl was playing with Yan Xiaoyu's feelings and naturally wouldn't interfere with these petty matters. Song Jinan moved his lips, as if he wanted to ask something, but thought the situation wasn't suitable. Yan Xiaoyu carried his bowl and came out, his eyelids slightly lifted. He asked, what's the matter? Gu Yuehuai's expression softened as she said, well, since you don't want me to bring you food anymore, I don't know how much I should refund you. Tonight, come to my house for dinner. After this meal, I won't bring you food again. Yan Xiaoyu looked at her calmly and said, no need, you don't have to refund me. After saying that, he was about to go back with his rice-washing bowl when he suddenly heard Gu Yuehuai's light laughter behind him. All right, since you still want me to bring you food, I won't make things difficult for you. I'll bring it over later. As he listened to her footsteps fading away, Yan Xiaoyu's face showed a flicker of annoyance and helplessness. He turned to look at Gu Yuehuai's back and frowned, saying, wait a moment. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuehuai turned around, her eyes and eyebrows softening as she smiled at Yan Xiaoyu. The smile was bright and captivating, with a hint of cunning and cleverness, making Yan Xiaoyu pause for a moment. He sighed, put the bowl back, put on his jacket, and followed Gu Yuehuai as they headed toward her home. As they passed by the animal shelter, they heard the noise and commotion inside. What's going on? Yan Xiaoyu's brows furrowed tightly, his handsome face shadowed with suspicion. He was now at the Dalhousie production team. Whatever happened here wouldn't be good for him. Gu Yuehuai looked at the chaotic animal shelter and faintly heard crying and shouting, mixed with words like lack of grain and won't survive. It was obvious that Wang Fu and Wang Peixing had already mentioned the grain shortage. Her voice was cold and strangely calm, with a hint of eeriness. The team is short of grain, so the members are naturally upset. Short of grain? Yan Xiaoyu raised his eyebrows, his expression changing slightly. He was born and raised in Beijing. Even if life was tough, he had never experienced a grain shortage. But during his military days, he had eaten mice and gnawed on tree bark. A grain shortage was truly a nightmare. Thinking this, he looked at Gu Yuehuai, feeling that her calmness was frightening. Gu Yuehuai straightened her back, her expression steady. She showed no sign of panic or fear about the grain shortage and its chain reactions. It seemed she wasn't worried at all. Let's go. Gu Yuehuai noticed Yan Xiaoyu's scrutinizing gaze and didn't explain further. The team would face this situation sooner or later. Better to prepare in advance than to be caught off guard. On the way, Yan Xiaoyu pondered and asked, why did you invite me to your house for dinner? Does your partner mind? Partner? Gu Yuehuai was surprised, giving Yan Xiaoyu a puzzled look. Yan Xiaoyu wasn't someone who gossiped. How did he hear that she had a partner? His sharp, dark eyes looked at Gu Yuehuai with suspicion. Was she pretending to be naive? He didn't mind her having a partner, but he was displeased with her hiding it. It was a matter of character. Was she deliberately trying to keep him in the dark and drag him into her plans? Gu Yuehui noticed Yan Xiaoyu's displeasure and asked, "I didn't even know I had a boyfriend." "Who told you that?" Yan Xiaoyu responded impatiently with a cold voice. "This afternoon." Helanzhong? Gu Yuehui thought for a moment and realized where the rumor came from. She found it a bit funny. She paused, glanced sideways at Yan Xiaoyu, and looked thoughtful. "Are you worried about this?" Before Yan Xiaoyu could answer, she calmly said, "Helanzhong is my friend, not my boyfriend. He and Cui Hejiao are good friends. You can ask him. He came to tell me about the shortage of grain in the community." Hearing her words about her, caring, Yan Xiaoyu's face darkened and his lips tightened. Gu Yuehui didn't want to talk more about Helanzhong. She knew Yan Xiaoyu didn't like her at all, so there was no point in feeling jealous or worried. The only reason he asked was probably to question her character or purity. She said, "My home is just ahead. Only my dad, 2 brothers, and a sister live there. It's a bit crowded, so don't mind." After saying that, she looked at Yan Xiaoyu. Sure enough, once she changed the subject and mentioned her family, Yan Xiaoyu's expression became more serious. Although he paid for the food and had spent his own money on it, since he was a young worker visiting a rural family for a meal, he didn't act too casually. His usual arrogance and indifference softened a little. Soon, they arrived at Gu's small courtyard. Gu Yuehui thought about the upcoming reunion with her siblings. She suppressed her rapid heartbeat and led the way inside. Yan Xiaoyu looked around the yard and followed Gu Yuehui into the house. Gu Shihui was cleaning chickens. When he heard the noise, he turned to look. Seeing Yan Xiaoyu following Gu Yuehui inside, his face changed slightly. "Who is this? Has Gu Yuehui brought her boyfriend home?" As soon as Yan Xiaoyu entered, the first thing he saw was a little girl sitting on the Kong playing with a sandbag. She sat with her back to him, only showing her new little jacket, cotton shoes, and chubby hands clutching the sandbag. He hadn't expected Gu Yuehui's sister to be so young. She looked about the same age as Xiaodong. Thinking of Xiaodong, Yan Xiaoyu's expression grew colder, and his eyes darkened. He knew very well that after searching for so long, he still couldn't find her. Yan Xiaodong was probably sold by human traffickers to a very remote place. Finding her was like looking for a needle in a haystack. He wondered if he would ever have a chance to see her again in this life. Gu Shihui wiped his hands and gave Gu Yuehui a look. "Who is this?" Gu Yuehui glanced at Yan Xiaodong sitting on the Kong bed, blinked, and teased, "Yan Xiaoyu, a new educated youth in our team. Isn't he quite good-looking?" Gu Shihui's mouth twitched, his eyelids twitching wildly. He wondered what kind of joke his unpredictable sister was playing. Hearing Gu Yuehui's words, Yan Xiaoyu frowned slightly. He looked at Gu Shihui's gaze, his expression becoming more serious. He politely nodded and said, "Hello, you." "Hello." Gu Shihui studied Yan Xiaoyu carefully, his tone sounding a bit strange. He felt that this educated youth looked a little familiar. Big sister, Yan Xiaodong, tired of playing with the sandbag in his hand, stretched out his small hands towards Gu Yuehui, making a hugging gesture. Gu Yuehui smiled and walked to the Kong. He picked up Yan Xiaodong and said to Yan Xiaoyu, "This is my sister, Xiaodong. Do you think she looks a bit like you?" Hearing this, Yan Xiaoyu's eyes widened in shock. "Xiaodong?" He stared tightly at the little girl Gu Yuehui was holding. When she turned her head, a pretty little face appeared before his eyes. Suddenly, it felt like a bright light split his mind open. His voice escaped his lips. "Xiaodong." Yan Xiaoyu strode forward. Looking at Xiaodong, who blinked her eyes and showed no sign of her usual dull, silly expression, his thin lips trembled. He found it hard to believe. His forehead veins bulged, and his eyes gradually reddened. He quickly took Xiaodong into his arms. Feeling her weight, his throat moved, and he felt a bit dry. Gu Yuehui's lips pressed into a light line, and a faint shimmer of water flickered in his eyes. He hadn't found Xiaodong in his past life. This life, he finally settled a long-standing worry. Xiaodong seemed a little scared. She shrank her neck and looked at Gu Yuehui and Gu Shihui, confused about how she was suddenly carried away. But seeing her big brother's eyes, red and shining, she felt a strange warmth rise in her heart. Yuehui, what's going on? Shouting and this. Gu Shihui frowned, not bothering to clean the chicken anymore. He wanted to take Yan Shouting back, but when he saw how excited Yan Xiaoyu was, he hesitated. When he had held Yan Shouting earlier, their faces had been very close, and anyone could see how much they looked alike. At that moment, Gu Shihui suddenly understood something. His chest tightened, and he could hardly believe it. Gu Yuehui pressed her lips together and said with a hint of displeasure, "Comrade Yan, what are you doing?" "Big sister." Hearing her voice, Yan Shouting quickly reached out to her, tears shining in her bright eyes. Seeing this, Yan Xiaoyu loosened his hold a little, allowing Gu Yuehui to take the girl into her arms. Yan Xiaoyu tried to control his emotions, but his gaze toward Gu Yuehui showed rare confusion and unease. Many questions filled his mind. Why had Shouting been taken away and ended up in the Dalhousie production brigade? Why was it Gu Yuehui who found her, and how did she know Xiaotong's name? And why was Shouting no longer slow or confused? When she called sister, her voice was clear and lively, completely different from before. What had happened in between? Gu Yuehui handed Yan Shouting to Gu Shihui. Seeing the cautious look in his eyes, she said nothing. She turned to Yan Xiaoyu. "Comrade Yan, let's talk outside." Shouting is a little scared. Yan Xiaoyu's face darkened. He glanced at Shouting, who was now in Gu Shihuai's arms, then stepped out first. Gu Yuehui followed, reminding as she left, "Third brother, clean the chicken properly." Gu Shihui looked at her with a complicated expression. At a time like this, she still cared about cooking? Shouting held onto his neck and softly called sister. Her sweet voice brought Gu Shihui back to his senses. He looked down at the pretty little girl, and as he thought about his suspicions, a faint sadness and helpless smile appeared in his heart. How could there be such coincidences in the world? Yan Xiaoyu stood in the yard, his brows furrowed, his eyes flickering with mixed emotions. He felt many things at once. Joy at finding Shouting and seeing her well again, but also confusion. Why was it Gu Yuehui who had her? Had her kindness toward him always had another reason? When Gu Yuehui came out, she saw Yan Xiaoyu's unpredictable expression. She sighed inwardly, knowing that he was going through a mental storm and could no longer stay calm and determined. Gu Yuehui approached Yan Xiaoyu and looked at him with a questioning gaze. She asked, "Yan Jiqing, do you know Shouting?" Before Yan Xiaoyu could answer, she suddenly frowned and said to herself, "Xiaoyu, Shouting, your names are very similar and even your looks." She paused, then suddenly changed her expression. "Could you be her relative?" Gu Yuehui looked at Yan Xiaoyu with a shocked expression, pretending to be surprised. But she was secretly worried about using such tricks in front of him. She hoped everything would go smoothly and that her relationship with Yan Xiaoyu would improve. Yan Xiaoyu raised his eyebrows slightly and looked into her eyes. He said slowly, "Why do you know her name is Shouting?" Gu Yuehui rolled her eyes at him without hesitation. "Of course. Shouting told me herself." "She told you?" Yan Xiaoyu moved closer to Gu Yuehui, his dark eyes fixed on her, not missing any of her expressions. His tone was gentle, as if he was speaking softly, but his eyes held a fierce glare. Suddenly, his voice turned cold and sharp like ice and snow, full of menace. "Is it you? Did you take Shouting away from Beijing?" He was sure that Shouting was kidnapped by human traffickers. After all, she was born simple-minded and afraid of strangers. How could she leave Beijing quietly? But was Gu Yuehui a trafficker? Yan Xiaoyu thought about how heavy Shouting felt when he held her earlier, along with her new coat and cotton shoes. He fell silent. Gu Yuehui knew he would doubt her. When he said that, she pretended to be angry. "What do you think I am? A kidnapper?" "Yan Xiaoyu, you need evidence when you speak. I've never been to Beijing in my life. How could I have taken Shouting? I tell you, I met Shouting in Zhoulon City. Don't suspect me with your little tricks." Gu Yuehui's eyes were sharp like knives. She then recounted everything about how she encountered the traffickers in Zhoulon City, in detail. She glared at Yan Xiaoyu with a thunderous look, as if lightning was flashing. "That's how it happened. I acted bravely, and was even praised by the police in Zhoulon City." "How come you call me a kidnapper?" Yan Xiaoyu looked at Gu Yuehui with a mixture of anger and affection in his eyes, his face slightly pale. He had thought of many possibilities, but he never considered that Gu Yuehui was the one who saved Xiaodong. Her inexplicable approach seemed suspicious. Recently, he had experienced many dangerous situations in Beijing, so he was naturally on edge. But when did Xiaodong recover? Why does she remember his name? Yan Xiaoyu's thin lips moved, and his voice was hoarse. Sorry, I misunderstood you. But I want to know why the Zhoulan City Police didn't detain the person but instead handed her over to you? Hearing this, Gu Yuehui's tone paused slightly. Thinking back to the explanation he gave at the time, his eyes flickered. He didn't expect that at this critical moment, Yan Xiaoyu could ask such an important question. What's strange about that? When I first saw Xiaodong, she was dazed and seemed to have some mental issues, unable to respond normally. The police couldn't get useful information from her and couldn't take care of the child. Xiaodong was rescued by me personally from the kidnappers. I naturally didn't want her to keep wandering and suffering. I promised to take good care of her. The Zhoulan City Police also came to check on her once, and they trust me very much. Gu Yuehui glanced at Yan Xiaoyu calmly, speaking concisely and confidently, without any panic. Yan Xiaoyu's eyebrows twitched slightly, and he suppressed the turmoil in his heart. He looked up at Gu Yuehui seriously. One last question. I want to know how Xiaodong got better.
She.
Her. His throat moved, and his voice was hoarse. Xiaodong was born with a severe mental disability. She couldn't take care of herself or speak. But her condition has improved?
She can even speak now.
Why? Yan Xiaoyu looked at Gu Yuehui, his fingers wrapped in bandages trembling slightly, revealing some complexity. They had seen many doctors about Xiaotong's illness, but all said it was a congenital condition that couldn't be cured. Yet, after being kidnapped and taken away, she surprisingly got better. Could this be the so-called blessing in disguise? Gu Yuehui's expression was calm. He tilted his head in confusion and asked, You've asked me so many questions, but I haven't asked you anything. Yan Jiqing, what is your relationship with Xiaodong? Hearing this, Yan Xiaoyu looked at Gu Yuehui seriously with a serious expression. Siblings. I am her older brother. Gu Yuehui crossed his arms and looked at Yan Xiaoyu from head to toe, suspicious. How can you prove that? Although you two look somewhat alike, you can't just tell me a few words and make me believe you're Xiaotong's older brother, right? Yan Xiaoyu's eyes were pure black. He looked at Gu Yuehui and was silent for a moment. Then he took out a photo from inside his jacket. Gu Yuehui paused slightly and took the familiar photo. The photo showed a happy family of 6, with familiar features. In his past life, Yan Xiaoyu often touched this photo until the edges became frayed. Only then would he sadly put it back in the book. Gu Yuehui's lips moved slightly, but she said nothing. She returned the photo to Yan Xiaoyu. Yan Xiaoyu carefully put the photo away and looked at Gu Yuehui. Now, can you tell me? Why did Xiaotong's silly illness get better? Hearing this, Gu Yuehui brushed her hair behind her ear innocently and raised her eyebrows. I don't know. No one can really say why. Maybe the Dalhousie production team is a lucky place, and Xiaodong got better as soon as he arrived. Yan Xiaoyu looked at her for a while. He didn't believe such an explanation. Gu Yuehui avoided his gaze and smiled calmly. Since you're Xiaotong's real older brother, from now on we're family. Today is a good day, we should celebrate. Let's go back first. She lifted her eyes proudly, a slight smile on her lips, and her eyes shone with a gentle, spring breeze-like smile. Yan Xiaoyu's gaze flicked over Gu Yuehui's long, fair neck. He looked a bit stunned. A family? Since his parents were taken away, he had no family anymore.
But
Yan Xiaoyu looked at Gu Yuehui, his long eyelashes fluttered slightly. He suppressed the uncomfortable feeling in his heart and softly replied, Okay. Hearing his answer, Gu Yuehui suddenly smiled brightly, her eyes shining like glass. When they returned home, Gu Xiaohui was chopping and cleaning a chicken, and Yan Xiaodong was squatting on the ground watching the rabbits. The little girl took great care of the rabbits. All 4 had grown much bigger, with smooth fur, clearly well-fed. Of course, this was also thanks to Gu Yuehui regularly supplementing the summer space with fruits. As soon as they entered, Gu Xiaohui looked at Yan Xiaoyu with a wary gaze. Gu Yuehui went to the stove and said, "Third brother. Yan Ziking is Xiaodong's real older brother. Isn't that a coincidence? From now on, we'll all be in the Daliozi production team, family. Don't be cold or hostile, understand?" Gu Xiaohui. He looked at Gu Yuehui blankly, feeling like she was just suspicious of Yan Xiaoyu. Gu Yuehui's eyes and smile are full of happiness. She looks up at Yan Xiaoyu, who is standing beside Yan Xiaodong, lost in thought as he watches his little sister, who has been found again. She says, "Xiaoyu, you sit down first. Dinner will be ready soon." Hearing her change of address, Yan Xiaoyu frowns slightly and looks at her with a long, gentle gaze. Gu Yuehui ignores his look, cuts the vegetables, and prepares to stir-fry the chicken. Gu Shihua looks at Gu Yuehui with a blank expression. At this point, if he still doesn't notice anything, he's really foolish. So, her marriage-obsessed sister is back? But this time, her target isn't Chen Yuxing anymore, it's Yan Xiaoyu?
What's so good about him?
Just a nice face? Is it really necessary? Gu Shihua feels a strong sense of dislike. He looks at Yan Xiaoyu with the eyes of a brother-in-law judging his sister's husband. His gaze shifts from cautious to critical, but then he remembers Gu Yuehui from the past and worries a little. Will she change back to her old self just because she has someone she likes? Gu Yuehui doesn't know what Gu Shihua is thinking. She is fully focused on preparing dinner. Making chicken hot pot isn't hard. First, stir-fry the chicken until it has some color. Then add Sichuan pepper, chili, garlic, and green onion. Stir-fry together. Pour in the prepared sauce, and once the chicken is covered with water, start simmering. Soon, the house fills with a strong, spicy aroma, delicious and tempting. While the chicken is cooking, Gu Yuehui also remembers to make noodles. Her noodles are chewy and can be cooked in the hot pot. Additionally, the remaining chicken leg can be shredded into strips to make a mild chicken noodle dish for Yan Xiaodong. She is attentive to everything. Meanwhile, Yan Xiaoyu is already sitting on the bed, being questioned by Gu Shihua. His attitude isn't very friendly, but after a few words, Gu Shihua relaxes and stops feeling suspicious or hostile. He's a smart person and can see that Yan Xiaoyu and Chen Yusheng are very different types, more reliable, in other words. Of course, whether this reliability is superficial or genuine remains to be seen. At this moment, there is noise outside, the sound of Gu Jifeng and Gu Tinghui returning home. Gu Shihua sees them come in and calls out, "Dad, elder brother." Gu Jifeng looked worried, but when she smelled the delicious meat in the house, her worries eased a little. When she looked up, she saw Yan Xiaoyu sitting at the head of the Kong bed. She was surprised and asked, "Who is this?" Gu Tinghui also paused, looked at Gu Shihui, and thought he was a good friend. Yan Xiaoyu stood up, looked at the two, nodded, and introduced himself. "I'm Yan Xiaoyu. I just came from the city as a young person sent to the countryside, and I am Xiaodong's older brother." Xiaodong's older brother? Xiaodong's older brother? Gu Jifeng and Gu Tinghui exclaimed together in shock, as if they couldn't believe it. They kept looking at Yan Xiaoyu and Xiaodong, unsure if their first impressions were right, but the more they looked, the more they thought the two looked alike. Gu Yuehui took out the cooked chicken and added noodles and greens to the soup. She turned her head to look at Gu Jifeng and Gu Tinghui, then told them the whole story. After hearing this, Gu Jifeng couldn't help but feel emotional. It really is fate. The girl rescued from Zhoulon City turns out to be the younger sister of this Yan young person. If this isn't fate, I really can't explain it. With Xiaodong acting as a bridge, Gu Jifeng and Gu Tinghui found Yan Xiaoyu very likable. Gu Jifeng was naturally talkative. Sitting with Yan Xiaoyu at the Kong, they chatted happily and the conversation became more and more lively. "Xiaoyu, Nanan said that from now on we are all family. Come visit often." Yan Xiaoyu looked at Gu Jifeng's enthusiastic expression and was momentarily distracted. Gu Tinghui smiled and said, "Dad, don't scare Xiaoyu." Gu Shihui held Xiaodong in his arms and sat aside, watching this harmonious scene. He thought to himself how he wondered if the old man and the older brother knew that Gu Yuehui liked this young man. Would they still be so easy to talk to? Gu Yuehui saw the family was happy, with smoke curling up, and couldn't help but smile. Bring out the table. The meal will be ready soon. They set the small table on the kong, and a big basin of fragrant, delicious chicken was placed on it. Along with hearty noodles and fresh greens, the meal was truly abundant. Gu Yuehui took several small bowls, handed them out, and sat next to Yan Xiaoyu, inviting him. Xiaoyu, eat more. Gu Tinghui paused while holding his chopsticks and looked suspiciously at Gu Yuehui. He saw his sister's beautiful face with a faint smile, and her cat-like eyes reflected Yan Xiaoyu. The two sat together, like a perfect pair. What is going on? Gu Tinghui felt a strange premonition. Surely it wasn't what he thought, right? Yan Xiaoyu was a bit uncomfortable with Gu Yuehui's warmth. He choked, turned his head, clenched his fist to his lips, and coughed loudly a few times. Gu Yuehui smiled warmly and reached out to Yan Xiaodong. Come, Xiaodong, come to sister. Yan Xiaotong's eyes sparkled. He ran around the crowd and quickly hugged Gu Yuehui's neck. His trusting and dependent look made Yan Xiaoyu feel a bit stunned. He had never seen such a rich expression on his little sister's face. Although she had regained consciousness, she didn't remember him as her brother. Gu Yuehui gently touched Xiaodong's nose, picked up a small bowl, and scooped up some shredded chicken. Sister will feed you meat, okay? Xiaodong showed his tiny teeth like grains of rice and opened his mouth obediently. One fed, the other ate, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Gu Zifeng looked up and saw Gu Yuehui holding Xiaodong. Yan Xiaoyu was watching them. This scene made him feel a bit strange. The more he looked, the more it seemed like a family of three. Gu Yuehui's cooking skills were naturally excellent. In these hard times of lacking clothes and food, being able to enjoy such a meal was a real treat. Everyone tried to fill their stomachs as much as possible. Gu Xiaohui chewed his food thoughtfully, as if savoring it. Gu Zifeng finished eating and started to pick at his walnuts. He looked at Yan Xiaoyu, who was wild and unruly in his every move, and felt increasingly comfortable with him. Gu Zifeng glanced at Xiaodong, who was being held by Gu Yuehui, and looked sleepy. He hesitated and asked, Xiaoyu, since you're Xiaodong's older brother and family, how do you plan to take care of her? They all thought Xiaodong was an orphan kidnapped by traffickers, rescued unexpectedly. Xiaodong was adorable, and their family wasn't short of food, so they just wanted to treat her as part of the family and raise her well. But now that her relatives had been found, they would have to step back. As he finished speaking, the atmosphere at the table grew tense. Gu Shihui frowned and looked at Gu Jifeng, feeling he shouldn't ask this question now. But putting himself in his place, he thought it was only natural. He looked up at Yan Xiaodong, his eyes full of reluctance. He had taken care of Xiaodong for a long time, staying with her every day, and had already regarded her as his own sister. In fact, Yan Xiaodong was closer to him than Gu Yuehui. The young girl was gentle and cute, far different from when Gu Yuehui was a child. She made up for his childhood dream of being a good older brother. Gu Yuehui paused, then looked at Yan Xiaodong sleeping and carried her into the room. When she came out, she heard Gu Jifeng say, Xiaoyu, since you are Xiaotong's older brother, if you want to take her away, we have no objections. But if she lives at the workers' camp, can you take good care of her? Gu Jifeng spoke seriously, not trying to make things difficult, but from the perspective of caring for Yan Xiaodong. Yan Xiaoyu was a man. Living in a dormitory and working during the day, it was not reasonable to leave a 4-year-old girl like Xiaodong at the workers' camp, especially since she was only just regaining some of her senses. Gu Tinghui thought for a moment and said, We are all in the Dalhousie production brigade. Xiaodong has already adapted to life at home. After you finish work, you can come to see her. If you leave here in the future, we won't stop you from taking Xiaodong with you. He guessed his sister's thoughts. Though he found it strange, as her older brother, he wanted to help. Tonight, after meeting him, he also saw that Yan Xiaoyu was deep-minded, always somewhat guarded and cold, making him hard to approach. Without Xiaodong, it would be difficult to get close to him. Gu Shihui understood what his older brother meant. After thinking for a moment, he agreed, Yes, Xiaoyu. I stay at home reading every day, so taking care of Xiaodong is quite easy. But you have to work every day, so you can't look after her. On one hand, this could help Gu Yuehui, but on the other hand, he didn't really want Xiaodong to leave. Hearing the family's words, Yan Xiaoyu's eyes flickered, and several thoughts crossed his mind. He knew it wasn't wise to take Xiaodong away now. Not just because he might not be able to care for her, but because she was no longer the naive girl she used to be. She had her own ideas and reason. If Xiaodong had a choice, she definitely wouldn't want to leave with him. Gu Yuehui took a few steps forward and sat on the edge of the calm, with a shy smile on her face. Xiaoyu, let Xiaotang stay at home. You can come to see her every day, and when you return to the city later, you can take her with you. Hearing her light, clear voice like a spring, Yan Xiaoyu felt a heavy weight in his heart ease a little. He raised his eyebrows slightly, his brow moving, and said seriously, "Thank you. Xiao Tang, it's hard for you. Please take care of her." Before Gu Shihui and others could be happy, he added, "I didn't know before, but now I do. It's not right to let Xiao Tang stay here without anything. I will pay for her food and lodging. If you need anything, just tell me." Yan Xiaoyu's voice was clear and pure, and his tone was very serious, like he was making a promise. Gu Yuehui blinked and then chuckled. "There's no need to be so polite. From now on, when you finish work, come home and eat. Whether I cook for Xiao Tang or for you, it's all the same. Having one more person doesn't matter." Gu Shihui shot a quick glance at Gu Yuehui, thinking to himself that this person really knew how to take advantage of the situation, being quite direct. Gu Tinghui's eyes also flickered, fully confirming Gu Yuehui's intentions. Next to them, Gu Zifeng paused while holding a walnut. Though he was rough, he wasn't that foolish. He looked at Gu Yuehui a moment later, his mouth twitching, his eyes dark and unclear, unsure how to react. What's this? Is the saying, "A daughter growing up means she won't stay," true? Are they already planning to find her a match so quickly? Hearing this, Yan Xiaoyu's handsome eyebrows slightly paused, and he looked at Gu Yuehui with a strange expression. Gu Yuehui didn't look away. Her lively eyes smiled as she looked at him. Even in front of her family, she didn't hide her happiness and affection for Yan Xiaoyu. This life, even if she couldn't be as deeply connected with him as in the past, she didn't want him to misunderstand her feelings for various reasons. Living another lifetime, perhaps her biggest gain would be having a mouth to speak her mind. Sometimes some people don't speak up, and that leads to misunderstandings. Yan Xiaoyu's body stiffened slightly. Before he could speak, Gu Yuehui said, "It's about time. We should go back to the work camp. Let's leave quickly. It's too late, and they might not let us in." She took the initiative to break the silence, which made Yan Xiaoyu's tense muscles relax quietly. Gu Yuehui didn't feel disappointed by Yan Xiaoyu's subconscious refusal. She simply said goodbye to Gu Zifeng and the others, and then left the house. Yan Xiaoyu looked at her back, lips lightly pressed together. His proud gaze softened slightly, and a complex mix of feelings rose in his heart. When he was in the capital city before, many people had been enthusiastic toward him, but he had never felt so conflicted. "Uncle Gu, I'm leaving now." Yan Xiaoyu nodded to Gu Jifeng and the others, then followed Gu Yuehui out. Gu Shihui leaned against the doorframe, watching Gu Yuehui and Yan Xiaoyu leave one after the other, and muttered in surprise. Gu Jifeng looked annoyed and said, "Third brother, what are you doing?" Gu Shihui chuckled softly and sat back on the bed slowly. "Dad, can't you see? Your precious daughter has her eyes on brother Xiaotang." Gu Jifeng choked and slapped Gu Shihui on the head. "None of your business. Focus on yourself first." Gu Shihui covered his head and winced. He sat a little farther away, frowning as he thought about their strange behavior when they returned tonight. He said quietly, "Did something happen in the village today? You two look different." When this topic came up, the previously harmonious atmosphere immediately cooled down. Gu Tinghui put down his enamel cup, his tone heavy. Today, the village had announced a shortage of grain. The villagers are getting restless, demanding to share the grain early. There's no official plan yet, so things might get messy. Gu Shihui sighed and shook his head. Big matters like this, it's better to say something early than late. He paused for a moment, then said, "Tomorrow, the village will have a holiday. The villagers will probably go up the mountain to see if they can find anything to eat. Our family will go too, to avoid suspicion. As soon as he said that, Gu Jifeng and Gu Tinghuai's faces changed slightly. They looked at Gu Yuehuai's room at the same time. They knew that room stored a lot of grain, enough for their family to survive the shortage peacefully. But if others found out, it wouldn't be good for them. Gu Jifeng frowned deeply, recalling the famine years they had experienced. Back then, eating tree bark was common, and some even stole children to eat. Cannibalism wasn't just a saying. Things might not be as chaotic now, but when people are starving, they can do anything. Gu Jifeng sighed deeply. Third brother is right. We should follow the villagers and go with them. A few people looked at each other, their hearts full of emotions, and they remained silent for a long time. Meanwhile, Gu Yuehuai walked ahead, Yan Xiaoyu followed behind, heading toward the youth commune station. Their footsteps were light and heavy, shallow and deep, and only the sound of their steps on the dry leaves could be heard on the small path. After a while, Gu Yuehuai stopped and waited for Yan Xiaoyu to come closer. Then she softly said, "You don't need to feel pressured. I didn't mean to force you. Even if you don't come to my house for dinner, we will still take good care of Xiaodang." Yan Xiaoyu looked at her, a faint coldness crossing his brow. He didn't expect Gu Yuehuai to understand his thoughts so well. His silence just now had revealed some of his hesitation. That's right, he hadn't accepted or rejected because of Xiaodang. He had met passionate women before and could see that Gu Yuehuai had feelings for him. But he wasn't interested at all. Still, she was Xiaotong's savior, and as Xiaotong's older brother, he couldn't forget this kindness, nor would he. So, when facing Gu Yuehuai, he was less decisive than usual. Though he was proud and stubborn, he was also thoughtful, especially when dealing with his younger siblings. On one hand, he remembered Gu Yuehuai's kindness in saving Xiaodang. On the other hand, the Gu family treated Xiaodang sincerely, without any suspicion of harshness. If he rejected Gu Yuehuai and caused a rift, it would be a loss. All these reasons explained his silence, just now. Gu Yuehuai knew Yan Xiaoyu very well. Seeing his cold expression, she understood what he was thinking. She looked at him and sighed. Even though she knew it was hard to win his heart, seeing his expression, she couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed deep inside. She cursed herself silently. In her past life, Yan Xiaoyu had given so much. Was she already starting to complain just after beginning? She really lacked perseverance. Thinking this, Gu Yuehuai slightly curved her eyebrows and smiled at Yan Xiaoyu. "Don't think about it. Let's go." Yan Xiaoyu looked at her carefree expression, slightly stunned. His tone carried some emotion. "Aren't you angry?" His rejection and avoidance were obvious. If it weren't for Xiaodang, he wouldn't have spoken much to her. Gu Yuehuai was surprised and asked with doubt, "Angry? Why would I be angry?" Yan Xiaoyu remained silent, his lips pressed thin, and he lifted his leg to walk away. Gu Yuehuai saw him walking away quickly and had to speed up to walk beside him. She asked, "Should I be angry because you didn't accept my invitation?" After she finished, she added, "Even if you don't come to my house, I will still bring you food." She cleared her throat and said playfully, "Since the outcome is the same, why should I be angry?" Hearing this, Yan Xiaoyu stopped and looked at her with a frown. "So, you're saying that when you said you wouldn't bring me food after dinner at your house, you were lying?" Gu Yuehuai smiled and looked up at him. "No, I can refuse to bring food to Yan Jiqing, but I can't refuse to bring food to Xiaodong's older brother. I already said we are family, so how can I ignore you?" As the saying goes, a man chases a woman over a mountain, a woman chases a man behind a veil. Even if Yan Xiaoyu is like a tough, unbreakable barrier, she still has to try. The first rule of chasing a man is not to be shy. Yan Xiaoyu paused, then was amused by her anger. For the first time, he felt helpless in front of a woman. Gu Yuehuai kept her hands behind her back and looked at Yan Xiaoyu's handsome face. Her voice was unusually shy. "Yan Xiaoyu, I like you. I like you very much. I will wait for you to turn around and look at me." This was the first time she expressed her feelings so plainly, liking and waiting. Hearing this, Yan Xiaoyu's face remained mostly expressionless, calm but with deep eyes. He had heard someone say that before, but at the time, he just felt annoyed. Now, hearing Gu Yuehui say this, his first reaction was still annoyance. But when he saw her shy expression and serious tone, he was surprised. Her voice was soft, even a little husky from shyness, but he could sense a sacredness in her words, as if saying, was a very important thing for her. Faced with such a sincere confession, Yan Xiaoyu felt nervous for the first time. He suddenly realized that when facing Gu Yuehui, his once proud calm and composure were starting to fade. She kept making him feel headache and unsure how to respond. Gu Yuehui looked at his pupils shrinking with a smile, feeling relieved that she finally said it. Yan Xiaoyu stared at her silently. After a moment, his tone was stiff and cold. "You don't really understand me, so how can you say you like me? I have many things to do, and have no plans to find a partner. Don't waste your time on me." She spoke simply and clearly, but his refusal was straightforward and left no room for doubt. Gu Yuehui's gaze was calm yet insightful. Hearing his rejection, she did not show any disappointment. Instead, she smiled gently and said, "I know you have many things to do, but liking you is the one thing I want to do in my life." Anyone else might think this was just sweet talk, but she knew how serious she was. Before Yan Xiaoyu could speak, she smiled softly and ran toward the youth station first. "I'm going back now." Yan Xiaoyu's hand at his side clenched slightly, his thin lips pressed tight. He watched her figure walk away, feeling a bit distracted. Her words just now kept echoing in his mind. "Liking you is the one thing I want to do in my life." When Gu Yuehui returned to her dorm, only Tianjing and Lan Tian were there. Pan Ruoyin hadn't come back yet and was probably somewhere else. She washed up quickly and then lay down to sleep. She was exhausted after everything that happened today. Tianjing glanced at Gu Yuehui with a cold look in her eyes. Lan Tian stayed quietly on her bed, like a transparent person, as usual. Time passed, and Gu Yuehui, half asleep, was awakened by some voices arguing. Tianjing's voice was serious. "We need to find Guide Chui. It's so late, and Pan Ruoyin hasn't come back. She must be in trouble." Lan Tian shrank back, looking frightened. Forget it, you stay in the dorm." "I'll go." Tianjing sighed, gently patting Lan Tian's shoulder before hurriedly leaving. When Gu Yuehui sat up, she only saw Tianjing's anxious figure. She pressed her forehead, looked around the room, and saw only Lan Tian. Pan Ruoyin hadn't returned. This was really strange. She was angry and ran off at noon, but in the afternoon, she was working normally. Now, in the evening, she was missing again. Could it be that the young lady's temper caused her to wander off and get lost? Gu Yuehui frowned. This had never happened in her previous life. Lan Tian looked at Gu Yuehui, biting her lip but saying nothing. She climbed onto her bed and pulled the quilt tightly around herself. Gu Yuehui didn't speak to her either. After thinking for a moment, she got up, dressed, and left the room. Pan Ruoyin is Song Jinan's cousin, from a powerful family. She disappeared suddenly during the first 2 days of her trip to the countryside. Although she is an adult and responsible for herself, if something serious happens, the Dalhousie Production Brigade cannot avoid responsibility. She knows well how ruthless the people in the capital are when they use their power, and the Pan family is one of the most influential. The Dalhousie Production Brigade is her home. She doesn't want to cause trouble for it because of Pan Ruoyin. Gu Yuehui left the room quietly. Blue Sky heard the noise and peeked out from under the blanket, her big eyes full of mixed feelings. She stayed silent for a while and decided not to get up and look for anyone. Instead, she quietly pulled her head back and covered her blanket. She has experienced a lot of coldness and warmth from others and really doesn't want to cause trouble. Pan Ruoyin is just a problem she wants to avoid. When Gu Yuehui went out, the neighboring male youth dorm was already lit with kerosene lamps. Song Jinan, Huang Sheng, and others had dressed and come out with lanterns, looking anxious. Chui Hejia looked the worst. As a youth guide, if something really happened to Pan Ruoyin, he would be the first to be blamed. Tianjing stood beside Song Jinan, watching his uneasy expression. She comforted him, saying, "Young comrade Song, don't worry too much. Maybe Ruoyin just got lost." Let's all go look for her. We will find her. Song Jinan nodded and led the group of youths away from the youth station. Gu Yuehui frowned and followed the youths out of the station, running all the way to Secretary Wang Fu's house. She didn't care much about Pan Ruoyin's safety, but since these youths came to the Dalhousie Production Brigade, the brigade had to take responsibility. With more people, they could find her faster. The sooner, the better. Secretary? Secretary. Gu Yuehui knocked on the door and called out to Wang Fu. Soon, the wooden door creaked open. Wang Fu, wearing his clothes and holding a tobacco pipe, came out. He shone his lantern around. It was too dark to see clearly, so he asked in a hoarse voice, "Who is it?" "Who?" Gu Yuehui raised her eyebrows slightly. She didn't expect that it was already late at night and Wang Fu was still awake. He was probably worried about the situation of the brigade after the grain shortage was announced today and couldn't sleep. She said, "Secretary, it's me, little Gu." Wang Fu was stunned for a moment. He took his lantern and came over, looking at Gu Yuehui with confusion. He asked, "Little Gu? Why are you out so late? You should stay at the youth station. You are a young woman, and you shouldn't wander outside alone at night." Gu Yuehui said, "Party secretary, our youth team member, Pan Ruoyin, didn't come back tonight. We don't know where she went. The youth members are out looking for her. Should we gather everyone in our team to help find her?" "What? She hasn't come back?" Wang Fudo was shocked and put down his pipe. Gu Yuehui nodded and looked at his watch. "It's already 1 o'clock. She's a young woman new to our team. I'm worried she might have gotten lost." Wang Fudo frowned but didn't delay. He took a lantern and went to the village entrance. Soon, the sound of bells started ringing, echoing continuously. Every household lit kerosene lamps, and the tightly closed doors were opened. People, already uneasy because of today's food shortage, grew more anxious as the bells rang, feeling something bad might have happened. Gu Zifeng got up dressed quickly. Gu Tinghuai and Gu Shihuai also put on their clothes with serious expressions. Gu Zifeng brushed his eyebrows nervously. "What's going on? Did something happen in the team?" Gu Tinghuai was the first to open the door. "Let's go see." Gu Zifeng slipped on his shoes and followed Gu Tinghuai outside, warning, "Third brother, stay inside. Be careful, shouting might wake up and find no one at home." Gu Shihuai nodded and looked at Gu Yuehui's door. Xiaodang was sleeping soundly and hadn't been disturbed. The members of the team gathered in small groups, braving the cold wind at the village entrance. Wang Fuda said, "Comrades, one of our youth team members, a young woman, didn't come back tonight. Has anyone seen her? She's a young woman, and her not returning late at night is a serious matter. You can't hide it." Talking about this, Wang Fuda's hair turned a few more gray strands. He was already troubled by the food shortage and couldn't sleep well. Now, these restless youth members kept causing trouble. These youth members weren't ordinary people, they were from the capital, all wealthy young ladies and gentlemen. Could he really take responsibility for losing one? The more he thought about it, the more stressed he felt. After he finished speaking, the other members started discussing quietly. Losing a youth member? What's the big deal? Right now, the food shortage is what we should focus on. The youth members can walk on their own. We can't be running around looking for them all night. It's just troublemaking. That's right. Who knows what a young woman might be doing out so late at night? Party secretary, what should we do about the grain shortage in the team? When will the work points be exchanged for grain? Is there a first-come, first-served system? Originally, the meeting was to discuss Pan Rua's situation late at night, but as the conversation went on, it drifted off topic. Instead of asking people to find a young, educated youth, it would be better to focus on solving the grain shortage issue. This matter concerns life and death. If not resolved today, everyone will start to cause trouble. Wang Fu felt a headache coming on, and his back became even more hunched. Gu Yuehui stood beside him, looking at Wang Fu's tired and worn-out appearance. She also felt uneasy. Wang Fu is a good party secretary. While other team secretaries in the village act arrogantly and treat the whole team as their personal domain, Wang Fu genuinely works for the people's benefit. He never abuses his power. Such an honest and upright person shouldn't be treated this way by the villagers. Among the crowd, There were some who sympathized with Wang Fu. But now, the villagers were very angry. In this situation, it was not good to speak out and cause more trouble. So, everyone lowered their heads, hesitated, and didn't dare to speak. Gu Yuehui didn't hesitate anymore. She stepped forward and stood in front of Wang Fu. She was tall and nearly blocked Wang Fu completely. Her presence made the villagers asking about the grain shortage fall silent, and their eyes turned unfriendly. Gu Yuehui didn't care about their looks. She spoke slowly and clearly. Everyone, you probably know the background of these young educated youths sent to the countryside, right? From Beijing, I heard some of them are the children of officials. If something happens to these people in our labor team, how will we explain it? Are you sure you want to question the party secretary about the grain shortage now? Moreover, it's not just about anything else. We are talking about a person, a living person's life. We all know each other well. We are good comrades serving the people. At such a time, no one with a conscience can stand by and do nothing. We should unite and help the young educated youths. Gu Yuehui's voice was gentle like a spring, but it stirred everyone's hearts. Wang Fu looked at the girl standing in front of him. His weathered eyes shone with gratitude. He was so tired. After all this time, it was the first time someone stood in front of him. Little Gu is a good comrade. Chen Yuxing stood among the crowd, watching Gu Yuehui, who looked calm and confident. A strange feeling grew in her heart that she couldn't quite explain. Now, she no longer liked him, and he was married. They had no chance to be together anymore. Her family's chaotic life over the past days had worn her down mentally. Yet, she kept seeing the charming Gu Yuehui again and again. He felt a twinge of sadness, bit his cheek, and loudly said, "Comrade Gu is right. That is a living person, and we need to rescue him. We can talk about other things later. Right now, we should work together to find him." Hearing Chen Yuxing agree, Gu Yuehui remained calm and didn't show any special emotion. At this moment, it should be Pan Ruoyin who was grateful to him. In the crowd, Gu Zhifeng and Gu Tinghui also spoke up, encouraging the members to get excited and help find the person. Soon, everyone took lanterns and went out to search. The entire Dalhousie production team's lights shone brightly. Some young men even organized groups to go up the mountain to look. Huang Sheng looked at the dark mountain top and tightened his collar. "Fifth brother, are we really going up the mountain?" Song Jin and pursed his lips and didn't speak. He took his lantern and led the way up the small path. Tianjing watched his back and followed silently. For her, Pan Ruoyin wasn't very important, but whether she could get closer to Song Jin and during this chance was very important. Huang Sheng frowned and cursed softly. He looked carefully at the dark surroundings and hesitated before following. Pan Ruoyin had never been easy to deal with, even when she was in the capital. After being sent to the countryside, she still caused trouble for others.
Pan Ruoyin. Ruoyin.
Ruoyin, where are you? Say something. Song Jin's forehead sweat and his heart pounded. The later they found Pan Ruoyin, the more worried he was. He had promised to take good care of her. It hadn't been long since he arrived, and she was already missing? Suddenly, a wolf howled from the mountain. Huang Sheng was terrified, trembling as he said, "Fifth brother, let's go back. There are wolves." Wolves. He clutched Song Jin's sleeve tightly, teeth chattering. If he weren't afraid to go back alone, he would have already left. For Pan Ruoyin, risking himself here was a big mistake. Tianjing's face turned pale, but she kept her breathing steady, much better than Huang Sheng. She wasn't exactly afraid, but she understood clearly that Song Jinin was the main character, the lucky one, the child of destiny. Even if everyone else encountered trouble, he would remain safe. Being with him was the safest choice. Song Jinin frowned slightly and handed his lantern to Huang Sheng. "Don't be afraid." Huang Sheng trembled and almost lost his mind. "How can I not be afraid? Pan Ruoyin probably isn't on the mountain. Even if she was reckless and got lost, if we go now, we might not even find her legs. Is risking ourselves worth it?" Hearing this, Song Jinin was momentarily stunned. Tianjing looked at Huang Sheng, but said nothing. She just stood behind Song Jinin to show her support. In the book, Huang Sheng was just a minor character, a loyal follower of Song Jinan, with little presence. His thoughts didn't matter much. On the contrary, if he went back alone now, something bad might happen. Just as Song Jinan was about to speak, he suddenly heard noisy footsteps coming from behind nearby. Huang Sheng was overjoyed. Someone's coming, he quickly shouted toward the sound. Here. We're here. Is anyone coming? Perhaps hearing his voice, the footsteps grew closer. Soon, a group of young villagers appeared from a tangled path, holding lanterns. Many people arrived, dispelling Huang Sheng's fear and making him feel like he had escaped danger. Although Huang Sheng didn't recognize these people, they looked familiar. He asked, "Are you here to find us?" The leader shook his head. Gu Yuehui went to find the party secretary. She said a female comrade at the youth station is missing. The secretary gathered the team members to search for her. Why did you go up the mountain alone? It's too dangerous. Song Jinan was surprised.
Gu
Yuehui. Huang Sheng was also a bit shocked. Isn't Gu Yuehui the one who is most at odds with Pan Ruoyin? Why is she helping to find someone? But she's smart. She knew to find the secretary. Luckily. Fifth brother, let's join the main group. With more people, it's safer. Song Jinan nodded silently. His expression was hidden in the darkness, and it was unclear what he was thinking. Tianjing stood behind Song Jinan. When she heard him mention Gu Yuehui's name, her heart sank. She couldn't help but bite her lip hard. She had hoped that this time, Pan Ruoyin could gain some face in front of Song Jinan, but it turned out to be a failure again. She only thought about going with Song Jinan to find someone, but didn't consider asking the village secretary for help, which made Gu Yuehui stand out. The group walked along the mountain path for a long time. Since they had many people and made a lot of noise, no wolves or wild boars came to bother them. By dawn, everyone's clothes were wet with dew. Someone in the crowd said, "Let's go back. We've been searching all night." Maybe they've already found the person at the foot of the mountain. Song Jinan frowned and looked at the deeper forest in the distance, but didn't say anything about continuing the search. Tianjing said, "Song Jiqing, let's go back and check." Huang Sheng also rubbed his sore legs and said, "Let's go back. It's been a whole night. We're exhausted." "How can we work today?" Song Jinan sighed, a hint of helplessness in his brown eyes, and nodded. Everyone felt relieved and started heading down the mountain. The way back was much faster. When they reached the foot of the mountain, it was already daylight. Today, the team had a day off and no workers were working in the fields. Just as they returned to the village, someone shouted, "Pan Zitziking has been found." Song Jinan's face changed. He quickened his pace and ran over. Huang Sheng scowled and handed the lantern to Tianjing, then followed quickly. Soon, Song Jinan reached the village entrance and saw Pan Ruoyin standing beside a car, her face rosy. "Ruoyin," he hurried over, grabbing her arm tightly, pulling her so hard it hurt. Cousin, what are you doing? Let go. You're hurting me." Pan Ruoyin struggled to shake off Song Jinan's hand, annoyed. "What are you doing?" Song Jinan's face was dark as water. "What am I doing? What do you think? You're a girl and you didn't return to the youth center late at night. You made everyone search for you all night. Pan Ruoyin, when will you grow up?" She looked at the gathered villagers and youth workers nearby, biting her lip. She wanted to argue, but seeing her usually gentle cousin so angry, she didn't dare speak. At that moment, someone got out of the back seat of the car and politely said to Song Jinan, "Zitziking Song, please don't be mad at Pan Zitziking. She's not used to life in the countryside, so she ran to the commune. Since it was late, she couldn't be brought back." Song Jinan frowned as he looked at the person speaking. After recognizing his face, his expression paused. "Zhu team leader." Zhu Feng chuckled and patted his round belly. "Is Song Jiqing used to working at this large production team?" Song Jinan nodded. "Don't worry, team leader Zhu. We are all doing well." Zhu Feng seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. That's good. The county appointed me as a youth worker to serve you young people. If I ever fall short, please don't hesitate to tell me. Just speak up if you need anything." Pan Ruoyin raised her chin with a proud look, as if she thought this was natural. Song Jinan looked both angry and disappointed. He shook his head. Team leader Zhu, there's no need for that. We came here to learn and grow, not to enjoy ourselves. If Pan Ruain said something inappropriate to you, please don't take it seriously. Hearing this, Pan Ruain looked upset, lowered her eyes, hiding her disapproval. Zhu Feng's eyes flickered slightly. He smiled and waved his hand. Oh, it's nothing. Pan Jiqing just isn't used to rural life and came to complain to me. The food and accommodations here are a bit lacking, but I will talk to the county leaders about it. Song Jinan's brow furrowed even more. No need. After saying that, he grabbed Pan Ruoyin's wrist and nodded toward Zhu Feng. Thank you, team leader Zhu, for bringing Ruoyin back. Since she's already here, we won't bother you anymore. We still have work today. Zhu Feng didn't mind Song Jinan's cold attitude and nodded with a smile. Song Jinan pulled a reluctant Pan Ruoyin back home. Zhu Feng watched their backs, his eyes a little deeper. At this moment, Cui Heji stepped out from the crowd and whispered a few words to Zhu Feng, who then got into his car and left. Gu Yuehui stood at the edge of the crowd, watching this scene with a cold gaze. Cui Heji, just like in the past, came here to flatter Song Jinan. Zhu Feng also showed obvious signs of trying to please him. But it was unclear what Pan Ruoyin wanted from Zhu Feng. When Pan Ruoyin returned, everyone in the team felt relieved. However, soon after, a heated argument broke out at the youth station. In the yard of the youth station, Song Jinan's forehead veins bulged as he spoke in a suppressed voice. Pan Ruoyin, why did you go to see Zhu Feng? What did you say? Pan Ruo slightly shrank her neck and mumbled, I didn't say much, just. I mean, the food here isn't good, and the living conditions aren't great. Didn't you already say that? Why do you keep asking me? Are you really my cousin? Song Jinan closed his eyes and said seriously, Pan Ruo, are you still a child? My parents asked me to take good care of you, but what about you? Disobedient and staying out all night. If this news gets back to Beijing, do you think you'll be scolded? All night long, the whole team, including our youth station, looked for you. But you? You didn't show any gratitude, acting as if everything is normal. Pan Ruo, can you think more about how others feel? You're an adult now. If you do this again, I will write a letter to send you back to Beijing. Hearing this, Pan Ruo's face turned pale. No, she didn't want to go back. She wanted to stay here, to be with Yan Xiaoyu. Thinking this, Pan Ruo looked toward the male youth dormitory. Since she returned, Song Jinan had taken her here to scold her, but she never saw Yan Xiaoyu's face. She wondered if he had also come to find her. Biting her soft lip, she lowered her head and said, Yes. Sorry, cousin, I was wrong. Song Jinan, who was generally patient, just shot her a stern look and lowered his voice. Ruo, in the future, you must think about the consequences before acting. Even if you need to go out, you must tell me, understand? Pan Ruo silently nodded. Seeing Song Jinan's temper ease, she felt a little more relaxed. The fuss was over. Gu Yuehui went home to cook breakfast. When he carried the food back to the youth station, the youths had already started eating. However, Yan Xiaoyu was not there, and neither was the troublemaker Pan Ruo. As soon as Song Jinan saw Gu Yuehui, he stood up with a gentle smile in his brown eyes. Editor Gu, thank you last night. If you hadn't asked the branch secretary for help, I wouldn't know what to do. Gu Yuehui shook his head. I didn't do much. It was the team members who worked hard. Song Jinan nodded. Yes, thanks to everyone in the team. I will go thank them in person. Gu Yuehui nodded slightly and prepared to leave with his lunchbox. Watching her figure, Song Jinan hesitated and asked, Are you looking for Xiaoyu? Gu Yuehui turned to look at Song Jinan and asked, Do you know where he is? Song Jinan was silent for a moment and replied, I just called him out, saying I had something to discuss with him. Gu Yuehui listened quietly, a look of thought crossing her face. She thanked Song Jinan and turned to leave. After leaving the youth station, she looked around and saw two figures in the woods, one tall, one short, facing each other, seemingly talking. From Gu Yuehui's perspective, she could see Pan Ruoyin's expression clearly. She slightly lifted her chin, looking up at Yan Xiaoyu, but her eyes showed a love she hadn't even realized herself. Think carefully. As long as you're willing, we can both transfer to Luji Brigade. That way, you can stay with Yan Xiaoyang and Yan Xiaoli. Isn't that what you want? Yan Xiaoyu, third brother, you should understand my feelings, right? I was mistaken before. You are who you are. No matter what happens, you are my third brother, and that will never change. I came here for you, endured so much hardship. Don't you care at all? Third brother, be with me? I will treat you well, really. I promise. When Gu Yuehui approached, she overheard Pan Ruoyin's heartfelt confession. She felt a bit amused and conflicted. Just last night, she had expressed her feelings, and today a rival appeared. Although she had known about this potential rival before, witnessing her openly confessing made her feel complicated. Yan Xiaoyu had his back to Gu Yuehui, so she couldn't see his expression or hear his response. Pan Ruoyin, not getting a reply, looked nervous, almost biting her lower lip until it bled. Third brother, don't you want the Yan family to get better again? I can help you. The Pan family can help too. She knew deep down that if Gu Yuehui kept showing affection, Yan Xiaoyu would eventually be swayed by that country girl. He was her third brother, always would be. So, what if the Yan family fell into decline? The Pan family was still there. She shouldn't care about others' opinions or whether the Yan family was struggling. Her only concern was him. Only him. If she hesitated any longer and kept her distance from Yan Xiaoyu, it would be too late. Yan Xiaoyu was lost in thought, silent for a long time. Pan Ruo's heart suddenly sank, and she felt as if the hot blood flowing through her body had turned to ice. She said slowly and clearly, "Do you like Gu Yuehui? She's just a country girl. What can she do to help you?" Pan Ruo grabbed Yan Xiaoyu's arm tightly, her voice hoarse and desperate. Yan Xiaoyu gently pushed her hand away, his voice cool and clear, with a hint of indifference. Pan Ruo, do you know why the instructor separated me from Xiaoyang and Xiao? Do I need to tell you who was behind it? Since Pan Ruo grew up among riches, she understood Yan Xiaoyu's implied words perfectly. She clenched her teeth and retorted, "The Yan family fell on hard times, but it has nothing to do with the Pan family." It's because Yan Xiaoyu slightly curled his lips and didn't continue the topic. His eyes showed coldness, and his expression remained calm. Do you remember when the Yan family first fell? How many people betrayed us? Do you know how many assassination attempts I survived? Are you willing to drag the Pan family into this? Hearing this, Pan Ruo trembled all over, her lips losing all color. She couldn't help but step back, looking at Yan Xiaoyu with a hint of fear. Yan Xiaoyu's lips curled into a cold, proud smile. His handsome features seemed to be immersed in icy water. He turned to look at Gu Yuehui, standing behind a big tree, with no surprise on his face. He glanced at Gu Yuehui lightly and said calmly but chillingly, "What I say to her applies to you as well." After speaking, Yan Xiaoyu turned and left. Pan Ruo didn't expect Gu Yuehui to be here. Her face looked grim, feeling embarrassed by Yan Xiaoyu's rejection and also resentful that her rival had seen everything. She looked at the latter with caution. "When did you arrive? What did you hear?" "I didn't hear anything." Gu Yuehui lowered her eyes and said simply. After that, she quickly followed Yan Xiaoyu. "Xiaoyu, wait." Gu Yuehui's voice was normal, without any fear or rejection. Yan Xiaoyu's eyes grew colder and more fierce. He turned to look at Gu Yuehui. "Didn't you hear what I said?" Gu Yuehui's eyes curved into a gentle smile, like spring breeze. "I heard." She paused and continued, "I don't understand the affairs of the capital, and I don't want to. I only know that you are Yan Xiaoyu, and that's enough. All I know is that you are the Yan Xiaoyu who protected and loved me in my past life." The situation in the capital was complicated and changing quickly. Unfortunately, until her death, Yan's parents were not released. Yan Xiaoyu had made a name for himself in the military, but because of her, he couldn't escape from his prison. In this life, she would never abandon him just because a crisis hadn't appeared yet. Yan Xiaoyu's eyes darkened, sharp like a sword, as if trying to understand Gu Yuehui completely. He really couldn't understand why Gu Yuehui treated him so differently, or why she was the one who saved Xiaoding. Where did this supposed affection come from? Could it really be just fate? Gu Yuehua interrupted his thoughts with a gentle smile. Here, I packed some small wontons for breakfast. Try it. When she handed him the lunchbox in a mesh bag, it touched his hand and was still warm. Just like the hidden darkness in his heart, it unexpectedly brought a strange warmth that he couldn't share with others. At that moment, the work bell rang. Gu Yuehua looked a little surprised. She waved at Yan Xiaoyu and said as she ran toward the village entrance, "Today, the team has a day off. I don't know why the bell is ringing again. I'll go check." "You should go back and eat before it gets cold." Yan Xiaoyu stood still, holding the mesh bag, watching Gu Yuehua walk away. His eyes were downcast, lost in thought. Then, Pan Ruoyin approached. She looked at him with a mocking expression, glanced at Gu Yuehua along his line of sight, and sneered, "You said so much just to reject me and cling to her." Yan Xiaoyu raised his eyelids but ignored her. He turned and headed toward the youth station.
Stop.
Yan Xiaoyu, Yan Xiaoyu. I told you to stop. Did you hear me? Pan Ruoyin watched Yan Xiaoyu's tall back, but he didn't pause for her. It was as if her confession was just a joke, and all of this stemmed from a rural woman who was only beautiful but useless. Tears welled up in Pan Ruoyin's eyes as she cried and laughed at the same time. Tianjing stood in the corner, watching this dramatic scene from afar. She shook her head with some emotion. In the novel, Pan Ruoyin, being the daughter of a wealthy family in the capital, was proud and looked down on Gu Yuehua, who was destined to be her future sister-in-law. She was a rare obstacle in the smooth life of the heroine. However, Gu Yuehua paid no attention to Pan Ruoyin's schemes. Even if she didn't act, many around her would stand up for her. As the beloved of the group, could she really suffer at the hands of a minor female character? However, she didn't realize that Pan Ruoyin, who was so proud and aloof, actually liked Yan Xiaoyu. And what about Gu Yuehua? Did she take the wrong medicine? Why doesn't she like Song Jinan, but instead looks at Yan Xiaoyu differently and brings him meals every day at the Knowledge Youth Station? Such favoritism really makes her feel very uncomfortable to watch. Gu Yuehua likes what she doesn't, and what she wants, she always tries to ruin. Thinking this, Tianjing stepped out from the corner. She had a gentle, delicate face with a hint of concern. She slowly approached Pan Ruoyin and handed her a clean handkerchief. "Ruoyin, don't cry anymore." Pan Ruoyin paused, then looked up sharply at Tianjing. "What are you doing? Are you here to mock me too? You lowly country girl, not a good person at all." Tianjing's expression flickered, and her eyes welled with tears. She quickly shook her head. No, I didn't mean that. I saw you being hurt by Gu. She always does things to steal others' loved ones. When I see you, I see myself, and I feel sorry for you." Hearing this, Pan Ruoyin hesitated and suspiciously looked at Tianjing. "Are you talking about Gu Yuehua?" Tianjing lowered her eyes, hiding the fleeting light in her gaze, and silently nodded. Gu Yuehua arrived at the village head with the bell. The villagers, with nothing to do, were worried about the food shortage. When they heard the bell, they tidied up and gathered at the village head to see if the secretary had any solutions. Gu Zifeng and Gu Tinghuai also came, waving to Gu Yuehua. Although their family wasn't short of food, at this time, they had to stand with the villagers. Otherwise, suspicion might arise. Wang Fu looked a bit more energetic today. He said, "Comrades, even though we are on holiday, the food shortage is urgent. The team is organizing us to go up the mountain to find food." Hearing this, all the villagers looked at each other. Wang Fu continued, "Of course, this isn't mandatory. But there are wolves and wild boars on the mountain, so it's not safe. If the team doesn't organize us, we can't go deep into the mountain. If we set traps, we can catch wild boars and rabbits. We won't starve." At this moment, someone in the crowd shouted, "Secretary, when will the work points be exchanged for grain? Who goes first, who goes later?" This topic quickly caused a heated argument. The team had limited food, so those who exchanged first would get it first. Soon, everyone looked at each other with suspicion and started arguing. "My family is made up of hard-working members, and we have strong laborers. We should get priority in exchanging for grain. Stop talking nonsense." My family is also recognized as model workers. Why should you get the grain first? My family has elderly and young children. Without food, we have no way to survive. Secretary, we are all in the same team. You can't just ignore us. Our whole family depends on that little bit of grain to get by. Gu Jifeng looked around at the villagers, his eyes filled with pity and sympathy. They had all experienced years of famine. Back then, corpses were everywhere, and even eating their own children was common. Some had even left their homes to find work in distant places, and no one knew if they were alive or dead now. In the end, these people just wanted to stay alive. Gu Tinghuai turned to look at Gu Yuehui, who was calm, and whispered, "Nanny, what do you think the secretary will do about distributing the grain?" Gu Yuehui pursed her lips and looked at Wang Fufu, who stood straight at the front. Wang Fufu looked very different from yesterday, more energetic and confident, showing he had made up his mind about how to deal with these stubborn villagers. Her lips parted slightly, and she said softly, "Plan the grain distribution evenly." Hearing this, Gu Tinghuai was surprised and asked, "Evenly? Will everyone agree to that?" As the saying goes, work points are the life of the workers. This was their reward for labor. At the end of the year, how much grain each family received depended on this. Because of the shortage, they didn't distribute based on work points, but divided the grain equally. Who would agree to that? Families with many strong laborers earned more work points and were considered grain surplus households every year. Equal distribution was like taking some of their grain and giving it to grain-deficient households, which would cause trouble. Gu Yuehui slightly smiled and said, "What can we do if they don't agree? If we don't share equally, some people will starve." In her previous life, Wang Fufu also announced the decision to distribute grain equally when he was nearly bald from worry. The team caused a big fuss, but if they hadn't done that, deciding who got the grain first would have been a big problem. They had to give it to someone first, then the next. During years of famine, to ensure everyone in each household could survive, everyone finally agreed to this plan. Gu Tinghuai sighed, looking full of regret. Gu Yuehui's guess was quickly confirmed. The head of the first team, Wang Fu, paused for a moment and said, "Everyone in the same team has known each other since childhood. We see each other every day. In such a critical time, shouldn't we unite and get through this together?" So, the team has decided to share the grain equally among all households. After he finished speaking, the crowd was silent at first, then suddenly erupted in excitement. Members of households with leftover grain immediately shouted, "Why? Why should we share equally? My family has more strong workers. We've worked hard all year to earn these points. If we share the grain equally, isn't all our effort wasted? Why should we work for nothing?" Members of households lacking grain were overjoyed when they heard Wang Fu's words. After all, they often didn't have enough to eat and had to borrow grain. This year, with the grain being shared equally, they felt they had gained a big advantage. They praised him repeatedly. This decision by the secretary is to help the whole team survive. It's the right choice. The commune doesn't care about us, but the team does. We agree. The crowd split into two groups and started arguing fiercely. Wang Fu remained calm, not at all troubled by the scene. He had already expected this outcome when he made the decision. Not fighting now was already better than he had hoped. After the argument went on for a long time, Wang Fu raised his hand and struck the big bell. Dong, dong, dong. The sound echoed in everyone's ears, and the scene instantly became quiet. Wang Fu took a puff from his pipe and sat down on a stone under the bell. He said, "The team has already made its decision. No matter how much you oppose, it won't help. Right now, we can only ensure our survival. Everything else is secondary. I hope everyone can stay rational. When next year's situation improves, we will make up for it." Wang Peixing spoke from beside him, agreeing, "Right now, don't just focus on the little grain left in the team. Think about how we can live better. We rely on the mountains for food, water for water, fish and shrimp for eating, rabbits and wild boars for hunting. We won't lack food. But you must understand, it's not just us in the production team who are short of grain. If we don't start planning for the future now, what if other teams' members search and take all the food? Then we'll regret it. It will be too late. When we're hungry, we'll have to eat grass roots or peel bark from trees. Alright, enough talking.
We've said what needs to be said.
Everyone go back, pack up, carry your baskets, and let's head up the mountain. When the two village officials spoke, it was settled without doubt. Wang Peixing's words clearly touched all the villagers' hearts. Indeed, the mountains are big, and the rivers are deep. If you don't go look for food, someone else will. If that happens, what will be left for the workers' team to harvest? The villagers had their own thoughts, but in this situation, no one argued further. They all went home, carrying baskets and containers. Gu Jifeng and Gu Tinghuai also went back. Gu Yuehuai then approached Wang Fu and asked, "Secretary, do the young workers want to go up the mountain together? There isn't much work at the breeding station, so it's good to look for food together." Wang Fu took a puff of dry tobacco, smiled bitterly, and nodded. "Yes, at this time the more food we find, the better. Little Gu, go tell the young workers to go up the mountain with everyone." It's tough for the team. Hearing Wang Fu's sighs and groans, Gu Yuehuai paused and said, "Secretary, I know there's a wild sweet potato field on the mountain. It's the right season now. If we go there before other teams, we should be able to harvest some." Sweet potatoes have large roots, white, tender, and juicy flesh. They are rich in sugar and protein and can be eaten raw or cooked. Wang Fu was startled, stood up with his pipe, and asked, "Sweet potato field? Really? I didn't know there was one." He had grown up in the workers' team and often went to the mountains with the village kids, but he never knew there were large patches of sweet potatoes in the mountains. Kids love to eat them. They're sweet and filling when cooked. Gu Yuehuai narrowed his eyes. He knew about the sweet potato field from his past life, too. Talking about this, he had to mention something about to happen soon. In his past life, the team faced a food shortage. Wang Fu and Wang Peixing only learned about it late, which caused everyone to carry baskets up the mountain to scavenge for food. By then, the mountains had already been looted by another team. Desperate, the young workers and villagers had to go deep into the mountains. During that time, a heavy rain caused a landslide, trapping everyone in the mountains. Song Jinan was in danger and went missing. Tianjing went after him to rescue him and also disappeared. Everyone thought they were dead, one young worker and the son of the provincial governor. During that period, the workers' team was overshadowed by gloom. They lacked food and people had died. Just as Wang Fu was about to report the news, the two reappeared. Song Jinan only had minor scratches, but Tianjing was limping. The two of them returned together, and their expressions and mood had changed. Anyone could see that Song Jinan looked at Tianjing with gentle affection, very different from before. Everyone in the team said Tianjing was very lucky. The story about the sweet potato field was told by Tianjing. They were swept to the hillside by a landslide. The terrain there was dangerous and rarely visited, but a high patch of land was affected by the mudslide, exposing the sweet potatoes underground. That sweet potato field was large, and the sweet potatoes were big and round. Later, after the rain stopped, Wang Fu organized people to go to the hillside Tianjing mentioned. They found many big, round sweet potatoes. Almost every family got a big basket, which helped the team a lot. For a while, Tianjing was the talk of the team. Although she was very lucky, some people said she was a lucky star. She not only saved Song Jinan but also found a sweet potato field, giving the team more food. This was a great kindness. No matter what others thought about her and Song Jinan, people at least wished them well. Gu Yuehuai told Wang Fu everything he could. He said, "There are many sweet potatoes there, everyone can share a lot." Wang Fu put aside his pipe and looked excited, tears in his eyes. "Little Gu, I don't know how to thank you. If you really find the sweet potatoes, you will be a great hero of our team." Gu Yuehuai smiled faintly. "What are you saying? I am also part of the team." He looked at the time and said, "Secretary, organize some people. I will lead you there soon. First, I will call the educated youths so they can come with us up the mountain." Wang Fu nodded quickly.
Yes.
"Go ahead." He watched Gu Yuehuai leave, a happy smile on his face. He thought, little Gu is truly a good comrade. Not only did he help the team with his painting skills, but he also helped the members find food. That is a great kindness. When Gu Yuehuai returned to the educated youth camp, They were already ready to leave for the breeding station. Chui Hejia looked at Gu Yuehui and smiled. Editor Gu, get ready. Let's go to the breeding station together. Gu Yuehui said, that's how it is. You all probably know about the food shortage in the team. The secretary said that the work at the breeding station is almost done, so the educated youths should go up the mountain with the villagers. In times like this, it's good to find more food. When he said this, the educated youths looked relieved. Letting them go up the mountain is probably cleaner than taking care of those animals at the breeding station, right? Pan Ruoyin, standing beside Song Jinan, looked at Gu Yuehui with a sarcastic tone and said, find food? We're not short of grain. Why should we go? We pay for our own meals. If you find food, who does it belong to? Do you want us to pay you back? Gu Yuehui nodded thoughtfully. Since Pan Ruoyin doesn't want to go, then go to the breeding station. Any of you who don't want to go up the mountain can go to the breeding station. This is just a discussion, not forced. Song Jinan pursed his lips and said, we will go up the mountain. After he finished, he looked at Pan Ruoyin and said, Ruoyin, yesterday, Editor Gu specifically went to find the secretary to look for you, and he got the whole team to help find you. Now that the team's food is running low, how can you say such discouraging words? Song Jinan's tone was a bit disappointed. He used to know that his cousin had some small personality issues, but now, after coming to the Dalhousie production brigade, he realized it's more than just small problems. His cousin has serious character issues. Gu Yuehui nodded, scanning the crowd, and finally saw Yan Xiaoyu leaning against the door frame. He looked cold, with half-closed eyes and a thoughtful expression, as if lost in thought. Gu Yuehui looked at the group of educated youths and said, everyone, take the baskets and bamboo baskets from the educated youth points and gather at the village entrance. The mountain is dangerous, so we need to organize people to go together. After speaking, she walked toward Yan Xiaoyu. As soon as she saw her, Yan Xiaoyu's face showed a faint look of frustration. He was truly at a loss with Gu Yuehui. Usually, when a girl is rejected by a man, she would be angry and resentful, but she remained very calm from start to finish. Gu Yuehui seemed unaware of his expression, her eyebrows relaxed, and she smiled softly. Xiaoyu, let's go together. Hearing this, the educated youths who had been eavesdropping and listening in on them coughed loudly, unable to hide their surprise. Song Jinan stood at the front, glanced back at Gu Yuehui and Yan Xiaoyu, pursed her lips without speaking, and led the way toward the place where the young workers stored farming tools. Huang Xing shook his head with a sigh and followed Song Jinan. Pan Ruo pinched the soft meat in her mouth, secretly cursing Gu Yuehui for being shameless. But after thinking of Tianjing's words, her expression gradually calmed. An enemy's enemy is a friend. It's always good to have more people trying to help. Yan Xiaoyu only belonged to her. Even if she couldn't have him, she would never let others get him. Faced with Gu Yuehui's emotional gaze, Yan Xiaoyu's eyebrows moved slightly. He neither agreed nor refused. Gu Yuehui, however, had a gentle smile, like the morning sun, dazzling and enchanting. Wait for me. I'll go back to get the drawing board and come right back. Yan Xiaoyu suppressed his feelings, looked deeply at Gu Yuehui, and a hint of different emotion appeared in his eyes. He didn't understand why. Even though they had just met, she could accurately sense every one of his feelings. It seemed she knew what he was thinking. This feeling was both new and a bit disappointing, very complicated. When Gu Yuehui came out with the drawing board, Yan Xiaoyu was still waiting where he was, while the other young workers had already left. She quickened her pace, walking briskly over with a slight smile, and softly said, "Let's go too." Yan Xiaoyu looked at her, lips pressed together, saying nothing. He picked up his basket and led the way toward the village entrance. The village is short of food. I know a place with a sweet potato field. I'll take you there later. Gu Yuehui caught up with Yan Xiaoyu, glancing at him. The young man's looks were truly handsome. Even when he kept a serious face and didn't speak, he was captivating. Yan Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow. Sweet potatoes? Bitter melon. Gu Yuehui nodded. Yes, a large sweet potato field. Boiled and eaten. It can fill you up. They hurriedly arrived at the village entrance, only to find people chattering. Tianjing was standing beside Wang Fu, talking about something. Wang Fu's face looked strange, hesitating as he looked at Gu Yuehui, who was approaching. Gu Yuehui's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. She looked at Yan Xiaoyu standing outside the crowd, and then walked toward Wang Fu. She didn't even glance at Tianjing and said calmly, "Secretary, shall we set off?" Tianjing was momentarily stunned, suspiciously looking at Gu Yuehui, and asked, "Secretary, are we going up the mountain?" Wang Fushin's expression was very complicated. He whispered to Gu Yuehui, "Little Gu, the sweet potato field you mentioned, Tianjing just told me about it too." "So, is this your achievement?" He originally thought that Little Gu had made a big contribution to the team. Once they dug up all the sweet potatoes, the whole team would award her as an outstanding member. But then Tianjing suddenly spoke up, saying there was a sweet potato field on the mountain. Whose achievement was that? Tianjing also heard Wang Fu's words. She looked at Gu Yuehui in shock, her face showing suspicion for the first time. The sweet potato field was clearly discovered by the female lead, Gu Yuehui, when she rescued the male lead, Song Jinan, during a heavy rain and mudslide. That area was usually wild and dangerous, rarely visited by people. It was impossible for anyone else to find it. So how did Gu Yuehui know about it? At that moment, Tianjing felt like a bucket of cold water was poured over her, waking her up completely. She stared blankly at Gu Yuehui, her eyes full of shock and doubt. Thinking carefully, it seemed that Gu Yuehui was indeed different from how she was described in the novel. She didn't know the plot, so why could she always make her efforts seem pointless?
Could it be
that she wasn't a local? That she, like Tianjing, came from the future? Or maybe she was a reborn person? These thoughts suddenly appeared, causing Tianjing's face to lose all color. Gu Yuehui quietly watched Tianjing's changing expressions, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. She had long known that this Tianjing was not the same person, so it was not strange for her to reveal the sweet potato field story. Seeing the coldness in Gu Yuehui's eyes, Tianjing trembled all over, a chill running down her spine. Gu Yuehui looked at Tianjing thoughtfully, then sneered. She bent slightly and met Tianjing's gaze, saying calmly, "Are you saying that the sweet potato field you mentioned is the same place as I told you?" She knew Tianjing was starting to suspect her, but what did it matter? None of them were normal people after all. Isn't that fair? She finally understood why she had lost so badly in her previous life. Even with good intentions, how could she win? Tianjing's hands were cold, and she dared not look directly at Gu Yuehui. Her mind was in turmoil. The story of Gu Yuehui made her feel like she was falling into an icy pit. She couldn't care less about the sweet potato field anymore. She needed to think carefully. Thinking this, Tianjing reached up and covered her head, looking distressed. She said, "Secretary, my head hurts. Can I take a day off? I don't want to go up the mountain with you." However, as soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly remembered a scene from the story where the villagers and educated youths went up the mountain and encountered a heavy rain and a mudslide. Gu Yuehui happened to rescue Song Jinan, and their relationship quickly improved. If she didn't go, wouldn't she be giving the chance to Gu Yuehui again? Right now, she couldn't be sure if Gu Yuehui was a time traveler or someone reborn. Instead, she should stay close and observe carefully before taking the next step. Knowing herself and her opponent is the key to winning every battle. She must stay calm. Wang Fu saw Tianjing's face turn pale, but didn't make things difficult for her. He nodded in agreement. In fact, he felt relieved inside. If Tianjing didn't go, the credit for the sweet potato field would still belong to Gu Yuehui, which suited him well. Suddenly, Tianjing said, "Secretary, my head doesn't hurt that much anymore. I want to go with you. There should be quite a few sweet potatoes, and it can help the team solve some problems." "I'm willing." Gu Yuehui's eyes flickered slightly as he looked at Tianjing. Wang Fu's expression became more complicated. He nodded and said, "All right, let's go together." Gu Yuehui slightly curved his lips and said, "Secretary, since Tianjing says she knows where the sweet potato field is, let her lead the way. She can share the credit. After all, only she is left in the Tian family, which is quite pitiful." His words sounded sympathetic, but Tianjing clenched her teeth tightly. She looked up at Gu Yuehui, and her usual pretense of innocence was gone. Instead, her expression was cold and guarded. Thinking about Gu Yuehui's strange past actions, she understood that he had guessed her background. They were born enemies and could never get along peacefully. Hearing this, Wang Fu sighed and looked at Gu Yuehui. "Little Gu, you're a good kid." After praising him, he looked at Tianjing and hesitated before asking, "Little Tian, do you really know where the sweet potato field is?" It wasn't that he didn't trust her, but Tianjing's reputation in the team was terrible now. He didn't want her to lie casually. This was something that needed to be shared with the whole team. She couldn't just fool everyone like a little girl. Tianjing's eyes flickered uncertainly. Did she really know the exact location? She only saw it in the novel. But at this moment, both Wang Fu and Gu Yuehui were watching her closely. She couldn't show her weakness, so she forced herself to nod. Wang Fu looked at her with a suspicious, vacant expression but didn't say anything. After all, there was Xiaogu, and if needed, he could let her step forward and take the credit later. Right now, the most important thing was to find that sweet potato field. Thinking this, Wang Fu knocked on the big bell. When everyone quieted down, he said, "Comrades, Comrade Tianjing found a sweet potato field on the mountain. She wants to take us to dig up the sweet potatoes." This news spread quickly among everyone, and soon, a wave of excited cheers erupted. In this situation, having food was the biggest luck. For a moment, people's eyes on Tianjing were filled with kindness. Among the crowd, Yan Xiaoyu frowned slightly, seeming a bit confused.
Who was Tianjing?
Wasn't it Gu Yuehui who discovered the sweet potato field? He was tall and could see from the back of the crowd that Gu Yuehui was standing beside Wang Fu, with Tianjing on the other side. Compared to the former, Tianjing looked like a simple, plain dish, dull and tasteless. Yan Xiaoyu, feeling uninterested, withdrew his gaze and no longer paid attention to Tianjing or the sweet potato field. His brow furrowed slightly, secretly thinking that he was starting to care about Gu Yuehui. That was a taboo. Soon Wang Fu organized a long line of people. Everyone carried baskets, sickles, hoes, and other tools, and they headed up the mountain in a mighty procession. Tianjing led the group at the front, guiding everyone to find the sweet potato field. Along the mountain trail, a long line stretched out. Wang Fu kept glancing at Tianjing from time to time. Gu Yuehui didn't compete for the spotlight. She paid no attention to others' gazes and walked shoulder to shoulder with Yan Xiaoyu. Occasionally, she spotted new mushrooms in the wild, thick, umbrella-shaped, growing in shady, leaf-covered areas. Among the crowd, Gu Zifeng and Gu Tinghuai exchanged looks, their eyes filled with curiosity when they looked at Yan Xiaoyu. Gu Yuehui's open favoritism made them realize she truly liked Yan Xiaoyu, not just on a whim. At this moment, there were many things to consider. They couldn't treat Yan Xiaoyu as just an ordinary young man anymore. Thinking of Yan Xiaodang at home, they felt the relationship between the two families was very complicated. The future was unpredictable. Chen Yusheng carried a basket and was walking with a few friends. When he looked at Gu Yuehui and Yan Xiaoyu, his face also showed some displeasure. He never expected that Gu Yuehui, who once liked him so much, would turn around and fall for a young rural student. How long has this young educated youth been with the Dalhousie production brigade? And Gu Yuehui liked him so quickly?
What's so special about him?
Chen Yusheng felt a bit sour inside. As he looked on, he couldn't help but clench his teeth. At this moment, his friend walking with him looked in the same direction and also sighed, saying, "Ah, the village's great beauty," and she ended up with someone from outside. Someone else added, "That's true. I remember Gu Yuehui used to like old Chen, right?" When they said this, the atmosphere in their small group became a little strange. They all looked at Chen Yusheng, who said nothing, and wisely changed the subject. In the past, Gu Yuehui was as fat as a pig. No one expected her to look so good after losing weight. Back then, Chen Yusheng didn't say he disliked her. He often complained about her being disgusting. Now, he had changed his attitude, but unfortunately, it was too late. The wild animals on the mountain were plentiful, and seasonal mushrooms were also abundant. The villagers quickly picked half a basket of mushrooms and gradually drifted away from the group to look for more. Seeing this, Wang Fu slowed down the team's pace. Tian Jing let out a sigh of relief. She stood at the front, looking into the distance, and wiped the cold sweat from her temples. She only remembered that in the novel it was said to be at the top of a deep mountain. During a heavy rainstorm, a landslide occurred, and Song Jinan fell down. The Guayuehuai went to rescue him, and the two disappeared together. When they returned, they found a sweet potato field exposed by the landslide. But she didn't know the exact location of that place. Her mind was tangled, and suddenly Tianjing remembered that Guayuehuai also said she knew where the sweet potato field was. Did she know the exact address? If she did, then it meant she was a reborn person, not just a girl who traveled through time like her. Reborn? Could that be true? Tianjing frowned, thinking about Guayuehuai's smooth life in the novel, and shook her head silently. She knew that rebirth stories usually involved being harmed by treacherous people or living a life worse than a pig or dog. Only a powerful rebirth expert could give someone a second chance. But Guayuehuai was the beloved heroine in the story. How could she be reborn? Wang Fu knocked the pipe in his hand and walked over to Tianjing. Little Tian, where exactly is the sweet potato field? Is it far? Tianjing's body tensed, and she forced a nervous smile. Party secretary, I haven't been back for a long time. I can't remember clearly. I only remember it's on the mountaintop. Let's go up and look around. Upon hearing this, Wang Fu slightly frowned. Seeing Tianjing's guilty look, he felt disappointed. He had known that this girl often spoke carelessly and made things up. She probably heard about the sweet potato field from Xiaogu at some point and remembered it. Now that he knew the team was short of food, she deliberately mentioned it to take credit. The more Wang Fu thought about it, the more convinced he was. His gaze on Tianjing grew colder. He said seriously, Xiao Tian, I ask you again, do you really know where the sweet potato field is? Time was running out and there was no room for Tianjing to talk nonsense. If she delayed further, someone from another team might find the sweet potato field first. Then it would be too late to share the harvest. The sweet potato field is vital for saving lives. It's not something to be casually used for bragging. We must be careful. Tianjing's eyes flickered. She licked her cracked lips, unsure how to answer Wang Fu. After a long pause without a reply, Wang Fu shook his head. Tianjing, you're joking about the food situation with the team members. This isn't over. You better watch yourself. He then walked past the busy mushroom pickers toward Guayuehuai. Tianjing's face turned pale, and her veins bulged visibly. She took a deep breath and approached Song Jinan, forcing a smile. Sorry, Song Jiqing. I used to see the sweet potato field when I went up the mountain as a child, but so much time has passed, I've forgotten the exact location. Song Jinan looked at her with some surprise. Seeing her pale face, she comforted her. Comrade Tian, don't feel guilty. It's not your fault. Finding the sweet potato field would be great, but if she couldn't, it wasn't Tianjing's fault. Tianjing's expression improved slightly. She spoke with a hint of sadness. When I was a child, Yuehuai and I played together, and I told her where the sweet potato field was. Maybe she's been up the mountain often to dig sweet potatoes over the years. The secretary said she would lead the way. Song Jinan was stunned and instinctively looked toward Guayuehuai. She was standing with Yan Xiaoyu, while Secretary Wang Fu was walking through the crowd toward her. Pan Ruoyin sat on a dry wooden stake nearby and chuckled. Guayuehuai is quite problematic. She's the one who found the sweet potato field, but she took the credit herself. Just saying it makes people look down on her. After hearing this, Song Jinan moved his lips, wanting to argue, but seeing Tianjing's sad expression in front of him, he ultimately said nothing. Seeing this, Tianjing and Pan Ruo exchanged a knowing look in a place where he couldn't see. On Qin Yusheng's side, his mood was already low, and someone approached him and said, Yusheng, look at Tianjing. Why is she hanging out with those young, educated workers? Since returning from the re-education farm, she seems to have stopped sticking to you. These words made Qin Yusheng's expression even more unpleasant. The two women who had once caused him trouble were now both entangled with young rural workers. Fate was strange. While everyone was lost in their own thoughts, Wang Fu also approached Gu Yuhui. He frowned tightly, looking unhappy, and sighed as he said, "Xiao Gu, Tianjing is fooling around. She doesn't even know where the sweet potato field is. I guess she heard you mention it. What do you think?" As he spoke, Wang Fu stared intently at Gu Yuhui, hoping to hear some clear answer from her. Hearing Wang Fu's words, Gu Yuhui slightly curled her lips and said, "I didn't want to compete with Tianjing for attention, but since she just mentioned it casually, let me take everyone to find the sweet potato field. I know the exact location." She had long suspected that Tianjing didn't know where the sweet potato field was, just like she didn't know where the treasure behind the house was. Tianjing seemed to only have a rough idea of everything, knowing little clearly, like an outsider who understood only superficially. Thinking this, Gu Yuhui said, "However, Secretary, you need to clarify this with the villagers. You know my relationship with Tianjing isn't good. If she can take credit for this, let her have it. If she can't, I don't want her to claim it falsely." Wang Fu nodded repeatedly. "Of course. Even if you didn't say anything, I would make it clear to the villagers." He didn't like Tianjing and trusted Gu Yuhui, so he naturally wouldn't let her take credit falsely. Gu Yuhui nodded and smiled at Yan Xiaoyu. "Do you want to go ahead with me?" Yan Xiaoyu glanced at her without answering. Instead, he turned and walked toward a less crowded area, showing his stance and thoughts through his actions. Seeing this, Gu Yuhui shrugged slightly and didn't mind. She and Wang Fu then moved forward together. Wang fucking cleared his throat and said to the busy mushroom-picking workers, "Comrades, Comrade Tianjing no longer remembers where the sweet potato field is." As soon as he said this, the originally busy workers straightened up and looked at Tianjing with angry faces. If at first everyone was excited when they heard about the sweet potato field, now that hope has been shattered again, they looked at Tianjing with some resentment. That is human nature. Only a few, like Song Jinan, who are understanding, are truly kind. Tianjing looked pale under everyone's gaze and looked at Song Jinan with a sense of grievance, like a pure, innocent flower suffering hardships. Seeing Tianjing like this, Song Jinan felt a little softer. He stepped forward and stood in front of Tianjing, saying, "Everyone, Comrade Tian was kind to tell us about the sweet potato field. Even if we can't find it now, it's not a reason to blame her. This matter isn't really her fault. There are plenty of things to eat on the mountain. If we work hard, we will find something. There's no need to keep focusing on the sweet potato field." Hearing this, the workers started to discuss among themselves. When they looked at Song Jinan and Tianjing behind him, their eyes showed some strange feelings. Now is a time when we lack food. Tianjing dares to speak up and give us hope, but then she suddenly destroys that hope. The sweet potato field is a life-saving thing, not something to joke about. Haha, Tianjing has been to a reform camp. Only the secretary trusts her. Song Jiqing, are you interested in Tianjing? Let me tell you, she used to steal and was in a reform camp. Her father was a drunkard, and later she took her sister away. Now she's all alone and can't help you at all. Since they couldn't find the sweet potato field, the workers' resentment grew, and they criticized Tianjing harshly. Song Jinan frowned as he looked at the angry workers. He was secretly surprised. Why were they reacting so strongly? Gu Yuhui stood in front of everyone, glancing at Song Jinan and Tianjing through the crowd, with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. The wealthy young master, who grew up in comfort, didn't understand how important food was to the villagers. They ate fine grains every day, but didn't realize that a single sweet potato was enough to fill a child's stomach. Its importance was something he would never understand. Tianjing's boldness was just her way of trying to change her reputation in the village. Unfortunately, her cleverness often backfired. She only knew that sweet potatoes grew on the mountain but didn't know exactly where. Now, she found herself in a difficult situation. However, the more awkward she was, the happier she felt. Tianjing's face was pale, her lips trembling as she struggled to speak in her defense. She leaned against Song Jinan, smelling his faint bamboo scent, and surprisingly felt calm inside. This was the first time since arriving in this world that she felt this way. It was as if even if the sky fell, she wouldn't worry because he was there. At this moment, Tianjing looked at Song Jinan with a strange feeling in her heart. She always thought her crossing into this world wasn't accidental. Maybe she came here just to meet this handsome young man. Who said the hero had to be a woman? She's a girl who traveled through time. Thinking this, her eyes grew passionate, and a strong determination appeared in her gaze. She even secretly hoped for a heavy rain. If it could help her save Song Jinan instead of Gu Yuehui, she believed she could change the original story and take Gu Yuehui's place. The villagers were grumbling, venting their anger. After a while, Wang Fu, who had just finished smoking a pipe, said, "Comrades, little Gu Yuehui says she knows exactly where that sweet potato field is. She will lead us there so we can find the potatoes and get through this tough time together." Gu Yuehui looked at Wang Fu in surprise. The village secretary was really good at pretending to be modest. She understood he was doing this to make everyone grateful to her. When everyone was disappointed, suddenly a hope appeared. Could they not be grateful for the hope she brought? Of course, when some were grateful, others doubted. Several voices of disagreement arose. Really? Or is she just tricking us again? Gu Yuehui, do you really know where the sweet potato field is? I suspect there is no such field at all. It's all a lie. We've been picking dates and catching rabbits on the mountain since we were kids. I've never seen a sweet potato field. Is the village secretary just trying to shift the blame and calm us down?
Who cares about that?
We've said enough. If we don't find the sweet potatoes today, none of us will have a good day. Wang Fu frowned and looked at Gu Yuehui. She had a calm expression on her face, completely unaffected by everyone's words, without any sign of resentment. Gu Yuehui slightly raised her voice. Everyone, we are all fellow villagers in the same team. I know that sweet potatoes can save lives. Also, I was the one who originally told the village secretary about the sweet potato fields. But Tianjing has had a hard time in the team, and when she brought it up, I just wanted her to improve her situation. I didn't expect she would say it casually. Sigh, don't worry. Today I will lead you to the sweet potato fields, and everyone will return with full loads. Every word Gu Yuehui said felt like a sharp knife stabbing into Tianjing's heart. Her eyes flashed with cold light. She avoided the strange looks others gave her and lowered her gaze. In a place no one could see, her pale face showed a hint of cruelty and murderous intent. Gu Yuehui's brow twitched slightly. She looked at Tianjing with a cold gaze. Seeing her hanging her head, clenched fists, and stiff body, she gently curled her lips. Her methods were still immature. She was just starting out and she couldn't handle it. Song Jinan, standing in front of Tianjing, directly bore Gu Yuehui's cold stare. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but Gu Yuehui quickly looked away. She glanced at Wang Fu, said a few words, and then led the way up the mountain. She was in good shape. From the foot of the mountain to here, she kept bending down to pick mushrooms without turning red or panting. Wang Fu raised his arm and shouted loudly, "All right, everyone, follow along. Don't get so caught up in picking mushrooms that you forget about the sweet potatoes." He was very confident in Gu Yuehui, showing no doubt like he did with Tianjing. A smile appeared on his face. Song Jinan looked at Gu Yuehui's distant figure, then turned to Tianjing, who was trembling slightly. He hesitated and said, "Comrade Tian, if you're feeling unwell, stay here. I'll pick mushrooms with you." Compared to the intimidating Gu Yuehui, Tianjing, who looked wronged and helpless, was more pitiable. Song Jinan, with a kind heart, naturally couldn't bear to see Tianjing so pitiful. Hearing this, a glimmer appeared in Tianjing's eyes. If possible, she didn't want to get too close to Gu Yuehui. Staying here and building a relationship with Song Jinan would be best. But she didn't know what conditions would trigger the plot. If she had to stay with Song Jinan and Gu Yuehui, causing a heavy rain, would she miss the chance to change the story? So how could she take the place of Gu Yuehui and win Song Jinan's heart? Tianjing's eyes flickered for a moment, but when she looked up, she appeared charming and delicate again. "Song Jiqing, I know you mean well for me, but this is a group activity for the team. We can't all skip it. It's okay." If Yuehui can lead everyone to the sweet potato field, that's good enough. As long as everyone can eat well, that's the most important thing. Tianjing's eyes were gentle, and her words, though tinged with bitterness, were full of kindness. Song Jinan naturally wasn't very good at judging character, but he could understand Tianjing's underlying message. Although Gu Yuehui took the credit, as long as everyone is fine, I don't mind suffering a little. For a moment, his heart tilted. He silently nodded and didn't look at Gu Yuehui anymore. Instead, he kept paying attention to Tianjing, who was following behind everyone without complaint or fatigue. He increasingly thought she was a kind and tolerant woman. Pan Ruoyin, walking behind the two, noticed Song Jinan's gaze gradually shifting toward Tianjing. She frowned with displeasure. Although she had temporarily teamed up with Tianjing, it was only because they shared a common enemy. Otherwise, why would she work with an ordinary rural woman? Because of this, she looked down on Tianjing and certainly wouldn't allow her to harbor any ambitions, let alone become her sister-in-law. But at this moment, she couldn't say anything, or it might encourage their budding relationship. Feeling annoyed, Pan Ruoyin decided to look away and turned her gaze to Yan Xiaoyu's figure. Despite the crowd, she couldn't find Yan Xiaoyu anywhere. She furrowed her brows and suspiciously looked at Gu Yuehui at the front of the crowd, but she still didn't see Yan Xiaoyu nearby. She wondered silently, did he think there was nothing to do on the mountain and go back? This wasn't just her guess. With Yan Xiaoyu's rebellious personality, it was quite possible. Thinking this, Pan Ruoyin decided to head back down the mountain. Now, no one was left in the team, not even at the youth point. If Yan Xiaoyu had gone back, she would follow too. Then it would just be the two of them, free from others' interference. Maybe he used some bold methods to make him interested? The more she thought about it, the more her heart burned with excitement. She bit her lip, looked at Song Jinan and Tianjing ahead, then nervously glanced around, but saw no one paying attention to her. Her heart pounded like a drum as she slowly moved away from the crowd, pretending to pick mushrooms, gradually distancing herself. When no one was watching, she turned and ran back along the path she came from, thinking she should get down the mountain early. Maybe she would meet Yan Xiaoyu on the way. As she thought about it, Pan Ruoyin quickened her steps, a smile appearing on her face. She didn't believe it. She couldn't be worse than an ignorant woman from the countryside. Song Jinan chatted and laughed with Tianjing along the way. Tianjing, inspired by her favorite story about a time-traveling woman, deliberately chose topics Song Jinan liked. The two grew more and more in sync, not noticing that Pan Ruoyin had already disappeared. Hidden in a corner, Lan Tian noticed but shrank back, saying nothing. Because of this, no one realized Pan Ruoyin had left the group. The group moved at a steady pace, taking about an hour to reach the mountaintop. The jungle was tall, and the slopes around the mountain were terraced, looking a bit eerie. Along the way, they encountered a wild boar. It was small and, sensing too many people nearby, quickly retreated. Wang Fucai had just taken out his hunting gun when the boar's shadow disappeared. He shook his head and sighed, "I'm getting old." Not everyone had guns. Some powerful countries had already confiscated them. Only the militia and the party secretary and the entire Dalhousie production team owned guns. Wang Fucai kept his gun like a treasure, rarely taking it out. The gun was usually loaded with gunpowder and iron sand. Single-barrel hunting guns like this were rare in this area. Qing'an County is full of high mountains and ridges. The hills stretch endlessly, and animals are often seen. Rabbits and pheasants are common, but wild boars, deer, civet cats, and wolves sometimes come down the mountain to steal corn and wheat planted by the villagers. Without guns, the villagers set traps to catch animals. They could eat the meat and sell the skins to the supply and marketing cooperative. Suddenly, a burst of exclamations erupted from the crowd. Wang Fucai put away his hunting gun and looked toward the direction of the noise. What he saw was incredible. He exclaimed, "This young man. He's really strong. A good hunter." Gu Yuehui's eyebrows moved as he looked up. Just then, he saw Yan Xiaoyu walking out of the woods. Yan Xiaoyu was tall, with a handsome face marked by some scratches, but no one paid much attention to that. Everyone was focused on the large, fat civet cat he was carrying on his left shoulder. The civet was kicking its legs and looked very lively. The villagers looked at Yan Xiaoyu with envy. Such a fat civet, how many meals could it provide? Song Jinan looked at Yan Xiaoyu with a puzzled expression, his eyes showing mixed feelings. Yan Xiaoyu had been with his father in the army since he was young. To keep secrets, their training was always in deep mountains and forests, where they often hunted wild animals. Over time, he became very skilled at hunting. Because of this, he was admired and envied by many in the compound, including himself. At that time, he even asked Yan Xiaoyu to teach him how to hunt when he had the chance in the future. Now, everything has changed, and it feels like things are no longer the same. Tianjing also looked at Yan Xiaoyu with some surprise. She didn't expect this seemingly delicate young man to be so capable. The roe deer ran so fast, yet he managed to catch it, showing he was truly skilled. It's also no wonder he was favored by Gu Yuehui. If he weren't capable, why would Gu Yuehui like him? Suddenly, Tianjing's gaze paused. Gu Yuehui liked him? She had wondered why Gu Yuehui suddenly stopped liking Song Jinan and started to favor Yan Xiaoyu. Now she understood. She must have been reborn. She hadn't seen the ending of the novel before she traveled through time. Maybe Gu Yuehui's life after the story was unhappy, or she encountered an accident and betrayed Yan Xiaoyu, which caused her to change her mind after rebirth. But why does she dislike her so much? Tianjing was confused. She looked at Yan Xiaoyu with a mix of curiosity and suspicion. It wouldn't be easy to pry Gu Yuehui's secrets open. Perhaps the key to this whole matter was Yan Xiaoyu, the young supporting character. Everyone's complicated feelings didn't affect Yan Xiaoyu at all. He simply ignored their gazes and silently followed the group. Gu Yuehui smiled softly and didn't bother with Wang Fu, who kept talking beside him. He continued walking until they reached a large willow tree. He pointed to the nearby and said, "The sweet potato field is below. Secretary, get a rope." Wang Fu was surprised and quickly ordered someone to tie the rope to the tree trunk. "No wonder you asked for a rope when we went up the mountain. The sweet potato field is actually down here."
Wang Fu sighed.
He had always thought he knew this mountain well, but he didn't realize there was a hidden sweet potato field so deep down. Gu Yuehui looked at the steep below and said, "I'll go down first." Hearing this, Wang Fu frowned. "That's not possible. You're a young woman. It's fine for you to stay up here. We have plenty of young men in the team. It's not suitable for you to go down. All right, you stay here." Gu Yuehui shook her head. "Besides me, is there anyone else who can find the exact spot?" She wasn't afraid of heights, and since the sweet potatoes were buried in the soil with their remaining leaves withered, they probably couldn't be found easily. In her previous life, under Wang Fu's organization, she had come here to dig sweet potatoes, so she knew the exact location. "This place is dangerous, not suitable for a young girl like you. Point out the spot, and let the men go down," Wang Peixing said as he stepped out from the crowd, frowning. Since the last incident, he had deliberately kept his distance from Gu Yuehui. Now, in this situation, he still stepped forward. How could such a delicate girl like her be the vanguard for the team? Gu Yuehui pursed her lips and looked down, unafraid. "I have to go." Wang Peixing looked displeased. Wang Fujian's eyes flickered, then sighed. "Let Xiao Chen go with you." Gu Yuehui nodded indifferently. Although Chun Yuesheng became the leader of the 6th production team, because of his family, he also had his own strengths. Among the young people in the village, he was quite capable. Chun Yuesheng was called out. He glanced at Gu Yuehui, and his previously gloomy face looked a bit better. At this moment, someone from the crowd raised their hand. "Party secretary. I want to go too." As he spoke, Gu Tinghui pushed forward, looking unhappy as he glared at Gu Yuehui, showing his disapproval of her taking initiative. In such a dangerous place, he believed he should go with her, as her older brother, to look out for her. Thinking this, Gu Tinghui cast a disdainful look at Chun Yuesheng. He had already wasted effort saving him in the mountains, only to have him hurt his sister's feelings. Now he was regretting it? Too late. Noticing Gu Tinghuai's unkind gaze, Chen Yuexing's face darkened again, silent. Gu Yuehuai used a rope to tie around her waist. Her slender waist curved gracefully. Many young men in the crowd looked at her with heated eyes, their gazes a little more intense. Usually, girls wore loose, thick clothes, so their figures weren't visible, but now it was a feast for the eyes. Faced with these looks, Gu Tinghuai stood in front of Gu Yuehuai, blocking her. He glared at the crowd with sharp eyes. When he saw Yan Xiaoyu in the corner, carrying a muntjac with a calm expression, his eyebrows furrowed in disappointment and frustration, and he made a tisk sound. Yan Xiaoyu looked confused by his reaction. Gu Yuehuai pulled on the rope, stood at the edge of the look down, and then leapt. She descended very quickly, moving skillfully and smoothly, not at all like a delicate girl raised in comfort. Wang Fu watched with admiration. This young comrade Gu is truly talented in both words and actions, unlike those from their small town. Chen Yuexing swallowed hard, looked at Gu Yuehuai, quickly tied his own rope, and jumped down. Gu Jifeng stood nearby, watching Gu Yuehuai go down. When Gu Tinghuai was still standing there in a daze, he suddenly narrowed his eyes and shouted loudly, "Big brother, hurry and follow. Protect Nan Nan, don't slack off. Go now." Gu Tinghuai snapped out of his trance and shook his head helplessly. Has he not checked on his sister for too long? When did she become so skilled? The villagers gathered at looking down to see if there really was a sweet potato field. Tian quietly glanced at Song Jinan, who looked complicated, and whispered, "Song Jiqing, are you not going down?" In the story, the young workers encountered a heavy rain while hunting wild boar on the mountaintop. They had to find a place to hide and wait out the rain. But here, the terrain is dangerous, the soil soft, and just 2 minutes after the rain started, the ground suddenly collapsed. Song Jinan was originally helping to evacuate people. He was momentarily distracted, and the loose ground beneath him caused him to slip and roll down without any safety measures. At that moment, Gu Yuehuai was nearby. Without hesitation, he reached out and grabbed Song Jinan's hand. The two rolled down together and disappeared from sight. Since Gu Yuehuai and Song Jinan are the main characters, they survived by luck. Afterward, the heavy rain continued for days. The two found a wooden hut where the forest keeper lived and stayed there temporarily. During that time, with no one else bothering them, Gu Yuehuai and Song Jinan's relationship grew rapidly. Their feelings deepened, forming a strong bond, and Song Jinan became completely infatuated with her. Thinking of this, Tian's eyes grew darker. She must take Gu Yuehuai's place and seize this chance to strengthen her relationship with Song Jinan. But when will it rain again? Tian Jing looked up at the sky. The blue sky showed no signs of rain, but she couldn't help frowning. Song Jinan was silent for a moment and shook his head. Just as he was about to speak, dark clouds suddenly rolled in quickly, covering the bright sky. In the mountains, the weather changes very fast. When everyone looked up, the sky was full of dark clouds, and thunder roared loudly. The crowd gasped in fear. They weren't afraid of rain or thunder, but being deep in the mountains and standing in the forest made lightning and thunder very dangerous. Plus, 3 people had gone down. What should they do now? Wang Fu's face turned pale. Seeing so many workers on the mountain top, he gritted his teeth and said, "Pei-sheng, take them to the cave on the hillside to hide from the rain. You guys hurry up and pull up the rope. Forget about digging sweet potatoes for now." Wang Pei-sheng looked down at the ground, his eyes also a bit panicked. Rain in the mountains is common, but such big clouds and thunder and the strange way they appeared made everything feel very weird. But he didn't have time to think. He quickly told the workers, "Everyone hurry. Let's go to the cave to avoid the rain. Don't stay here. The soil on the mountain is loose, and if something dangerous happens, we can't run away." Hearing this, the workers who had been hoping to dig sweet potatoes quickly ran toward the hillside. Gu Jifeng pushed through the crowd to the rope, without hesitation, grabbing one and pulling hard. While others were running to escape the rain, he refused to leave. His father and little sister were still down below. Tian Jing looked at the dark clouds in the sky, her eyes brightening. She knew that the main characters were here, so the story would definitely happen. Sure enough, Song Jinan looked worried. He glanced at the crowd dispersing. Only 4 workers remained near the rope. One was Wang Fu, another was Gu Jifeng, and the other 2 were strangers. The 4 of them pulled the rope with all their strength. He strode over and also reached out to hold the rope. At this moment, Yan Xiaoyu, who had been standing in the corner, finally pushed through the crowd and ran over. He looked down and stood at the front, grabbing the rope Gu Yuehui had used. Just as he applied force, large raindrops and thunder suddenly fell. Bright white lightning split the sky, tearing apart the dark curtain of clouds in an instant. A heavy thunder roared, and a sudden storm swept in. The wind howled loudly, as if trying to swallow the entire sky. In the chaos, someone shouted, "The rain is too heavy." At that moment, a rope was pulled up. It was Gu Tinghuai, who was soaked from head to toe. His face was pale from the cold, and he shouted down the mountain, "Nan Nan. Nan Nan, come up quickly." The sky was very dark, almost so dark that you couldn't see your fingers in front of your eyes. He hurriedly grabbed a rope and pulled it up. Soon, Chun Yusheng climbed over the hilltop. Lightning flashed and lit up his disheveled appearance. Chun Yusheng looked worried and frightened. This kind of is very easy to have a landslide. If it happens, the mountain might cover someone, and their life could be in danger. Where is Nan Nan? Why hasn't she come up yet? Gu Jifeng shouted desperately, pulling on the rope with all his strength. Tianjing listened to everyone's panicked voices, her eyes flickering with worry. Under the cover of the dark sky, she crouched at the edge of watching the rope being pulled up repeatedly. Suddenly, a cold smile appeared on her face. She took out a sickle and gently cut it. Yan Xiaoyu's forehead veins bulged, and his eyes looked fierce. "What are you doing?" As soon as he finished speaking, the rope suddenly slackened, and the people pulling it were thrown backward with a heavy thud. "Nan Nan." Gu Jifeng saw the frayed rope, his eyes turning red. He struggled to jump down
Dad.
"Don't go. I'll find Nan Nan." Gu Tinghuai quickly grabbed Gu Jifeng. His heart was pounding, and heavy rain was hitting his skin, making it hurt. The rain was so dense that he could hardly see anything. Going down now would be like seeking death. Yan Xiaoyu grabbed Tianjing's collar with great force, almost lifting her off the ground. Tianjing was shocked and struggled fiercely, tears welling in her eyes. She didn't expect so many people here, and Yan Xiaoyu dared to hurt her. I just wanted to help. Really, I just wanted to help. Song Jiqing, please save me." She was sure that with the heavy rain and darkness, no one saw her move.
Song
Jiqing, help. Help me. Tianjing reached out to Song Jinan, her voice full of tears and pleading. "Xiaoyu, calm down." Comrade Tian only wanted to help. "We didn't expect the rope to suddenly break." Song Jinan hurried to stop Yan Xiaoyu, looking at him as if he were seeing a madman. Gu Tinghuai had already tied the rope around his waist, ready to go down again to find Gu Yuehui. Yan Xiaoyu grabbed Tianjing's collar and forcefully pushed her aside. "Keep the rope safe. When I come back, I will figure out right from wrong. Gu Tinghuai, you stay and watch Uncle Gu. I will go look for Gu Yuehui." He moved quickly, pulled the rope, wrapped it around his wrist, and then stepped onto With a kick, he fell into the dark abyss. In the dim light, only a shadow was visible. "Xiaoyu," Gu Zifeng called out, biting his lip and praying that both of them would return safely. Gu Tinghuai was more cautious. He kept the broken rope and looked coldly at Tianjing, who was lying on the ground. Their family and Tianjing had been through many conflicts. They already disliked each other. If Tianjing had secretly tried to harm Gugua, it was possible.
Since Xiaoyu said so, he must have seen something.
This wicked woman really makes people ashamed. Cough, cough, cough. Tianjing covered her neck and started coughing violently. She was secretly annoyed. Yan Xiaoyu was meddling too much. She had secretly attacked without anyone noticing. How could she be caught? He was just suspicious. Yet, he questioned her openly. It seemed she needed to quickly deal with Song Jinan. Only then would he protect her at all costs. But should she go down to save Gu Yuehuai? Would Song Jinan follow the original story? Tianjing was confused. But thinking about the deep feelings between Song Jinan and Gu Yuehuai in the story, she made up her mind. She decided to follow the plot. She struggled to stand up, looked at the rope still tied to the tree, her eyes flickering. She softly cried and said, "Yan Ziking, I guess I deserve your blame. If Yuehuai can't come back, I can't forgive myself. I will go find her too." Hearing this, Wang Fu hesitated, unsure whether to refuse. Gu Zifeng pretended not to hear and kept his eyes fixed on hoping Yan Xiaoyu and Gu Yuehuai would return soon. Tianjing didn't care about others' opinions. After speaking, she picked up the rope from the ground, wrapped it tightly around her waist several times, then looked at Song Jinan and tearfully said, "Song Ziking, I am a little scared. Can you come with me to find Yuehuai?" Hearing this, Song Jinan was stunned. At this moment, he saw not Tianjing's distressed expression, but instead thought of Gu Yuehuai. He always felt a strange sense of destiny with Gu Yuehuai, something hard to explain or understand. Although she was complicated and her actions often confusing, at this moment, he didn't want to refuse. Moreover, Yan Xiaoyu had also gone down. They were brothers and friends. Despite some misunderstandings, their childhood bond couldn't be broken. He also wanted to go find him and bring them back together. Song Jinan wiped the cold rain from his face and nodded firmly. "All right. I will go with you to find her." "Song Jiqing, you can't go. It's too dangerous down there. The rain is heavy, and we should find a place to take shelter first." Wang Fu stepped forward to stop Song Jinan, looking very opposed. Originally, Yan Xiaoyu going down already made him anxious. If Song Jinan went too, he wouldn't be able to sleep. The young people from Beijing weren't ordinary. If something happened, how could he, a small team leader, bear this responsibility? This wasn't a game, it was a life and death matter. Song Jinan's eyes were firm. "Exactly because it's dangerous, I have to go find them. You." Sigh. Wang Fu wiped the rain from his face, looking helpless. Tianjing tightly grabbed Song Jinan's clothes, her eyes anxious, wanting to pull him down immediately. In the story, Song Jinan could survive without any special measures, so now, if he hesitated, a landslide or mudslide might come, and he could be buried here. Tianjing reached out and tied a rope around Song Jinan, saying, "We." Before she finished, a loud roar suddenly sounded. Then the ground began to shake. The few remaining people changed color and screamed in fear. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the ground. Some deeply rooted trees were uprooted, exposing their roots. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, and the mountain trembled and split apart, looking terrifying. Wang Fu's pupils shrank. He shouted, "It's a landslide! Run!" As soon as he finished speaking, Tianjing's eyes turned fierce. She tightly hugged Song Jinan and leapt down the two quickly fell into the dark abyss. Gu Jifeng refused to leave. The group pulled and dragged him, finally leading him away from the mountaintop. The terrain here was high, and once a landslide occurred, it would be the first to collapse. They need to reach a safe place quickly. The heavy rain continues, and they're separated from the main group. Without the sound of people around, it's more dangerous. If they encounter wolves or black bears now, it might be impossible to survive. Nan, the scene shifts back to 5 minutes earlier. Gu Yuehuai is pulling on a rope, sliding down quickly. He passes over sloped land. This place is very high and steep. No one farms here, but the soft soil makes it good for planting. He looks up at Gu Tinghuai and Chen Yusheng, who are slowly lowering themselves. He keeps going downward. After about a minute, he reaches a gentle where he can stand. The ground is covered with dry, fallen leaves that crackle underfoot. These leaves are from sweet potato plants. Looking around, the sweet potato field is very large, covering almost the entire, dense and thick. This harvest should go smoothly. Since there was no landslide or mudslide in the previous life, the sweet potatoes are well preserved and mostly intact. If they dig up all these sweet potatoes, it will be enough for the villagers for a long time. Chunjing is truly lucky, like a lucky charm. Whether she knew about the sweet potatoes early because of her background or not, in her past life, she discovered this sweet potato field, giving hope to everyone in the team. At this moment, Gu Tinghuai and Chen Yusheng are halfway down. Seeing this, Gu Yuehuai shouts, "We found it! Go up and tell everyone." Think of a way to dig out these sweet potatoes and bring them back. Hearing this, Gu Tinghuai's face relaxes. It's a relief to have found them. Otherwise, the team might cause trouble. Thinking this, he says, "Okay, I'll go up and inform everyone." Chen Yusheng hesitates for a moment. He wants to stay and be with Gu Yuehuai, but remembering her attitude toward him, he feels cold inside. Just as he hesitates, the sky suddenly splits open with lightning and thunder. Chen Yusheng has some experience. Seeing this, his face turns very grim. He shouts to Gu Yuehuai below, "It's going to rain. Let's go back quickly. The soil here is soft, and heavy rain could cause a landslide. It's very dangerous." Today, Ming Ming, who had a dangerous encounter with Song Jinan and Tianjing in her past life, did not experience the same day. Yet, the heavy rain still arrived as expected. Soon, Song Jinan should fall down. She squinted and thought. Song Jinan is a powerful player, wealthy and influential. To her now, he is like a heavy mountain. If he truly developed feelings for Tianjing as he did in her past life, it would be hard for her to deal with Tianjing. Of course, from another point of view, if Song Jinan fell in love with Tianjing and then became disappointed and angry, things might turn out more interesting. After all, Ren Tianxiang is also a who is always eager to act. She knows Ren Tianxiang very well. Since he went to the labor camp for Tianjing, he wouldn't come back empty-handed. Whether anything happened between them, she isn't sure, but he is definitely a ticking time bomb. She doesn't want Tianjing to die easily. She wants her to go through hardships like in her past life, mentally and spiritually crushed, making her suffer greatly. There is also a hidden thought that worries her. It's about Tianjing's background. She really doesn't know where Tianjing came from or how she knows things she shouldn't. If Tianjing dies, could she come back to life in someone else's body? She needs to find out. Acting rashly might cause her to lose her completely. There are many ways to torment someone. Slowly destroying Tianjing's mind is the best approach. The labor camp is just a small start. She must think of more ways to make Tianjing feel at home. Thinking of this, Gu Yuehuai no longer hesitated. She quickly grabbed the rope and headed toward the mountain top. At this moment, the people on the top also noticed the weather changing and started pulling the ropes harder. Gu Yuehuai used this force to climb up. Just halfway, she suddenly felt the rope loosen. Then her whole body tensed, and she slipped on the dew to the rain, tumbling down. She fell very fast. Her head spun, and she clenched her teeth, quickly entering the Sumeru space. The space was still filled with various scents, wheat, rice, and fruit, making her dizzy mind feel much better. She stood up, rolled up her pants, and checked her wound. A stone had scratched her calf, leaving bloody marks. Gu Yuehuai frowned and washed her wound with well water. The bleeding stopped quickly. She picked up the rope that was brought into the space with her. The other end had a torn edge, but it was still neat and clearly cut with a sharp tool, not by a stone. There were many people on the mountaintop, but only one person probably wanted to kill her. Gu Yuehuai's eyebrows were tightly knit, and her face looked a little cold. Tianjing really liked causing trouble after not seeing her for a while. If she didn't get something valuable like the Sumeru space today, would she just slide down and be covered by a mudslide, making her body impossible to find? She originally wanted to keep her alive to slowly torment her, but such a person was like a poisonous snake. Any careless move could cause trouble. She needed a new plan. A poisonous snake should be robbed of its fangs, giving no hope at all. Gu Yuehuai finished bandaging her wound and was about to leave. She couldn't stay in the Sumeru space forever. Moreover, since the rope was broken, people on the mountaintop would come down to find her. Even if no one else came, her older brother and father definitely would. But it was too steep, and without a foothold, she would roll down if she tried to go out. Gu Yuehuai sighed softly, took a few sips of well water from the space, and held her breath as she left. Sure enough, as soon as she left the simmer space, she started rolling freely due to inertia. That was both steep and long. She didn't know how long she had been falling when she almost reached the ground. She re-entered the simmer space to steady herself, prepared for the dizziness. This time, she was more cautious, and her injuries were only minor scrapes. Gu Yuehua didn't stay long this time. After leaving, she quickly stepped onto flat ground. In her previous life, she had come here to dig sweet potatoes and never went down. Now, she experienced what Song Jinan and Tianjing had gone through, stormy winds and rain that never stopped, hitting her face painfully. Gu Yuehua looked up at the dark sky, unsure if her older brother had come down. She looked around. The weather was gloomy, with heavy rain pouring down, making everything blurry and hard to see clearly. She thought for a moment and took out a sickle from the space. It was a tool she brought to harvest wheat and rice. Learning to use tools made work more efficient. Now, she could only hold it as a weapon. This place is so desolate. I wonder where Song Jinan and the others found the wooden cabin in their previous life. Gu Yuehua frowns and thinks, quietly waiting for help. At that moment, a tall young man bends over, climbing over dirt and rocks, and jumps down skillfully. Gu Yuehua was initially cautious. When she saw his sharp, handsome face illuminated by lightning, she froze. She never expected that the person risking himself to find her would be Yan Xiaoyu. He is not someone who usually meddles in others' affairs. He probably finds her annoying most of the time.
Why?
Gu Yuehua's heart beats fast. But then she realizes that Yan Xiaoyu came to save her probably not for personal reasons. After thinking for a moment, she guesses that he is doing this for Yan Xiaodong, to repay her for saving Yan Xiaodong. Thinking this, Gu Yuehua sighs softly. Yan Xiaoyu lands steadily on the ground. His gaze through the rain accurately falls on Gu Yuehua. He steps closer, looks her over carefully, and his voice is cold and sharp. Are you hurt? Gu Yuehua wipes the rain from her eyes and shakes her head. Just a small scratch, I'm fine. Yan Xiaoyu's thin lips are pressed tightly. He glances around and says, there's a landslide. We need to leave here first. His voice is very pleasant. Through the cold rain, it reaches Gu Yuehua's ears, adding a touch of warmth. Okay. Gu Yuehua nods in response. Before she can react, Yan Xiaoyu takes her sickle. Then, suddenly, she is lifted off the ground. When she realizes what's happening, she finds herself carried on his back. She pauses for a moment, but doesn't struggle. Her hands rest on his strong shoulders, and her bright eyes are full of life. She looks down at his deep eyebrows and eyes. His eyelashes are long, wet with rain. Gu Yuehua curves her lips slightly and reaches out to wipe the rain from his eyelashes. Yan Xiaoyu's eyes darken with coldness. Don't move around. Gu Yuehua's features are delicate, and her voice carries a hint of a smile. Okay, I won't move. Yan Xiaoyu pauses slightly, feeling a bit uncomfortable because she is so close when she speaks. Her warm breath makes his ears turn red. He frowns and strides in a certain direction. Below there is a dense forest of pine and cypress trees. The soil shines black and looks very fertile, but the area is rarely visited by people. The grass and plants grow tall, and there are no clear paths. Gu Yuehua gently held Yan Xiaoyu's neck and softly said, let's stay close to the edge. Maybe we will find something near the forest border. The nearby villages no longer have forest guards, but the old guard's wooden cabin from the last century still stands. Even if it is old and falling apart, it can still be a place to rest, just like Song Jinan and Tianjing from the past. It was unexpected that Yan Xiaoyu came to save her, but spending time alone with him to build a closer bond was a good idea. After Gu Yuehua finished speaking, she suddenly asked, by the way, where are my dad and my older brother? Yan Xiaoyu simply replied, they went down the mountain to avoid the rain. Gu Yuehua nodded and didn't ask further. Although there was a serious landslide and mudslide, there were no casualties or property loss in her past life. The only missing people, Song Jinan and Tianjing, had returned, so there was no need to worry about that. After some time, Leng Ji's voice came from Yan Xiaoyu's mouth. The rope was cut. It was Tianjing. Gu Yuehui smiled brightly. I know. Yan Xiaoyu stopped walking and looked back. His eyebrows furrowed, and he looked at her with long, gentle eyes. Gu Yuehui gently wrapped her arms around Yan Xiaoyu's neck, leaning closer. Their breaths almost merged. It's pouring rain, and the landslide has blocked the rope. It's not long enough to reach the bottom of the hill. Xiaoyu, why did you come to save me? At this moment, she didn't want to mention Tianjing. She just wanted to seriously ask him. Although she had already guessed that he was doing it to repay a favor, she still wanted to confirm. Yan Xiaoyu didn't speak, and Gu Yuehui continued, Xiaoyu, are you starting to like me? When she said this, she didn't look shy. Instead, she looked happy, like the joy of a phoenix flower igniting. Gu Yuehui's eyes sparkled. Even in the heavy rain, they looked like polished gems. When she focused entirely on someone, it was like a garden full of blooming peach blossoms, an irresistible beauty. Yan Xiaoyu looked at her lively and beautiful face. His brow moved slightly, then he turned his head away, no longer looking at Gu Yuehui. His tone was calm. You saved Xiaodong, I saved you. That's fair, that's how it is, Gu Yuehui whispered softly, not feeling too disappointed. These words reached Yan Xiaoyu's ears, causing him to pause briefly, but the pause was fleeting. Gu Yuehui let out a soft sigh. She lowered her eyes and looked at Yan Xiaoyu calmly, saying, All right, put me down. I only have a small injury. I can walk. There's no food here and too much physical effort isn't good for us. Hearing her calm tone, Yan Xiaoyu's eyebrows twitched slightly, and his hand on her lap tightened unconsciously. After a moment of silence, he gently lowered Gu Yuehui. He handed the sickle back to her, his jaw clenched tightly, and his tone was a bit harsh. Stay close. Gu Yuehui looked at his stern, proud eyes through the rain curtain and nodded. The two continued walking, one behind the other, neither speaking again. Perhaps because the forest was too dense or the rain had lessened, the heavy rain slowed considerably as they moved. Cold wind blew, making Gu Yuehui shiver uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Yan Xiaoyu walking ahead showed no signs of feeling cold. Gu Yuehui cupped her hands around her mouth, blowing warm air into her palms. In late autumn, their clothes were soaked and cold to the bone. Perhaps hearing her breath, Yan Xiaoyu stopped and looked back at her. He saw her lips, normally rosy, turning pale, and her face looked unwell, as if she might be getting sick. Frowning, Yan Xiaoyu took 2 steps back, reached out, and touched Gu Yuehui's forehead. It was indeed hot. He looked at her, his brows furrowed deeply, silently saying, This is troublesome. Although he said that, they had found her, so he couldn't just ignore her. Yan Xiaoyu pressed his lips together, took out a small bottle of white wine from his clothes, and, because it was cold in the mountains, he had brought some for hunting trips. Drink, he said impatiently, handing the bottle to Gu Yuehui. Gu Yuehui hesitated, slightly surprised. Hearing Yan Xiaoyu's cold, impatient tone, she slightly curled her lips. Honestly, if it weren't for the ties from her past life, with his current attitude, she would have already dismissed him, no matter how much she liked him. She unscrewed the bottle, sniffed the strong smell of alcohol, and frowned slightly. You brought alcohol for hunting? Yan Xiaoyu looked at her without explanation, only saying, You have a fever. Drink some. Fever? She drank water from the space well. How could she have a fever? She was just too cold. Gu Yuehui pouted, not acting pretentiously, and took a deep sip of wine. At this moment, the wine didn't smell very good, since everyone was struggling to eat, and few could afford to brew wine. It was spicy to taste, and as it went down, it left a strong aftertaste. Gu Yuehui took a shallow breath, and her pale cheeks visibly flushed. Too spicy. She returned the wine to Yan Xiaoyu, stuck out her tongue, and fanned herself with her hand. Yan Xiaoyu looked at her tongue, his eyes darkening. He put the wine back into his pocket and prepared to move on. Suddenly, Yan Xiaoyu tensed up. He stepped quickly in front of Gu Yuehui, furrowing his brows tightly. His sharp, dark eyes like blades fixed on the faintly visible forest. What's wrong? Gu Yuehui frowned and also became nervous, clutching her sickle tightly. Yan Xiaoyu's narrow eyes were full of gloom. He said seriously, "There are wolves." Wolves? Gu Yuehuai's breath caught. She hadn't forgotten that Gu Ruerue, the second son of the Gu family, had gone up the mountain to catch rabbits and encountered wolves. Luckily, he was only bitten on the leg and survived. Gu Yuehuai clenched her teeth, her hand gripping the sickle bulged with veins. It was impossible not to be afraid. She had died once before, so she valued her life even more. Moreover, her family's fate hadn't fully changed, and Tianjing was still alive and well. How could she die so easily? Gu Yuehuai held her breath quietly and whispered, "How many? Wolves are social animals." Yan Xiaoyu looked surprised. Even at this moment, he could calmly ask that question, which made him seem a bit more impressive. But from the start, Gu Yuehuai had given him a different feeling. She seemed to have experienced something, not like an ordinary rural girl. She was skilled at painting and had a boldness that was unusual for a woman. Thinking this, Yan Xiaoyu couldn't help but clenched his fist and coughed lightly. Gu Yuehuai looked at his back with suspicion, but then she heard him say, "From the sound, about 6. As soon as he finished speaking, several pairs of green glowing eyes appeared suddenly in the forest, accompanied by sharp, alert growls. The sounds were piercing and made people feel uneasy and hair-raising. Although Gu Yuehuai grew up in the countryside, she had rarely seen wolves. During winter, food on the mountain is scarce. Occasionally, a few wolves come down the hill to steal chickens and sheep from the farm. She has seen the wolves killed by villagers. They are not very large, with gray fur that is faintly white, and look quite similar to the village dogs. However, wolves are very greedy and cunning. Their only obsession is eating meat." Gu Yuehuai's forehead sweats slightly, but her voice remains calm. "We have probably entered their territory. Wolves have a strong sense of territory. As soon as any creature steps into it, they will attack." Yan Xiaoyu squints his eyes, staring at the wolf pack without shifting his gaze. He leans slightly forward, like a fierce hunting cat, ready to strike. Slowly back away. Keep a safe distance and they won't attack. Running in front of a wolf pack is not wise. The more scared and the more you run, the more likely they will see you as prey. He grew up in the military and has encountered wolf packs several times, so he is not very nervous. Gu Yuehuai nods and slowly backs away with Yan Xiaoyu. They retreat further and further. The wolf pack stays in place, only occasionally flickering their eyes, showing no intention of chasing. That worked. Gu Yuehuai's eyes brighten slightly, and her tense mood eases a little. But she hasn't been happy for long when she suddenly hears a scream, coming from far away and getting closer. Gu Yuehuai's eyes jump. At this moment, she really regrets not ending Tianjing earlier. Her scream has broken the good situation they had. Wolves are afraid of loud noises. When they hear a disturbance, they become agitated. Originally, Gu Yuehuai and Yan Xiaoyu could slowly leave the wolf territory without being attacked. But Tianjing's scream instantly provoked the wolves' ferocity. Suddenly, like a gray light, they pounced toward the two of them. Yan Xiaoyu's eyes turn fierce. "I'll hold them back. You run as far as you can. Don't worry about me." As he speaks, he quickly bends down, pulls out a dagger from a soldier's boot. The blade flashes coldly, sharp and silent, slipping into his hand. Facing the rushing wolves, Yan Xiaoyu shows no fear. He grips the dagger and fights fiercely. He leans forward, swinging the dagger in a fierce arc. Just as the lead wolf rushes toward him, the cold light whizzes past, slicing through the wolf's neck. Blood spurts out, and the wolf lets out a piercing howl. This scene is very intense, causing Gu Yuehuai to momentarily lose focus. The next moment, she tightens her grip on the sickle in her hand. The wolf pack sensed that Yan Xiaoyu was a greater threat. Plus, the alpha wolf was badly injured and held a grudge against Yan Xiaoyu. They surrounded him tightly, growling with cold, sharp teeth and threatening roars. Yan Xiaoyu's eyes flashed with deadly anger. His black hair was soaked by the rain, which fell steadily. His handsome face was stained with wolf blood, and the smell of blood made his wild, rebellious nature turn even more savage and bloodthirsty. Run, Yan Xiaoyu shouted to Gu Yuehui. He grabbed a dagger, jumped up, and kicked a wolf that was attacking him. He rolled on the ground, ignoring the cut on his cheek from a dry branch. With a quick motion, he cut down a wolf. He fought skillfully, but the wolf pack was determined not to give up. They didn't seem scared at all. The fight dragged on, and Yan Xiaoyu was starting to feel tired. When one wolf bit his wrist, another quietly sneaked behind him. That wolf opened its big mouth and leapt up to bite his neck. If it had succeeded, Yan Xiaoyu might have bled to death. Gu Yuehui watched the scene, feeling her heart tighten painfully. She couldn't think twice. She rushed forward, standing behind Yan Xiaoyu. She clenched her teeth and swung her sickle. Howl! The wolf that was trying to attack Yan Xiaoyu was hit by the sickle. It struggled fiercely, howling in pain. Its force almost pulled Gu Yuehui away. Yan Xiaoyu noticed the noise behind him. His forehead veins bulged, and his eyes turned a terrifying deep red. He looked at the wolf biting his wrist. With his other hand, he reached into his clothes and pulled out a black pistol. A gunshot echoed through the forest. The startled wolves retreated quickly. Gu Yuehui looked at Yan Xiaoyu, surprised that he had a gun. She knew he had won. The Yan siblings had a hard life, and in the turbulent capital city, no one wanted them to survive. In her past life, she had helped Yan Xiaoyu block a shot for no reason, which made him see her differently. She had seen the gun in his hand before. Yan Xiaoyu shook his numb wrist, which was deep with a wound showing the bone. His face was pale. He turned to look at Gu Yuehui behind him, his cold gaze sharp like a sword. Gu Yuehui, aren't you afraid to die? I told you to leave, so why didn't you leave? Gu Yuehui simply slightly curled his lips and said to him, I'm afraid of dying, but I'm more afraid of you dying. Yan Xiaoyu looked at Gu Yuehui's bright, cat-like eyes. His tongue touched his teeth, and suddenly he felt very restless. At this moment, a loud roar sounded. The gunshot just now was too loud, shaking the ground and causing the landslide to worsen. We can't stay here anymore. Let's go. Yan Xiaoyu's face was pale, and his brows were deeply furrowed. This was also why he didn't draw his gun earlier. The gunshot was too loud and could easily attract attention. Gu Yuehui glanced at the wound on Yan Xiaoyu's wrist, but said nothing. The two of them jumped over the grass and trees, struggling to move forward. Because the earth was shaking, many trees were uprooted, blocking their way tightly. About 5 minutes later, Gu Yuehui and Yan Xiaoyu heard a faint cry for help. Help! The voice was very soft, but Gu Yuehui's eyes became much deeper. Tianjing, who had almost led them into danger earlier, was now calling for help. Who could she rely on to save her? Gu Yuehui looked at Yan Xiaoyu, noticing his steps faltered briefly before he sped up again, as if he hadn't heard. Gu Yuehui's brows relaxed, and he looked toward the sound. He thought silently, Tianjing, everyone has their own fate. It was already good that she didn't come to kick them when they were down. It seemed she was trapped now. Once the mudslide buried her, the Dalhousie production team would no longer have Tianjing. That would be a good thing for everyone. As for whether she would be reborn again, that wasn't something she needed to think about now. Just after they passed that stretch, they suddenly heard Tianjing's sharp voice. Song Jiqing. Song Jiqing, wake up. Don't sleep. Song Jiqing. Help. Is anyone there? Help us. Hearing this, Gu Yuehui's smile faded from his face. When he looked at Yan Xiaoyu, he saw that he had stopped. He didn't like to interfere in other people's affairs. It didn't matter if Tianjing was trapped, but if Song Jinan was in danger, he wouldn't just stand by and watch. Yan Xiaoyu turned back and said calmly and clearly, I'll go save them. You find a way out. Gu Yuehui grabbed his arm tightly, his brows furrowed. He wanted to stop him, but, looking at Yan Xiaoyu, he couldn't bring himself to say not to help Song Jinan. No matter how strained their relationship was because of past issues, they still had feelings. He hesitated for a moment and finally blurted out, I'll go with you. That way, we can look out for each other. Yan Xiaoyu looked at her briefly, but said nothing. He listened carefully to the distant sounds. The river was at the foot of the mountain, unable to help the dry soil and dead wood. Heavy rain was washing everything away, and landslides were slow, not as dangerous as he had imagined. The two of them followed the sound and saw a large tree broken in half. The tree was pressing down on Song Jinan, who seemed to have been hit, and was unconscious. Tianjing was desperately trying to pull Song Jinan free. Her face was scratched, and her ankle was bleeding. Judging by the wound, she had also been bitten by a wolf. Song Jiqing, hold on a little longer. Please don't die, Tianjing cried, tears streaking her dirty face. Her deep concern was noticed by Yan Xiaoyu and Gu Yuehui. Gu Yuehui's eyes flashed with a cold smile. How many tears could a crocodile really have? Tianjing knew that Song Jinan came from a powerful family. She hoped to use him to change her social status, just like in her past life. She didn't want Song Jinan to die, but she was just eager not to miss the opportunity she almost had. Yan Xiaoyu looked at Tianjing coldly and said as he stepped closer, move aside. Tianjing was stunned. She looked up happily at Yan Xiaoyu, but when she saw Gu Yuehui nearby, her eyes flickered. She said excitedly, did you hear that? Please help Song Jiqing. He was crushed by the fallen tree while trying to save me. She felt truly helpless. She had thought that with the male lead, Song Jinan, nearby, nothing would go wrong. Things would go smoothly, like in the story. But she didn't know what kind of unlucky fate she had. She kept encountering danger again and again. Tianjing watched Yan Xiaoyu try to move the tree trunk and sighed bitterly. The trunk is too heavy. The three of us can't lift it. Gu Yuehui bypassed Tianjing, wiped the rain from his face, and said to Yan Xiaoyu, use a lever. It turned out that the principle of leverage worked very well. Song Jinan was lucky. He wasn't broken by the tree trunk, but was knocked out by the heavy pressure. Yan Xiaoyu carried Song Jinan on his back. His wrist wound was bleeding heavily. Gu Yuehui frowned and said, let me carry him. You're injured, so save your strength.
No.
Before Yan Xiaoyu could refuse, Tianjing spoke first. She looked at Gu Yuehui cautiously, standing in front of Song Jinan, as if guarding him. Her gaze at Gu Yuehui was like looking at a fierce beast. Gu Yuehui looked at Tianjing with a half-smile and asked, what right do you have to say no? Tianjing bit her lip and said, I mean, my foot is also hurt. Can you help me? Hearing this, Gu Yuehui chuckled with clear sarcasm. Tianjing, did you take the wrong medicine? Saving you all is already a blessing. Do you really expect me to help you? If I don't kill you here, that's mercy enough. In front of Yan Xiaoyu, she showed no hesitation in her dislike and hatred for Tianjing. Listening to Gu Yuehui's blunt contempt and mockery, Tianjing looked very embarrassed. She used all her self-control to suppress her anger and forced a faint smile. Yuehui, Song Jiqing and I came specifically to find you and Yan Jiqing. Even if we had some disagreements before, in this dangerous time, we should work together to get through it. What do you think, Yan Jiqing? Tianjing's smile was stiff. Knowing that Gu Yuehui's weakness was Yan Xiaoyu, she deliberately spoke to him. Now, Song Jinan was carried on Yan Xiaoyu's back. She had come to find Gu Yuehui. No matter what, everyone was in the same boat. Yan Xiaoyu wouldn't abandon her like Gu Yuehui. Yan Xiaoyu ignored Tianjing and looked up at Gu Yuehui. Let's find a place to take shelter from the rain first. Gu Yuehui chuckled and walked over to Yan Xiaoyu, casually picking up a long stick to clear the way ahead. Her sickle had just caught on the wolf's body. After the gunshot, the wolf ran away quickly, and she lost her sickle in the process. Tianjing watched their backs, then looked down at her bloodied ankle. She almost bit her silver tooth in frustration. She had to catch up with them. If she fell behind, she might be in real danger. The rain grew heavier, and the forest was filled with the sound of pouring rain. After walking for a while, Gu Yuehui finally saw an old, dilapidated wooden cabin. She said, there's a cabin ahead, probably where the forest ranger used to live. Let's go there to take shelter from the rain. Yan Xiaoyu nodded. Her pale lips, already drained from blood loss, had lost their color. The wound on her wrist was swollen and pale from the rain. Song Jinan was still unconscious, showing no signs of waking. As for Tianjing, She was limping behind at a distance, but she was still resilient. Gu Yuehui went straight to the wooden cabin. The walls were already a bit decayed. She used her wooden stick to push open the door, which made a squeaky, creak sound. Suddenly, a slim yellow figure darted out quickly and disappeared into the rain. Gu Yuehui was a little surprised but then relaxed and said, "It's a weasel." She walked into the cabin with her stick. Inside, there were some spider webs and dry leaves. The roof was sturdy, so it didn't leak rain. The cabin was small and empty, with no bed. Gu Yuehui said, "Come in. There's nothing wrong inside. We can stay here for now to avoid the rain. You're hurt, so first, bandage your wound. We'll leave after the rain stops." Yan Xiaoyu nodded. He carried Song Jinan into the cabin and laid him on some dry straw. He had just fought with a pack of wolves and carried Song Jinan all the way here. He was exhausted. After putting him down, he sat heavily on the ground, his arm trembling and the pain from his wound almost numb. Gu Yuehui frowned and looked at his wound. She said, "You need to treat your injury quickly. This is out in the wild. If it gets infected, it will be trouble. Wait here, I'll go find some herbs to stop the bleeding." She said this, but she didn't really expect to find herbs. She just wanted to find a quiet place to get some well water. The well water in the space has healing powers. It should help prevent infection and help Yan Xiaoyu's injury. If it were someone else, she wouldn't bother with the well water, but Yan Xiaoyu was different. He needed help. As Gu Yuehui was about to leave, Yan Xiaoyu grabbed her wrist. "No need to go." He shook his head, took out a bottle of alcohol from his clothes, unscrewed the cap, and poured it on his wound. The strong alcohol burned, making Yan Xiaoyu's forehead tense with veins bulging. Cold sweat dripped down, and his arm trembled uncontrollably from the pain, but he was tough and didn't make a sound. Gu Yuehui's eyelashes fluttered, feeling a little worried. At this moment, Tianjing arrived. She dragged her injured leg into the cabin, carefully looked at Gu Yuehui, then sat beside Song Jinan, moving his head onto her lap to make him more comfortable. Yan Xiaoyu glanced at her indifferently and looked away. Tianjing, however, caught the smell of alcohol in the air. She moved her numb and painful ankle, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Yan Jiqing, my ankle was also bitten by a wolf. Can I borrow some of your alcohol to use?" Tianjing wasn't stupid. She knew that in this wild place, an infected wound could be deadly. Her goal was to strengthen her relationship with Song Jinan, not to risk her life in this forest. Yan Xiaoyu's brow furrowed with a cold look, and his tone became impatient. "On the mountain top, you cut Gu Yuehui's rope, almost causing her to die, and now you're pretending to look for her. What are you planning?" If it weren't for Tianjing, none of them would be in this situation, and they wouldn't be asking for wine. His wine isn't something just anyone can use. Tianjing's breath caught, and her eyes flickered with worry. She stammered, feeling wronged. "It wasn't me, really, it wasn't. I just wanted to help. I didn't expect the rope in the team to be so weak. I've already tried to make up for it." As she spoke, tears fell steadily, dropping onto Song Jinan's face like signals, which seemed to wake him from his fainting state. Ugh. Song Jinan reached up to cover his chest, his face twisted with pain. Gu Yuehui sneered coldly. Tianjing and Song Jinan seemed destined to be connected. Every time Tianjing faced trouble, Song Jinan was there to help. Now, as Tianjing was questioned, Song Jinan woke up again. Tianjing was happy. "Song Jiqing, you're awake." "Tian."
"Comrade Tian, we
are saved." Song Jiqing looked confused, clutching his chest tightly. Gu Yuehui glanced at them lazily and said, "Not saved. We're hiding in the ranger's cabin to avoid the rain." Hearing her voice, Song Jinan was stunned. Then he struggled to sit up, only to realize he had just been resting his head on Tianjing's lap. His face was pale, and he looked at Gu Yuehui and Yan Xiaoyu, feeling a bit disoriented in time and space. Song Jinan moved his lips, recalling what happened before he fainted. His expression looked grim. He then looked at Tianjing's ankle, which was stained red with blood, looking quite frightening. "Comrade Tian, your injury." "I am fine," Tianjing said with a bitter smile, but her eyes flicked to the wine in Yan Xiaoyu's hand. Song Jinan closed his eyes briefly, resting. His pale features showed rare signs of fragility. He looked at the wine in his hand, about to speak, when Gu Yuehui and Yin Xiaoyu said together, "You've been through a lot. You're probably hungry. I'll go find some food and be right back." Without waiting for Yin Xiaoyu to stop him, she plunged into the rain and disappeared near the wooden cabin. "Come back." Yin Xiaoyu just stood up and suddenly felt dizzy, collapsing to the ground. He had lost a lot of blood, and his wound had been soaked by rain. Although he had disinfected it with strong alcohol, his body was still affected. "Xiaoyu, are you okay?" Song Jinan was surprised and only then saw the deep wound on Yin Xiaoyu's wrist, where the bone was visible. Yin Xiaoyu frowned and shook his head. "Use these straw to start the fire." After speaking, he took out a box of matches from his coat. Luckily, he was wearing a leather jacket, so his clothes weren't wet and the matches could still be used. Song Jinan nodded repeatedly, took the matches, and carefully piled up some straw. He easily ignited the fire. However, in his busy effort, he seemed to forget that Tianjing's ankle was also hurt. It wasn't until she turned pale and cried out in pain that he was brought back to his senses. He looked back at Tianjing and suddenly remembered that her legs had also been bitten by wolves. Song Jinan looked a bit guilty and realized, "Comrade Tian, how are you?" Tianjing looked weak and shook her head. She gave a fragile smile to Song Jinan. "I'm fine, as long as you're okay. That's all I need to know. We will definitely return safely." At that moment, Tianjing's pure smile made Song Jinan feel a gentle movement in his heart. She seemed to be bathed in a holy light, filling everyone around her with an indescribable warmth. Ugh. Tianjing couldn't help crying out in pain again, cold sweat appearing on her cheek. Song Jinan suddenly snapped out of his thoughts. He looked worriedly at her ankle, which was turning blue from the injury. Turning to Yin Xiaoyu, he spoke with a pleading tone. "Xiaoyu, Tian's wound is too serious. It needs disinfecting." Yin Xiaoyu looked at the two people's intimate atmosphere with a calm expression. His proud eyebrows slightly raised. "What does that have to do with me?" Tianjing's face was pale, and her eyes flickered with unease. Song Jinan moved his lips, feeling a bit helpless. "Xiaoyu, now that we're trapped together, we should support each other. If we keep guarding against each other like this, how can we leave here safely?" Yin Xiaoyu curled his lips, his tone playful yet sharp. "Support each other? Are you sure? How well do you know her personality? Just now, on the mountaintop, I saw her cut the rope of Gu Yuehui with my own eyes. Someone like her, do you dare to support her? I wouldn't. And trusting your life to someone like that, you might think you've lived too long." Upon hearing this, Tianjing's face suddenly changed, and her voice became hoarse and weak. "I didn't do it, Song Jiqing. I really didn't. I just wanted to help. It was raining so heavily, and it was dark and gloomy. I didn't notice at the time, and that only made things worse." Tianjing looked like an innocent little white flower, harmless to everyone. As she cried, Song Jinan felt helpless. He sighed and earnestly defended her. "Comrade Tian really didn't do it on purpose. Otherwise, why would she risk her life to come down and find Editor Gu and you? She is already making up for it. We should forgive her. He has always been kind and does not like to think badly of others." Moreover, Tianjing didn't seem like a bad person. Yin Xiaoyu stood up and went to the door, looking at the growing rain outside. He was too tired to listen to their conversation anymore. They were trapped in this small wooden cabin. The supplies in their hands were very important, especially the alcohol, which could even save lives. How could he share some with a dangerous person like Tianjing, who had a malicious heart? Song Jinan saw that Yin Xiaoyu was unmoved and looked at Tianjing, who was in pain and almost fainting. He clenched his teeth and stepped forward, saying to Yin Xiaoyu, "Xiaoyu, I know you don't like Comrade Tian, but saving a life is more important than anything. Aunt Qing is always kind and generous. She's your biological aunt. How can you treat Comrade Tian like this?" Hearing this, Yin Xiaoyu's eyebrows furrowed and his expression grew colder. He looked quietly at Song Jinan for a moment, without saying anything more. Then he handed over the alcohol. Song Jinan breathed a sigh of relief, took the alcohol, and patted Yan Xiaoyu's shoulder with one hand. I knew you wouldn't stand by and do nothing. If we work together, we can definitely survive and go back. After saying that, he took the alcohol to disinfect Tianjing's leg wound. Soon, the wooden cabin was filled with her heart-wrenching screams of pain. Not long after, once the wound was treated, Tianjing looked as if she had been pulled out of water. Her wet clothes hadn't dried yet, and she was sweating coldly from the pain. Seeing her pale face, curled up like a water droplet, Song Jinan felt a little pity. Comrade Tian, wet clothes can cause illness. Take off your coat outside, and I will help you dry it. Hearing this, Tianjing paused for a moment, then looked up at Song Jinan. He still looked innocent and pure, without any evil thoughts. His clean appearance was almost too good to destroy. She truly couldn't understand why someone like Gu Yuehui could have such a wonderful man. Tianjing sneered inwardly, but kept her face calm. She looked at Yan Xiaoyu, who was standing at the door with his back to them, and hesitated, saying, "Isn't that not a good idea?" Song Jinan smiled bitterly and said, "Comrade Tian, you're weak. If you don't dry your clothes, you might really get sick. In this place, if you get an infection or a fever with no medicine, you might not last long." He knew it wasn't ideal, especially since the space was small, and with him and Yan Xiaoyu both there, it was awkward to have a girl take off her clothes. But in such a dangerous moment, they had to overlook small details. Tianjing bit her lip, looked at Song Jinan's sincere face, and finally took off her coat. As soon as she removed her clothes, she shivered from the cold and could only sit by the fire to warm herself. Song Jinan propped up her coat with a stick and held it over the fire to dry, occasionally adding some straw to keep the flames going. The atmosphere was quiet for a moment. In the silent world, it seemed only the sound of heavy rain pouring down could be heard. Song Jinan watched her clothes being dried and looked outside at the heavy rain, a hint of worry appearing on his face. I wonder where Editor Gu has gone. With such heavy rain and wolves around, she might be in danger. Yan Xiaoyu raised his eyebrows, looking a bit displeased. A cold aura spread from him, causing the small woodsman's cabin to suddenly feel 3 degrees colder. Suddenly, Song Jinan snapped back to himself and patted his mouth. Phew, Editor Gu is a good person. She probably won't get into trouble. I wonder if she found something to eat so we can fill our stomachs. As he spoke, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. I'm going to find her, Yan Xiaoyu said, leaving the sentence hanging as he prepared to rush into the rain. At that moment, a slender figure ran back from the woods. Her clothes were soaked through, and her hair was plastered to her face by the rain, looking a bit disheveled. When she sensed Yan Xiaoyu's gaze, she suddenly looked up and, in an instant, her beautiful eyebrows and eyes lit up with a bright smile. Gu Yuehui hurried over, holding something in her arms, and said with a touch of pride, "Look." Yan Xiaoyu looked at Gu Yuehui, who appeared both disheveled and radiant. Listening to her voice, he lowered his eyes and glanced at the chubby rabbit she was holding. His throat moved involuntarily, unable to describe exactly how he felt, only sensing that his heartbeat was unusually wild at this moment. Yan Xiaoyu consciously ignored his own racing heart. Seeing her proud expression, he nodded and said, "The rabbit is very fat." Gu Yuehui's lips twitched slightly, barely noticeable. She looked down at the rabbit in her arms. The rabbit was used to eating tender leaves and green grass in the space of Shumi. It was plump and strong, looking quite meaty. Making spicy rabbit cubes with it would definitely be very delicious. Yan Xiaoyu glanced at the water stains on her face and frowned slightly. "Let's go back first." Gu Yuehui nodded and returned to the wooden house with Yan Xiaoyu. Song Jinan felt a bit nervous when facing Gu Yuehui, but he was very happy that she returned safely. His light brown eyes held a faint smile, and his tone became more relaxed. "Editor Gu." Tianjing raised her tired eyes, watching Song Jinan's joy when he saw Gu Yuehui. Her heart felt icy cold. Perhaps because of her preconceived notions, she thought Song Jinan was meant for Gu Yuehui. When the two exchanged glances and smiled faintly, she felt like needles were stabbing her back. She wished she could just kill Gu Yuehui right then. Noticing the faint murderous intent, Gu Yuehui raised her eyelids slightly and sneered at Tianjing. When I wasn't here, you shamelessly asked for wine again? Or did you let your Song Jiqing do it for you? Tianjing, do you have no shame? Her words were full of disdain and disgust, making Song Jinan's smile stiffen on his face. Although he sensed some tension between Tianjing and Gu Yuehui, he didn't expect their conflict to be so intense that it was like fire and water. Under such circumstances, Gu Yuehui didn't even bother to give Tianjing any face. Song Jinan pressed his lips together, hesitating. Editor Gu, is there some misunderstanding between you and Comrade Tian? Gu Yuehui threw the dead rabbit on the ground and carefully placed the bamboo tube she was holding on the ground. It was filled with clear water, very pure. Then she took out some mountain fruits from her pocket. These foods weren't many, but they were enough to get through tonight. After setting the things down, she stretched her arms and cast a calm glance at Song Jinan. A misunderstanding? She suddenly smiled with her lips curled, but there was no warmth in her eyes. You don't understand what's going on between us, so what right do you have to talk about it? I have no misunderstanding with her. From now on, either she dies or I live. Gu Yuehui's voice was very calm and soft, but everyone heard it clearly. It was like a big stone thrown into a calm lake, causing huge waves. Song Jinan's face turned very pale. Yan Xiaoyu half-closed his eyes and looked at Gu Yuehui. His expression was serious, and he seemed to be thinking about something. Tianjing's face also turned pale. Her calm look had cracks in it. She didn't expect Gu Yuehui to speak so directly, even saying things like life or death, and she didn't seem afraid that Song Jinan and Yan Xiaoyu would hear her. It looked like she really hated her.
But why?
Since crossing over, she hadn't gained any advantage from her, only suffered losses. She also hated Gu Yuehui very much. Yet, even so, she didn't show her hatred openly like this. Where did her anger come from? Could it be that in her past life, she really suffered some wrongs at the hands of the original owner, but the author didn't include that in the story? Tianjing's mind was full of doubts. She clenched her fists tightly around a straw, her eyes flickering uncertainly. Gu Yuehui finished speaking about her grudge with Tianjing, then smiled and looked at Yan Xiaoyu again. It was as if the calm and cold person just now wasn't her. Xiaoyu, you go catch the rabbit. Let's roast it today. Yan Xiaoyu glanced at her, nodded, and responded with a soft, He picked up a fat rabbit, took out a dagger, and skillfully cut it open to skin it. Then he buried the guts, fur, and other parts to prevent the smell from attracting unwanted guests. He skewered the cleaned rabbit on a stick. Gu Yuehui took some wild berries, crushed them into juice, and spread it on the meat to add flavor, so it wouldn't be bland and hard to eat. Gu Yuehui took on the role of the barbecue master. Her cooking skills were naturally excellent. Soon, the smell of delicious meat filled the wooden house. The aroma made everyone hungry, and their stomachs growled loudly. The rabbit was large and fat. After roasting, Gu Yuehui tore off a leg and handed it to Yan Xiaoyu. Yan Xiaoyu took it, glanced at Song Jinan, who was lowering his eyes, and didn't say much. He ate quickly. The roasted rabbit smelled wonderful, and each bite was chewy and flavorful, getting better with each chew, leaving a lasting taste. He momentarily felt like he was back in childhood, when he spent his days in the army catching chickens and rabbits, secretly roasting and eating them for fun. Gu Yuehui didn't eat much, only tearing off a piece of rabbit meat and chewing slowly. The rabbit meat was rich and fragrant, tender and crispy in thin parts, with a faint fruity flavor. Once in the mouth, it was truly addictive. Too bad it lacked a bit of salt. With more seasoning, it would taste even better. Inside the small wooden cabin, only the sound of chewing could be heard, and the aroma filled the air, making it even more tempting. Tianjing looked at Gu Yuehui coldly, then quickly changed to a pitiful expression and said, Yuehui, I know you dislike me, but Song Jiqing is innocent. You have enough food, so please share some with him? Hearing this, Gu Yuehui smiled. She replied generously, All right, Jiqing, I'm not a stingy person. You and Xiaoyu have known each other since childhood. I can share this rabbit with you. But can you promise to eat your share and not give Tianjing any? As soon as she said this, a hint of awkwardness spread in the air. Yan Xiaoyu looked at Gu Yuehui strangely. He had never seen someone handle difficulties so naturally. She seemed completely unconcerned about others' gazes and even enjoyed stirring the water until it was muddier. Tianjing asked for a bite of food for Song Jinan. After Gu Yuehui's words, should he agree or refuse? If he agreed, wouldn't that seem ungrateful and unkind? If he refused, he would go hungry today. But from what he knew about Song Jinan, he wouldn't accept that. He might even get a little annoyed with Gu Yuehui. He wondered if this was Tianjing's plan to make Song Jinan dislike Gu Yuehui. Sure enough, the next moment, Song Jinan responded. He was silent for a moment, then his veins on the back of his hand bulged, and after a while, he said coldly, "No, thank you." Gu Yuehui curled her lips, not caring about Song Jinan's cold tone. Instead, she tore off another rabbit leg and handed it to Yan Xiaoyu. "Here, I've been polite enough. He's not eating, so there's more for us. You should eat more." Yan Xiaoyu's mouth twitched, looking at Gu Yuehui as if he were seeing some strange creature. "Gu Yuehui, you really know how to provoke people." Even a charming young master like Song Jinan was made so angry by Gu Yuehui that his eyelids twitched. He looked at Tianjing, holding back his anger, and said, "Comrade Tian, you must be hungry too, right? I'll go find something to eat." Tianjing's face turned pale. She reached out and grabbed Song Jinan's sleeve, shaking her head. "I'm not hungry. Don't go outside. It's dangerous." Her voice carried a hint of tears, and her eyes showed her reluctance and worry for Song Jinan. This open display of emotion instantly softened Song Jinan's anger towards Gu Yuehui, making him feel a bit more compassionate. Yan Xiaoyu was chewing rabbit meat quickly. He ate very fast, finishing his food in no time. Gu Yuehui was about to hand the remaining rabbit to him when he saw Yan Xiaoyu shake his head. She looked calm, knowing Yan Xiaoyu was worried about Song Jinan. Sure enough, the next moment he said to Song Jinan, "Let's go. I'll go find some food with you." Since they grew up together, he knew how capable Yan Xiaoyu was. In this wild mountain area, all his previous skills were useless. Expecting to use a piano or violin to calm wild boars and rabbits was impossible. Although he had some grudges against the Song family, Song Jinan was truly innocent from start to finish. They had been trapped for about 3 hours. They needed to stock up on food to save their strength. He also planned to go hunting for animals, preparing in advance. If the rain kept falling harder and harder, animals would be reluctant to come out. They didn't know how long they would be trapped, so gathering more food was always a good idea. Hearing this, Song Jinan silently let out a breath of relief. He had just been angry with Gu Yuehui. If he had to go out alone to find food, he was a bit afraid. Tianjing no longer objected to Song Jinan going. She was hungry and already injured with her temperature dropping rapidly. If she stayed like this, she might not survive the night. She couldn't die. She wanted to live and go back. Only by surviving was their hope. Yan Xiaoyu looked at Gu Yuehui, then stood up to go hunting. Gu Yuehui reached out and grabbed his arm, speaking calmly, without any sign of anger. "Wait." Song Jinan was tense all over, thinking Gu Yuehui was trying to stop Yan Xiaoyu. For a moment, she smiled bitterly. If Yan Xiaoyu really didn't go, and he went alone, he might end up feeding the wolves for no reason. Yan Xiaoyu's brow twitched slightly. He glanced sideways at her and asked, "What's wrong?" Gu Yuehui placed the bamboo tube and the well water beside the fire to smoke and cook. After thinking for a moment, he took off his coat, tore the hem of his autumn shirt into strips, and boiled them in the bamboo tube with the water. "Wait a little longer. You should bandage your hand before going." Hearing this, Yan Xiaoyu and Song Jinan were both stunned. The former looked at Gu Yuehui, a complex expression crossing his face. Gu Yuehui was wearing a thin autumn shirt. The entire front was soaked by rain, revealing a hint of black underwear. Clothes from the 1970s were made of cotton, rough in craftsmanship, plain in style, mainly for chest protection and not pretty. However, this scene made Yan Xiaoyu's eyebrows tighten slightly. The next moment, he took off his jacket and draped it over Gu Yuehuai's head. Gu Yuehuai was surprised. He peeked out from under the jacket, looking at Yan Xiaoyu. The inside of his clothes was dry, probably because he had just taken it off, and still carried some warmth, mixed with Yan Xiaoyu's unique fresh scent. Tian Jingwei, who had been lying on a pile of straw warming herself, was slightly stunned and looked at Yan Xiaoyu with confusion. She remembered that in the novel, this small male supporting character was temperamental and rebellious, never giving anyone face and never paying special attention to anyone. The story didn't mention his fate afterward, so she didn't know his life story. But clearly, from the few words of the plot, Yan Xiaoyu was not someone who would be gentle and caring. Tian Jingwei sneered quietly. Gu Yuehuai truly deserved to be the heroine of the story, charming and irresistible. Song Jinan also looked at Yan Xiaoyu in surprise. The Yan Xiaoyu he knew was not someone who would lend his coat to others in such extreme conditions. He wasn't a bad person, but he certainly wasn't purely good either. So, was he softening toward Gu Yuehuai? Gu Yuehuai also came back to her senses. She frowned at him. "You will get sick." Yan Xiaoyu's black hair was still wet from the rain. His mood was clearly low, and his lips pressed tightly. "Stop talking nonsense." Gu Yuehuai raised an eyebrow. This person was stubborn, just like a mule. She pouted and said nothing more. She waited until the cotton cloth in the bamboo tube boiled and rolled, then used a stick to move the tube aside. Once it cooled slightly, she carefully wrapped the deep, bone-deep wound of Yan Xiaoyu with layers of cloth. This cotton cloth had been boiled in the space well water, which could prevent his wound from becoming inflamed or rotting. When Yan Xiaoyu got up to leave, Gu Yuehuai returned his clothes. "Gather more food. It's going to rain heavily tonight, so we won't be able to go out tomorrow. It's all up to you." "I'll stay by the fire. I won't be cold." Yan Xiaoyu glanced back at Song Jinan, who had already left the wooden house. He didn't hesitate further and quietly left. Once the two men left, only Tian Jing and Gu Yuehuai remained inside the house. The atmosphere inside froze, cold, as if a cold wave had swept through. Gu Yuehuai kept a calm face, showing no awkwardness about being alone with Tian Jing. He picked up a rabbit and continued roasting it over the fire. The smell of grilled meat spread out, making the tense atmosphere a little softer. Tian Jing curled up in the straw, coldly staring at Gu Yuehuai. She didn't have much patience left. Her stomach growled loudly, testing her endurance. Finally, she couldn't hold back and asked, "Gu Yuehuai, are you reborn?" She thought that saying reborn might make Gu Yuehuai's face change, but she was disappointed. Gu Yuehuai looked calm, without any sign of panic or fear. It was as if she had just asked, "Have you eaten today?" This made Tian Jing, who thought she had caught Gu Yuehuai in a lie, angry.
Gu Yuehuai.
"Why don't you answer? Do you think not answering will make me stop questioning? The calmer and more composed you are, the more I believe you're reborn. Did you have a bad life last time? Now you're here to seek revenge?" Tian Jing sneered, tired of Gu Yuehuai's calm expression. She wanted to break her peace by exposing her. Gu Yuehuai turned her head slightly to look at Tian Jing, her face showing a thoughtful expression, as if she was pondering something. Suddenly, Tian Jing felt uneasy and shouted loudly, "Why don't you answer me?" "Tian Jing, I'm thinking about something," Gu Yuehuai replied. She said, "Since this place is so remote, in the wilderness with wolves everywhere and only you and I here, if I kill you and throw your body into the woods, would there be any proof that I did it?" Gu Yuehuai's expression was serious, as if she was genuinely considering the feasibility of this murder plan. Hearing this, Tian Jing was instantly terrified. She suddenly realized her situation. She was now just a who couldn't move well, and Gu Yuehuai was a madwoman who could attack at any moment. With Yan Xiaoyu and Song Jinan not here, provoking Gu Yuehuai at this moment was completely unwise. Ting Jing wisely kept her mouth shut and even piled more straw around herself. She was waiting for Song Jinan to return. The opportunity with Ling Yun was close at hand, and there was no need to lose it because of Gu Yuehuai. Gu Yuehuai sneered and no longer scared Ting Jing. She did want to kill Ting Jing, but Song Jinan was a big trouble. Unless she could take this chance to get rid of Song Jinan too, He would definitely cause trouble for her because of Ting Jing. Right now, she was not strong enough to fight Song Jinan, and killing him was impossible. Yan Xiaoyu wouldn't agree to her doing that. For now, she would let Ting Jing live a few more days, though not for long. Ting Jing, hiding in the straw, shivered unconsciously. She felt a cold gaze on her neck, as if something was watching her. Her fingers trembled slightly. She looked up at Gu Yuehui sitting by the fire. Seeing that she was not doing anything else, Ting Jing relaxed a little. But inside, she sneered coldly, thinking that she wouldn't make a move today, but one day she would personally end her. Just as Gu Yuehui said, she was a girl from another world, the heroine of a novel, destined to die once. It proved that the story could be changed, right? Originally, Song Jinan was in trouble and Gu Yuehui saved him. They shared happy times in the forest cabin, and their feelings grew quickly. After leaving, Song Jinan decided he would marry no one but Gu Yuehui. With her and Yan Xiaoyu around, Gu Yuehui couldn't be alone with Song Jinan. Because of her, Gu Yuehui had grown tired of Song Jinan. So, things wouldn't go as the story originally planned. She just needed to use this time to deeply influence Song Jinan's heart, to be a caring and warm woman. Thinking of this, Ting Jing became completely quiet and no longer spoke carelessly. Gu Yuehui didn't mind her little schemes. The four of them had deep ties from their past lives. Now, they were all gathered in this small wooden house. What a funny twist of fate. She exhaled softly, tidied up the corner of the house, and brought some more straw to make a bed. They would be living here for the next few days, so she wanted to sleep comfortably. Of course, if she could take this chance to develop her relationship with Yan Xiaoyu, that would be even better. However, thinking about Yan Xiaoyu's stubborn temper, Gu Yuehui gave up again. Someone like him is always cautious and wary of everyone. It's really hard to make him trust you. In her past life, she must have been very lucky. Gu Yuehui tidied up her temporary bed and sat by the campfire, gently stirring the flames. The heavy rain outside soaked the trees and leaves in the forest, making it impossible to start a fire. The dry straw inside the wooden house was limited and used for warmth, so fuel became a big problem. Her summer space had some dry grass, but she had no reason to take it out. Tian Jing was a strange person. Whether in her past or present life, she was always eager to explore the summer space. If she showed even a little sign, she might be discovered, which would be a big loss. So, she had to use the space sparingly during this time. The rain came and went, and the sky darkened. The wooden house was closed, and outside, only the fierce wind and heavy rain could be heard. Gu Yuehui dried her clothes and got up to the door. She opened it to look outside, her brow furrowing. 2 hours had passed, but no one was back. Could something have happened? Just as Gu Yuehui was worried, she suddenly heard a few wild boar calls. Her face changed. If she really encountered a mature wild boar, the small wooden house might not withstand the impact. She was about to close the door when she saw Yan Xiaoyu and Song Jinan carrying a wild boar back. The wild boar was medium-sized, about 50 kilograms. Its 2 tusks were broken, and it was panting weakly. Gu Yuehui was surprised. Such a big wild boar. How did you catch it? Song Jinan, looking exhausted and flushed, panted. Xiaoyu made a trap with dry grass, and it was caught. He looked at Yan Xiaoyu with admiration. Yan Xiaoyu could find pig droppings in such a big forest and easily set a trap. That skill would definitely help him survive easily. Gu Yuehui understood and asked, "Should we carry it inside?" Yan Xiaoyu shook his head and brushed the water off his black hair. "Just deal with it outside." Song Jinan put down the wild boar, trembling all over. His forehead was covered in sweat and rain, clearly exhausted. Yan Xiaoyu looked at Song Jinan. "Help me lift it further away, or the blood might attract wild animals." Song Jinan looked pained and helpless. He could only lift the wild boar again and carry it with Yan Xiaoyu to a distant place. Gu Yuehui stood by the door watching for a while before turning to go into the wooden hut. Tian Jing struggled to sit up. Have they returned? Gu Yuehui didn't want to answer. He added some straw to the fire. With limited fuel, They might have to break the windows of the hut. Otherwise, they couldn't keep warm in the freezing cold, and getting sick from the cold was a big problem. Tianjing bit her lip, trying to stand up, but her ankle hurt badly. After some time, Song Jinan returned with cleaned meat. It was all peeled, with little fat on the wild boar meat. The bright red, tender-looking pieces seemed very fresh, and the bones were very clean. Song Jiqing, you're finally back. As soon as he entered, Tianjing looked at him with a dependent gaze. Her tone was gentle and tearful, as if Song Jinan was her whole world. Now that he was safe and sound, her heart was at ease. This emotional display made Gu Yuehui roll his eyes. But Song Jinan was very good at playing along. His light brown eyes shone with softness. He said, I'm fine. Everything went smoothly. Xiaoyu hunted a wild boar, enough for us to eat for several days. You must be hungry too. I'll roast some pork for you, but there are no seasonings, so it might not taste very good. Tianjing smiled faintly and shook her head. I don't mind. As long as it's made by you, it will be delicious. Song Jinan's ears turned red, and the flirtatious feelings between them grew stronger. Gu Yuehui slightly curled his lips, resting his chin on his hand, and asked with a gentle smile, Tianjing, I heard that Ren Tianxiang deliberately sent himself to a labor camp for you. You two are old friends. Haven't you caught up properly? When he said this, Tianjing's originally gentle and charming face twisted instantly. Song Jinan's expression also stiffened for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. He sat quietly by the fire roasting meat, with no expression. The sweet, flirtatious atmosphere was broken and disappeared. Tianjing looked up, her eyes filled with resentment as she glared at Gu Yuehui. Gu Yuehui looked directly at Tianjing, smiling as he accepted her gaze. But he quickly said, Tianjing, your look is like you're about to swallow me whole. I was just concerned about you and Ren Tianxiang. Did I ask the wrong question? Hearing this, Song Jinan instinctively looked at Tianjing. Tianjing hurriedly suppressed her expression and forced a smile. Her face showed a very unpleasant look. Song Jinan frowned, wanting to say something but feeling he had no right, so he stayed silent. Tianjing took a deep breath, looking worried. Yuhui, I don't know Ren Tianxiang at all. Why would he go to the reform camp for me? I know you don't like me, but you can't just accuse me of something I didn't do. Gu Yuehui smiled slightly, with a teasing look. You don't know him? I remember he was found outside your house, and you even went to the hospital for a checkup. His feelings for you are very sincere. Tianjing's pupils shrank, and she clenched the straw tightly in her hands. Song Jinan pressed his lips together, looking upset. This was clearly a shock for him too. As the atmosphere grew tense, Yan Xiaoyu returned. He carried back the cleaned pork, neatly stacked on one side of the wooden hut. Yan Xiaoyu pushed his hair back and said, I roasted it overnight. Fully cooked meat is less likely to attract bugs. Afterward, he stepped into the rain, took off his soaked black sweater, and washed himself with the rainwater. His upper body was exposed to the cool air, showing muscular abs and a narrow waist. The scent of hormones seemed to cut through the rain. He quickly rinsed off the bloodstains and turned back, returning to the hut. His slim figure was fully visible. Gu Yuehui looked straight forward, with bright, lively eyes fixed on Yan Xiaoyu, full of admiration. Yan Xiaoyu had this talent, always able to draw attention and show off a man's wild side. Rainwater ran down his face, tracing his long eyebrows, crossing his Adam's apple, sliding over his collarbones and down his abs. Gu Yuehui suddenly seemed to think of something. He turned to look at Tianjing and saw her lying among dry straw, staring directly at Yan Xiaoyu. Her expression darkened slightly, and he softly asked, Tianjing, do you like him? The atmosphere in the small hut instantly became very awkward. Tianjing snapped out of her thoughts, her face pale and red at the same time. She stammered, I'm just worried that Yan Jiqing might catch a cold while hunting. Yuhui, you should return his clothes quickly. He's worked hard hunting, don't let him get sick. Her explanation only made things more obvious, like she was trying to hide something but revealing it instead. Gu Yuehui sneered softly, saying nothing more. She handed the leather jacket to Yan Xiaoyu and casually took the black sweater he had thrown on the ground to wash it in the rain. Her movements were so natural that Yan Xiaoyu had no reason to refuse. Meanwhile, when Gu Yuehui returned, she immediately smelled something burnt. She raised an eyebrow and said, "Song Jiqing, your barbecue is burnt." Song Jinan was lost in thought and didn't answer. He kept the meat on the fire to cook. Gu Yuehui frowned and loudly said, "Song Jinan, don't waste the meat." This wild boar was hunted by Yan Xiaoyu after much effort, and it had been in the rain for a long time. It wasn't meant to be wasted. It seemed that Tianjing was influencing Song Jinan quietly, or he wouldn't be so distracted. Song Jinan shivered and snapped out of his thoughts. Yan Xiaoyu, already wearing his jacket, glanced at him and said calmly, "The meat is burning." Song Jinan quickly picked up the meat and saw that one side was already blackened. He chuckled at himself, feeling a bit disappointed, but he quickly steadied himself and said calmly to Tianjing, "Comrade Tian, the meat is burnt. I'll cook a new one for you." Hearing his distant tone, Tianjing felt as if her heart was bleeding. The small cabin, which was supposed to bring them closer, had now turned into a battlefield. She hadn't succeeded in winning Song Jinan's heart and had only caused Gu Yuehui to reveal old stories, making Song Jinan cold toward her. Gu Yuehui folded Yan Xiaoyu's black sweater and looked at the fire, saying, "The straw won't last long. We need to remove the windows or the floor of the cabin to use as fuel. Otherwise, it will get cold at night in the forest." Yan Xiaoyu nodded and looked around the small cabin. "The wooden window frames are loose. We can take them apart." He was a man of action. As soon as he decided, he quickly removed both window frames. The floor was piled with wood, which was more fire-resistant than straw, solving the urgent problem. Yan Xiaoyu skewered the meat with a stick and handed it to Gu Yuehui. "Grill the meat. Cook all these pieces." Gu Yuehui nodded. It was already very dark outside, and nothing could be seen clearly. At this point, there was nothing to do but stay inside the cabin and watch the fire. Yan Xiaoyu turned and handed another piece of meat to Tianjing, his voice cold and clear. "No freeloaders." Tianjing looked up at Yan Xiaoyu, bit her lip, took the meat, and endured the pain in her ankle. She passed the meat onto a stick and sat by the fire to start roasting it. The four of them sat silently, the atmosphere awkward and silent. It seemed she still wanted to create an image of kindness and gentleness. After a moment of silence, Tianjing suddenly spoke softly with a compassionate tone. "I wonder how the secretary and the others are doing. Did they get back safely?" She looked at Song Jinan while speaking. He hesitated for a moment but replied, "They should be safe." He didn't like people who lied easily, but thinking about it, Tianjing was only a bit more warm and caring towards him. She had never said anything inappropriate. After hearing Gu Yuehui's words, he started to feel a bit repelled by Tianjing. In the end, Tianjing was just a poor girl. Now she was trapped, and only he could show her a little mercy. When Tianjing heard Song Jinan's answer, her face lit up with excitement, and her eyes even turned red. She looked at Song Jinan with full dependence. Her harmless and pitiful look made Song Jinan sigh. Gu Yuehui turned the roasted meat in her hand and looked up, noticing the little argument between Tianjing and Song Jinan. She suddenly smiled, her laughter light and pleasant, adding a bit of color to the small wooden house. Yan Xiaoyu looked at her, half-closed eyes with a lazy expression. Tianjing also suddenly looked at Gu Yuehui, her eyes full of hatred and a little unease. This Gu Yuehui always appeared at critical moments to cause trouble. If there were no wolves outside, she would rather pull Song Jinan away than stay here. Song Jinan looked at Gu Yuehui, meeting her lively and beautiful eyes, and felt much more relaxed. "Editor Gu, what are you laughing at?" Gu Yuehui used one hand to squeeze some wild fruit juice onto the roasted meat and said slowly, "Song Jiqing, I heard Tianjing say your father is the governor of H province? Your family must be very powerful." Mentioning this sensitive topic inside the small wooden house made Song Jinan's expression stiffen slightly. He clenched the stick tightly and suddenly remembered Tianjing's attentiveness from the very beginning. Song Jinan understood and smiled calmly, saying, "Being a governor doesn't give me any power." When he said this, his expression was a bit cold. Although he is simple and easy to be kind to others, he has also encountered people with bad intentions. His family background has always been known, and many people have tried to get close to him since he was young. However, all of them were blocked by Xiaoyu. Thinking of this, Song Jinan couldn't help but glance at Yan Xiaoyu, as if recalling the friendship they had since childhood. Yan Xiaoyu didn't look at him. He lowered his eyes and calmly roasted the meat in his hand. Tianjing's face was pale, and her lips trembled. She felt both wronged and angry. "You're talking nonsense."
I never said that.
Gu Yuehuai, how can you slander me like this? You really went to great lengths to prevent Song Jiqing from liking me. She trembled with anger, almost unable to control herself from rushing forward to strangle Gu Yuehuai. Since Jiqing went to the countryside, she had worked hard to get close to Song Jinan. She even put herself in such a dangerous situation, nearly being bitten by a wolf. But Gu Yuehuai only said a light remark, and all her efforts were instantly destroyed. Gu Yuehuai chuckled and rolled his eyes at Tianjing. "Do you know yourself clearly? If you have the ability, say it. You don't like Song Jiqing, and you will never date him or marry him." Song Jinan looked at Gu Yuehuai teasing Tianjing with a very indifferent tone. He couldn't quite understand his feelings. The scene in front of him felt very strange, as if it shouldn't be like this. Tianjing clenched her teeth tightly, looking at Gu Yuehuai with a resentful expression. This is a deadly psychological. The reborn Gu Yuehuai saw through her thoughts completely and openly suppressed her plans. She already liked Yan Xiaoyu, so why was she still trying to block her path to success? She took a deep breath and then looked at Song Jinan with deep affection. She originally wanted to slowly win Song Jinan's heart, making him fall for her gradually. Since Gu Yuehuai was determined to break through this barrier, she decided to take advantage of the situation, make a fuss openly, and pursue Song Jinan openly. He's just a man. Having been immersed in internet jokes for many years, she wasn't afraid of winning him over. Thinking this, Tianjing calmly and seriously said, "I like Song Jiqing. I've liked him from the beginning. But it's not because of his status or background. I like him because he's gentle, handsome, and a gentleman." After speaking, she looked at Gu Yuehuai and said angrily, "Gu Yuehuai, not everyone is as shallow as you. You can't see how good Song Jiqing is because your heart is only with Qin Yusheng, right? You liked Qin Yusheng for so long, but unfortunately, he never paid much attention to you." Tianjing's angry tone gradually turned into pity. Gu Yuehuai kept ruining her good plans again and again, so she naturally wanted to get back at her.
Didn't she like Yan Xiaoyu?
Then she would ruin her reputation in front of Yan Xiaoyu to see if the fallen noble son from the capital would still want a woman who once liked a country girl. Song Jinan looked at Gu Yuehuai with complicated eyes. He already knew about this matter long ago, but Yan Xiaoyu probably didn't know. Song Jinan looked at Yan Xiaoyu, wanting to see how he would react. Was Gu Yuehuai just wishful thinking or? Not only Song Jinan, but even Gu Yuehuai was curious. She blinked but didn't explain first. Instead, she looked at Yan Xiaoyu, trying to read his attitude from his eyes. Unfortunately, she couldn't see anything. Yan Xiaoyu lowered his eyes, only showing his high nose and thin lips. He didn't give any reaction.
Ah, Gu Yuehuai disappointedly.
She handed the roasted meat to Yan Xiaoyu and suddenly lost interest. She glanced at Tianjing and said, "Qin Yusheng is the leader of the production team. He's good-looking and from a good family. Who wouldn't like him? Don't you like him? Then why are you dating him? I heard he prepared 100 yuan bride price. If Song Jiqing hadn't come, you probably would have married him. My older brother once saved Qin Yusheng. Haven't you heard? A life-saving grace should be repaid with devotion. My brother is my only sister. Shouldn't he marry me? But unfortunately, he's blind in one eye and has his eyes on you. TSK, you say that everything you eat, wear, and use was given by Qin Yusheng. It's only been a short time, and you can openly say you like another man. How dare you call me shallow?" Gu Yuehuai's sharp words made Tianjing's face turn pale and then flush. Her somewhat rude words caused Yan Xiaoyu and Song Jinan to look over. Gu Yuehui raised her eyebrows and took another piece of meat to roast over the fire. Are you curious? I used to be very overweight, at least 200 pounds. You can probably imagine what that looked like. Bearing such a proud appearance, I couldn't find a husband. Luckily, Chen Yusheng took a liking to my older brother's love, and being with such a wealthy son-in-law is better than remaining single. When I said this, Gu Yuhui spoke very naturally, without any shame. Song Jinan's mouth twitched, and her eyes grew more complicated. Yan Xiaoyu pursed her lips, and her dark eyes surprisingly flashed with a faint smile. Gu Yuhui shrugged. The wooden house was lonely, but she could still tell these stories as if they were just tales. To marry Chen Yusheng, I often used money and food to flatter him, even his sister. But Chen Yusheng thought I was foolish. He kept me hanging while also being close to Tianjing. Of course, my hatred for Tianjing wasn't because of Chen Yusheng, but because of something else. Gu Yuhui paused, a smile appearing on her face. Tianjing is a thief. She sneaked into my family's vegetable garden at night, claiming that our ancestors left behind treasures. I'm curious, what kind of treasures were those? You were quickly sent to a reform camp back then. I forgot to ask, what exactly did our ancestors leave behind? You said with certainty that you saw my father bury the treasures, calling them riches. What kind of riches? Now, there are only the four of us here. Why don't you tell me? When she asked, Gu Yuhui looked confused, as if she truly didn't know. Yan Xiaoyu and Song Jin and didn't expect that a quarrel between two women could involve so-called treasures. Tianjing's face was dark and frightening. Even with Song Jin present, her eyes betrayed her hunger for revenge. She truly didn't expect Gu Yuhui to act so unpredictably. She didn't care about her scandals or secrets she wanted to hide. She even openly talked about them, trying to force her to reveal her background. At that moment, the atmosphere was extremely cold. Suddenly, outside the wooden house, a pack of wolves howled loudly, their voices close and piercing through the wind and rain. Everyone inside instantly tensed up, no longer interested in reminiscing about the past. Yan Xiaoyu finished roasting the meat, stood up, and holding a dagger, moved to the window. The slightly open window looked like a dark, gaping hole, giving a sense of unease as she looked outside. He leaned against the wooden window, his dark eyes scanning the surroundings. He frowned slightly. Yan Xiaoyu also frowned. Gu Yuehui, Song Jinan, and Tianjing all changed their expressions and lost interest in roasting meat. Gu Yuehui stood up and walked over to Yan Xiaoyu. She glanced outside softly, then bit her lip tightly, afraid that a frightened sound might escape her throat and cause the wolves outside to become restless and break in. She pressed close to the corner of the wooden house, shoulder to shoulder with Yan Xiaoyu, her heart pounding like a drum. Outside, countless green eyes stared in. The wolf pack was many times larger than the one they saw this morning.
It was terrifying.
Suddenly, Gu Yuehui remembered that wolves are vengeful animals. She recalled an old man in their group who was a good hunter when he was young. During times of food shortage, he hunted many wolves to feed the team. After he died, the wolves gathered around his grave, dug it up, and refused to leave, even when soldiers fired shots. Back then, they had no money and couldn't afford coffins, so they buried him wrapped in straw mats. The wolves tore out his body, leaving only bones. Wolves remember grudges. This evening, after killing the alpha wolf, the pack was coming back to take revenge by scent. Tianjing trembled and reached out to hold Song Jinan's arm. She whispered, Song Jiqing, are we going to be okay? Thinking of Gu Yuehui's words tonight, Song Jinan wanted to pull his arm away. But he couldn't shake Tianjing's grip, so he took a deep breath and said calmly, when trouble comes, we face it. There's nothing we can do. He was usually gentle and would encourage his teammates in such moments. But Tianjing's words were full of lies. When she first approached him, her intentions weren't pure. He didn't consider her a good teammate, and he felt a bit of rejection. Tianjing looked surprised and confused when she heard Song Jinan's words. She couldn't believe that the only person who gave her a sense of safety was speaking like this. He didn't try to comfort her at all, even seeming a bit indifferent and resigned. This version of Song Jinan made her feel even more gloomy. She clearly knew that this forest ranger cabin scene not only failed to give her a chance, but also pushed her relationship with Song Jinan back to the beginning, possibly worse. All of this was Gu Yuehuai's fault. This troublemaker, every time she appeared, brought nothing but bad luck. Howl. Outside, wolves howled loudly. Tianjing looked scared, but was reluctant to let go of Song Jinan's arm. However, she wasn't really afraid. Instead, she kept thinking about whether she could use the wolves' presence to show her feelings for Song Jinan. She knew that both the main characters were here. Even in danger, they could find a way out. But she was just a supporting character, and Yan Xiaoyu was only a minor role. People like them, without any special status, could easily get hurt here. So, should she take risks for Song Jinan? Or could she take this chance to get rid of Gu Yuehuai? Tianjing's eyes flickered uncertainly. In the end, she couldn't decide. She had to stay calm and wait for the right moment. Yan Xiaoyu narrowed his eyes, full of killing intent. The wolves have surrounded us. He pressed his lips together and handed a dagger to Gu Yuehuai, then took out a pistol from his coat. Gu Yuehuai held the warm dagger tightly, feeling Yan Xiaoyu's body heat on it. They stood shoulder to shoulder, and he was tense like a tight string. It was clear that being surrounded by wolves tonight was putting pressure on him too. Tianjing whispered, "Let's not go out. This cabin should be able to block the wolves." Song Jinan shook his head and said thoughtfully, "The window frames are broken. The wolves' encirclement is temporary. They will attack sooner or later. Even if they don't, if we stay here, the wild boars will eat us and then starve. We need to find a way out, a way to escape. We have to leave early, or we'll end up in the wolves' mouths." After Song Jinan finished speaking, the cabin fell silent. Suddenly, Gu Yuehuai pressed his lips and softly asked, "Is it not raining outside anymore?" At this moment, everyone noticed that the continuous wind and rain outside had lessened. Only the wolves' howls and the sound of rain dripping from the roof remained. It really wasn't raining anymore. Yan Xiaoyu quietly made a plan. Wolves are afraid of fire. Add more wood to the fire. Song Jinan nodded and silently added more wood to the fire. The flames grew larger, illuminating the small cabin brightly. Tianjing bit her lip, feeling annoyed with Yan Xiaoyu. He was just a minor character, pretending to be important. At such a moment, he was giving orders for them to obey? Even more unbelievable, Song Jinan actually listened? Yan Xiaoyu remained very calm, speaking in a steady tone. In the animal world, survival depends on fearing the strong. We need to make the wolves fear us to have a chance to live. We must strike quickly, otherwise, if we get caught in a fight with the wolves, none of us will survive. Gu Yuehuai's breath caught, and he clenched his hand holding the dagger. What are you planning to do? Wolves are known for their strong teamwork among social animals. Few can match them. When they attack together, they can even challenge a lion pride. Wolves also follow strict rules and use complex tactics. As Yan Xiaoyu said, once they are surrounded by wolves, they won't make it out alive. Yan Xiaoyu took a deep breath, then turned to look directly at Gu Yuehuai with his narrow, deep eyes. His voice was cold and sharp. "I'm going out. You all stay here and keep watch at the window. Don't let the wolves get inside." He was the one who killed the alpha wolf, so the rest of the pack was coming after him for revenge. Gu Yuehuai and Song Jinan both frowned and spoke together to stop him. Tianjing stayed silent, her gaze flickering between Gu Yuehuai and Yan Xiaoyu, as if planning something. Suddenly, Yan Xiaoyu's lips curled into a cold, sinister smile. His voice was frighteningly calm. "Do you have a better plan? I have a gun. If I can scare the wolves away, that's great. If not, then the three of you are on your own." After saying that, Yan Xiaoyu took a long step forward and grabbed a burning torch from the campfire. The flames blazed brightly, like a beacon of hope in the dark night. The firelight reflected on Yan Xiaoyu's side face, casting a faint shadow on the wall. His skin was pale, his nose high and straight, and his lips, lacking color, seemed to add a rebellious and strikingly handsome aura under the firelight. Gu Yuehui quickly grabbed Yan Xiaoyu's sleeve, biting his teeth. Wait a little longer. Maybe when dawn comes, the wolves will retreat. Then we can move somewhere else. There's no need to risk going out to fight the wolves. It's too dangerous. Yan Xiaoyu didn't turn around. His lips parted slightly as he calmly analyzed. The alpha wolf is dead. They will attack tonight. Instead of waiting to be attacked, it's better to strike first. We're hiding in the wooden cabin, but that only makes the wolves think we're afraid of them. In the animal world, there's no room for cowards. I have family to protect. I don't want to die. But now we have a slim chance, and we must try. After speaking, he took a torch and left the wooden house, casually closing the door behind him. Gu Yuehui stood in a corner, only hearing a sharp click outside, followed by the sound of a gun being cocked. Her fingers holding the dagger turned white, her body tense, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. In her previous life, Yan Xiaoyu did not face this danger. If not to save her, he wouldn't have come. Whether because of unspoken feelings or to repay her kindness in saving Yan Xiaodong, he shouldn't have borne this burden. Yan Xiaoyu was fighting alone outside against a pack of wolves, while they comfortably stayed behind. If he died here, what would be the point of her living again? Was it to cause his death? Song Jinan's face also turned pale, his eyes dark and uncertain. Suddenly, a loud gunshot rang out outside, then everything fell silent. The howling of wolves and gunfire echoed in the woods, but soon there was no sound. Tianjing secretly glanced at Gu Yuehui, noticing her tense body, and sneered coldly. He probably didn't survive. Gu Yuehui hadn't spoken yet, when Song Jinan turned to look at her and coldly said, Tianjing, Xiaoyu risked everything to save us. How can you be so unkind and say such things? Initially, Song Jinan felt some pity for Tianjing, but today's events tested his patience. Now he was clearly disappointed and somewhat annoyed with her. Tianjing, however, straightened her back and looked directly at Song Jinan. Did I say something wrong? There are so many wolves outside. He insisted on going out to be a hero, making you worry. How could he possibly come back alive? Anyway, Song Jinan already knew so much about her. Continuing to pretend to be innocent was pointless. It was better to change tactics and try to imitate Gu Yuehui's style. Maybe Song Jinan would like that? And even if he didn't, it didn't matter. All she wanted was to be Mrs. Song. No matter how good Song Jinan was, he was just a man. As long as she could use him as a stepping stone to Beijing, everything would be fine. She had so many ideas to make money. Was she afraid she couldn't make a name for herself in the 1970s? What if Gu Yuehui was reborn? She didn't like Song Jinan. If she couldn't follow the usual path, she would never have a life of power and status. Once she became Mrs. Song, she would find ways to make him suffer in silence. She was someone who had read novels and naturally knew how deep the waters of the bustling capital could be. Those high above could make a person disappear without a trace, with just a single sentence. Gu Yuehui blinked, moved her limbs, as if she had been stiff for a long time. She exhaled a dull breath, releasing all her negative feelings. She lowered her eyes and turned the dagger in her hand, then suddenly looked up, her bright cat-like eyes fixed on Tianjing. Her gaze was cold and calm, as if she were looking at a lifeless object. Tianjing's heart tightened. She looked up at Gu Yuehui, her eyes full of caution. What are you going to do? Gu Yuehui smiled, showing her white teeth, her smile bright and cheerful. She clenched the dagger, her voice very soft and faint. Since you say he won't come back, I will send you to your death first. As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Yuehui moved swiftly, like a nimble cat. The cold glinting dagger, carried by a cold wind, shot straight into Tianjing's left chest with swift force. Tianjing's eyes widened in shock, her face showing disbelief. Blood splattered out, warm and bright, splashing onto Gu Yuehui's white skin. Her face remained calm, with no sign of emotion, and she silently pulled out the dagger. Song Jinan's pupils suddenly froze. Gu Yuehui's speed was too fast, he hadn't had time to react. Gu Yuehui looked down from above at Tianjing, who was lying on the ground, her chest soaked with blood. She felt neither the joy of revenge nor the fear of having killed someone. Without much thought, she bent down, grabbed a torch, and rushed out of the wooden house. The door creaked open, and the cold wind, carrying icy air, woke Song Jinan. Tianjing, Song Jinan shouted in alarm. He hurried forward to press her chest, his mind racing with ideas for first aid. He tore a piece of cloth from his clothes and tightly bound her wound to stop the bleeding. But he knew deep down that a knife through the heart was something even a great immortal couldn't save. At this moment, Tianjing moved her eyes slightly and trembled her lips, saying something. "What did you say?" Song Jinan was heartbroken. Despite knowing her many problems, he couldn't bring himself to say cruel words, especially now when she was dying. He even wanted to fulfill her last wish. He lowered his head, ears close to Tianjing, and listened quietly. When he heard those words, Song Jinan's pupils shrank, and he looked at Tianjing with disbelief. Gu Yuehui carried a torch out of the wooden house and immediately saw Yan Xiaoyu standing in front of the house, facing off against the wolf pack. He was uninjured, and there was even a wolf that had already died at his feet. The wolf pack whimpered and retreated, but their green eyes flashed with fierce light, as if they were about to attack at any moment. Gu Yuehui's appearance broke the deadlock. Her torch burned brightly, causing the wolves to step back 2 more steps. However, the smell of blood on her body attracted some greedy looks, and their whimpering continued. Yan Xiaoyu didn't look at Gu Yuehui. His fierce eyes fixed tightly on the wolves across from him, not daring to relax for a second. Suddenly, the lead wolf howled loudly. A cold, bloody wind swept down from above, carrying a chilling aura toward Yan Xiaoyu. Gu Yuehui frowned. She wasn't very afraid. She suddenly turned around and, back to back with Yan Xiaoyu, watched the fierce, sharp teeth approaching. A wild expression appeared on her face. With a quick movement, she stabbed fiercely into the wolf's mouth. The wolf attacking from behind yelped in pain, its teeth grazing Gu Yuehui's hand, drawing a string of blood beads. A piercing wolf howl sounded, like a signal, a warning of danger. The wolf pack whimpered and silently retreated from the wooden house, hiding into the grass and quickly disappearing from sight. Yan Xiaoyu's tense body gradually relaxed. He suddenly turned his head to look at Gu Yuehui. His first focus was her slender, fair neck. He grabbed her shoulder bone tightly, as if he wanted to crush her. "Gu Yuehui, are you really not afraid of death?" Gu Yuehui's lips were dry and cracked. She turned to meet Yan Xiaoyu's gaze. Her intense look made Yan Xiaoyu's heart beat a little faster. His black pupils reflected her face, delicate, beautiful, with features like a painting. But there was a trace of blood on her cheek, adding a touch of allure to her calm expression. Gu Yuehui raised her chin proudly and replied softly, "As long as it's for you, I'm not afraid." Her voice was gentle, but her expression was serious and proud. It seemed that anything related to him, she would face without hesitation. Yan Xiaoyu didn't speak. His Adam's apple moved slightly. At this moment, he felt his heart pounding rapidly, like it was about to jump out of his chest. This feeling was completely new to him. They looked at each other for a moment. Yan Xiaoyu finally came back to himself, feeling a bit awkward, and lowered his gaze. He was always smart and naturally understood why he felt uneasy inside. But now, he had nothing left, and his surroundings were full of danger. One careless move could cost him his life. How could he talk about love? Thinking of this, the faint light in Yan Xiaoyu's eyes dimmed, returning to calm like ripples on water. Gu Yuehui was not disappointed. On the contrary, seeing a glimmer of hope in Yan Xiaoyu's eyes was enough for her. After killing Tianjing, she felt very peaceful inside. Since her rebirth, her biggest goal was revenge against Tianjing. She originally planned to slowly turn the tables, repaying all the pain Tianjing had caused her. But in the end, she found that it wasn't as satisfying as just one decisive. Tianjing was dead, her obsession was gone. Even if she had to die with Yan Xiaoyu, she had no regrets. However, She didn't expect the wolf pack to suddenly retreat without reason.
Why?
Guyuehua was about to speak, but Yan Xiaoyu suddenly moved his eyebrows. Sure. He signaled her to be quiet. Then he furrowed his brows, quietly shielding Guyuehua behind him. His narrow black eyes fixed on the back of the wooden house, where it seemed like wind was howling. Suddenly, the ground trembled. Guyuehua looked up sharply, following Yan Xiaoyu's gaze, clutching her still bloody dagger tightly. It seemed that it wasn't just luck that scared the wolves away. Something else had arrived, putting pressure on the wolves, causing them to leave. Soon after, a completely black bear, nearly 2 meters long, ran out of the forest. Guyuehuai's pupils shrank, and her lips trembled slightly. It's a black bear. Yan Xiaoyu's forehead veins bulged, and his eyes suddenly turned cold. It looks like the wooden house is in the black bear's territory. The wolves came to seek revenge and attracted the bear. But we're also tough for them. They see us as hard to chew. That's why they retreated. Guyuehua half smiled. Good luck doesn't come in pairs, and trouble never comes alone. Today, I might really die here. Although she had no plans to back out after stabbing Tianjing, escaping from the wolf's jaws only to run from a bear's claws, life was really unlucky. First, she had hope, then she was plunged into despair. She had heard from the village elders that there were bears in the mountains, but she had never seen one before. This was her first time. The bear was large and strong, with a sturdy build. Although its legs were short and it wobbled when walking, it was very good at running. Bears have a keen sense of smell and hearing but poor eyesight, so they are also called blind bears. She remembered the elders saying that if you encounter a bear, do not turn and run. First, because you can't outrun it, and second, turning to run might make the bear think you're scared, which could trigger its hunting instinct. Yan Xiaoyu watched the bear slow down and moved his throat, then said, "Take off everything you can." Guyuehua didn't understand but still did as told. She didn't have much on her, just a water-damaged watch, some cash, and a blood-stained dagger. The bear sniffed, gradually approaching the wolf carcass, smelling the blood, and sticking out its tongue to lick it. However, it didn't bite or eat, which made Yan Xiaoyu feel a little uneasy. Bears hunt mainly because they are hungry, or to defend themselves, or for play. Now, the fresh wolf carcass was very close, but the bear didn't eat it. This meant the bear wasn't hungry. Maybe it was just here to chase away the wolves that had entered its territory. Similarly, they had also intruded into its land, making them enemies. Yan Xiaoyu's expression grew serious. He whispered, "Give me your things, then bend down." Guyuehua quickly handed over what she had taken off and slowly bent down as he instructed. He did the same, placing the watch on the ground, then slowly backing away with Guyuehua. They moved silently. The bear just stood by the wolf carcass, watching them without making a move. They retreated to the edge of the woods, far enough from the bear. At that moment, the bear slowly approached the watch, sniffed it, then stood up, snorting in the direction where Yan Xiaoyu and Guyuehua had left. It seemed to be sniffing for something, with a hint of fierce light flickering in its eyes. A quick, subtle flash of determination crossed Yan Xiaoyu's eyes. He took a deep breath and said, "Run." As soon as he finished, he grabbed Guyuehua's arm and, like an arrow shot from a bow, sprinted into the forest. The angry roar of the black bear echoed loudly, as if it was chasing after something interesting. It quickly pursued them. The bear was fast, but the forest was full of vines and dead trees, wet and slippery after the rain, which slowed its steps. Yan Xiaoyu clearly has excellent jungle survival skills, pulling Guyuehua along as they run wildly. Guyuehua feels a bit exhausted. If he hadn't been drinking space well water every day to improve his health, he might have fallen behind already. Along the way, Yan Xiaoyu kept dropping things he was holding, even abandoning his coat and matches, only keeping his gun. A bear was chasing behind them, but whenever it passed by the items he dropped, it would stop to sniff them. This is a bear's habit, and it slowed down its pursuit, giving them a better chance to escape. He thought about shooting the black bear, but bears have tough skin and thick flesh, making them hard to kill. His bullets were running low, and if he failed to kill the bear, it would only make it angrier. Unless absolutely necessary, doing so would only make things worse. To avoid the wolf pack territory they had come through, the two of them ran toward a strange path. They didn't know how long they had been running when they faintly heard the sound of flowing water ahead. Yan Xiaoyu's eyes brightened, and he sped up, pulling Gu Yuehui along. Gu Yuehui's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Her legs felt numb, and she was running on muscle memory. Her chest burned and throbbed painfully, and when she exhaled, it sounded like a wind chest, making her feel dizzy from lack of oxygen. Jump! Suddenly, it seemed like Yan Xiaoyu shouted this word loudly. Then, her body leapt into the air, and a sense of weightlessness hit her, causing her to hold her breath involuntarily. The next moment, she heard a splash, water covered her head, and she felt suffocated. Gu Yuehui couldn't swim. She felt like she was falling into the water, like a heavy stone. She choked on a mouthful of water, coughing hard, her face turning red. Her hair stuck to her cheeks, and she looked very disheveled. Just then, a pair of strong hands held her tightly, pulling her into a hug. Cold lips pressed against her mouth, giving her air. Gu Yuehui suddenly opened her eyes. The water made her vision blurry, but Yan Xiaoyu's eyes were very clear. In her eyes reflected his narrow, peach-shaped eyes, with deep black pupils that seemed to hold meanings she couldn't understand. Yan Xiaoyu's arms held her waist tightly. They were carried far downstream by the current, and neither of them surfaced. After a while, Gu Yuehui felt like she was about to suffocate. Suddenly, a force lifted her to the surface of the water. Cough, cough, cough. She struggled to cough, her fair face turning red. Her hair was stuck to her cheeks, and she looked very messy. Yan Xiaoyu frowned as he looked at Gu Yuehui. How is it? The night had completely fallen, with no light left. The torches had been dropped on the road during their escape. Gu Yuehui could only see a blurry outline of Yan Xiaoyu. She shook her head. It's okay. Let's get ashore first. Yan Xiaoyu pulled Gu Yuehui as they swam to the shore. Both of them were very heavy, and once they reached land, they collapsed. The dark forest in early winter was quiet, with only the cold wind blowing. They couldn't hear any insects. It felt like only the two of them were left in the world. Sorry, the bear can swim. Once we surface, I'm afraid it will keep chasing us, Yan Xiaoyu said in a hoarse voice. Gu Yuehui chuckled softly and looked at Yan Xiaoyu. Just being alive is good enough. You saved me. She knew that Yan Xiaoyu was actually talking about helping her breathe underwater. In an emergency, she didn't mind such small things. Besides, as long as it was him, even if he did something more extreme, she wouldn't complain. Yan Xiaoyu stood up, brushed his wet bangs from his forehead, and looked around with a cautious expression. Animals in the forest come here to drink water. We should leave early. Gu Yuehui nodded and wrung out the water from her coat. Okay. Yan Xiaoyu chose a strange path. It was a place rarely visited by people, overgrown with weeds, with no clear path. Gu Yuehui followed behind him and asked thoughtfully, Aren't we going back to the wooden house? Yan Xiaoyu shook his head. There's a wolf carcass in front of the house. It's considered bear prey. We can't go back for now. Prey? Bears don't eat dead animals, right? I heard that if you encounter a bear, you can lie down and play dead. Maybe you can escape. Is that true? Gu Yuehui asked in surprise, genuinely believing this advice. Yan Xiaoyu was silent for a moment before replying, Bears only don't eat rotten food. In other words, if you really meet a bear, lying down and playing dead might make the bear think the prey just died and is still fresh. It would be an unwise choice, as the bear could easily eat you. Gu Yuehui nodded understandingly and looked up at the dim surroundings. So, where do we go now? Yan Xiaoyu paused and said calmly, Anywhere as long as we stay away from the water source. From then on, they became very silent as they continued their journey. Yan Xiaoyu was recalling the moment in the water when he pressed his cold lips against hers. His lips were soft and smooth. He thought carefully, if it had been Tianjing or someone else with him at that time, even if a bear had found them, he wouldn't have risked saving her. So, the words he just said to Gu Yuehui were just insincere excuses. This thought made him feel sad and heavy. He was so against Gu Yuehui getting close, yet he still cared deeply. He didn't even understand her well and couldn't figure out why she was so special to him. Gu Yuehui stayed silent, thinking about Tianjing and Song Jinan in the wooden cabin. In her heart, those two were very similar. Both were destined to be married. Killing Tianjing was like breaking that fate. She didn't know how Song Jinan felt about it. She left in a hurry and didn't have time to see. The intense hatred from her past life was now avenged in this life. But as long as Song Jinan was alive and they left this mountain valley, if he went to the police to report her murder, she would still go to jail. She would be imprisoned for killing Tianjing. Just thinking about it made her feel cold all over. It wasn't fear, but disgust. That's why she didn't kill Tianjing at first. Murder always has flaws. Now, she was alone, without any powerful backing. She couldn't cover up the truth like Tianjing did in her past life. She had lived this second life hard-earned. Wasting time on Tianjing was not worth it. But when Yan Xiaoyu was outside facing uncertain life and death, her blood boiled with passion. In her past life, when she was at her most hopeless, Yan Xiaoyu held her hand, protected her behind him, shielding her from Tianjing's secret attacks, and supported her. When she stabbed Tianjing with a knife, she didn't think she would survive. When she held a torch and pushed open the door to walk toward Yan Xiaoyu, she was determined to die. Now she was alive and Yan Xiaoyu was alive too. But what about Song Jinan? Is he alive? Gu Yuehuai's eyes were deep and calm, full of quiet intelligence. She looked up at Yan Xiaoyu's tall figure, a flicker of emotion in her eyes. She knew very well that Yan Xiaoyu wouldn't let her kill Song Jinan. But if Song Jinan was allowed to live and leave, where would she go? This cursed fate pulled her into an endless whirlpool she couldn't escape from. After walking for a long time, Gu Yuehuai's legs grew stiff. Suddenly, she felt dizzy and stumbled, falling to the ground. Gu Yuehuai, Yan Xiaoyu stopped and turned back to help her up. His hand was hot to the touch. He hesitated, then touched her forehead and looked worried. Gu Yuehuai, you have a fever. In such a dangerous and tough environment, having a fever or falling ill was almost as bad as losing half of her life. He needed to find a way out quickly, preferably to find the main group, but that was clearly impossible. The path was blocked by a landslide and the wolf pack was blocking the way back, so returning was not an option. The best plan now was to go back to the wooden cabin. There was a fire in the cabin, which could be used to heat water and help lower Gu Yuehuai's temperature. Gu Yuehuai's hair was loose, messy, and disheveled. Her pale face was flushed unnaturally. She had just come out of the water, yet her lips were dry and pale. She leaned against Yan Xiaoyu's chest, listening to his strong heartbeat, feeling a little relieved. In the moment she closed her eyes and fell into a faint sleep, she murmured, "Yan Xiaoyu, I feel so cold, exhausted and drained." Her strength was gone, and her illness worsened rapidly. Gu Yuehuai was in a daze, not knowing what day it was. In her dream, she seemed to return to her past life. Not hungry? Why aren't you eating? Yan Xiaoyu looked at her with concern, reaching out to touch her forehead. Gu Yuehuai stared blankly at the more mature Yan Xiaoyu, feeling the warmth of his palm. She looked around at the familiar decor. She was in her old courtyard in Beijing, where she had lived for nearly 10 years. She wasn't sure if she was dreaming or if it was real. She parted her cracked lips and softly called, "Xiaoyu?" Yan Xiaoyu's brows furrowed even more. "What's wrong?" "It's nothing." Gu Yuehuai hesitated and shook her head, her gaze fixed on his face. Compared to when he was young, Yan Xiaoyu now had a more commanding presence. His eyebrows were long, his eyes narrow, and his nose high. His lips were thin and red. He still looked handsome, but the usual rebelliousness in his expression was gone, replaced by a sharp and cold look. Yan Xiaoyu pursed his lips and spoke calmly, "If something's bothering you, don't keep it inside. I am here. Don't be afraid." Listening to these caring words, Gu Yuehuai's nose couldn't help but feel a bit sore, and her eyes warmed up. Since her rebirth, she has been constantly on edge, afraid of making mistakes and repeating her past. The only things that bring her comfort are her family's safety and his company. Unfortunately, young Yan Xiaoyu was like a stubborn donkey, hard to get close to, which made her feel a little discouraged. Now, hearing his concern again, her feelings of grievance eased for a moment, and she even felt like crying. Gu Yuehui took a deep breath, forcing back her tears. She reached out and held Yan Xiaoyu's warm hand, smiling softly, with a hint of pride in her eyes. "Xiaoyu, do you know? I killed Tianjing myself." She didn't care whether this was a dream or reality. As long as it was Yan Xiaoyu, she could let down all her defenses. Tianjing was her obsession for 2 lifetimes. Even though she caused trouble, killing her was a fact. To her, it was a happy event, but she couldn't share this happiness with others. They wouldn't understand. She was glad to see Yan Xiaoyu again from her previous life and to tell him this story in person. She thought he would be happy for her. Yan Xiaoyu looked at her quietly for a while, then placed his hand on her head, his voice softening. "Revenge is complete. You can finally sleep peacefully. Sleep now, I'll be here with you." Gu Yuehui shook her head when she heard this, wanting to say more, but her eyelids grew heavy, and she sank into darkness. When Gu Yuehui woke up, she felt cold all over and couldn't help curling up her body. At that moment, her hand touched a warm source, and she instinctively leaned toward it. Yan Xiaoyu's voice was a little hoarse. "You're awake." Gu Yuehui opened her eyes in confusion. The wet cloth on her head fell to the ground with a soft thud. She looked up and saw Yan Xiaoyu sitting beside her, looking down at her. There was a sense of being in a different world. She understood that she had woken up from a dream. She didn't have time to feel disappointed and asked, "What? What happened to me?" As she spoke, her throat felt like gravel rolling in her mouth. Yan Xiaoyu cleared his throat, added some wood to the fire, and said softly, "You have a fever." Gu Yuehui struggled to sit up. She had just been close to Yan Xiaoyu, the source of warmth. Now, as she sat up, their shoulders were pressed together, very close. In that moment of lightning-fast realization, she also remembered what happened before she fainted. She looked at the familiar wooden house with a cold gaze, then suddenly turned her head to a corner. There everything was clean, no blood, no body of Tianjing. It all seemed like a dream. Gu Yuehui clenched her fists, supported herself up, and walked over to the place where Tianjing was stabbed. There was really no blood. How could that be? Could it all just be a dream? Had she not killed Tianjing? This news made Gu Yuehui's face turn pale as paper, and a heavy feeling filled her chest, hard to shake off. She knew she should be glad she didn't kill Tianjing. It meant she had escaped danger, no longer needing to worry about whether she killed Song Jinan or going to jail. But the joy in the dream felt so real that she didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Yan Xiaoyu looked up at Gu Yuehui. She was very downcast, standing still, looking a little pitiful. He was silent for a moment, then said slowly, "Are you looking for Tianjing?" Gu Yuehui suddenly turned around with a surprised and confused look on her face. At that moment, she suddenly realized, even if killing Tianjing was just a dream, why wasn't Tianjing in the house? Why wasn't Song Jinan there either? Why were only she and Yan Xiaoyu here? Her voice was a little dry. "Where are they?" Yan Xiaoyu didn't answer. He just looked at her quietly, as if trying to see through her face. Gu Yuehui also stayed silent, just looking back at him. They didn't speak for a long time. Finally, Yan Xiaoyu's eyes turned fierce. "Gu Yuehui, do you really want to die? Killing and stabbing. How could you do that? I gave you the knife to protect yourself, not for you to kill." Hearing this, Gu Yuehui's tension eased. It was not a dream after all. She had still killed Tianjing. She pursed her lips, a hint of self-mockery in her eyes. "Where are they?" Yan Xiaoyu was surprised by her calmness. His words revealed her act of murder, but she showed no fear or nervousness. Instead, she looked indifferent, as if saying, "Whatever you say." Honestly, Gu Yuehui's attitude made him feel a bit unfamiliar, even though they weren't exactly close. He looked at her coldly and said clearly, "When I returned, they were gone."
Gu Yuehui frowned. Gone?
What do you mean gone? What about Song Jinan? If Tianjing's body was gone, it could be explained as being eaten by a bear. But where was Song Jinan? Even if he was kind-hearted, he wouldn't have willingly gone into a bear's mouth just to save Tianjing's body, right? Yan Xiaoyu no longer kept secrets and began to tell everything that happened after Gu Yuehui fainted. Gu Yuehui had a high fever and was unconscious. She urgently needed medicine to reduce her fever. Unfortunately, Yan Xiaoyu had to risk carrying her back to the cabin. The two of them were lucky. The journey was smooth, and they didn't encounter the black bear again. However, once they returned to the cabin, a strong smell of blood filled the air. They also didn't see Tianjing or Song Jinan. Yan Xiaoyu knew things didn't look good. At first, he thought a bear had broken in and harmed them, but then he saw that the door was intact and the wild pig meat and firewood inside were fine. The only thing different was a large bloodstain on the ground and the absence of two people. He had learned some reconnaissance skills from soldiers, and after thinking a little, he guessed what might have happened. The bloodstain was right where Tianjing was sitting by the fire. Gu Yuehui hated Tianjing very much. When she appeared in front of him, she was calm as if she didn't care about life or death. It was easy to guess that something had happened inside the cabin while he was confronting the wolf pack. As for Song Jinan, if he guessed correctly, Tianjing probably was not dead and had been taken away by Song Jinan. He was the kind of person who wouldn't give up on anyone and would help anyone in need. But the terrain was dangerous and unfamiliar, with wolves in front and bears behind. He also had Tianjing with him, which was a burden. Whether they could survive and leave was uncertain. He wanted to go out and find help, but Gu Yuehui was unconscious. If he left her behind, the consequences could be terrible. Between Song Jinan and Gu Yuehui, he chose to stay with the latter. If there was a reason, it was probably because she was barely alive, and when her lips were cracked and dry, she softly called out, "Xiaoyu," with the most gentle voice. Tianjing might still be alive. This thought lingered in Gu Yuehui's mind. Her eyes flickered with darkness, but she finally let out a small smile. She and Tianjing were clearly destined in their past lives. It wasn't something that could be ended with a single cut. Song Jinan was also Tianjing's destined partner. Even at this point, he hadn't given up on her. However, her knife had pierced Tianjing's heart. How could she still be alive? Forget it. Right now, she and Yan Xiaoyu were still trapped here. Wishing more wouldn't help. Gu Yuehui sat back by the fire, looked at Yan Xiaoyu, and confidently said, "I'm hungry." Yan Xiaoyu's eyelids twitched, and his tone was unclear, but his gaze was dangerous. "Aren't you afraid? Whether Tianjing is dead or has returned alive, it's not good for you. Do you really not care about spending the rest of your life in prison or even being executed?" Although he said this, Yan Xiaoyu still took a piece of wild boar meat and roasted it over the fire. However, his eyes on Gu Yuehui were very complicated. He realized he truly didn't understand this woman. Since it's already done, what's the use of being afraid now? Gu Yuehui sat with her knees together, resting her chin on her knees, tilting her head to look at Yan Xiaoyu. Her voice was calm, and she even slightly curved her lips, showing a peaceful attitude as if she was ready to leave on the wind. Yan Xiaoyu paused, looked up at her, but felt that her eyes seemed to carry a hidden emotion he couldn't understand. Gu Yuehui reached out and poked the fire with a stick, feeling peaceful inside. She was really not afraid because Yan Xiaoyu's attitude gave her hope. In the mountain valley, only she, Yan Xiaoyu, Song Jinan, and Tianjing were there. Tianjing was dead, and even if Song Jinan was a witness, as long as Yan Xiaoyu stood by her side and testified for her, what reason would the police have to arrest her? Just for a knife wound? Tianjing's death was her own fault. At that critical moment, she provoked her with words. She didn't regret killing her at all. Of course, this was the most reckless way, and she wouldn't drag Yan Xiaoyu into it to make false testimony. At first, she was panicked and struggled to escape from the black bear. She was a bit reckless and lost her way. Yan Xiaoyu's attitude warmed her heart. Now that she was calm, all her panic disappeared, and she found a new way to break the deadlock. Whether Tianjing was dead or alive, She could say that it was an attack by wolves and bears. Tianjing wanted to use these wild animals to kill her. During their argument, she was slightly injured but not seriously. She even planned to use this to frame her. As for why Tianjing wanted to kill her, there were many reasons. First, Tianjing's killing was premeditated and had a criminal record. When she led the team members to find sweet potatoes, Tianjing cut her rope at the top of the hill, causing her to fall and almost die. Everyone present could testify to this, and the neatly in the space was also physical evidence. Just based on this, Tianjing couldn't escape the charge of intentional murder. Seeing she couldn't kill her directly, Tianjing used her injuries to frame her and escape the charge of premeditated murder. Second, what deep hatred did the two have that made Tianjing absolutely want to kill her? At this moment, Ren Tianxiang could serve as a reason, because she knew the secret between Ren Tianxiang and Tianjing. Later, the police would investigate their relationship. If they found evidence of improper conduct, it would be considered a serious moral issue. Compared to that, her act of self-defense would be much easier to justify. Ren Tianxiang was from a landlord family and was already looked down upon. In a broader sense, he was considered a class enemy. Even if Ren Tianxiang and Tianjing were innocent, there were witnesses like Wang Fu, Wang Peixing, and others from the community who could testify. Tianjing had damaged the family's vegetable garden and falsely accused a fellow worker, which led to her being sent for reform through labor. Their hatred had long been deep, and it wasn't something that could be explained in a few words. Tianjing killing her was very normal in that context. And she? At most, she disliked Tianjing, but what reason would she have to kill her? No one would think she wanted to kill Tianjing, especially since Tianjing was always the one causing trouble for her. She had never provoked anyone without reason, at least not publicly. Moreover, Tianjing had never gained any advantage over her. She had no reason to kill her. Gu Yuehui thought quietly, going over everything in her mind repeatedly until there were no flaws. Yan Xiaoyu looked at Gu Yuehui, who remained silent, and handed her some grilled meat.
Eat.
Gu Yuehui blinked her clear, contrasting eyes and gently smiled. Thank you. She took the grilled meat and gratefully accepted Yan Xiaoyu's care. Or rather, she was used to his care. What she wasn't used to was his cold words. She wondered when he would become the Yan Xiaoyu from her dreams. Gu Yuehui enjoyed the food, but Yan Xiaoyu furrowed his brows and thought carefully. After a while, Gu Yuehui had eaten enough. Yan Xiaoyu said, Tianjing was the first to have murderous intent, causing you to fall down the hill and almost lose your life. Your act of killing her was just retribution. The wrongdoer and the victim are clear. There's nothing more to say. When we return to the community, I will testify for you, saying she was trying to scare the wolf away with a knife and accidentally hurt herself. You just need to insist you didn't kill Tianjing. Yan Xiaoyu's brows were deeply furrowed, and his lips parted slightly, revealing a cold, deep voice. Gu Yuehui was slightly surprised and looked directly at Yan Xiaoyu. Her focused gaze made Yan Xiaoyu feel a little uncomfortable, and he frowned. What are you looking at? Gu Yuehui's eyes curved into a smile. Looking at you. You look really good. This blunt confession was not the first time, but Yan Xiaoyu still felt his heart skip a beat and his throat tighten. He pretended to be indifferent and said, It's not for you. I just can't stand Tianjing's actions. Really? Gu Yuehui smiled softly, clearly not convinced. Yan Xiaoyu's mouth twitched slightly, and his ears felt a bit warm. Since meeting Gu Yuehui, he felt himself changing more and more. As they talked, the rain outside started to fall lightly, gradually getting heavier. Yan Xiaoyu looked out the window, his brow slightly furrowed. He had almost given up hope for Song Jinan. The environment was becoming more dangerous. Unless Tianjing and he had some special abilities, they wouldn't be able to leave this perilous mountain valley safely. Gu Yuehui also glanced at the rain outside and rested her chin on her hand. She asked softly, Are you worried about Song Jinan? Yan Xiaoyu didn't reply, but his expression already showed his concern. Gu Yuehui shifted closer, sat beside him, patted his shoulder gently, and said softly, Don't worry, he will return safely to the team. After saying that, she silently added in her mind, just like in the past life. She always thought Tianjing had incredible luck in her previous life, and Song Jinan's luck was even more remarkable. He was a favored one, never experiencing hardships or suffering. These two seemed blessed by the gods, with endless good fortune. So, in this life, they would probably return to the team just as smoothly as before. Yan Xiaoyu didn't know if he hurt her or not. He glanced at her faintly and said, "Are you full? If you're full, rest." Gu Yuehui smiled but didn't argue. She lay down in the corner of her neatly arranged wooden hut, covered herself with some straw, and looked at Yan Xiaoyu's black sweater. She asked, "Aren't you cold?" Yan Xiaoyu suddenly turned to look at her, his tone a bit stern. "Sleep." Gu Yuehui pouted and closed her eyes to sleep. She had a fever today, her body was exhausted, and she was very tired. She truly needed enough sleep to recover. The wooden hut was silent, only the crackling sound of the fire. The warm orange glow spread, adding a touch of everyday calm and peace to the small cabin. The people from the Dalhousie production team were also stranded halfway up the mountain. A landslide caused by the mountain and fallen trees prevented a group of people from seeking help. Wang Fu sat sadly by the cave, hugging his head and watching the continuous rain outside. He thought about Gu Yuehui, Tianjing, Yan Xiaoyu, and Song Jinan, who were missing and possibly in danger. His head hurt, his body hurt, he felt pain all over. As the village secretary, Wang Fu felt responsible for the accidents involving the villagers and the educated youth. Wang Peixing looked at Wang Fu with worry on his face. He approached Wang Fu, but before he could speak, Wang Fu asked hoarsely, "Are everyone settled?" What's settling? Everyone is very anxious. They only rest after they're tired from shouting. If this rain keeps up, when can we go back? Being trapped here without food, we'll definitely run into trouble sooner or later, Wang Peixing said with a bitter tone. Wang Fu chuckled bitterly and gave up, saying, "What else can we do?" Just as Wang Peixing was about to speak, they heard footsteps. He quickly silenced himself and looked at the newcomer. Tinghuai? Gu Tinghuai looked worried. His hand at his side clenched into a fist, and he said straightforwardly, "Secretary, Director Wang, I plan to go back and find the militia team from the commune to help. My sister and the two educated youths are missing, and we don't know if they're alive or dead. We can't just wait here." After he finished speaking, Wang Fu and Wang Peixing exchanged a look. Wang Fu disapproved and said, "Go back? How can you go back? The rain is so heavy outside, the mountain isn't stable, and the is slipping. Going back now is like seeking death. And your father, can he really let you go?" At this moment, Gu Zifeng's slightly weathered voice sounded. "I'm going back. You stay here."
Dad.
Gu Tinghuai exclaimed in surprise, frowning. "No, I'm young and can run fast if I encounter danger. How can I let you go? You should stay here safely. If Nanu comes back, you'll be the first to see her." Seeing Gu Zifeng, Wang Fu fell silent. This man, who used to be loud and strong like a tiger, now looked like a sick cat. He couldn't help but sigh. Deep down, he knew Gu Yuehui was Gu Zifeng's heart's desire. Now that that heart was gone, he probably wouldn't come back alive. It was hard for him to feel good about it. But the father and son of the Gu family really didn't care about danger. They were eager to go back. Gu Zifeng's eyes flashed fiercely. "Are you the father, or am I? If I say I'm going back, then I'm going back. Stop wasting words." Gu Tinghuai's face turned pale. "Is this really the time to argue about this?" Gu Jifeng, feeling tired of the fuss, said to Wang Fu, "Secretary, I'm going back now. I'll report to the commune early so the militia team can come and help us sooner. Otherwise, everyone in our team will be stuck here, and something bad will happen eventually." Wang Fu moved his lips, reluctant to agree, but suddenly heard Gu Jifeng say, "All right, no need to say more. Someone has to come back eventually. If I don't make it home alive, you must find my daughter." Hearing this, Wang Fu's eyes welled up with tears. He patted Gu Jifeng on the shoulder. Gu Tinghuai's eyes also turned red. "Dad, I'll go back with you. We can look out for each other along the way." "Nonsense. You stay here and wait for your sister to come back, Gu Jifeng said, then prepared to leave. Wait. Take this, Wang Fu shouted, handing his hunting rifle to Gu Jifeng. In the mountain, encountering wild animals like rabbits or roe deer was fine, but if wolves or wild boars appeared, there was nowhere to run. Having a weapon made him feel safer. Gu Jifeng was doing this for everyone's safety. He was grateful and didn't want to be stingy. Thanks, Gu Jifeng said, taking the rifle. He looked at Gu Tinghuai, then resolutely stepped into the rain. His pace was steady, neither too fast nor too slow, and soon he disappeared from sight. At this moment, members of the community gradually emerged from the cave. At first, I didn't like Gu Jifeng. He was always messing around and not working properly. But now, when something happened, he turned out to be reliable. If he can really get the militia team to come and help us, he'll be my brother. Exactly. What was Gu family's reputation before? And now, we're so unlucky. We went up the mountain to find sweet potatoes and got trapped here. Heaven help us. Please, no more accidents. Are you kidding? You think you're unlucky? How about Gu Jifeng's daughter? She went down and never came back up. The is so steep, and it rained so heavily. We don't know what's happening down there. No one can say if she'll make it back alive. The villagers kept talking loudly. Gu Tinghuai listened to the noisy chatter, feeling his chest burn with anger. But in the end, he sat silently back in the cave, waiting quietly for a miracle. Deep inside the cave, a few young workers looked at each other with worried faces. A dark-skinned, short young man from the countryside anxiously said, Huang Sheng, why do you think third brother went to save someone? If something really happens, how can we explain it to the Song family when we return to Beijing? We might even get into trouble. His name is Chunbin. He doesn't come from a wealthy family and usually doesn't stand out among the young workers. Huang Sheng snapped irritably. How am I supposed to know? How would third brother tell us what he's doing? He also seemed upset. As Chunbin said, if something happens to Song Jinan at the large labor team, none of us will have a good outcome when we go back. That's just how the class system in Beijing works. Lan Tian sat quietly in the corner, acting like a background figure. Yu Jiangwo nervously ran his hand through his short hair and stopped Huang Sheng's anger. Enough. What's the point of arguing now? The real thing is to think of a way to bring third brother back. At that moment, a young worker pushed up his glasses and asked doubtfully, what about Pan Ruin? His name is Li Erxin. Like Chun Bin, he doesn't come from a prominent background and doesn't stand out much among the young workers in the countryside. As soon as he spoke, a strange silence fell over the group. Their faces quickly turned grim. All their thoughts were on Song Jinan, so they forgot about Pan Ruin. But in truth, the Pan family is just as troublesome as the Song family. These cousins really are a headache. Gu Yuehuai's health had improved a lot thanks to the space well water. She slept peacefully through the night and no longer had a fever. Yan Xiaoyu quietly took care of her all night, only resting for a moment when dawn broke. The small wooden house was silent, while outside, the wind and rain raged non-stop. Early in the morning, because of the heavy rain, the outside light was still dim. Suddenly, a loud cracking sound of trees breaking filled the air. Immediately after, Gu Yuehuai and Yan Xiaoyu both opened their eyes. What's going on? Gu Yuehuai looked confused, clearly having slept deeply. But after lying on a haystack all night, she still felt the hard, damp floor. She sat up, her brow furrowing from the soreness. When Yan Xiaoyu opened his eyes, his bright, sharp eyes showed he was alert and hadn't slept well. He was always on guard. He got up and looked out the window, then said in a deep voice, "The wind and rain are too strong. The trees have been broken." Gu Yuehuai pursed her lips and said nothing. In her memory, the rain lasted quite a while, falling for several days. So, during this time, she and Yan Xiaoyu could only be trapped here. Is this considered short-term cohabitation? Gu Yuehuai was amused by this thought and said, "I'll go out for a moment. Can you grill some meat for me?" Yan Xiaoyu frowned and said, "It's not safe." "Well, I can't just stay here without eating, right?" Gu Yuehui rolled her eyes at him, ignored his concerns, took the burnt bamboo tube from yesterday, and opened the door to leave. As she stepped out, her voice floated back inside. "Don't worry, I won't go far. I'll be back soon." Yan Xiaoyu shook his head. He wanted to go with her, but felt it wasn't appropriate for men and women to do so. He had to suppress his unease and worry, took a piece of meat, and sat by the fire to roast it. On the other side, Gu Yuehui really had an easy way out. She looked around, took care of her personal needs, then entered the sumer space. She poured water from the space while using the bamboo tube. She had originally wanted to catch a rabbit, but Yan Xiaoyu was not foolish and would easily notice something was off. It wasn't that she didn't trust Yan Xiaoyu, but he wasn't suitable to know about the sumer space yet. Moreover, the saying, "Children do not speak of strange powers," applies here. To outsiders, such things might seem no different from seeing ghosts or spirits. In the end, she gave up on catching a rabbit for a meal and simply took the water back in the bamboo tube. As soon as she entered, the aroma of meat wafted over. However, after eating meat for 2 days, she was starting to get a bit tired of it. When she returned, Yan Xiaoyu let out a sigh of relief and focused on roasting the meat properly. Gu Yuehui placed the bamboo tube by the fire to warm it up, then handed it to Yan Xiaoyu. "Drink some water. This is rainwater I collected. It's not very clean, but in a place like this, you can't be too picky." Yan Xiaoyu glanced at her, but didn't refuse her kindness. He took the bamboo tube and took a few sips. The water was sweet and refreshing, quite different from the rainwater she mentioned. She hadn't needed to lie to him, though she hesitated for a moment, then pushed the thought aside. Yan Xiaoyu drank half the water and handed the rest back to Gu Yuehui. She didn't mind and took it to drink. The water from the space will help them get through this time in the wooden house without falling ill or suffering from incurable ailments. Yan Xiaoyu looked at Gu Yuehui and said, "With the heavy rain sealing the mountains, we probably won't be able to leave for a while." Gu Yuehui nodded calmly and confidently. "I know. So, we'll be living together these days. Please take care of me." After saying that, she mumbled, "I wonder how my drawing board is doing." Hearing this, Yan Xiaoyu's mouth twitched. Right now, survival is the main concern, but she's still worried about her work. After a short silence, Yan Xiaoyu finished roasting the meat in his hand and handed it to Gu Yuehui. He looked at her curiously but spoke in a calm tone. "Who did you learn to draw from?" Gu Yuehui paused, looked up at him, and smiled lightly.
"What?
"Do you think my drawings are good?" Yan Xiaoyu, now somewhat used to Gu Yuehui's straightforwardness, didn't hide anything. He nodded and said, "Yes, they are quite good." He was naturally skilled himself and could tell that Gu Yuehui's drawing skills had been developed over many years of practice. Finding a good teacher in such a place isn't easy, and talent also plays a role in art. Maybe Gu Yuehui is one of those students with extraordinary talent? Outside, the wind and rain raged, but the two of them, with nothing else to do, ate meat and chatted. Gu Yuehui didn't mind sharing more about herself with Yan Xiaoyu because curiosity about someone is often the start of deeper feelings. She took a bite of meat and said, "I learned at school from a teacher." Yan Xiaoyu looked surprised. "School?" Gu Yuehui rolled her eyes and said sarcastically, "Do I look like I can't read? I'm not blind. I went to the commune for middle school. There was a teacher who was a young intellectual, and during free time, he would teach us to draw. Maybe I have a natural talent for it, because I learned pretty well." When she said this, Gu Yuehui's face showed pride, and her lively expression made Yan Xiaoyu look away. Although her words had some exaggeration, she really did learn well, not just talking nonsense. In her past life, she had nothing to do and learned many things, mostly taught by Yan Xiaoyu. Among them, she was especially good at drawing. He once said she had a real talent for it, and if she kept practicing, she might become a painter. Gu Yuehui rested her chin on her hand and asked curiously, "What about you? Did you go to university?" This time, she wanted to get to know him better. Yan Xiaoyu didn't seem proud. He simply responded with a faint, from his nose. Gu Yuehui curved her lips into a smile and asked, "Which school did you attend? Was it in Beijing? Are you from Peking University?" "Do you know Peking University?" Yan Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow. Gu Yuehui pouted. You underestimate people too much. Anyone who has gone to school knows about Peking and Tsinghua. Those are top schools, and not many can get in. But I think you're probably a good student. Yan Xiaoyu didn't respond much and didn't boast about himself. Gu Yuehui looked at the wood burning into black ash in the fire. Her eyes flickered, and she tugged at Yan Xiaoyu's sleeve, speaking cautiously. Since we're just wasting time, why don't you teach me high school subjects? Not just math and Chinese, any knowledge is good. Is that okay? Just like in her previous life, she was humble and pulled on Yan Xiaoyu's sleeve, asking if it was all right. He was the person she loved, as well as her teacher and guiding light. In this life, she planned to take the 1977 college entrance exam. Even though she had learned high school subjects with Yan Xiaoyu before, starting over meant she needed a good excuse not to get caught. Plus, studying together could give her a chance to get closer to him. Win-win. Yan Xiaoyu didn't refuse Gu Yuehui's suggestion. They quickly took on the roles of teacher and student. Yan Xiaoyu spoke little, but was very true to his personality when teaching Gu Yuehui. His solid foundation meant he could explain knowledge points clearly and concisely. Gu Yuehui was also quite talented, full of knowledge. They listened to each other happily, creating a very harmonious atmosphere. A day passed quickly. Yan Xiaoyu was surprised by how fast Gu Yuehui absorbed the knowledge. Gu Yuehui wasn't modest and looked at Yan Xiaoyu with a smile. Am I really that good? Yan Xiaoyu's eyes lifted slightly and he said, if the college entrance exam hadn't been abolished, you would definitely get into university. Of course, Gu Yuehui replied with a look that said, you're right. Yan Xiaoyu was silent, a faint smile appearing in his eyes. Suddenly, a loud lightning strike lit up the area around the small cabin brightly. Yan Xiaoyu narrowed his eyes and looked outside, his expression unreadable. Gu Yuehui watched him for a moment, then looked away. Her eyes shimmered with tiny, scattered light. She added some wood to the fire. Inside the small cabin, it was warm and cozy, a stark contrast to the raging storm outside. She knew what Yan Xiaoyu was thinking. The worse the weather, the less likely Song Jinan would survive and return. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In recent days, the wolf pack and the black bears have not appeared again. Gu Yuehui and Yan Xiaoyu spent every day studying, from language to math, from essays to trigonometry. They didn't think about the outside world, living quietly in a small wooden cabin as if cut off from everything. Gu Yuehui stood by the window, reached out to check the weather, and calmly said, the rain has stopped. The sun broke through the clouds, shining down and illuminating the muddy ground. The water droplets on the trees and grass sparkled beautifully. The forest looked like a peaceful paradise, as if fairies might jump out at any moment. Yan Xiaoyu glanced back at the campfire covered in dirt and said softly, let's go. Gu Yuehui nodded, and the two of them, with the remaining wild boar meat, started their journey back. However, they couldn't go back the same way. They had to find a new, unfamiliar path. They walked far, but Gu Yuehui couldn't help but look back at the small wooden cabin standing in the woods. It was peaceful and quiet, with only the sound of wind and rain. That was the closest place to her and Yan Xiaoyu. Once they returned to the Dalhousie production team, a tough fight was sure to come. The chaos and noise from outside would rush toward her, making it impossible to live such a peaceful life again. But it was also time to go back. She wondered how things were at the team these days. Her father and older brother should be fine, right? Compared to Gu Yuehui's complicated feelings, Yan Xiaoyu seemed very calm. He never looked back, as if everything that happened in the cabin was just a small, insignificant dream. Gu Yuehui looked at him and noticed the change after they left the cabin. He was no longer the friendly teacher and friend, but had returned to his usual cold and quiet self. His brows looked like a block of ice that was hard to melt. This person really was a quiet type, and he cut ties quickly. But what made Gu Yuehui more suspicious was Yan Xiaoyu's health. She thought he might have a health problem. Otherwise, why could he sit calmly with her, like a gentle jade, even when they were alone? In her past life, and this one, he was the same. She strongly suspected he was sick. Thinking this, A faint worry appeared in Gu Yuehuai's eyes. She was genuinely worried. Could it be that Yan Xiaoyu had some hidden illness that made him prefer to be alone all the time? Yan Xiaoyu did not know what Gu Yuehuai was thinking. If he had known, he might have vomited blood in anger. He squatted on the ground, looking at the deep footprints in the muddy mountain path, which were already filled with water. He stood up and looked at the winding goat trail ahead, saying, "Song Jinan and the others left along this path." Gu Yuehuai nodded, her tone emotionless. "Should we go this way too?" Yan Xiaoyu was silent for a moment, then shook his head. "No, let's take a different route." Gu Yuehuai was slightly surprised. "Aren't you going to look for him?" Yan Xiaoyu's choice was unexpected to her. She thought he would follow this path to find Song Jinan. Look for what? A body. Yan Xiaoyu shot her a cold glance. "Let's go," he said simply, changing to another trail. 3 days had passed. Whether Song Jinan and the others had returned or not, it was now a fixed fact that couldn't be changed. Instead of worrying uselessly, it was better to go with the flow and not think too much. Moreover, in such a deep mountain forest, even if there was a body, it might not be found. Their current goal was to return quickly, not to search for people. Gu Yuehuai no longer mentioned Song Jinan. She followed behind Yan Xiaoyu and asked, "Why are we taking this route?" Yan Xiaoyu didn't hide anything. He calmly explained, "The bushes are thick, with no signs of being trampled or animal tracks, so this side is safe." Hearing this, Gu Yuehuai paused and looked back at the path Song Jinan chose. This time, she paid close attention. She saw a few faint animal footprints on one side of the trail. The footprints were medium-sized. Her heart tightened and her body tensed up. So, did Song Jinan really take Tianjing back to the Dalhousie production brigade? Before they returned, no one could give her an answer. Yan Xiaoyu led the way, and they hurried along. Their pants were soaked by the damp jungle. Fortunately, the heavy rain had stopped, and the sun was shining brightly. They walked so fast that even Gu Yuehuai's back was covered in a thin layer of sweat. The morning quickly passed. The forest had become less dense, gradually giving way to some dull yellow soil slopes. Yan Xiaoyu took out some wild boar meat and handed it to Gu Yuehuai. "Eat something." Gu Yuehuai took over. The roasted meat, once cooled, was cold and hard, almost enough to break teeth. But despite the tough conditions, she didn't complain or pick at it. If they didn't eat something, they might not have the strength to keep searching for a way out. The ground was flooded, and neither of them sat down. They just stood there, nibbling on a few bites of cold, stiff meat. After eating, they continued their journey. The environment here was very unfamiliar. Even Gu Yuehuai had never been here before. The area was mostly deserted. However, after the heavy rain, many mushrooms appeared in the mountains. If they collected some, it could help everyone store food for the winter. They traveled from morning until evening, crossing from one mountain peak to another. Gu Yuehuai's feet were blistered from all the walking. As evening approached and the sky darkened, they finally found a dirt road winding around the mountains. Seeing the road, Gu Yuehuai finally relaxed and sighed in relief. "It's a road." Her face brightened as she stepped from the rough mountain trail into the muddy, winding mountain road. Although her legs and feet were covered in mud and she looked a bit disheveled, leaving the mountains and finding a road felt like returning to the real world. Where there is a road, there must be people. Gu Yuehuai reached out and grabbed Yan Xiaoyu's sleeve, smiling as she pointed ahead. "If we follow this road, we'll definitely find the brigade. As long as we know where we are now, we can find our way back." Yan Xiaoyu nodded expressionlessly, lowering his gaze to look at her hand holding his sleeve. His lips pressed tightly together. "Let's go." Gu Yuehuai knew he was feeling uncomfortable, so she was the first to let go and walk ahead. Yan Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, then forced himself to appear calm and indifferent, following behind with a cold expression. They walked one after the other on the bumpy, muddy road. It wasn't until nightfall that they saw faint lights in the distance. Gu Yuehuai's feet were numb from the pain, and after days without seeing anyone, the sight of lights in the mountain valley made her momentarily think it was a mirage. Yan Xiaoyu, walking behind her, finally noticed her strange way of walking. He frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" Gu Yuehua turned to look at him, her eyelashes trembling as she pitifully said, "My feet hurt. I have blisters." Hearing her pitiful expression, Yan Xiaoyu felt annoyed inside. This woman really didn't know how to be modest. He turned his head, clenched his fist to his lips, and cleared his throat softly. "I'll carry you." As soon as Yan Xiaoyu finished speaking, Gu Yuehua quickly responded, "Okay." She then stretched out her hand, signaling Yan Xiaoyu to squat down quickly, looking confident and open. Yan Xiaoyu's eyelids twitched, and a vein throbbed on his forehead. He always felt that Gu Yuehua had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He half-squatted, allowing Gu Yuehua to hug his neck and rest on his back. Her breath was warm, blowing on the back of his neck, causing a tingling, uncomfortable sensation. Yan Xiaoyu frowned, wanting to say something, but hesitated, worried it might seem too intimate or awkward. He kept a stern expression and a cold face. Gu Yuehua, however, didn't miss the chance to get close to Yan Xiaoyu and asked, "Am I heavy?" Yan Xiaoyu didn't answer and simply moved quickly toward the light. "The evening wind is cold. If you carry me, you can block some of the wind. Isn't that right? Xiaoyu, after we go back, you'll help me, right? You won't change your mind. Xiaoyu? Why aren't you talking? Do you not want to talk to me?" Gu Yuehuai's chatter filled the mountain path with her cheerful voice. She felt Yan Xiaoyu's body stiffen more and more. Her eyebrows relaxed, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. "Haha, so you're pretending to be serious, but as soon as you leave the cabin, you start trying to distance yourself. TSK. As they approached the small group with flickering lights, the noise finally quieted down a bit. Yan Xiaoyu let out a small breath of relief. He strode into the village. It was already late, and most families were asleep. Gu Yuehua looked around, but wasn't sure which group they were in. Usually, in such remote mountain villages, the conditions are poor and life is simple. She said, "Let's see which house still has a kerosene lamp on. We'll knock on the door and stay here for the night. We can decide what to do tomorrow." Yan Xiaoyu looked back at her with a cool expression. Now he was speaking normally and clearly. Why did she insist on whispering nonsense into his ear just now? Gu Yuehua ignored his slightly resentful gaze, raised her chin, and signaled for him to go knock on the door. Yan Xiaoyu closed his eyes briefly, turned his head away, and decided not to look. Gu Yuehua, one arm around his neck, with her other hand near her mouth, called out, "Fellow villagers, we are from the Dalhousie Production Brigade. A few days ago, we got caught in a heavy rainstorm on the mountain and were trapped. We finally managed to escape. Could you please help us?" Her clear hometown dialect was quick and straightforward. Soon, the door inside was opened. A middle-aged man wearing a padded jacket pushed aside the curtain and stepped out. He held his collar with one hand and a pipe with the other. After looking at Yan Xiaoyu and Gu Yuehua, he asked, "From the Dalhousie Production Brigade?" Gu Yuehua nodded.
Yes.
"Didn't there recently be a heavy rain? We were on the mountain and got stuck." The middle-aged man carefully examined the two of them. Seeing their disheveled appearance and mud-stained clothes, he knew their story was true. However, this year's grain harvest was poor, and all the brigades were short of food. Surely, they could be given a meal? Gu Yuehua, who had lived through 2 generations and was skilled in social situations, naturally saw his reluctance. She said, "Uncle, can you tell me where your brigade secretary lives? Maybe he can shelter us at your farm for one night. We'll leave early tomorrow." Hearing this, the middle-aged man looked at her and nodded. "I'll take you there." He didn't really want to shelter 2 strangers, feeling a bit embarrassed. After all, they were fellow villagers in trouble. So he took the lead. Gu Yuehua smiled and said, "Thank you so much, uncle." The middle-aged man waved his hand, opened the courtyard gate, put on his hanging shoes, and headed in a certain direction. As he walked, he said, "You're not very old, just married not long ago, right? Going up the mountain for food, I suppose? It's lucky you made it back alive." Did the Dalhousie Production Brigade mention the grain shortage? Sigh. Times are tough. He puffed on his pipe, his face showing signs of weariness. Hearing this, Yan Xiaoyu's brow twitched slightly. Just as he was about to speak, Gu Yuehui said, "Yes, uncle. Times are tough. This year, we won't have a good harvest. By the way, I haven't asked yet, what brigade are we in? I've never been here before." The middle-aged man walking ahead turned his head when he heard this. "Didn't you see the old willow tree at the village entrance when you came in?" Gu Yuehui was momentarily stunned, instinctively looking at Yan Xiaoyu. However, he showed no change in expression. That made sense. He was from Beijing and not local, so he naturally didn't know the details about the several brigades under Qing'an County. According to her, only one team is named after a willow, and its characteristic is a 100-year-old willow tree at the village entrance. The tree has a thick trunk that requires 2 adults to hug, and it is even older than the age of Qing'an County. This team is called the Willow Branch Team. She was focused on the houses with lights on and, since it was very dark outside, she didn't pay much attention to the village entrance. She didn't notice the willow tree, or she wouldn't have needed to ask the local person about it. The middle-aged man didn't mind not getting an answer and continued, "The Willow Branch Team is a bit far from your Dalhousie production team. It looks like you got lost on the hill and ran too far. But it's okay. Tomorrow, the team is taking a cart to the commune so you can catch a ride." Willow Branch Team? Yan Xiaoyu stopped walking and looked up at the middle-aged man. He held Gu Yuehui's legs stiffly, and his fingertips trembled slightly, revealing his feelings. Gu Yuehui gently patted his shoulder to calm him down. She didn't expect such a coincidence. After wandering around in the mountains all day, they ended up at the Willow Branch Team. It seemed that fate was at work, and heaven had given Yan Xiaoyu a chance to visit relatives. The middle-aged man nodded, took a puff of dry tobacco, and looked at Yan Xiaoyu with a strange expression. "Yes, the Willow Branch Team. From your accent, you don't sound like someone from here. Young man, where are you from? Did you join the Dalhousie production team as a family member?" He examined Yan Xiaoyu carefully and nodded to himself. This wasn't a random guess. The Hisback was clearly local and very pretty. Such a person would be popular in any team, but he chose a stranger from outside. The young man was handsome, and it was normal for a girl to like him. Gu Yuehui interrupted him and asked, "Uncle, wasn't there a group of young people sent to the countryside a few days ago? Are all the young people from the Willow Branch Team settled? Where is the youth station?" The middle-aged man was surprised and asked suspiciously, "Why do you want to know that?" Gu Yuehui smiled and gently pinched Yan Xiaoyu's chin. "Look at my man. He's one of the young people sent to our Dalhousie production team. His younger sister just came from the Willow Branch Team. They happen to come here now, and they can also visit relatives." Hearing this, the middle-aged man was slightly surprised and said in wonder, "It's only been a few days since the young people went to the countryside, and you got married so quickly." Gu Yuehui remained calm and said nothing. They spent many days on the mountain. As a young man and woman traveling alone, they couldn't openly claim to be innocent. If they said they were married, it might seem like a moral issue. They could just leave quickly, but Xiao and Xiaoli were still at Luji Brigade to avoid getting unwanted looks from others. In the 1970s countryside, public opinion was very powerful. Yan Xiaoyu also thought this way but kept his thoughts to himself, focusing instead on his younger siblings. He didn't speak up to argue. A middle-aged man said, "Luji Brigade has poor conditions. There aren't many educated youths here this time, only 5 in total, all at the youth station. But the youth station was abandoned long ago. It collapsed after rain a few days ago, and I heard one of the youths was injured when it fell." Yan Xiaoyu's expression suddenly changed, his eyes sharp as a blade. "Injured? Who is it?" Gu Yuehui also frowned, his face turning serious. In this life and the last, things had already gone differently. Back then, Yan Xiaoyang and Yan Xiaoli hadn't come to Luji Brigade, so the youth station collapse and injury hadn't happened. In fact, the youth station at Dalhousie Production Brigade wouldn't last much longer. The middle-aged man was startled by Yan Xiaoyu's commanding presence and stammered, I don't know. I only heard from others. When those youths arrived, they cleaned the youth station every day. I haven't seen them myself." As he finished speaking, Yan Xiaoyu's face grew even darker. The middle-aged man shrank back, pointing into the distance. "The party secretary lives over there. You can go now. After saying that, he hurriedly turned and ran away. Gu Yuehui looked back at him and said to Yan Xiaoyu, "Calm down. Let's go find the party secretary first, then ask more about the youth station. Others might not know, but the secretary definitely does." Yan Xiaoyu was silent for a moment before walking briskly toward the house the middle-aged man had pointed to. The party secretary's family was probably asleep. The house was dark inside. Gu Yuehui asked Yan Xiaoyu to knock on the door, then repeated what the middle-aged man had just said outside. Soon, a man around 50 years old, wearing a coat and holding a kerosene lamp, came out. He had slanted eyes and a flat nose, giving the impression that he wasn't a very upright person. His first impression wasn't very good. He frowned as he looked at Yan Xiaoyu. "Are you from De Lao Zi Production Brigade?" When she looked up again, she saw Gu Yuehui leaning on Yan Xiaoyu's shoulder. Under the kerosene lamp, Gu Yuehui's features were beautiful, her lips red and teeth white, with a touch of charm. The man was stunned, his eyes slightly blank. He had never seen such a handsome female comrade before. Gu Yuehui disliked this kind of gaze. Her expression grew cold. She hid behind Yan Xiaoyu and said, "Are you the secretary of the Luji Brigade?" "We are from the De Lao Zi Production Brigade." The man didn't seem to mind Gu Yuehui's cold attitude. He said, "Haha, come inside quickly." "Come in." Yan Xiaoyu looked at the lecherous expression of the Luji Brigade secretary, his eyebrows furrowing, and his eyes full of coldness. Just as he was about to get angry, Gu Yuehui gently pinched his shoulder. They still had things to ask about and didn't need to cause trouble over a moment of anger. Yan Xiaoyu understood her meaning. His whole body stiffened, knowing she was holding back because of him. His mood was complicated, a faint feeling of sourness appeared, and a shadow flickered in his eyes. He forced down his anger and kept it inside. The two of them entered the house, and the man followed closely behind. A small kerosene lamp lit up the room. The man said, "I am Li Weidong, the secretary of the Luji Brigade. Just call me Secretary Li. Looks like you've suffered a lot on the mountain these days." As he spoke, Li Weidong kept glancing at Gu Yuehui. Yan Xiaoyu's body grew even more tense. It felt like something was blocking his chest, making it hard to breathe. His eyes turned slightly red. Before they could speak, Li Weidong smiled and said, "In that case, you can rest at my place for a few days to recover. Once you're fully better, I'll send someone to take you back." "How does that sound?" Yan Xiaoyu replied coldly, "No need." Hearing this, Li Weidong's face darkened. He had been polite, but this was his attitude? He was used to being arrogant in the Luji Brigade. His expression turned grim, and his eyes looked a bit malicious. Gu Yuehui was still worried about Yan Xiao and Yan Xiaoli and didn't want to cause trouble. She said, "Secretary Li, our family must be worried after these days of disappearance. We plan to leave tomorrow." Hearing the beautiful woman's words, Li Weidong's mood softened. He said, "No, stay for a few days. Come visit us in Luji Brigade. We are very hospitable people." Hospitable? Thinking about the middle-aged man who refused to host them earlier, there was nothing friendly about him. Gu Yuehui's eyes flickered slightly, and he said, "Thank you, Secretary Li, for your kindness. I happen to have something I want to ask about." Li Weidong patted his chest and looked friendly. "What is it? Just tell me." Gu Yuehui's lips curled into a faint smile, and he said, "Secretary Li, I just heard that some young people who recently arrived in your team got hurt. My husband was also a young person sent to the countryside. When I heard about this, I wanted to ask if I could help in any way." While speaking, Gu Yuehui showed a fake, curious look on her face. Li Weidong didn't seem like a good person, and she was cautious. She didn't reveal anything about Yan Xiaoyang and Yan Xiaoli. Hearing this, Li Weidong frowned and glanced at Yan Xiaoyu. The young people from the Dalyuzi Production Brigade? He had heard that many of the important young people from the capital had gone to that brigade this time. Was this person one of them? Thinking this, Li Weidong's attention shifted away from Gu Yuehui, and he became more alert. He politely said, "It's nothing serious, just a minor injury. The team's doctor has checked him. You're leaving tomorrow, right? No need to help. There are so many people in Luji Brigade. There's nothing you need to do, and we don't want to delay your return. When he said this, Gu Yuehuai's heart sank. Li Weidong had just been trying to keep her here, but now he was doing everything he could to make them leave, not wanting them involved in the young people's affairs. There must be something fishy, something suspicious. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man leading them home had also returned. As soon as he entered the house, his wife on the bed asked, "Old Wang, what's going on? The people from Dalyuzi Brigade?" He nodded, took off his coat and shoes, and slipped into the warm quilt. "Yes, a few days ago, we went up the mountain. It rained and trapped us. We just got out today and came to Luji Brigade." His wife hesitated and asked, "Where did you take them?" The middle-aged man hesitated, then said with a complicated tone, "Li Weidong." Hearing this, his wife immediately sat up on the bed, looking a bit excited.
Li Weidong.
"Why did you take them there? I heard there's a young woman involved. Are you trying to cause trouble?" "He's just a stranger. We know our brigade very well. How can you do such a heartless thing?" The middle-aged man stiffened and shrank back, shouting, "They want to go on their own. Can I stop them? How can I explain? Should I say Li Weidong is no good? They also want to visit relatives at the youth station, so they must deal with Li Weidong. What if they accidentally reveal something? After they leave, do you think Li Weidong will let our family go? Besides, every household is short of food now. If we take in those two people, who will feed them? Li Weidong is currently hoarding the grain he collected and hasn't shared it with everyone. Everyone is just pretending to be friendly, hoping to get more grain." After speaking, the middle-aged man felt more confident, thinking he had said nothing wrong. He waved his hand and said, "All right, go to sleep quickly. We should keep out of Li Weidong's affairs." His wife sighed deeply, lying back in bed and muttering, "What a sin." Gu Yuehuai didn't know about this small couple's nighttime talk. She was now looking at Li Weidong with a serious expression. "Secretary Li, are you hiding something? Is there really a problem at the youth station? I tell you, my husband is from Beijing and has connections. If you're hiding something, you'll be in trouble when it comes out." Li Weidong's two-faced behavior was enough to show the truth. Gu Yuehuai didn't want to be polite anymore. Her face turned cold immediately. She knew Li Weidong had heard that Yan Xiaoyu was a youth station worker from the Daluozi production brigade. She guessed his identity and was just wary of him. Since he was afraid, she decided to bring up this matter. For someone like him, gentle words wouldn't work. Firm confrontation was better. Sure enough, when he heard her, Li Weidong's face turned very ugly. He cursed silently, annoyed. It was late at night, and he had finally met a beautiful woman, but she turned out to be a troublemaker. Gu Yuehuai's pleasant voice now carried a cold edge, with a faint smile on her lips. "You don't want to say? Fine, let's go. We'll report to the commune and see if they will handle this or not." Yan Xiaoyu nodded and quickly headed outside. Li Weidong's eyes flickered with fear. He was afraid of exposing himself and losing everything he had. He hurried forward to stop the two, his previous sneer and gloom gone, replaced by a full, enthusiastic smile. Gu Yuehuai and Yan Xiaoyu both stared at him coldly, with Yan Xiaoyu radiating a terrifying killing intent. Li Weidong didn't dare to reach out and awkwardly said, "What are you guys talking about? We're all from the same hometown. I can't fool you. The educated youth are really fine, just hurt their back, lying in bed and can't move." Gu Yuehuai's face lost all color, and her tone became serious. "Hurt your back so badly that it's considered fine?" As she spoke, she looked at Yan Xiaoyu. For him, the importance of family is obvious. If something really happened to Yan Xiaoyang or Yan Xiaoli, he might go crazy. Yan Xiaoyu's dark eyes were deep and intense, and his voice was a little hoarse. "Who is the educated youth that got into trouble?" Li Weidong felt the sharp, fierce anger coming at him and stepped back a few steps. He forced himself to speak. "It's a guy, I think his name is Yen or something. I don't remember exactly." He silently prayed in his heart that the person in trouble wouldn't be connected to these two. After Li Weidong finished speaking, a heavy silence filled the room. Gu Yuehuai's heart sank heavily. "Yen what? A guy?" Yan Xiaoyu's expression remained calm, and his cold voice came out from his throat. "Show the way." Li Weidong hesitated and tried to probe. The The educated youth are all asleep. Maybe we should wait until tomorrow? You just came out of the mountains, right? Rest for one night. I'll have someone prepare a bed for you. Yan Xiaoyu lowered his eyes, one hand slipping into his clothes. The next moment, he held a pitch-black gun, the barrel almost touching Li Weidong's nose. His voice was cold and fierce, with a narrow, gloomy look in his eyes. I said, show the way. Gu Yuehui gently pressed her lips together, stepped down from his back, and held his hand, which was hanging by his side. Li Weidong's face turned pale as paper, trembling all over with fear. His eyes went blank, and he stammered, with a hint of horror. I'll show the way. I'll show the way. A man in his 50s, faced with a gun, couldn't stay calm. The commotion here was too loud and attracted Li Weidong's family. Gu Yuehui turned to look at the visitors. An older woman, with wrinkles on her face and white hair, was among them. She was accompanied by a young boy about Yan Xiaotang's age, but the boy looked timid and scared. Li Weidong couldn't care less about them. His life was in Yan Xiaoyu's hands. He dared not say anything more and led the way ahead. Yan Xiaoyu pulled Gu Yuehui along behind them, and they headed toward the educated youth camp. The little boy looked at their departing figures and whispered, Mom, who are they? Is Dad okay? The woman numbingly tugged at the corner of her mouth, gently patted the boy's head without saying a word, and led him back inside. She didn't care at all whether Li Weidong was threatened with a gun or where he might be taken. Yan Xiaoyu's palm was very warm, like a cozy fire. Gu Yuehui looked up at his tall figure, feeling a little sour. She always knew he carried a lot on his shoulders. When problems arose, he was always the one to step forward and bear the burden. Li Weidong moved quickly, afraid that if he slowed down, he might get shot. Soon, they arrived at the youth station of Lu Ji Brigade. At first glance, Gu Yuehui almost thought it was a ruin, collapsed houses, bricks, and dirt everywhere. Because it had rained, the place looked very messy. Could people still live there? Gu Yuehui looked at Li Weidong with a stern tone. You know that young people going to the countryside aren't allowed to repair the youth station? If you hadn't been so careless, the house wouldn't have collapsed and hurt someone. Li Weidong felt frustrated inside but didn't show it. He forced a reluctant smile and said nothing. Gu Yuehui frowned. Men and women sharing a room? What have they been eating lately? With Li Weidong's attitude, he was so careless that even when young people got hurt, he didn't pay attention. How could he care about their food and shelter? Have Xiaoyang and Xiaoli been starving these days? Yan Xiaoyu also seemed to think of this. His hand holding the gun tightened. Li Weidong shivered, worried that if Yan Xiaoyu's hand trembled, he might be shot. He hurried forward and knocked on the door. He patted the door and shouted, Get up! Open the door. Almost as soon as he finished shouting, there was movement inside. Soon, a young man with a beard came out and opened the door. He only cracked it open slightly and said with a hostile tone, What are you here for again? Li Weidong's face changed. How dare he question him? Was he planning to cause trouble? He instinctively wanted to get angry, but then he felt a cold presence behind him. He remembered that he wasn't alone today, he was forced to come here. Suppressing his anger, he forced a smile and said, Are you all asleep? The young man didn't speak. He just stared at Li Weidong with a look full of dislike and hatred. Gu Yuehui stepped forward, casually pushing Li Weidong aside. She smiled gently and said, Hello, we are young workers from the Dalhousie Production Brigade. We heard that some young workers from Lu Ji Brigade had an incident, so we came to check. Li Weidong staggered and sat heavily on the ground, his face pale with anger. This action made the young man opening the door smile broadly. He looked at Gu Yuehui, saw her kind expression and friendly attitude, and noticed she showed no respect for Li Weidong. He realized she was telling the truth and felt a bit more friendly toward her. He was about to speak when he suddenly caught the main point. His eyes widened in surprise. Comrade, what did you just say? Where are you from? The Dalhousie Production Brigade? Are you really from the Dalhousie Brigade? Gu Yuehui nodded and pulled Yan Xiaoyu over. Yes, we really are. The young man was very happy. He quickly opened the door wider to welcome Gu Yuehui and Yan Xiaoyu inside. Come in. Please come in. Li Weidong tried to squeeze in but was pushed back harshly by Gu Yuehui. He was small and unsteady, and he fell back onto the ground. Seeing this, the young man sneered without hesitation and then shut the door. You all. Li Weidong was furious and surprised, but worried about Yan Xiaoyu's identity and the gun in his hand. He didn't argue further. Thinking that things might be exposed, he hurriedly turned and disappeared into the night, planning his next move. As soon as they entered, Yan Xiaoyu's gaze fixed on the person lying on the kong, a traditional bed. It was a young man lying on the kong looking very weak. He occasionally let out painful breaths. Next to him sat a young girl, silently crying as she looked at him. Li Weidong is here again. A clear, sharp female voice asked, full of dislike. Her tone clearly showed her disapproval of Li Weidong, revealing the high status of the branch secretary of Lu Ji Brigade in the minds of the young workers. Yes, Li replied briefly, without saying more. He looked at the man lying on the kong and the girl silently crying beside him. His voice was a little excited as he said, "Less trouble, less worry. The young workers from Dalhousie Brigade came to see us. Quickly, see if you recognize them." When they heard Dalhousie Brigade, everyone in the room looked at Gu Yuehui and Yan Xiaoyu. Yan Xiaoyu suddenly raised his head and immediately saw Yan Xiaoyu. In an instant, tears streamed down her face. She jumped off the bed like an arrow leaving the bow and threw herself into Yan Xiaoyu's arms, crying loudly. "Big brother, it's really you. I thought I was dreaming." Gu Yuehui looked at Yan Xiaoli. In her previous life, she hadn't interacted much with her. Perhaps because her family had fallen from grace, the once proud young lady of the Yan family had become sensitive and suspicious, keeping her distance from others. At that time, Yan Xiaoyu had already made a name for himself in the army, holding great power and standing on equal footing with the noble families of the capital. Soon, he brought Yan Xiaoli and Yan Xiaoyang back home, but her fate was not a good one. After returning to the capital, Yan Xiaoyu was busy with military affairs, and Yan Xiaoyang often went out to help his brother. Yan Xiaoli went to university, but there she met someone who deceived her and broke her heart. Gu Yuehui thought about this and couldn't help but feel sympathy for Yan Xiaoli. They were about the same age, both unfortunate people toyed with by fate. Yan Xiaoyu lowered his eyes, looking at the sobbing Yan Xiaoli, his lips pressed tightly together. After a while, he gently pushed her away and walked to the bedside. There lay Yan Xiaoyang, trying hard to turn his head to look at him. The once healthy younger brother was now so weak that even turning his head seemed impossible. At that moment, a deep sense of helplessness washed over Yan Xiaoyu. Trouble always finds those who already suffer. He had never believed in fate before, but ever since the Yan family's downfall, as he carried all the burdens and faced endless hidden troubles, he began to realize that sometimes one has no choice but to believe in fate. Yan Xiaoyang didn't cry. His voice carried a trace of hope. "Big brother? Is it really you?" Yan Xiaoyu gave a low hum in reply, his voice slightly hoarse. He swallowed hard and looked at Yan Xiaoyang's back. "How are you feeling?" Yan Xiaoyang gave a bitter smile. Though he was in great pain, he still said, "I'm fine, just need some rest." "Big brother, why did you come here? Does the instructor know? Will they give you trouble?" He knew very well how hard life had been for his brother since the family's fall. "How could you say you're fine? Second brother, why didn't you tell me? Your backbone is broken and out of place, and you hurt so much every day that you can't sleep. If you keep delaying, maybe you will never be able to stand again in the future. Big brother is here. He can take us to the hospital and see a doctor. It will definitely be cured." Yan Xiaoli's tears fell uncontrollably, and he cried so hard he couldn't stop. Yan Xiaoyang's face changed, looking a bit defeated. He knew very well the current situation. The three siblings were wandering without a home, with little money. How could they afford to go to the hospital? It would be very expensive. This was forcing their big brother to make a tough choice. Yan Xiaoyu closed his eyes, his hand hanging by his side bulging with veins. He clenched it into a fist. When he opened his eyes again, his face showed no emotion. He said, "We will go to Zholan City, Or, if not, we will return to the capital. Even though they just escaped from a dangerous place in the capital, if they can't treat Yan Xiaoyang, what's the point of running away so desperately? If only the hospitals in the capital can cure him, they will go back. Big brother, Yan Xiaoyang raised his voice, trying to sit up, but the pain made him shiver. He knew how complicated things were in the capital now. They barely escaped, so why go back? Yan Xiaoli bit his lip, his face turning pale, but his eyes turned red. Although she didn't know how bad the situation was, she knew that before leaving the capital, they had already lost everything. They had nowhere to go if they couldn't return to the big house, and their relatives who had narrowly escaped danger wouldn't want to take them in. Gu Yuehui looked at the heavy atmosphere around the three siblings and said, "The most important thing now is to leave Lu Ji Brigade. Don't think too much for now. Once you're away, we can take you to Zhou Lan City Hospital to check. It will be fine." She stepped forward 2 steps and gently patted Yan Shaoli on the shoulder. Yan Shaoli hesitated, his eyes red as he looked back at Gu Yuehui. With a tearful voice, "Who are you?" Gu Yuehui smiled slightly, her voice like a clear spring in the mountains, full of kindness. "I'm Gu Yuehui, a friend of your brother." Yan Xiaoyang and Yan Shaoli spoke together, their voices full of surprise and confusion. At this moment, Yan Xiaoyu had already calmed down. He glanced at Gu Yuehui and said, "I have already found Xiaodeng. When Xiaodeng was kidnapped, it was this comrade Gu who saved her." "And Xiaodeng? Big brother really found Xiaodeng?" Yan Shaoli's lips trembled, his eyes full of hope. Yan Xiaoyang held his breath, feeling that the pain in his misaligned back was less intense. He muttered, "Xiaodeng." Yan Xiaoyu nodded. It's true. He originally wanted to say that Xiaodeng was already better, but after thinking for a moment, he didn't know how to start. Even he didn't understand why Xiaotong's foolish illness suddenly improved. Could it really be, as Gu Yuehui said, that this place has good feng shui? Yan Shaoli raised his hand to wipe his eyes. Turning to Gu Yuehui, he wanted to thank him, but somehow couldn't hold back his excitement. He stepped forward and hugged Gu Yuehui tightly, his eyes turning red again. "Thank you. Thank you." The decline of the Yen family was a heavy burden for all of them, and Xiaotong's disappearance was an unexpected disaster. Before leaving the capital, they had already lost hope, knowing they could never return to the place filled with memories of their family. Xiaodeng, truly, they might never see her again in this life. She didn't expect that there would still be a turning point, and it came so quickly. "Comrade Gu, thank you so much. This is really the only good news we've had in a long time." Yan Shaoli's voice was choked with tears, but this crying was a relief, as if a long-held burden had finally been lifted. Yan Xiaoyang lay on the bed, unable to turn around or see Gu Yuehui's face, but from his voice, he knew she must be a kind-hearted, beautiful woman. The long-standing gloom in his heart was finally dispersed. His voice carried a hint of joy. "Comrade Gu, you will be our brother and sister's benefactor from now on." Yan Xiaoyu listened to his younger sister's words, his expression slightly darkening. His eyes, like peach blossoms, showed a moment of surprise. The only good news? A benefactor? He thought carefully. Indeed, they hadn't been happy for a very long time. If the downfall of the Yen family brought only misfortune, then Gu Yuehui was the only ray of light amid the darkness. She brought Xiaodeng back, and she brought him to Lu Ji Brigade just in time. It was not until everything reached a point of no return that he realized it was her. It was also her, amidst endless coldness and mockery, who gave him a bright smile like spring. For a moment, Yan Xiaoyu's eyes were dark and turbulent, as if filled with waves, lost in thought. Gu Yuehui patted Yan Xiaoli's back gently and said softly, "No need to thank me. As long as you are all well, that's enough." She knew in her heart that as long as Yan Xiaoyang, Yan Xiaoli, and Yan Xiaodeng got along well, then Yan Xiaoyu would be fine. That would be enough. Maybe this is love for someone's family. Lei Yi and Wang Ziyan looked at each other. The latter asked, "Big brother Yan, did you come because you heard about Xiaoyang getting hurt? Did you report it to the team? Can we leave Lu Ji team now?" Gu Yuehui looked up at Wang Ziyan. She had short hair and was a brave, sharp girl. She also looked at Yan Xiaoyang and Yan Shaoli's other two friends. One was a young man who came to open the door. He looked young, probably around her age, about 18 or 19, with a face full of innocence. The other. At first, Gu Yuehui was a bit surprised. She didn't know the girl, but her appearance was different from most people. She probably had albinism, with light-colored hair and skin. Looking closely, even her eyebrows and eyelashes were white, and she had some freckles on her cheeks. Seeing Gu Yuehui's gaze, the girl lowered her head shyly and shrank into the corner. She looked like the sky, someone who didn't like crowds. But unlike the latter, her shyness came from feeling different because of her appearance and being afraid of others' strange looks. Yan Xiaoyu was not someone eager to help. After hearing Wang Xian's words, she didn't react. Gu Yuehui looked at everyone and asked, "Is there a problem with the secretary of Luji team?" This topic was too heavy, and the atmosphere in the room became tense. Yan Shaoli was straightforward and not very clever. Because of Yan Xiaodang and Yan Xiaoyu, she already considered Gu Yuehui a close friend. She didn't hide her feelings and said, "Li Weidong is really disgusting." Gu Yuehui frowned and looked at Yan Shaoli. The four siblings of the Yan family were all very good-looking. As an 18-year-old girl, Yan Shaoli had beautiful eyes, red lips, and delicate features. Although she didn't look like Yan Xiaoyu, she was definitely a fairy in this remote Luji team. Thinking about Li Weidong's lecherous gaze just now, she knew Yan Shaoli hadn't had an easy time lately. Yan Xiaoyu also seemed to have thought of this. Her expression turned serious, and she said coldly, "What did he do?" Before Yan Shaoli could speak, Yan Xiaoyang said, "When we first arrived here by car, Li Weidong seemed okay. He even invited us to his house for a meal. But within a few days, his true nature showed, and I realized he had bad intentions toward Shaoli." Hearing this, Yan Xiaoyang almost trembled with anger. Every time he remembered that time, he felt deep hatred. Next, Yan Xiaoyang told everyone what happened after they arrived at Luji Brigade. After listening, Gu Yuehui's eyes sharpened, and he sighed silently. He thought to himself, "The world is full of darkness, and there are evil people everywhere. In this world, besides Wang Fu, who works hard to serve the people, there is Li Weidong, a cruel official who rules his area with an iron fist." The Luji Brigade is not as simple as it seems. It's more complicated than people used to think. Li Weidong was a lecher. Although he liked Shaoli, the young people who just arrived didn't know much about his background. If he acted rashly, he would only harm himself. So, Li Weidong was very careful. He often invited Yan Xiaoyang and Shaoli to his house for meals, mainly to quietly investigate their backgrounds. Shaoli was innocent and straightforward, but Yan Xiaoyang was different. At first, he was cautious and didn't want to reveal his family's secrets. But Li Weidong used gentle tactics, good food and drinks, and since things hadn't been going well for him lately, and he had separated from Yan Xiaoyu, he quickly opened up. The instructor also judged people carefully. He knew Luji Brigade was remote, and even going to the supply and marketing cooperative was difficult. The young people assigned here mostly came from ordinary families, with parents who were workers and had no powerful background. Li Weidong initially found out that Yan Xiaoyang and Shaoli came from high-ranking families. He was surprised and even checked to see if the instructor had sent the wrong people, wondering how such young masters and misses ended up here. Later, he received a clear answer. Those titles were meaningless, better a common person than a fallen noble. Someone higher up had ordered them to be sent here, specifically to keep them from ever returning. At this point, Li Weidong was completely reassured and then revealed his true nature. That day, he called Shaoli alone, pretending that his son liked her, and asked her to go and take care of him. Yan Shaoli thought about how Li Weidong often looked after them, the educated youth, and didn't refuse when invited. Afterward, she was served a meal of plain bread and pork stewed with vermicelli. Such food was considered a feast in the simple life of the Luji Brigade. However, for Yan Shaoli, this kind of meal was quite normal. She was not on alert and didn't think about the story of a fox pretending to be friendly with a chicken. After eating a hot meal, Yan Shaoli suddenly felt dizzy and unsteady. Just as she was about to fall, she saw Li Weidong, who had gone out to work, appear in her view as a double image. Fortunately, Yan Shaoli sensed something was wrong and quickly found help, preventing a tragedy. Since then, Li Weidong completely changed his attitude. He forbade the brigade members from sending grain to the educated youth camp, trying to control them. Even if Yan Shaoli were to starve, she would never let her sister become a target for Li Weidong's cruel desires. Luckily, Jean had been working in the countryside with her parents and often went to the mountains to find wild game. During that time, everyone relied on the mountains to fill their stomachs. Jean was the girl with albinism who had little presence but ended up saving everyone at the youth camp. Later, during a heavy rainstorm, Li Weidong tried to rescue Yan Shaoli, who was trapped inside a house. He was injured when his spine was broken and dislocated. Despite the severity of the injury, Li Weidong only had the barefoot village doctor check him and apply some medicine. He was already partially paralyzed and gave up on self-care. Gu Yuehui frowned. "Why don't you all leave this place?" Yan Shaoli forced a smile. "Where can we go? If we disobey the instructor's orders, we will be sent back. Even if we go back, there won't be any work or food waiting for us." And she lowered her voice and whispered, "I don't want to cause trouble for my older brother. He's already had a hard time." Yan Shaoli lowered her head, looking scared and embarrassed. The memories of that time were as terrifying to her as a flood. Gu Yuehui pursed his lips, unsure of what to say to comfort them. Yan Xiaoyu's eyes cooled slightly, and his tone was flat. They brought this on themselves. Gu Yuehui's face changed slightly. He held his arm. "Don't do anything reckless. Li Weidong did wrong, but we just need to report it to the commune with evidence. There's no need for you to act alone, or take matters into your own hands. It could cause more trouble." This situation is somewhat similar to Tianjing's. Both are guilty and deserve punishment, but seeking revenge requires patience and careful planning, not impulsiveness. Yan Xiaoyang quickly said, "Yes, big brother, please don't act rashly. At that time, I didn't leave any evidence, or I wouldn't have stayed in Lu Ji Brigade without reporting it. But staying here, we haven't gained nothing." Gu Yuehui looked up at him. "Gained nothing?" Yan Xiaoyang sounded tired and said, "Xiaoyi, you explain." Lei nodded, feeling a bit shy, and scratched the back of his head. "Big brother Yan's sister Gu. My name is Lei. Just call me Xiaoyi." Gu Yuehui nodded and agreed. "Xiaoyi, did you find anything in Lu Ji Brigade?" Lei put away his smile and nodded seriously. "When we went up the mountain, we also met people from Lu Ji Brigade. We learned some things from them. This Li Weidong is not simple. He seems to have close ties with the traffickers." Gu Yuehui's expression darkened slightly.
Traffickers? Lei nodded.
Lu Ji Brigade is quite strange. It seems to have a strong male presence and very few girls. Over the years, the village has many single men. We heard that most women in Lu Ji Brigade were bought from outside, and the middleman was Li Weidong. Gu Yuehui's pupils shrank in disbelief. She knew about human trafficking and its cruelty. Most traffickers sold city girls, but she didn't expect that a place so close to her would be a hub for human traffickers. Lei paused, his face turning heavy and sad. Then he added something shocking. Li Weidong has married 12 women, and each of them mysteriously died. This news made not only Gu Yuehui, but also Yan Xiaoyu furrow his brow, a cold look forming on his face. Lei looked grim and continued. "He is the middleman, with deep connections to traffickers. Every household in the brigade lacks women. Naturally, they beg and plead to buy women from Li Weidong. Over time, he became the undisputed ruler of Lu Ji Brigade. We thought we had caught Li Weidong's weakness and wanted to use it to accuse him. However, the people from Lu Ji Brigade are very united. Most of them have bought women before and know that such actions are crimes. No one was willing to testify. The women who were bought also had children, settled down, and had no desire to return home after death. Moreover, Li Weidong's deceased wives served as a warning, a sign to deter others. No one dared to step forward and lead. They were all terrified, and their natural desire to survive had been completely crushed. We initially didn't want to give up. We planned to report to the commune first, hoping the leadership would send people to investigate. But Li Weidong kept a close watch on us. As soon as we left Lu Ji Brigade, we would be stopped and turned back. Li Weidong has a gun. After these words, the youth station fell into a long silence. Gu Yuehui was a bit stunned, feeling a deep sadness rise in his heart. This sadness was very heavy.